Chapter 1679. Although Qin Shao sensed that this crystal coffin was not simple, he was also curious about the origins of the female corpse hiding in the crystal coffin. He had a feeling that this crystal coffin should have some kind of secret. Since they had encountered this crystal coffin here, it meant that it was very likely to be a test left behind by the Fuda Immortal Palace. Since it was a test, they naturally had to give it a try. Qin Shao carefully studied it for a while, but he didn't discover anything. Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei, and Mo Wangbei also shook his head, saying, "I also can't sense anything. I reckon that we have to open this crystal coffin to find out the secret inside. I feel that this crystal coffin is not simple. Perhaps it was left behind by the Fuda Immortal Palace for us. Perhaps it was a test or something. Therefore, I feel that we should open this crystal coffin and take a look." In fact, Qin Shao also had the same idea, and now Mo Wangbei also had the same idea. Qin Shao nodded. When the bearded man saw that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had both nodded, he immediately rubbed his hands and said to Man and Yi Wugui, "Come, the two of you give me a hand. Let's open this coffin together." Man and Yi Wugui didn't hesitate either. The three of them used all their strength to move the coffin lid. Slowly, the lid began to move. However, it still seemed to be somewhat strenuous. "Brothers, let's use all our strength to open this coffin lid," the bearded man suddenly shouted, and then the three of them used all their strength at the same time. When the three of them used all their strength was extremely terrifying. Under this powerful force, the lid of the coffin was directly blown away. When the coffin lid was opened, the scene inside the crystal coffin immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes, as if a pure and holy light was blooming from the crystal coffin. Everyone was stunned by the beauty of this sacred light. With a single glance, it was as if they had completely sunk into it, unable to extricate themselves. Their eyes were fixated on it, as if they had been completely sucked in, unable to look away. So beautiful! Qin Shao glanced at it, and suddenly felt that her whole person was completely attracted. It was difficult to withdraw from it. This was because the female corpse lying in the crystal coffin was simply too beautiful. Her beauty was enough to suffocate people and make them unable to move their eyes away. There is no way to describe this kind of beauty with any adjectives. One would only be deeply attracted and completely drawn in. Go, unable to extricate yourself. This kind of beauty could shock everything and bewitch one's soul. It could draw everything in. The woman lying in the crystal coffin didn't look like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Instead, she looked more like a sleeping beauty. Even Qin Shao had to admit that this female corpse was the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever seen. Even with his state of mind, he was completely mesmerized at first glance. Qin Shao had never had such a feeling before. After all, it was very difficult for someone like him to be attracted to a woman with his current state of mind. Looks were not a problem for the gods. As long as they wanted to, they could easily change their appearance. Therefore, Qin Shao's standard of beauty was very harsh. But no matter how harsh the standard was, Qin Shao couldn't find any flaws in this female corpse. She could be called perfect. That was why he was deeply attracted to her and was shocked to the depths of his heart. Even Gu Lingyue didn't give him this feeling. This feeling made Qin Shao feel very strange. Why did he have this kind of feeling? This kind of feeling, to be honest, was somewhat superficial. Mo Wangbei and the others were the same. They looked as if their souls had been turned upside down. They were completely mesmerized. They stood there in a daze, staring at the female corpse in the crystal coffin with sparkling eyes. They had obviously never seen such a beautiful woman, one that moved their hearts. So beautiful, so beautiful. There is actually such a beautiful woman in this world. It's a pity that she is already dead. The bearded man looked like a pig at this time, almost drooling. He couldn't help but praise this beautiful female corpse. The others were also full of praise, but they didn't say it out loud. Is she dead? Why do I feel a trace of life aura fluctuating? Is she still alive? Mo Wangbei's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as she asked with some doubt. Is there a trace of life aura fluctuating? If there's really a trace of life aura fluctuating, then she is not dead. She's still alive. So when they heard Mo Wangbei's words, they couldn't help but become excited. They also looked at this female corpse more carefully to see if there is really a trace of life. Move. Qin Xiao checked, and indeed felt a trace of life aura fluctuating. Is she still alive? Is she not dead? At this moment, a very strong trace of life aura suddenly gushed out and bloomed on the female corpse. Feeling this strong trace of life aura, Qin Xiao and the others were surprised. Sure enough, after this trace of life aura, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes. That pair of starry eyes, like autumn water, suddenly seemed to light up the whole world. This pair of eyes was enough to let people see a patch of light. Seeing the light of the world from the darkness seemed to have a special kind of magic. Is she really still alive? For a moment, everyone was a little excited. They thought it was a female corpse, but they didn't expect that she was still alive. She looked like she had fallen asleep. She was a sleeping beauty. She's really not dead. Haha, so beautiful. The bearded man was very happy and laughed. Even Mo Wangbei was a little excited. This kind of excitement was usually not seen. It seemed like the power of a beauty was really very strong. It actually made Mo Wangbei's state of mind a little chaotic. Although Qin Xiao was a little surprised, he quickly calmed down and controlled his mood, not allowing himself to be excited. Vaguely, he felt that there was something wrong with this matter, but he couldn't tell what it was. He tried hard to control his mood and raised his vigilance. Everything, he couldn't be careless. This was Qin Xiao's vigilance. It was also a voice in the depths of his heart that warned him. But once a person fell deep into a state of mind, they would be unable to see the situation clearly. They would not think about many problems and would let down their vigilance. Qin Xiao had almost been bewitched just now. Fortunately, there was a voice in his heart that suddenly woke him up. Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes and looked at Qin Xiao and the others. Her gentle eyes seemed to be able to melt people. Just looking at her was enough to make people feel pity for her. Her eyes swept across everyone. Every time her gaze landed on someone, it was as though she could release a boundless attraction force, directly attracting people to her. Just her eyes alone were attractive enough to stir one's soul. Huzai, Wu Gui, a man and the others were all stunned. It was as if they were drunk. Although Mo Wangbei was a little better, but not by much, he also looked a little drunk. It seemed that he was very fascinated. Qin Xiao also felt an unstoppable magical power surging towards him. He was trying hard to resist this power. The more beautiful something was, the more terrifying it could be. Whether it was really beautiful or terrifying, Qin Xiao had a voice in his heart that warned him not to be careless. Therefore, Qin Xiao had been resisting this powerful and terrifying attractive force all this time, keeping his heart from being affected. Suddenly, Sleeping Beauty smiled. This smile was enough to make the whole world fall in love with her. This smile would indeed make people feel that the whole world had suddenly entered a state of laughter. This kind of beauty would soak into the depths of people's souls. This smile made the beard and the others even more stunned and fascinated. So beautiful, so beautiful. Not good. I feel like I'm going to die. This beauty is too suffocating. Beautiful. It was indeed beautiful. When she smiled, it would really make people feel that the whole world was beautiful. Come in and accompany me. All of you coming quickly. Sleeping Beauty's red lips parted slightly, and a voice like the sound of nature came out of her mouth. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear and seemed to have a very magical power that could attract people. The beard and the others had already been fascinated to the point that their souls were turned upside down. Now that they heard Sleeping Beauty's voice, they were all about to go crazy. Therefore, the beard didn't think much and directly wanted to jump in. Seeing that the beard was about to jump, Yi Gui Gui and Ah Man's eyes also jumped. The three of them fought to be the first to enter the crystal coffin. Even Mo Wangbei was struggling in pain and wanted to jump in. These four people were completely bewitched. They actually wanted to enter at all costs. Inside the crystal coffin. Don't jump. Seeing this, Qin Shao could only shout out anxiously. But this shout wasn't powerful enough to stop the four. The beard was the first to jump into the crystal coffin. Yi Gui Gui and Man immediately followed. Although Mo Wangbei hesitated for a moment, he still jumped in. The four of them actually stepped into the crystal coffin one after another and threw themselves at Sleeping Beauty. The smile on Sleeping Beauty's face became even more resplendent, like a flower. It was breathtakingly beautiful and charming. Sleeping Beauty was still sleeping there, with no intention of getting up. Fortunately, the crystal coffin was very big and could easily accommodate a dozen people. Therefore, when the beard and the others entered, the crystal coffin didn't seem too crowded. Do you want to sleep with me? Sleeping Beauty smiled and said to the beard and the others. There was a stone bed in the crystal coffin. This stone bed wasn't big, and it looked like it could fit 2 people. Hearing Sleeping Beauty's words, the beard and the others' eyes lit up. How could they not want to? They want it so much. But this bed is too small. It can only fit 1 more person. There are 4 of you, so what should we do? How about you decide yourselves? Sleeping Beauty said again. Decide themselves? How? The beard didn't even think and directly rushed forward. Old Mo, don't fight with me. I was the first to enter, so let me do it. If I can sleep with Sleeping Beauty, I won't be afraid of death. Haha, let me do it. After saying that, the beard was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Yi, who said angrily, Why are you the first? You think you're so great because you're the first to enter? This kind of thing needs to be fair. If we give you all the benefits, then won't we have nothing? Nothing? Chapter 1680. Usually, Yiwu Gui's personality was relatively gentle. However, he seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. He revealed his violent side. Under his anger, Yiwu Gui naturally did not want to be outdone. What do you mean, Beard? You make it sound like I'm afraid of you. Have we fought before? How do you know that I'm not your opponent? Do you really think that you're very strong? I think you're just good at talking. Really? If we really fight, I don't think you have much ability. Why should we all give in to you? Who do you think you are? If you want to talk about discovery, then we discovered it together. You're not the only one who discovered it. Beard's temper was already very violent. At this moment, he exploded. Humph, looks like you're not convinced. Then stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Let's see who dares to fight with me today. At this moment, Beard had completely lost his mind. His eyes were red and round. He looked very scary. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Look at your self-righteous character. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yiwu Gui did not back down. Beard was completely angry. He waved his hand, and his sword was already in his hand. His aura completely exploded. He was about to attack Yiwu Gui directly. Yiwu Gui naturally would not sit and wait for death. He was also prepared to fight. Seeing the 2 of them at daggers drawn, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense and oppressive. A great battle was about to break out. Stop! Mo Wangbei suddenly shouted. He glared at Beard and Yiwu Gui and said, Don't quarrel. What's there to quarrel about? We're all brothers. If there's anything, we can discuss it and solve it. Old Mo, don't get involved. There's nothing to solve. I've been unhappy with Yiwu Gui for a long time. I've tolerated him for a long time. Today's matter. No one's words matter. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've been tempted by a woman. Whoever wants to ruin my plans today, I won't play with them. There are no exceptions, so it's best if you don't get involved. The bearded man ignored Mo Wangbei and retorted. Mo Wangbei was also furious and said with some anger, Beard, you really went overboard today. Why are you like a mad dog, biting whoever you catch? Of course I have to take care of your affairs. I hope you can stay calm about this matter. Oomph. However, the bearded man didn't listen to a single word. He angrily said, Old Mo, it seems like you want to meddle in our business? Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Aren't you also interested in this Sleeping Beauty? Aren't you just trying to snatch it from me? You want to snatch it? But it's not that easy. If you don't like it, then let's fight. I'm not afraid of all of you. Even if all of you come at me together, I'm not afraid. Today, I refuse to believe that I'll fight you to the end. At most, I'll fight you to the death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, if you want to fight, then come at me together. Who? Mo Wangbei was so angry that his face turned green. You're completely unreasonable. Hua! The sword light was unsheathed, and a sharp light suddenly surged out, heading straight for the Sleeping Beauty. Lying on the jade bed, the Sleeping Beauty's expression suddenly became frightened. She hastily cried for help. Ah, don't kill me! Save me! Save me! This sudden change caused the bearded man and the others to be shocked and angry. Qin Shao, what are you doing? Quickly stop. Seeing that the one who wanted to kill the Sleeping Beauty was Qin Shao, the bearded man angrily roared. He quickly moved to stop Qin Shao. Not only did the bearded man move, but Yi Wugui and Mo Wangbei also moved. The three of them moved at the same time to stop Qin Shao, not letting Qin Shao kill the Sleeping Beauty. Only our man was still hesitating. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't move to stop them. The bearded man and the others were naturally able to stop Qin Zhao's attack. After blocking Qin Zhao's attack, the three of them directly stood in front of Qin Shao, not letting Qin Shao continue to attack. The three of them looked at Qin Shao with a bit of anger in their eyes. Especially the bearded man. There was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Qin Shao slightly frowned, looking at the three of them, and said, "Get out of the way. This Sleeping Beauty must die. Don't be bewitched by her. This is all just a test. Wake up." But the bearded man didn't listen to anything. Qin Shao, don't talk nonsense. This is Sleeping Beauty, not a demonic beast. How can such a beautiful and kind girl be in danger? Even if there is a test, she won't pose any threat to us. If you want to kill her, that's absolutely impossible. I won't agree. Yes, I won't agree either. Brother Qin Shao, we respect you, but it doesn't mean that we have to listen to you in everything. We won't agree to this matter. You want to kill such a beautiful and kind girl. Do you have any compassion? Yi Wugui seemed to have completely lost his mind. Yi Wugui seemed to have lost his mind, and he also looked like he was going to protect this Sleeping Beauty with his life. Although Mo Wangbei didn't stay still, looking at his determined expression, it was obvious that he wouldn't stand by and watch. He definitely wouldn't let Qin Shao kill this Sleeping Beauty so easily. With the three of them blocking, it was indeed difficult for Qin Shao to kill this Sleeping Beauty. Looking at the three of them, Qin Zhao's expression became even colder. Killing people wasn't terrible, but killing the heart was the most terrible thing. Once the heart was killed, the person would be controlled. Get out of the way. Qin Shao knew that there was no way to reason with the three of them at this time, so he shouted again. His voice also contained a bit of thunderous anger, indicating his intention. If it didn't get out of the way, then he wouldn't be polite. But this kind of threatening power was useless for the three of them. The three of them still didn't mean to get out of the way. They still looked like they were going to protect this Sleeping Beauty with their lives. It seems that I have to play the real game. Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. This Sleeping Beauty's power of bewitchment was indeed very terrible. It could actually completely bewitch the minds of the three of them. This was not an illusion. This was the real power of bewitchment, a terrible power of bewitchment. Qin Shao had never seen such a terrible power. This terrible power of bewitchment. Even Qin Shao was almost bewitched. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong enough. His mind was strong enough, so he was able to resist this power quickly. So Qin Shao was very clear at this time. If he wanted to break this power of bewitchment, then he must kill this Sleeping Beauty. As long as he killed this Sleeping Beauty, all the power would disappear, and the three of them would naturally recover their minds. But if he wanted to kill this Sleeping Beauty, now he had to face a lot of resistance. If the three of them were really determined to stop Qin Shao, it would be a headache for Qin Shao. The strength of the three of them was indeed not weak. It was enough to fight with Qin Shao. Of course, if they really wanted to fight with their lives on the line, then Qin Shao also had some confidence. But against the three of them, how could Qin Shao fight with his life on the line? How could he hurt his own brothers? With this layer of concern, naturally Qin Shao would hold back his power. Once this was the case, it was naturally not easy to deal with the three of them. But no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way at this time. He could only take action. Otherwise, the three of them would only sink deeper and deeper, and that would be more troublesome. Oh man, listen to Brother Qin Shao. Later, I will restrain old Mo and the others. You take the opportunity to sneak attack the sleeping beauty and kill her. You are all under her bewitchment. Only by killing this sleeping beauty can your bewitchment be lifted. Do you understand? Qin Shao transmitted a voice to Aman. Now Qin Shao had no other choice but to give it a try. Usually, Aman was quite obedient to him. This time, when the three of them attacked, Aman didn't attack. So Qin Shao felt that deep in her heart, Aman should respect and trust him. If he could persuade Aman, then this matter would be much more difficult. Aman glanced at Qin Shao and then turned back to look at the sleeping beauty. The sleeping beauty even smiled at her, as if trying to please her. This smile directly melted Aman's heart. I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shao. This time I can't promise you. I also feel that this sleeping beauty isn't a bad person. Her smile is too beautiful and too kind. She's definitely a good person. So we can't kill her. We can't. Brother Qin Shao, you must be mistaken. Let's ask her a little more about the situation. Then we'll take a look. Don't kill the innocent. But this time, Aman didn't listen to Qin Shao. If they couldn't deal with Aman, then the situation was indeed somewhat troublesome. It seems that we can only give it a try. There's no other way. This sleeping beauty's bewitchment is truly terrifying. For the Fumu Immortal Palace to come up with such a test, it really is very difficult. It's also our fault for opening the coffin out of curiosity. If we didn't open it, then nothing would have happened. That's it. Qin Shao inwardly shook his head. If he had known earlier, then there would have been no point in stopping them from opening the coffin. But just now, he had agreed to open the coffin. He was also very curious. He also felt that he had to open it and take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Qin Shao had already known that there was definitely a test inside the coffin. But since it was a test left behind by the Fumu Immortal Palace, then no matter what, they should face it. In Rui's view, this kind of thinking wasn't necessarily correct. Facing such a test was truly too torturous. But things had already gotten to this point. No matter how much he said it, it was useless. He could only face it and solve it. Attack! Qin Shao suddenly launched another attack, launching a ferocious attack on the three people. Qin Shao, you're the one who forced us. Don't blame us for not taking our brotherhood into account. I want to see just how much ability you have to deal with the three of us. The bearded man snorted angrily. He already viewed Qin Shao as an enemy. Boom! Bang! Sword Qi surged out one after another. Immortal Might descended with a rumbling sound. One fierce attack after another was unleashed. Instantly, light surged, incomparably intense. Using all kinds of methods, Immortal Might assault. The battle between the four of them was very intense from the start. Qin Shao originally didn't want it to be so intense. But once he entered the battle, there was no way for him to not be intense. Otherwise, the one to suffer would be him. In a situation where he didn't go all out, Qin Shao was barely able to restrain the three of them. But if he wanted to suppress them, that was simply impossible. After all, Mustache North and Yi Wugue weren't weak. Wanting to completely suppress the three of them was naturally very difficult. A man stood there, not helping either side. The sleeping beauty was still sleeping there. But her eyes were open, and her face was full of a resplendent smile. Chapter 1681. The three of you, wake up. This is a test set by Fu De Immortal Palace. It's not as simple as you think. You've already been bewitched. If you don't wake up, you'll only continue to make mistakes and do stupid things. Seeing that Mo Wang Bei, Huzi Bei, and Yi Wugue were determined to fight with him to protect Sleeping Beauty, Qin Shao was forced to the point that he had no other choice. At this time, he couldn't risk his life. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the three of them. Wal was also watching with folded arms. It was impossible to count on him to help. So at this time, Qin Shao was having a headache. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that Sleeping Beauty wouldn't just lie there. Maybe when they were both defeated and injured, she would suddenly make things difficult for them. If the battle dragged on like this, it was very likely that they would all fall here. So Qin Shao was making the final decision in his heart, the final battle. Huzi said angrily, Qin Shao, you're the one who's been bewitched. You want to kill people without saying anything. Don't you think it's too overbearing and unreasonable? If you think it's right, then it's right. But this time, we don't agree with you. If it's just me, I'll reflect on it. But now, our family doesn't agree with you. Even Wild doesn't agree with you. Shouldn't you reflect on it? It's said that the minority obeys the majority. That should be the case no matter where you go. Since we're a team, we have the right to make decisions. So this time, we won't let you kill the wrong person. This is the first time in my life that I've been tempted by someone. You want to kill the woman who has moved me. How can I agree? Even if I have to be your enemy, I won't hesitate to fight you today. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Qin Shao knew Huzi's character. He had a bad temper and was very straightforward. Sometimes, he was also very stubborn. This time, he was completely bewitched and became very extreme. So Qin Shao felt very helpless. Qin Zhao's gaze turned to Mo Wang Bei as she knew that it wouldn't work. Logically speaking, Mo Wang Bei's temperament was not bad. So why was he so deeply charmed this time? Mo Wang Bei had struggled a little before, and it was clear that he hadn't been completely bewitched. However, at this moment, Mo Wang Bei was still able to resist. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted a break through Mo Wang Bei's body. Old Mo, calm down and wake up. Otherwise, our team will really be disbanded. Qin Shao shouted, his voice penetrating into Mo Wang Bei's mind like thunder. Qin Zhao's voice caused Mo Wang Bei's expression to change. It was as if his body and mind had received a blow, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. Seeing Mo Wang Bei's reaction, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed that Mo Wang Bei still had a chance to wake up. However, to Qin Zhao's disappointment, Mo Wang Bei looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. This time, I can't agree with you. You're too cautious. Before this matter is clear, I don't want to see you kill the innocent." Brother Qin Shao, in my opinion, you've always been a very steady person. You're a very kind person. You've never killed the innocent. So this time, I hope that Brother Qin Shao can calm down a little. Don't be confused by some superficial things. Now that the four of us don't agree with you, you're still stubbornly clinging to your own way? Stubbornly clinging to my own way? Hearing these words, Qin Shao inexplicably wanted to laugh. Was it really him who was stubbornly clinging to his own way? When a person fell into confusion, they could really turn everything upside down. They would really be completely centered around themselves and think that everything about others was wrong. It would be too difficult to uproot the situation. Looks like there's really no other way. I can only bite the bullet and fight. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. Helpless, he really was helpless. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Mo Wang Bei and the other three had all fallen into the game. They couldn't see the reality clearly from the game. This couldn't be blamed on them. This battle couldn't be dragged out. The longer it dragged out, the more disadvantageous it would be. Qin Zhao's sword edge moved. The startling sword art was pushed to the extreme, dissipating all the sharpness. Clearly, Qin Shao was going to play for real. Qin Shao, are you crazy? You want to risk your life with us? To think that I admire you so much. You want to kill us? You're crazy. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to risk his life, the bearded man angrily jumped up and shouted. Mo Wang Bei's expression also sank to the bottom. He coldly said, "Qin Shao, we see you as a brother. Are you really going to kill us? We stopped you for your own good. We didn't want you to fall deeper. But you're actually crazy enough to want to kill us?" Facing the bearded man and Mo Wang Bei's accusations, Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. It was a silent pain. It was a pain that was worse than death. This kind of pain couldn't be described with any words. Being misunderstood by his brothers made Qin Shao feel the most uncomfortable. But how could Qin Shao explain it? At this time, it was useless no matter how much he said. The bearded man and the others wouldn't listen. At this time, the most effective way was to suppress the three of them and then kill Sleeping Beauty. As long as Sleeping Beauty dies, all the charms will disappear. Mo Wang Bei. Only then would the three of them wake up. At this time, Qin Shao didn't have a choice. There was no better way. This was the only way. Although the pain was terrible, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. Old Mo, bearded man, you Wu Gui, I still see you as my brothers. So I advise you not to stop me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Shao also said helplessly in a cold voice, making his intentions clear. But this sentence seemed to agitate the three of them even more. Even Yi Wugui angrily said, Big brother Qin Shao, we've always believed in you. We worship you. We see you as our leader. We're proud of you. We listen to you, and we're grateful to you. It's you who led us all the way here. We've been through danger time and time again. You've turned danger into safety. You've allowed us to survive until now. I've always thought that my life belonged to you, Big brother Qin Shao. If you want me to die, Yi Wu Gui, will definitely not frown. But now I realize that I've been wrong. If I die like this, I won't be willing. Big brother Qin Shao, you've already lost your mind. Quickly wake up. If you insist on doing things your way, then we can only be impolite. We'll first suppress you. He wants to kill us. What brotherhood is there to talk about? Fuck, do you think the three of us are afraid of him? Bearded man fiercely clenched his teeth. His expression was incomparably fierce. This kind of situation really made people's hearts ache. Attack. Qin Shao attacked with his full strength. Mo Wang Bei and the other two also didn't show any weakness. They also attacked with their full strength. The battle seemed to have instantly escalated. It became even more intense. Such an intense battle caused a man's heart to tremble with fear. If this battle wasn't handled well, then people would really die. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. At this time, a man's heart was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. Although Qin Shao was going all out, Mo Wang Bei and the other two were also going all out. So in a short time, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to suppress the three of them. Moreover, at this time, Qin Shao's advantage hadn't been pulled apart. Unless Qin Shao didn't care about anything and didn't hesitate to cause some casualties. But that step, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shao to do it. Although he was going all out, but he was only going all out to suppress the three of them. He wasn't really going to kill them. It was fine if they were injured, but Qin Shao naturally wouldn't do something that would endanger his life. So in a situation where there were still some misgivings, Qin Shao wanted to suppress the three of them. This made Qin Shao feel a burst of helplessness. It seemed that even if he went all out, it wouldn't have any effect. What to do? Was he really going to let them continue to be bewitched like this? But Qin Shao felt that if this continued, the three of them would most likely die here. Qin Shao naturally didn't want to see such a situation happen. But what good method did he have to solve it? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. But this time, a figure suddenly attacked, and the target was actually the Sleeping Beauty. This sudden attack made Qin Shao, Mo Wang Bei, and the others jump in fright. Not only them, but even Sleeping Beauty's smiling face finally changed color. She revealed a frightened expression, and her expression changed greatly. Xiao Dao, after seeing the attack clearly, Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. He also didn't expect that Xiao Dao would actually come out to help him when he was in trouble. It's Xiao Dao. Quickly stop him. He's also been bewitched. Seeing Xiao Dao, Mo Wang Bei immediately shouted. The bearded man angrily roared, Xiao Dao, quickly stop, otherwise I won't let you off. If you dare to harm a single hair of the Sleeping Beauty, I won't let you live under the same sky. Xiao Dao, don't. Wild was in no hurry to stop him, but also shouted out. But Xiao Dao didn't pay attention to them, and had already arrived in front of the Sleeping Beauty. The sword in his hand turned into an incomparably sharp light. The full power of the sword burst out, shooting through the 9 heavens, and the might of the great Tao of the sword descended. Pooh! The Sleeping Beauty's strength wasn't great, so she had no way to block Xiao Dao's sword, and it directly pierced her body. The sharpness of the sword completely exploded within the Sleeping Beauty's body, and immortal pressure surged out, directly destroying her divine body, killing her on the spot. With the Sleeping Beauty's death, the holy light immediately dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Dao, I'll kill you. The moment the sleeping beauty died to Xiao Dao's sword, the bearded man exploded with madness. But after the holy light disappeared, all the power of charm was broken, and the entire world seemed to have changed. A cool feeling surged into the bearded man's body, immediately suppressing his anger and hot-bloodedness. The bearded man's body immediately stiffened on the spot, and he suddenly quivered, waking up from his stupor. Mo Wangbei, Yu Gui, and Wild also woke up. Without the power of charm, they completely recovered their wits and became calm. The four of them were somewhat stiff on the spot, their minds still recalling what had just happened. Just now, what happened? The bearded man blinked, looking at Xiao Dao with a blank expression, and then looked at Qin Xiao. At this time, Mo Wangbei also clearly reacted, and his expression became somewhat awkward and unsightly. Just now, how could he have acted like that? The weakest is the human heart. The most evil is the human nature, and the strongest is the human will. Qin Xiao inwardly sighed in relief. Everything was fine. Everything was resolved. Chapter 1682. It turns out that all this is the art of enchantment. We were completely bewitched just now. It's terrible. It's too terrible to even think about it. The four of them completely understood. Thinking about it made them feel scared. There was such a terrible art of enchantment. Thinking of the madness just now, the bearded man was too ashamed to face Qin Xiao. Brother Qin Xiao, what happened just now was not my intention. I have no idea what I was doing just now. I offended Brother Qin Xiao just now. I hope Brother Qin Xiao can be magnanimous and don't stoop down to my level. It's my bad mouth that said those words. I'm worse than pigs and dogs. Just thinking about it makes me want to slap myself. I really deserve to die for slapping you a few times. The bearded man also took the initiative to apologize for what happened just now. Thinking of his actions just now, what he said just now was indeed very hurtful. Although he was indeed bewitched just now and his character was crazy, there were probably some deep thoughts in his heart. After this, Qin Xiao also had some new evaluation of the bearded man. But at this time, Qin Xiao waved his hand with a faint smile and said, "It's okay. I know that it was not your intention just now. You were also bewitched. Beauty is probably the most irresistible charm for men." The bearded man was even more ashamed and embarrassed. His face was a little red. He coughed twice and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, in fact, I'm not such a lustful person. It's just that this time, I was really bewitched. I don't know why I was bewitched like this. That kind of beauty really feeling. I don't have any ability to resist it. If there's really such a beauty in reality, she can really make me fall head over heels for her. Now that I think about it, I feel like dying. I think after this election is over, you'd better go home and marry a beautiful wife first, so that you won't be distracted outside." Qin Xiao shook his head and joked. The bearded man laughed embarrassedly. "Huh, Brother Qin Xiao, you don't say. I really have such intentions." Qin Xiao was just joking. She didn't expect the beard to be serious. She had to admire him. Mo Wangbei walked over with a face full of shame and cupped his fist towards Qin Xiao, saying, "Brother Qin Xiao, I've really lost face this time. I've always thought that I have a good temperament, but I didn't expect that I would be bewitched this time. Moreover, I have to be your enemy, Brother Qin Xiao. I'm too ashamed to show my face." If Xiao Dao had not intervened at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mo Wangbei, have been wise all my life, but I was destroyed in a single moment. I'm ashamed, I'm really ashamed. Only then did I realize that I still have so many weaknesses. Qin Xiao was well aware of Mo Wangbei's feelings, and it was not something that could be expressed with just a few words. Qin Xiao walked up and patted Mo Wangbei's shoulder. "Old Mo, don't blame yourself too much. Some things need to be experienced before they can grow and change. Speaking of which, I was also bewitched at the beginning. Later on, I woke up. You were only bewitched for a moment, but you didn't walk out. It can only mean that you still have a long way to go. But that's normal. We're still very weak, and we still have a long way to go. It's not that easy to pass the selection of Fu Yu Immortal Palace and become an in-name disciple. After this tribulation, If you can learn something, improve, or even change, then it'll be a great gain. Isn't the main purpose of training to gain something? So when you look at problems, you can't worry too much about gains and losses. There are several sides to everything, so we have to look at the good side. Mo Wangbei nodded, as if he had understood something. Qin Zhao's words were indeed very reasonable, and he could understand them as well. Hearing them, he was moved. It was because he recognized his own shortcomings that he knew how to improve himself and how to change himself. All right, Xiao Dao, why did you suddenly come out just now? We couldn't find you in the void, so we couldn't go any further. I thought you'd be trapped in the void forever. Could it be that you didn't encounter the void? Wild suddenly asked. Everyone's gazes gathered on Xiao Dao. This was a question that everyone was very curious about. Qin Xiao had been looking for Xiao Dao for a long time, but he couldn't find him, so he could only give up. In truth, Qin Xiao had always been worried about Xiao Dao. He was afraid that something would happen to Xiao Dao. This was a stone hanging in Qin Xiao's heart. However, he didn't expect Xiao Dao to give Qin Xiao a big surprise. Not only was Xiao Dao fine, but he also came out at the critical moment and helped Qin Xiao. This time, he had made a great contribution, and it was enough to make everyone grateful to him. If Xiao Dao hadn't come out in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just thinking about it was enough to make people shiver. What everyone was curious about was, how did Xiao Dao suddenly come out? Xiao Dao shook his head and said, I also entered the void space and was trapped there for 2,000 years before I managed to walk out of the void space. Then I kept going forward to look for you, and I found you just now. When I came here, I found that you were all very strange, so I secretly observed you for a while. Only then did I understand the general situation, so I killed that sleeping beauty. Although I wasn't too sure, I believe in Big Brother Qin Xiao, so I didn't think too much about it. Among everyone, the one who believed in Qin Xiao the most was undoubtedly Xiao Dao. Whatever Qin Xiao said, Xiao Dao would unwaveringly believe. Amazing! Hearing that Xiao Dao had come out of the void by himself, everyone immediately admired him. Even Qin Xiao was full of praise. Here, only Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei could rely on themselves to come out of the void. Now, Xiao Dao was at it. The three of them had been trapped in the void before, so they knew how terrible it was. They couldn't get out of the void at all, so when they saw Xiao Dao come out of the void, they naturally admired him very much. Qin Xiao said with a face full of praise, Not bad, it's really amazing. Xiao Dao, looks like you've changed a lot this time. You've gained a lot. Being able to come out of the void with his own ability was a kind of tempering of the heart. A transformation, this harvest could not be said to be small. Moreover, this harvest was enough to have a far-reaching impact. It would be of great help to Xiao Dao's growth in the future. Xiao Dao being able to come out of the void was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. It seemed like Xiao Dao's potential was forced out by him, and he still had a lot of potential. Haha, Xiao Dao, I admire you. TSK, you're really amazing being able to come out of the void. Looks like Xiao Dao, you still have a lot of hope to pass the selection and become a registered disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. The beard looked at Xiao Dao with admiration and envy. Xiao Dao's performance on the way here was actually quite ordinary. There was no time for him to be in the limelight. But this time, it was a true radiance that blossomed from it. Being praised like this by everyone, Xiao Dao couldn't help but scratch his head, looking very embarrassed, and said, Not really. Maybe I was just a little lucky. I was originally trapped and was about to give up, but then I persevered. If you all could persevere for a while, then you should be able to come out. You're able to walk out of the void. Mo Wangbei shook his head with a smile and said, Xiao Dao, don't be so humble. Being able to come out of the void is not an easy thing. You being able to come out is enough to show that your talent and potential is not bad. With this transformation, your future is still not bad. It's limited. I can imagine that your immortal Dao will be much smoother in the future. Maybe because of this transformation, your entire life will be changed. But you still have to work hard. Even though you had a big transformation this time, it might not be an easy thing to pass the selection. I'm just saying that you still have a lot of potential. Work hard. Maybe your brilliance is waiting for you ahead. Xiao Dao smiled a little foolishly and nodded. This was also the thing he yearned for the most in his heart. Xiao Dao's transformation also encouraged the three. For the time being, they couldn't see any hope. They could only follow Qin Xiao and protect their lives. But as for passing the selection, they clearly didn't have any hope at all. But now, Xiao Dao's transformation gave them a ray of light, a guide, and a huge motivation. Maybe they didn't see any hope before, but now they saw a patch of light. If Xiao Dao could do it through hard work, why couldn't they try? Only with motivation would people have more motivation to move forward. After sorting out their emotions, they continued forward. With the lesson just now, Bear Dai and the others became more vigilant. Big Brother Qin Xiao, old Mo, what do you think that Sleeping Beauty was? She wasn't a human, but she shouldn't be a demon. What kind of life form was she? She didn't look any different from a human. It was hard to tell. Her strength was average, but her charm was very strong. Maybe there's such a strange life form in our immortal domain? The beard suddenly asked. Qin Xiao shook his head. He also didn't understand what was going on with that Sleeping Beauty. She wasn't a human nor a demon. Qin Xiao also didn't know what kind of life form she was. Mo Wangbei frowned and shook his head. I'm not too sure, but I seem to remember hearing the elders of the clan mention a strange life form called mermaid. She's half human, half demon. So there's both human and demon aura on her, but it's not complete. She can't be counted as a human nor a demon. She's a life form between human and demon. I've thought about it, and I think that Sleeping Beauty is most likely a mermaid. It said that mermaids are all extremely beautiful and all have a terrifying charm. That's their innate ability, and it's enough to mesmerize any man who sees them. Looking at everything, that Sleeping Beauty is most similar to a mermaid, so I think it should be a mermaid. Mermaid? Hearing this, the beard still clicked his tongue and said with pity, then that Sleeping Beauty shouldn't be bad. It's just a test set by Fu to Immortal Palace, so she's stopping us. Sigh, it's a pity to kill her. What's there to pity? If you like Sleeping Beauty so much, then go find a mermaid to be your wife. Yi Wugui teased. The beard grinned. Yes, I was thinking of that. Chapter 1683. There was a crystal coffin and several corpses lying there in a mess. The scene was tragic. Sleeping Beauty was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, this massacre was caused by Sleeping Beauty. I have an impression of these people, but I don't know their names. They're quite experienced to have made it here. But it's a pity that they all died at the hands of Sleeping Beauty. Encountering this Sleeping Beauty, wanting to safely pass by is really not an easy matter. Looking at these dead people, the bearded man sighed. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's words, they would have ended up like this too. Sometimes, human life was really insignificant. It was very easy to lose one's life. Along the way, they encountered a few more crystal coffins. Some were already opened, while others were still open. Most of the opened crystal coffins had corpses left behind. Only one crystal coffin had no corpses. It seemed that it had broken the charm. Brother Qin Xiao, looking at the situation along the way, there should be some people who pass Sleeping Beauty's test. It's probably Prince Min and the others. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. This time, I fell for Sleeping Beauty's body. Mo Wangbei said. This fall could be considered Mo Wangbei's biggest failure in life. It was really hard for him to let it go. Every time he thought about it, he felt ashamed. Old Mo, I can only say that you have a compassionate heart. Sleeping Beauty has hit your weakness. The heart is the most difficult thing to understand. You being able to realize that you're not strong enough may not be a bad thing. The key is whether you can face your weakness head on. If you can face it, train yourself well, and strengthen yourself, you may be able to grow quickly. Perhaps it'll be a good training for you. Seeing Mo Wangbei's ashamed expression, Qin Xiao also went up to comfort him. Mo Wangbei wasn't the kind of person who got sad easily. He pursed his lips and said, Yes, Qin Xiao, you're right. I really shouldn't think too much about this matter. It's not scary to have a weakness. What's scary is not being able to face your weakness head on and not being able to change your weakness. I knew where I was lacking, and I also clearly knew where I needed to improve. This painful experience was indeed not necessarily a bad thing. It all depends on how you look at this matter. It is because of this shame that I have the strength to face it and change it. I believe I won't make the same mistake again. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Well, I'm relieved that you think so. Humans would always be tempered by setbacks, failures, and pain. They would then grow and improve themselves, or even transform and sublimate. This was a process of cultivation. We are all going through this process. Cultivation was a long and arduous process. It could even be a painful process, but it could also be a happy process. In the process, what you gain will have a lot to do with yourself. It was precisely because of these processes that a person could slowly grow on the path of cultivation and become stronger step by step. Looking back, these events would become a wonderful history. The group of 6 continued forward. Other than the danger of Sleeping Beauty, they didn't encounter any other dangers. After traveling for hundreds of years in the underground cave, a thick and terrifying smell of blood came from afar. Smelling this terrifying stench of blood, everyone couldn't help but stop and frown deeply. What a terrifying aura, what a thick smell of blood. The smell of death is very strong. Just what kind of damned place is this? How can it be so terrifying? We haven't even gotten close, but we can already feel the absolute terror. It gives people a very strong feeling. If we get any closer, we will lose our lives. Danger. Such a terrifying aura made Huzi's mind tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not only Huzi, but Yiwuguwei and Wild also couldn't help but shiver. It was truly terrifying. The smell of blood, the smell of death. It feels like it's a land of death. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He stared ahead, but he couldn't see anything. Ahead was a gray haze with many obstructions. He couldn't see the situation in the distance. However, just this aura alone was enough to let Qin Shao know that there was definitely an extremely terrifying place in front of him, an exceptionally dangerous place. Clearly, a new trial had arrived. The further they went, the more terrifying the trial would be. After entering the underground palace, this was the second trial. Sleeping Beauty had already killed many people. This trial would definitely be even more terrifying than Sleeping Beauty. Mo Wangbei said, "That's right, an exceptionally dangerous place. It really is a land of death in front of us. The trials set by the Fumu Immortal Palace are truly more terrifying than the last. Sleeping Beauty is enough to kill the majority of people. The trial in front of us is definitely even more terrifying. This is just the elimination trial. The first trial is already so difficult. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying the later trials will be. Perhaps taking us as an example, almost none of us have the strength to pass the Fumu Immortal Palace's selection. So, they set up so many trials for the participants to improve themselves through the trials. Step by step, they'll be able to pass. After passing all the trials, they'll become an in-name disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. But come to think of it, the Fumu Immortal Palace is the ruling power of our Fumu mountain range. It's not that easy to become an immortal. Even if the requirements are lowered, it's still not something an ordinary person can imagine. Although the selection this time was for the entire Fu Wei mountain range, it was estimated that not many people would be able to pass the selection in the end. Only a very small number of people will be selected from the countless participants, and most of them would be eliminated. Most of them will be eliminated. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's 1 in a billion. 1 in a billion was definitely not an exaggeration. It was definitely such a low probability. After all, the Fuma mountain range was too big. There were countless clans and tribes. The number of participants was even more endless. It would probably be in the trillions. With such a huge base, the number of people who could pass the selection would definitely be very few. Naturally, the elimination rate would also be frighteningly high. But once one passed the selection and became an in-name disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. He'd become a person above all others with a limitless future. One glory, one glory. One person could ascend to the heavens. This glory was endless. It was enough to make people fight for it with their lives. Let's go. Even if it's hell, we'll have to give it a try. Qin Shao said in a deep voice. He was still in the lead, with Mo Wang Bei at the back. But this time, it was still all right. There were only 6 of them. They could form a small formation and not be separated too much. At this moment, the 6 of them were completely alert. They didn't dare to be careless. They held their weapons tightly in their hands and were ready to attack at any time. Under such circumstances, something unexpected could happen at any time. The closer they got, the denser the terrifying death aura became. This made everyone even more nervous. When such a terrifying aura of death surged over in waves, it was also a great test for everyone's heart. If it was someone with a weaker state of mind, just this death aura would be enough to make their mind collapse. They wouldn't dare to move forward anymore. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He firmly led the way in front. He gestured for everyone to follow. No matter how terrifying it was, they had no way out. They could only move forward bravely. Whether it was a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, or hell, they had to go. Look, what's in front? The bearded man suddenly screamed in horror. His voice was trembling. This was a sign of terror. White bones, it's all white bones. Heavens, it's all white bones. Isn't this too terrifying? Yiwu Gui immediately screamed. His body was visibly trembling. So terrifying, really terrifying. A man and Xiao Dao also involuntarily grabbed each other's shoulders. The terrifying aura rushed into their subconscious, making them involuntarily want to protect themselves. Qin Zhao's eyes also slightly widened. He stared coldly in front of him. What appeared in his line of sight was a sea of corpses. Everywhere he looked, there were dense layers of white bones. They were densely piled up, just like the fall of autumn. They completely covered the entire ground. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. As far as his eyes could see, it was simply a sea of corpses. The strange and eerie aura was emitted from this sea of corpses. It surged over and enveloped the entire underground palace. The dense cold light made this place very cold. The death aura was incomparably dense, filling every inch of space. When people entered, they would feel like they were wrapped in a huge wave of death. They were constantly being attacked by this terrifying wave of death. Just looking at it was enough to make people's scalp numb and their heart cold. It was a ghastly sight. A sea of corpses? What the hell is this place? Are there any dangers in those corpses? Can they come back to life like the skeletons? Qin Shao frowned deeply, thinking about this question. If these corpses could all come back to life, then it would be an extremely terrifying thing. There were so many corpses that it was simply impossible to count. Even if the individual corpses were very weak, but when so many of them were added together, it would be terrifying. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. It was simply like doomsday. The more he thought about it, the more he didn't want to continue thinking about it. It was too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the bearded man and the others wanted to retreat. They were indeed a little frightened. They had a feeling that once they entered this sea of corpses, they would die without a place to hide. They would quickly turn into bones and be buried in the sea of corpses. At this point, they didn't dare to go any further. A nameless sense of fear rose in their hearts. This place is too terrifying. Fuyu Immortal Palace really wants to play us to death. They have set such a terrifying test for us. How can we pass it? Could it be that they want us to die here? The bearded man's mouth twitched fiercely, and he couldn't help but complain. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. The Fuyu Immortal Palace naturally has their own considerations. If we think it's scary, it can only mean that we are too weak. The Fuyu Immortal Palace naturally wants to select peerless geniuses, the real outstanding existences." Chapter 1684. This was the first time that Mo Wangbei had encountered such a situation, and it was also a rare occurrence. This was enough to show that the sea of corpses in front of them was indeed a terrifying place. Therefore, it was able to make Mo Wangbei, who had always been confident, lose his confidence at this moment. He even felt some fear in his heart. Beard looked at Qin Shao and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, what should we do? I have a serious feeling that if we go in, I don't think anyone will be able to survive. I'm not being a coward. I've never felt such a strong feeling before." This sea of corpses is just too terrifying. I've already come out in fear. If we go in again, I feel that the first one to die will be me. Yiwu Gui, oh man, Xiao Dao, what do you think? Yiwu Gui hesitated for a moment, then said, I also feel that the chances of us dying are very high. It's too terrifying. We haven't even gone in, but we can already feel such a terrifying feeling. I've never felt it before. I don't know why, but the feeling this time is especially strong. Perhaps something bad is about to happen. Xiao Dao's face was also filled with fear, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I don't care so much. I'll listen to Big Brother Qin Xiao. Even if I die, I'm willing to follow Big Brother Qin Xiao. In any case, I didn't think that I'd be able to return alive from this election. I've already prepared to die. If we can't go in properly and risk it all, then I won't have the face to return to the clan. We've already risked it all. There's no reason not to. Right? I also feel that we should risk it all. A man nodded, agreeing with Xiao Dao's words. He and Xiao Dao had always been on the same side, very much of one mind. So Xiao Dao's thoughts could also represent his thoughts. The four of them expressed their opinions, and Qin Xiao listened quietly, then looked at Mo Wang Bei. Mo Wang Bei's serious expression also showed some hesitation and struggle. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Brother Qin Xiao, this time I feel that we should do 3 favors before we act. I'm not afraid of death, but I do feel that this sea of corpses is extremely dangerous. The aura of death is too dense. I'm afraid. I also have a very strong feeling that if we go in, I'm afraid no one will be able to survive. I don't know why I have such a strong feeling. So I think that maybe there really is something scary inside. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a strong feeling. But now that we've come this far, we don't seem to have any way out. If you don't, you'll be giving up, and you'll be eliminated. Brother Qin Xiao, I know you won't give up. I won't give up either. You will challenge it. So will I. That's for sure. But I don't think we should force the others. If you're willing, then you can follow along. If you don't want to, then go back, stay here, and wait for the 10,000 years to pass. I think that when the time is up, the Fuda Immortal Palace will send someone to pick up those who didn't pass. That way, even if I'm eliminated, I can at least keep my life. That's not bad. Qin Xiao nodded. Actually, he wanted to say this as well. Since Mo Wang Bei had already said it, then there was no need for him to waste his breath. Xiao Dao and Man didn't need to say anything. They had already decided to follow him. Qin Xiao also knew their personalities, so he didn't try to persuade them. If they were willing to follow, then so be it. Since you've already made your choice, then you shouldn't change it. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, you should still try. If you don't experience the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? If you don't experience life and death, how can you evolve? Xiao Dao's potential had already been shown. If he could take another step forward, then he would have a high chance of passing the selection and becoming an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. With such potential, if he didn't try, it would be too much of pity. Xiao Dao would only have such an opportunity once in his life. Yiwu Gui and Longbeard looked at each other. Everyone had made their choice. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Yiwu Gui's heart began to waver. Everyone had chosen to try, but he didn't. Was he going to give up? Give up in order to survive? Although I don't want to die, I know that if I enter the sea of corpses, I might die. But I'm not a coward. Since I've come to participate in this election, I've already prepared myself mentally. I'm prepared to die. If I give up, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. In fact, my state of mind will be greatly affected. This won't be good for my future cultivation. Perhaps, because of this, I won't be able to go far on the path of immortal Tao. So after thinking about it, I still feel like I'll try. If I die, then so be it. Even if I die, I should be proud. Yi Guiwu had already gritted his teeth and made up his mind to charge through. Seeing that Yi Gui had changed his mind, the bearded man had a wry smile on his face. He smacked his lips and said helplessly, Yi Gui, if you want to go all out, then there's no reason for me to go alone. Whatever, if I die, then I die. It's rare to go crazy in life. This time, let's all go crazy. Even if we die, it'll be a heroic feat, won't it? Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. All right, don't show off your heroic feat, Don't be so discouraged. It's just a little dangerous. We might not die in there. There's still hope for us to survive, as long as we dare to try. All right, since everyone has decided to try, let's not waste any more time. Let's go in together. Since they had all made up their minds, they naturally did not hesitate any longer, and all of them nodded their heads. The group of 6 entered the sea of corpses. As soon as they got close to the sea of corpses, they looked at the endless expanse of white skeletons. A ghastly aura of death surged like a huge wave, attacking their minds and making their souls tremble. Longbeard's facial muscles twitched violently. It was a little comical. However, it was really scary. Even Qin Xiao felt a chill in his heart, making his body feel cold. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. However, no matter how scary it was, it couldn't affect Qin Xiao's mind. "Let's go," Qin Xiao shouted. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's heart and give them a boost of strength. Crack! After Qin Xiao gave the order, he took the lead and stepped into the sea of corpses, stepping on the skeletons. Most of the skeletons were humanoid. They should belong to the dead human race. There were also some skeletons that didn't belong to the human race. They might be the skeletons of demonic beasts. Moreover, there were many skeletons that were not complete. They were just scattered pieces, one by one. It was enough to make one's eyes bleed. Qin Xiao stepped on one of the skeletons. Although he didn't use any strength, he still crushed one of the skeletons. The sound of bone breaking was so shrill and terrifying. Hearing this sound, Longbeard and the others behind him were startled, especially Longbeard, who took an exaggerated step back. He was really frightened. "It's okay. It's just the sound of bone breaking." Qin Xiao turned around and said to everyone. Longbeard patted his chest and tried hard to calm himself down. However, once a person fell into extreme fear, it was difficult to calm down. The aura of fear could spread and control a person's emotions. Crack! 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 Everyone stepped onto the skeletons one after another. As their feet stepped on the skeletons, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was so shrill that it sent chills down one's spine. This sound was indeed enough to make people's scalp numb. Stepping on the skeletons, step by step, they moved forward as if they were walking on the road of death. Waves of fear surged up. If it weren't for Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei reminding Longbeard and the others from time to time and giving them strength, perhaps they would have collapsed. Along the way, they still couldn't see the end of the skeletons. It was really a sea of skeletons. Although they were trapped in this peerless and terrifying aura of death, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. This allowed Longbeard and the others to adapt and recover some of their courage. They wouldn't be startled anymore. Longbeard even said, "It seems that this place isn't as scary as we thought. I don't see any danger. Could it be that we're thinking too much? Actually, it's still okay inside, and there won't be so much danger." The bearded man's courage grew, and he looked around as he spoke. Don't be happy too early. Often, the terrifying danger is hidden in the calm. It's the most terrifying thing when it suddenly jumps out when you're not paying attention. Qin Xiao said sternly. Longbeard shrugged his shoulders and coughed dryly. "I'm just saying it casually to relax the atmosphere." Qin Xiao looked at Mo Wangbei and said, "Old Mo, did you notice anything?" Along the way, Qin Xiao also carefully looked around, but he didn't notice anything for the time being. However, the more it was like this, the more Qin Xiao felt uneasy. The calmer it was, the more terrifying the danger was, and the more likely it was to be hidden. Once it suddenly erupted, it was very likely to catch people off guard. This was a very scary thing, so Qin Xiao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Mo Wangbei's experience and knowledge were not bad, so Qin Xiao also wanted to ask him. Mo Wangbei frowned and shook his head. "I haven't noticed anything for the time being, but what I can be sure of is that it's definitely not as simple as what we see now. I keep feeling that there's an extremely terrifying danger hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When we're not paying attention, it'll suddenly attack and catch us off guard. So, no matter when, we can't let down our guard. If we're careless, it's very likely that it'll be the time of our death." It's too quiet now. It's eerily quiet. This isn't a good thing. The quieter it is, the scarier it is. Qin Shao nodded. Mo Wangbei's opinion was the same as his. Indeed, this was the most likely possibility. Cough, big brother Qin Shao, old Mo, can't you guys talk a little more casually? We're all too nervous, and I keep feeling like we're going to die. I think we shouldn't think of the situation as so scary, right? Longbeard was frightened by Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's words. Qin Shao glanced at Longbeard and said, "In here, we can't relax. We have to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times. If we let down our guard, even a little, it could cause terrible consequences. If we want to live, we can't be careless." Cough. All right, I'm just saying. I know. Longbeard coughed dryly and didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 1685. The group of 6 moved forward cautiously. Although it looked very calm, no one dared to be careless. Danger was often hidden in the seemingly calm. "Wait!" the bearded man suddenly shouted. This startled everyone. They couldn't help but stop and look at the bearded man. The beard looked at everyone nervously and said in a low voice, "Did you guys hear something just now? I heard some strange noises just now. It felt like something was crawling under the bones. Did you guys hear that? The sound of bones crawling?" Everyone frowned and shook their heads. Even Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei didn't hear anything. Qin Shao said, "Beard, you're too nervous. If there's any movement, I'll notice it. Don't be so surprised. Just follow me. If there's any movement, it won't escape my eyes." Seeing that no one heard anything, the beard looked embarrassed. Could it be that he was really too nervous and had an auditory hallucination just now? It shouldn't be, right? With his strength, how could he have an auditory hallucination? There weren't any illusions here, so it wasn't an illusion. He clearly heard something just now. How could it be wrong? But why didn't the others hear it? This didn't make sense. If there was really any movement, even if he Wu Wei and the others couldn't hear it, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei should be able to hear it. So the beard was also confused. He didn't understand at all. "Yeah, beard, you should be more obedient. It's fine if you're scaring yourself, but don't scare us too. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be scared to death." Xiao Dao couldn't help but say. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "All right, let's continue." After walking for a while, the beard suddenly stopped. Mo Wangbei, who was walking behind him, frowned and said, "Why did you stop? Don't say that you heard something." "I didn't hear anything." "Beard, it seems like you're really scared. You're having auditory hallucinations." That's it. After being scolded by Mo Wangbei, the beard didn't know what to say. His face turned red. Was it really a hallucination? The 6 of them continued to move forward. Their speed was relatively slow, and they walked for a month. Although their speed was relatively slow, they had advanced a lot in a month. Along the way, the aura was very strange and eerie. It was very frightening. For some reason, he felt that the entire place was filled with the aura of death, and that there were terrifying dangers lurking everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. However, what surprised Qin Shao and the others was that all along the way, it was very peaceful, and they didn't encounter any danger. "Ah, look ahead, there are corpses." However, this tranquility was quickly broken by the bearded man. The bearded man's exclamation made everyone's heart skip a beat. However, when everyone looked over, they realized that there was indeed a corpse lying in the pile of bones in front of them. Qin Shao looked at the corpse carefully and immediately recognized who it was. "It's Babuzin. He actually died here." Only then did everyone recognize that it was indeed Babuzin. He used to be an arrogant person, but now he had died here. However, everyone obviously did not have a good impression of Babuzin. On the contrary, they were somewhat disgusted with him. After all, Babuzin had provoked Qin Shao before, so naturally, he did not have a good impression of everyone. The 6 of them walked up to the corpse. It was indeed Babuzin, but his death was somewhat tragic. "Ha ha ha! This little brat is finally dead. I have not liked him for a long time. It's good that he died. It's good that he died. This little brat wanted to find trouble with big brother Qin Shao. He really overestimated himself." The bearded man looked at Babuzin's corpse and laughed. He had a happy expression. Qin Shao did not have any feelings for Babuzin. He did not have a bad impression of him, but he definitely did not have a good impression of him. Seeing Babuzin die here, Qin Shao did not feel anything. Death was not a big deal. Babuzin's strength was not good, and his character was not good. It was normal for him to die here. It was not bad for him to be able to come here. Qin Shao did not care about Babuzin's life or death. He was more concerned about how Babuzin died. Qin Shao checked the injuries on Babuzin's body. There were many injuries, sword wounds, claw marks, but he could not tell how he died. What he could be sure of was that he had experienced a big fight when he was alive. He should have lost miserably, so he died. Although the bearded beard scolded Babuzin, he quickly realized an important problem. Babuzin died here. It seems like the Sea of Corpses isn't as simple as we thought. It seems like the inside of the Sea of Corpses is very terrifying. Babuzin's strength was not weak, but he died so miserably. It seems that we really can't be careless. However, our luck might be good. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any danger. I hope that this good luck will continue until the end. In terms of luck, it seemed that they were not bad. However, the shadow of death still shrouded them at this time. Although everyone felt that this place was very scary before they came in, there was a peerless danger, and there were murderous intents hidden everywhere. After coming in for so long, the journey was calm and peaceful. It did make them relax a little, and they felt that this place was not as scary as they had imagined. However, when they saw Babuzin's corpse, their hearts tightened again. The aura of death once again shrouded them. They could not be careless. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone's mood became even more tense and depressed. After calming down a little, Qin Shao gestured for everyone to continue moving forward. The deeper they went, the stronger the aura of death. It was more terrifying, more oppressive, and more devastating. This kind of invisible force was too frightening when it pressed down. The heavier the aura, the heavier the breathing of the bearded man and the others became, and their steps became more difficult. Every step they took felt like they were doing something very difficult and painful. Every step they took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The pressure of the aura of death became stronger and more terrifying. It became more and more difficult for them to move forward. Soon, cold sweat appeared on the faces of the bearded man and the others. Their faces were pale, and their limbs were trembling. Qin Shao's steps were also a little difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao still tried his best to move forward, step by step. No matter how dangerous it was, it could not stop him from moving forward. No matter how strong the aura of death was, no matter how strong the pressure was, it could not defeat his faith. There were a few times when the bearded man and the others wanted to give up, but Qin Shao stopped them. Once they came in, there was no way out. They could only move forward bravely and risk their lives. Otherwise, they would die. It was simply unrealistic to turn back now. Brother Qin Shao, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I think I will die if we go any further. The bearded man's face was as white as paper. His breathing was heavy, and he seemed to have no strength to speak. He gave people the feeling that he was about to die. Pull yourself together, bearded man. Qin Shao patted the bearded man's shoulder with a firm gaze. Victory is in front of us. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be able to get out of this sea of corpses soon. The bearded man's confidence completely collapsed at this time. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Brother Qin Shao, you don't need to comfort me. I know the situation now. I can't get out of this sea of corpses. I can't hold on any longer. I will die soon. Nonsense. Qin Zhao's voice became a bit harsh and cold. You don't believe in me, an old MO, or you don't believe in yourself. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you should believe in us. You haven't encountered any danger yet, but you are already so dejected. Don't you feel ashamed? Since you are ready to die and are not afraid of death, what are you afraid of? Or is it that you are simply afraid of death? You don't want to die at all. Is that why you are afraid and think that you can't get out of here and that you're going to die? Is that why you are a coward? If you are a coward, then I would rather kill you with my own hands. It is better than you being so cowardly. We have been through so many hardships and dangers to get here. How many times have we walked through the gates of hell? We have all survived. What is there to be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, the six of us will die together. But if we want to live, we have to get out of here alive. As long as old Mo and I are here, we won't let you take any risks. So, don't say such dejected words. I will fight. We will fight together. The bearded man stared at Qin Shao in a daze. He was speechless for a moment. Let's go, bearded man. You talk too much. With me and Qin Shao here, what's there to talk about? Even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we will still tear a hole out. The danger hasn't arrived yet, but you're already so dejected. This isn't your style. Don't let your heart play tricks on you. You should be strong. And Mo Wangbei also came forward and said. The bearded man clenched his teeth and nodded. Perhaps he was not completely determined, but he had gained some strength to not back down. The six of them continued their journey. The further they went, the scarier it was, and the more oppressive the aura of death became. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao still led them forward. They moved forward steadily, passing through life and death. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In the sea of corpses, Qin Shao and the others had walked for 300 years. 300 years was a short time, but for Qin Shao and the others, these 300 years were as long as 3 million years. It was incomparably long. It was not an exaggeration to say that 1 day was like a year. So it was hard to imagine how the three of them had walked through these 300 years. The bearded man and the others wanted to give up more than 10 times, but in the end, they were pulled back by Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei, allowing them to persevere. After countless painful struggles, the six of them persevered. In the confrontation with the heart, the six of them persevered. In the terrifying face of death, the six of them persevered. They persevered, improved, and transformed along the way. After 300 years, the six of them clearly improved their state of mind, and the power of their mind became a lot stronger. In such a tempering, it was normal to improve a lot. If they could walk through it, it would be a great harvest. If they couldn't, they would die in the sea of corpses. Chapter 1686. The moment they walked out of the sea of corpses, Qin Zhao's group of six finally relaxed. The stone hanging in their hearts finally fell down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. This journey was indeed too tense. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were treading on thin ice. Along the way, they were fighting with the Grim Reaper and their inner demons. Fortunately, in the end, they walked out of the sea of corpses without any danger. Smoothly walking out of the sea of corpses under this incomparably tense mood, this feeling was naturally incomparably wonderful. It was difficult to describe with any words. Ha! We're out. We're finally out of this damn place. Ha ha! We didn't encounter any danger along the way. Too magical. The moment they left the sea of corpses, the bearded man raised his head and laughed loudly, releasing the suppressed emotions in his heart. Everyone also laughed. These 300 years of rushing through the sea of corpses, their emotions were indeed suppressed too much. Now, they needed to properly vent. Along the way, everyone could be said to be on tenterhooks, afraid that a great danger would jump out at any time. But fortunately, they had made it through without any mishaps along the way. Along the way, there was no danger at all. This was really a miraculous thing. Thinking about it, it was too inconceivable. Such a thing was not something that anyone could have imagined. Originally, they thought that there would be many dangers along the way, and that it would be a journey of 9 deaths. But unexpectedly, there was no danger at all. There was no danger at all, and they smoothly passed through the sea of corpses. Strange. It was really strange. This kind of strangeness made Qin Zhao's heart slightly uneasy. He frowned and pondered. The bearded man's group was somewhat carefree, laughing wantonly there, incomparably happy. Nothing could be more wonderful than the feeling at this moment. This was the feeling of living after thinking that death was inevitable. It was so wonderful. Brother Qin Shao, what are you thinking about? Mo Wangbei walked over and asked. Qin Shao said, Old Mo, don't you think it's very strange? Mo Wangbei nodded and said, Yes, it's very strange. Until now, I still haven't come back to my senses. I still don't understand how we could pass through this sea of corpses so easily. Thinking about it, it's a bit unimaginable. This is contrary to our expectations. The difference is too big. From the moment we came in, we felt that this sea of corpses was extremely dangerous, extremely frightening. If we entered this sea of corpses, we would face 9 deaths and 1 life. We took great risks and mustered up great courage to come in. Originally, we thought that it would be a struggle, a life and death struggle. But we didn't think that victory would come so easily. Just like that, we easily left the sea of corpses without needing to do anything. If this victory comes too easily, it will also make people feel uneasy. Brother Qin Zhao's, do you think we're happy? Have you been bewitched by some of the appearances? This sea of corpses, this sea of corpses? This question was also what Qin Xiao was worried about. Qin Xiao was seriously looking at this question. But after looking carefully for a while, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "There shouldn't be any problems." I looked around and didn't find anything. Unless it's something that even I can't see, there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe the Sea of Corpses test is one's temperament. It's using the terrifying aura of the Sea of Corpses to pressure us, to make us retreat and give up. After a moment of thought, Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "Since even Brother Qin Xiao can't detect the situation, then there shouldn't be anything going on. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to hide it from Brother Qin Zhao's eyes. Looks like we're worrying too much. It could be like what you said. Since there isn't any other danger, just this terrifying aura of death is enough to make people go crazy." Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go." The group of 6 continued forward. No matter what the situation was, it was a good thing to be able to pass through the sea of corpses. It was a great victory. They were getting closer and closer to the final victory. Not long after they started walking, they heard the sound of an intense battle coming from the front. "There's someone in front." Qin Xiao and the others were shocked. There weren't many people who could make it this far. There was actually someone who was ahead of them. Who could it be? Prince Min? Thousand Buddha Hands? Guiying? Apart from these 3, there shouldn't be anyone else who could do this, right? But Buzin had already died in the sea of corpses. The only ones who had the strength to do so were these 3. Qin Zhao's group increased their speed. Soon, they saw a large pile of ruins blocking their path. In an open space in front of the ruins, the shadows of swords and sabers flickered. 2 people were fighting fiercely. It was a life and death struggle. It's 1,000 Buddha Hands and Guiying. Why are they fighting? Qin Zhao's group quickly recognized the 2 people who were fighting fiercely. Sure enough, they were 2 of the 3. However, at this moment, the 2 of them seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred. They were fighting to the death. It was strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any deep hatred between the 2 of them. Furthermore, to be able to make it all the way here together, the 2 of them should have met before. Perhaps they even worked together to make it all the way here. There should be some camaraderie between them. Why were they fighting to the death now? What about them? Moreover, the 2 of them were very strong. They were evenly matched. It would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the other. If they fought to the death, it would end with both of them being defeated and injured. This wasn't a good thing. Their actions seemed to be very unwise. "Look, there's someone there." The bearded man suddenly became alarmed. He pointed to a high place in the ruins. Qin Xiao looked over. Sure enough, there was another person standing there. However, that person was obviously not a participant of the selection. He wasn't from a human race. He was short, only a little more than 3 feet tall. He had long ears like an elf. There was a soft feeler on his head. It curved into a half-moon shape. It looked very strange. His reddish-brown skin was also different from that of a human race. His fingers were incomparably long. It was as if he had long claws. He wore a fiery red battle robe and a very flashy cape. He stood there with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked very mighty and valiant. His cat-like eyes flashed with a green light. He looked at the 2 people fighting with a playful expression. After Qin Xiao sized him up, that person looked at Qin Xiao. A strange smile appeared on his face. What kind of life form is this? A demon? He doesn't look like a demon. Xiao Dao asked curiously. Qin Xiao definitely didn't know what this life form was. After Mo Wangbei sized him up, he said, he seems to be from the goblin race. Goblin race? This is a goblin. Yi Wugui seemed to know about goblins. He said, I heard the elders of my clan talk about goblins. It is said that goblins are life forms that can live in underground cities. They are good at building underground palaces. Their life forms are strong, and their abilities are powerful. However, they are very rare. Also, I heard that the goblin race was almost enslaved by the Immortal Palace. This should be sent by the Fuda Immortal Palace, right? Could it be that they want to guard this path and not let us pass? The goblin blocking the path was obviously a test set by the Fuda Immortal Palace. However, what everyone didn't understand was why Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow were fighting to the death. Looking at the goblin's playful expression, it was obvious that he was the one who arranged this fight, or rather, he was the one who started it. The six of them got closer. When they got close to the ruins, their eyes all lit up. They all stared at the ruins. Rays of immortal light surged in the ruins. Immortal might was vast. Under each beam of immortal light, there was an immortal treasure that emitted immortal splendor. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I hallucinating? Or am I under an illusion? Or have I lost my mind? Tell me, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are there so many immortal treasures in the ruins? Heavens, heavens, there's a celestial weapon over there. There's one over there and one over there. There's a celestial weapon over there. And there. Are they crazy? There are immortal treasures everywhere in the ruins. The beard stood there dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. There shouldn't be any mistake, right? I saw the same thing. Heavens, look over there. Is that an immortal pill? And there, is that a flying device? There's a celestial boat. Xiao Dao swallowed his saliva and said in a daze. He was also completely shocked and dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was too shocking and unimaginable. The bearded man said to the stunned Yi Wugui, try slapping me. I think it's an illusion. Slap. Yi Wugui turned around and looked at the bearded man. He didn't hold back and directly slapped him. After being slapped hard, the bearded man grimaced in pain. However, he laughed out loud. So painful, I can feel it. Seems like it's not an illusion. Huh? Did we dig up a huge treasure? Are we crazy? There are so many immortal treasures. Each of us can get dozens of them, right? They're everywhere. How many are there? At least 1 or 200. There seems to be immortal skills and all kinds of immortal treasures. If we get all of them, we'll go crazy, right? All the assets of our clan added together can't be compared to any of the treasures here. There's so many of them. It's enough to make a big force go crazy, right? Why are they all here? After being shocked by this, everyone felt that it was too crazy. They finally understood. No wonder the 1,000 Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow were fighting to the death. It seemed like it was because of the immortal treasures in the ruins. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was indeed the truth. Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei also looked at each other in dismay. The scene in front of them had naturally shocked them greatly. Mo Wangbei was still cautious. He didn't dare to be happy. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Qin Xiao. Brother Qin Xiao, do you feel anything wrong? I don't feel anything wrong. I don't feel like it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. Our hearts shouldn't be confused anymore. So, everything we see in front of us is real. There can't be such a crazy thing, right? Such a huge treasure is placed here. Is this really the work of Fu Su Immortal Palace? What was his intention then? Just thinking about it is enough to make people crazy. Chapter 1687. In terms of shock and worry, how could Qin Xiao not feel the same way? With 1 or 200 mortal treasures right in front of them, the shock they felt was too strong. These immortal treasures were all at the level of heavenly weapons. The value of a single heavenly weapon was immeasurable. An entire clan could hardly be worth a single heavenly weapon. Just like the Exinhua clan, the entire clan could not even be worth a single heavenly weapon, and it was far from being worth it. Therefore, any one of these immortal treasures in front of them would be able to cause a huge commotion if taken out. They were priceless. If they could really get their hands on them, it would be a huge gain. Moreover, there were also immortal elixirs. If they could get their hands on a mortal elixir, they could immediately become an immortal and enter the heavenly venerate realm. How tempting was that? I can't sense anything out of the ordinary for now. There are no illusions and no power messing with our minds. Everything is calm and normal. Qin Shao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If even he, Qin Shao, could not detect the situation, then there should be no situation. If there is something wrong, Qin Shao would have sensed it." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Mo Wangbei was even more surprised. "Brother Qin Shao, if there is really nothing wrong, then everything we see in front of us is real. Then what is the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's intention with this move? What are they trying to do by putting so many immortal treasures here? Don't tell me you really want us to dig up a huge treasure? But it's impossible. No matter how generous the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is, they shouldn't be doing something like this. So many immortal treasures might not be much to the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, but to us, it's too much. It's so much that it's beyond what we can bear. There's also a goblin guarding there. My intuition tells me that the goblin is very strong. It won't be easy for us to get immortal treasures from these ruins." Qin Shao nodded, agreeing with Mo Wangbei's words. Qin Shao said seriously, "I feel it too. The strength of this gnome was absolutely terrifying. Look at him. He only glanced at us indifferently. He didn't even put us in his eyes. Both the thousand Buddha hands and ghost shadow are being toyed with by him. According to you, the goblins are very intelligent. It won't be easy for us to pass this test. But I feel that this should be the last checkpoint of the River Styx. As long as we pass this hurdle, we will be able to pass the trial of the Styx. We have to get through this final trial. Success or failure depends on this." Mo Wangbei nodded heavily. They had a breakthrough. Since he had come all the way here, no matter how difficult it was, he had to make it through. Victory was right in front of them. As long as they took one more step, they would see the light. Qin Shao walked forward and arrived in front of the gnome. Qin Shao cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Senior, if Junior's guess is correct, you should be the guardian of these ruins. These ruins are the boulders that are blocking our way. Since Senior is guarding here, how can we enter these ruins?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the gnome withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Shao with interest. He laughed mockingly, saying, "You kids have some ability being able to reach the old man. Old man, this is the last trial." But the old man isn't in a good mood right now, so he decided not to let any of you pass. If you want to enter the ruins, I think you should give up. As long as the old man is here, you won't be able to pass. You can go wherever you want. Don't bother the old man and watch a good show. Scram. The gnome wasn't polite at all. He directly slapped Qin Shao and told him to scram. Qin Shao knew that the gnome wouldn't be easy to talk to, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Directly telling him to scram? What was the meaning of this? He was here to take part in the trial. How could he be told to scram without even letting him try? Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't back down. Instead, he looked at the gnome seriously and said, "Senior, even if you are the guardian here, you shouldn't take away our right to pass through the trial, right? We are all here to take part in the selection of the Fuda Immortal Palace's registered disciple. That means we have the right to pass through the trial. I know that Senior is powerful, but you can't suppress us and take away our right to pass through the trial. What trial is there? Senior, please tell us directly. It's impossible for us to leave now." Scram. However, Qin Zhao's words obviously didn't have any effect. The gnome was instantly enraged. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao and spat out the word scram. Moreover, his words were full of threats. If Qin Shao didn't know what was good for him and scram, he wouldn't be polite anymore. What kind of barbaric act was this? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. What was the meaning of this? He didn't even want to say a word and directly asked him to scram, not giving him a chance to pass through the trial. This didn't make sense. Since it was a trial set by the Fuda Immortal Palace, they should give him a chance to pass through the trial. If even this right could be taken away, then what was the point of this election? Logically speaking, the Fuda Immortal Palace shouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that the gnome did it for himself? But wasn't he afraid of defying the Fuda Immortal Palace's order? No matter how he put it, it didn't make sense. Qin Shao couldn't think of a reason for this at the moment. No. This matter revealed a sense of strangeness. Qin Shao couldn't help but size up the gnome again. He thought to himself, what is he trying to do? The 1,000 Buddha hands and ghost shadow could fight to the death. That should be because of this gnome's methods. That should give them a chance. If he could give them a chance, why couldn't he give himself a chance? Qin Shao watched for a while. The gnome's cold eyes swept over again. This time there was a bit of anger in them. His voice was a bit cold. Little doll, didn't you hear that I told you to scram? The old man didn't show his power. Do you really think that the old man doesn't dare to kill you? I'll give you breath time. If you don't scram, then don't blame the old man for not being polite. I'll just kill a few little dolls. The higher-ups won't blame me. The higher-ups won't blame me? They really won't? Qin Shao frowned deeply. He felt that this gnome's words were a bit strange. How could the participants of the selection be killed at will? This wasn't the style of an immortal palace, right? Even if it was an immortal palace, it should have the power of an immortal. How could such a thing happen? Just as Qin Shao was thinking, suddenly a thunderous and angry voice exploded in Qin Shao's mind. Before Qin Shao could react, he saw a terrifying light burst out from the gnome's hand. It rushed toward Qin Shao fiercely. This gnome said he would attack, and he really attacked. He was really not careless at all. Qin Shao was also shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. However, it was obviously impossible for him to avoid it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and faced the attack with all his strength. It was just that in a hurry, Qin Shao couldn't exert all his strength. Moreover, even if he could exert all his strength, Qin Shao could clearly feel the huge difference in strength between him and the gnome in front of him. It was as if there was an insurmountable gap between them. Bang! That light heavily smashed onto Qin Shao's body, easily defeating Qin Shao's strength. It heavily slashed onto Qin Shao's divine body, leaving a huge, gaping wound on Qin Shao's body. Qin Shao was also instantly sent flying. He crashed onto the ground in a sorry state, looking miserable and painful. Qin Shao, big brother Qin Shao. When Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao saw this, they immediately ran over with great worry. They helped Qin Shao up and looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. Qin Shao looked at the huge wound on his body and smiled bitterly. He used his divine power to recover his divine body. However, after a single exchange of blows, 10% of his divine body had been shattered. How terrifying! Furthermore, it was obvious that the gnome hadn't used any strength at all. If he had really used his full strength, that blow could have killed Qin Shao on the spot. What kind of existence was this? A fourth-step universe great? Or a heavenly venerate? Qin Shao shook his head. He couldn't figure out either, so he could only stop thinking about it for now. After suffering such a huge loss, Qin Shao felt a little helpless. It seemed like the previous path wasn't going to work. However, was he going to give up just like that? He couldn't give up. He couldn't give up. He definitely couldn't give up. How could he give up when he had already reached the final stage? Wouldn't that be a waste of all his previous efforts? However, what else could he do if he didn't give up? Big brother Qin Shao, I think we should just give up. We can only accept our bad luck. It's possible that we didn't have a chance because we came a little late. That guardian is too strong. We can't use force at all. There's no other way. Let's give up. We might be able to save our lives. The bearded man shook his head and sighed deeply. Everyone was still unwilling to give up, but what had just happened had really frightened them. Attacking as soon as he said he would, without any mercy at all. Wasn't this just asking for his life? Yeah, big brother Qin Shao, let's give up. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll die if we fight with that guardian. There's no way we can defeat him. If he doesn't let us pass, then there's no way we can pass, Yu Wuguwei said. After seeing Qin Shao get sent flying by that gnome, everyone had already lost their will to fight. The guardian's strength was there for all to see. How could they still have the confidence to fight with him? Even Mo Wangbei shook his head in despair. If the guardian doesn't give us a chance to pass, then it seems like we really have no other choice. Maybe we came a little late, or maybe we were just unlucky. That's impossible. Qin Shao suddenly shook his head. Impossible? Everyone looked at Qin Shao in confusion. What was impossible? Qin Shao said in a deep voice. I still don't believe that Fuyu Immortal Palace would do this. Since it's a test, then they would definitely give us a fair chance to pass. If this chance can be taken away from a guardian so easily, then wouldn't it be too childish? Fuyu Immortal Palace is a dignified immortal palace. Such a situation shouldn't happen. This isn't the style of an immortal palace. That's why I feel that there must be some hidden reason behind this. Maybe we just haven't thought of it yet. All of you wait here for me. I'll go talk to the guardian again. I don't believe that he can really take away our right to pass. Hearing that Qin Shao was going to look for the guardian, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Chapter 1688. But Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to Aw Man. Instead, he resolutely continued forward, walking towards the gatekeeper. Everyone knew that there was no way to stop Qin Shao from doing what he wanted to do. Thus, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Qin Shao. Just now, he had already made the gatekeeper very unhappy. If he continued to provoke the gatekeeper, he might end up getting killed. But everyone also knew that once Qin Shao decided to do something, no one could stop him. Thus, at this time, they could only watch anxiously as Qin Shao walked towards the gatekeeper. But in their hearts, they were praying that nothing would happen to him. Qin Shao quickly returned to the gatekeeper. When a gatekeeper saw Qin Shao walking back so fearlessly, he coldly glared at Qin Shao and coldly snorted. Brat, are you really not afraid of death? Just now, the old man gave you a final warning. You actually dare to come back? Just now, the old man didn't kill you. Do you really think that the old man won't kill you? The old man doesn't have much patience. What little he has left has already been worn out by you. So you'd better die. After saying that, the gatekeeper prepared to attack. But Qin Zhao's face was filled with an expression of indomitable honor. He still stood there steadily. This time, he didn't even retreat or make a move to block. He just stood there, calmly looking at the gatekeeper, his face neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the imminent danger of death, he remained unmoved. His expression did not change. This was a powerful calmness. Big brother Qin Shao, quickly dodge. Be careful. Qin Shao didn't panic, but Xiao Dao and the others were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They all shouted for Qin Shao to quickly dodge. But Qin Shao didn't dodge, allowing the gatekeeper's power to rush towards him. This scene was truly frightening. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were so anxious that they were about to cry. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't stop anything, let alone change anything. Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei's heart, was in his throat as he clenched his fists. He had never been so nervous before. The aura of death surged towards him. Facing this terrible danger, Qin Zhao's heart was calm and unperturbed. This kind of courage was something that very few people possessed. How many people could face death head-on like this? If there was even the slightest mistake, Qin Shao would die on the spot. But at the last moment, the gatekeeper stopped. He didn't really want to kill Qin Shao. When the gatekeeper stopped, Qin Zhao's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had expected all of this. Therefore, he was neither surprised nor happy. He maintained his calm. Did it stop? When Mo Wangbei and the others saw this scene, they were first stunned. After looking at each other in dismay, they came back to their senses. It really had stopped. After calming down, they also understood. It seemed that Qin Shao had made the right bet. This gatekeeper didn't really want to kill him. It wasn't that he wouldn't give them a chance to pass. Just now, they had all fallen into a misconception, believing that the gatekeeper could really go against the will of the Fuda Immortal Palace. But now, they realized that all of this was probably a test. It was a test of their temperament, their courage, and their steadfastness towards their own ideas. If they couldn't be steadfast, then they would definitely have misconceptions. Why didn't you dodge? The gatekeeper's playful expression faded a little, replaced by faint praise. Qin Shao looked straight at the gatekeeper. Why should I dodge? If Senior wanted to kill me, then with my little bit of strength, I would also die. I've always been sure that Senior wouldn't really kill me. I'm very sure that since this is a test from the Fuda Immortal Palace, there's no reason for Senior to kill me. Even if I'm going to die, I should have died in the trial. Such a death doesn't fit the style of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Therefore, I don't think that Senior would kill me. Senior's actions, in my opinion, are most likely to scare me. It's a psychological tactic to force me to retreat. But I, Qin Xiao, have never been a coward. I've never been afraid of death. In the face of his pursuit, I won't give up so easily. Therefore, even if Senior wants to force me, I won't admit defeat. The gatekeeper laughed faintly. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose the bet? What if I really killed you? If you didn't dodge just now, then you would have died without a doubt. Perhaps others wouldn't have been able to dodge, but you know your situation. If you really want to dodge, you could have done so. If you didn't care about anything, I might not have been able to do anything to you. Qin Xiao knew that the gatekeeper had seen through his true cultivation level. Shaking his head, Qin Xiao said, I said that I firmly believe that Senior won't kill me, so I'm not afraid. I didn't believe that I would lose the bet, so I didn't consider that I would die. My heart is strong enough, so why should I be afraid? Of course, no one wants to die, but not wanting to die doesn't mean they're afraid. Even if they're afraid, it doesn't mean they're afraid of death. I know very well why I'm working so hard. If I die despite my efforts, then I have no regrets and I won't blame anyone. But if I give up because I'm afraid, then I'm afraid I'll live in the shadow of cowardice for the rest of my life. Right? Double quotation mark. The praise on the gatekeeper's face deepened as he nodded slightly at Qin Xiao. Not bad, not bad. It's very rare for you to have such a deep understanding. Perhaps many people can speak of great principles clearly and logically, but very few can actually do it. What's rarest is that you can do it. You have such a temperament, such a firm belief, and such a strong willpower. It's no wonder that you were able to walk out of the universe. You're a great talent, but you still need to work harder. You have a good start, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Qin Xiao was slightly surprised to receive such praise from the gatekeeper, but he immediately nodded to show that he understood. On the road of cultivation, many peerless geniuses in the early stages were crippled later on. The road of cultivation was an extremely slow and long road. It was a road that couldn't be relaxed for a moment. It was a road where one would fall behind if one didn't move forward. If one wanted to go against the heavens, he had to have the ability to go against the heavens. Senior, I'll be bold to ask again. How can I pass this test? Please give me a clear indication so that I can have a direction, Qin Xiao asked again. This time, the gatekeeper didn't ignore him like before. Instead, he said, since you're in such a hurry, let's get down to business. With that, the gatekeeper pointed at the ruins behind him and said, you see the ruins behind the old man, right? You also see the many immortal treasures in the ruins, right? Qin Xiao nodded. Those immortal treasures emitted immortal might, and their brilliance soared into the sky. They could be seen from afar. The gatekeeper continued. You all have a chance to obtain those immortal treasures in the ruins. But there are some conditions. As soon as the gatekeeper said that, Qin Xiao was quite shocked. Mo Wang Bei and the others also walked over at this time. When they heard the gatekeeper's words, they were also extremely shocked and excited. There were 100 or 200 immortal treasures in the ruins. Could it be that they had a chance to obtain all of them? If that was really the case, wouldn't it be too crazy? Just hearing it was enough to make one's blood boil. Senior, what are the conditions? Before Qin Xiao could say anything, the bearded man asked impatiently. The gatekeeper glanced at the bearded man, who was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth and shrank back. The gatekeeper withdrew his gaze and continued. The old man is quite fair. So, in my place, there must be fair exchange conditions. If you want to obtain more, you must pay more. You all have a chance to obtain those immortal treasures behind me. But if you want to obtain, you must pay a price. The more you pay, the more you will obtain. And this is the test of this stage. It's a game of seizing treasures. A game of seizing treasures? Just from the sound of it, it didn't sound simple. There was an equal price to pay. Just from this, one could tell how difficult it was to obtain immortal treasures. Qin Xiao said, Senior, you should be more specific. The smile on the gatekeeper's face deepened, as if he was pondering. With his hands behind his back, he swept his gaze over Qin Zhao's group of 6 before he said, "Do you see the 2 people fighting over there? The condition I gave them is that as long as they can kill each other, they can enter the ruins and pick 10 immortal treasures at will." What? Pick 10 immortal treasures at will? This. Hearing this, everyone felt that their hearts weren't enough. This was too crazy, too crazy. 10 immortal treasures, and they could pick at will. This. It was really hard to imagine. If they could pick 10 immortal treasures at will from the ruins, they could immediately leap to the 9 heavens. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Such a temptation was probably no less tempting than directly becoming an unnamed disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This was simply too extravagant. Only now did everyone know why the 1,000 Buddha hands and Go Shadow seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred and fought to the death. It turned out that there was such a huge temptation here. For the sake of 10 immortal treasures, why would the 2 care about anything else? Their eyes turned red, their minds lost, and they wanted to kill each other. Only then would they be killed. After a moment of shock, Qin Zhao frowned slightly, a look of contemplation on his face. After calming down, Qin Zhao felt that there was something unusual about this matter. The beard and the others swallowed their saliva in excitement. Their eyes shone as they looked at the gatekeeper. The beard smacked his lips, then once again asked shamelessly, Senior, then do we also have the chance to pick 10 immortal treasures?" The gatekeeper nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you also have a chance to go in and pick 10 immortal treasures at will. However, you have to respect the rules of my game. As long as you can pass the game smoothly, you can go in and pick whatever you want. Don't be happy too early. It's not that easy to get such benefits." Despite the gatekeeper's words, the beard and the others still felt their blood boiling. They looked at the gatekeeper with great anticipation. In the face of such a huge temptation, they had already begun to lose their rationality. At this moment, there were only 10 immortal treasures in their minds. 10 immortal treasures. It was very difficult to become an unnamed disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. But if they could get 10 immortal treasures, the reward would not be much worse than becoming an unnamed disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Therefore, at this moment, such a temptation was naturally enough to make everyone go crazy. Chapter 1689. The gatekeeper smiled as he looked at the crowd. He had a playful look on his face. "It's a game. If you want to play, you have to play it more excitedly. Each of you has different conditions. Let me think about how I should arrange your games." The gatekeeper touched his chin and looked thoughtful. This made the crowd feel inexplicably uneasy. The gatekeeper was the first to look at the bearded man and said, "Do you want to take 10 immortal treasures?" The bearded man nodded desperately like a chick pecking at rice. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, Yes, of course I want. I don't need 10. I'll be satisfied if I can take 1. Hee. 1? The gatekeeper raised his eyebrows and shook his head. There are so many immortal treasures, and you only want 1? Isn't your ambition a little too small? You really don't want to take more? You don't want to take 10? The bearded man said, Yes, of course. If I really want to, not only 10, I want to take all of them. It's just that I don't dare to be so greedy. So, Senior, if the test can be a little weaker, then let me take 1. I don't dare to ask for too much. If you don't even have this little ambition, then what face do you have to live on? The gatekeeper coldly glared at the bearded man. His face sank and his tone was a little angry. If that's the case, then I think you don't want a single one. You can go. Go. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, the bearded man was completely stunned. He stood there in a daze. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? The bearded man suddenly came back to his senses and quickly said, Senior, Junior was wrong. Junior naturally wants 10 immortal treasures. Naturally, the more the better. The gatekeeper's anger subsided a little, and he said, Originally, the old man wanted to give you a lighter test. Now it seems that I have to give you a heavier test so that you know how to cherish it. How do you want to play this game? How to play? After what happened just now, the bearded man didn't dare to say anything. He quickly shook his head and said, Senior, you should make the decision. This junior doesn't have the qualifications to make this decision. If senior wants to play a game, then this junior will do his best. Forget it then. I've given you a chance, and you don't want it. Let me decide then, said the gatekeeper. Hearing this, the bearded man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could he really make the decision? He didn't believe that such a good thing could happen. Got it. The gatekeeper thought for a moment and suddenly said. The bearded man also looked at the gatekeeper nervously, waiting to see what game the gatekeeper gave him. The gatekeeper pointed at Yi Wuguwei and said to the beard, "Why don't the two of you play a game where whoever can kill the other can go in and pick 10 immortal treasures?" Hearing the gatekeeper's words, everyone was stunned. The bearded man and Yi Wuguwei felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck them. Are you sure you're not joking? Wasn't the 1,000 Buddha hands and Ghost Shadow playing this game? You know how to do it. Was there a need to spend so much time thinking about such a game? The worst thing was, what kind of game was this? This was simply sowing discord and hurting their brotherly relationship. So when they heard this, the bearded man and Yi Wuguwei looked at each other helplessly. If the game is like this, then we'll choose to give up. I'd rather not participate in this test than covet those immortal treasures. Yi Wuguwei didn't think much and decisively rejected. Seeing that Yi Wuguwei rejected, the bearded man hesitated for a moment and said, I won't participate either. You want us brothers to kill each other? That's absolutely impossible. I won't agree to such a thing. You won't agree? The gatekeeper wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed with interest. 10 immortal treasures for you to choose from. Such a tempting condition, and you don't want to agree? Do you know what it means to be able to obtain these 10 immortal treasures? If you don't know, then I can tell you. As long as you can obtain 10 immortal treasures from these ruins, then you can immediately become a fish that leaps over the dragon gate and directly ascend to a higher level. The heavens. There are immortal pills that can allow you to become an immortal directly. There are immortal techniques that can allow you to cultivate. There are immortal weapons that can become your strongest trump card. There are flying devices that can allow you to soar to the heavens and shield the earth. And after passing my test, there's a high chance that you can become an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. The great rewards of these 2 levels are right there. Are you sure you want to give up? Such a chance will only come once. There won't be a second time. I'm afraid this chance will change the course of your lives. So, are you telling me with absolute certainty that you want to give up? Gasp. The temptation was indeed incomparably great. It was so great that the 1,000 Buddha hands and Ghost Shadow began to fight. How many people would be able to resist such a huge temptation? This chance wasn't much worse than becoming an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Moreover, if they took this chance, they'd have a better chance of becoming an unnamed disciple as well. Yi Gian was still shook his head. I'll definitely give up. No matter how great the temptation is, no matter how great the opportunity, I won't betray my brothers and kill each other for it. I won't do anything worse than pigs and dogs. There are some things that can't be obtained. Life is slow, and there are many things that can't be obtained. But if some things can only be obtained by selling something, then I'd rather not have it. Senior, we're all brothers who've walked through life and death. If you want to play this game with us, I advise you to give up on it. None of us will play this game with you. Yo, yo, yo. The gatekeeper didn't lose his temper. Instead, he smiled playfully. Little guy, I didn't know you were such a loyal person. But sometimes these things are the most worthless and easily betrayed. Just because you don't want to betray doesn't mean others won't. Sometimes being too self-righteous isn't necessarily a good thing. As the saying goes, men don't care about betrayal. It's just a matter of whether the temptation is great or not. With that, the gatekeeper looked at the bearded man with a strange smile. The bearded man didn't rush to say anything, but his complicated expression showed that he was in a fierce struggle. He wasn't as determined as Yi Wuguwei, who wouldn't give the gatekeeper any chance. But Yi Wuguwei didn't say anything. With that, the gatekeeper glanced at Qin Shao and the others. All right, there's still the 4 of you. I've thought about it, and a killing game is simpler and more fun. So, the game I'm giving you is also a killing game. As long as you can kill one person, you pass the game. I can let you enter the ruins and choose any 10 immortal treasures. So you all have a chance. It's just a matter of who can pass first. Was he crazy? This was provoking a full-scale war. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the friendship of Qin Zhao's team. Qin Zhao also noticed that something was wrong, so he immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't move. Don't attack. Calm down and listen to me. If you attack first, don't blame me for being rude. We're brothers who have been through life and death together. We're brothers who have poured hot water for each other. This friendship is not something that can be sorted out in a short period of time. Although the temptation of 10 immortal treasures is great, it can't be compared to our brotherhood. Don't listen to the gatekeeper. Don't be led by him. No matter what, we just need to be firm and be ourselves. If we have to rely on killing our brothers in exchange for victory, then this is something I will never do." The bearded man, especially you, your heart has been shaken. But I'll give you a piece of advice and also a stern warning. If you really dare to attack Wu Guwei, no matter what, I won't let you off easily. If the opportunity is gone, you can wait and look for it again. But if you lose your brothers, I'm afraid you'll never be able to get them back. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man frowned deeply. He seemed to be thinking about something and had a vexed expression. He was moved, so he was vexed. Yi Wugui's heart hadn't been moved from the start, so he wasn't vexed. Xiao Dao and the man also didn't pay attention to the protector's words. It was impossible for them to kill each other. They definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Mo Wangbei was also able to resist the temptation. Yo, what a touching scene. What a pair of brotherly love. TSK, 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 I want to cry. The gatekeeper said sarcastically. Then he sneered and said, "Don't tell me you don't want to pass this test. If you all give up, then you'll be eliminated, and your path to the selection will end. You won't have the chance to become an unnamed disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. You'll lose the immortal treasure and the chance to become an unnamed disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. Are you sure you want to give up? You only have one chance. Once you give up, you won't have another chance. I hope you'll consider it carefully." Qin Zhao shook his head resolutely. "Senior, there's no need to think anymore. We've already considered it very, very clearly. If you want to use our brothers' lives to exchange for this chance, then we'd rather not. If this is the test of the Fu De Immortal Palace's selection, then we'd rather not become unnamed disciples. Some things can be obtained again after losing them. Some things can't be obtained again after losing them. We still know what's important and what's not. So, Senior, we can only choose to give up." Mo Wangbei nodded. "Yes, Senior, we choose to give up. The temptation of the 10 immortal treasures is great, but if we lose them, we can't get them again in the future. Once our brothers die, then we'll really lose them. Killing our brothers is worse than pigs and dogs. We won't do it. So what if the temptation is great? So what if it's 10 immortal treasures? So what if it's an unnamed disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace? We won't betray our brothers for these things." Xiao Dao, a man, and Yi Wugui also nodded, indicating that they thought so too. The bearded man still looked hesitant, but since everyone had said so, he didn't say anything. Chapter 1690. Those who don't become celestial venerables are ants, and those who don't become immortals are nothing. Humans are as lowly as insects. If you can't seek immortality and seek the Tao, you'll live a lowly life. It's just an era of lifespan. How short and lowly is that? A single immortal pill is enough for you to seek immortality and seek the Tao. You'll directly step into the celestial venerable realm and break away from being ants. You'll become an immortal who can't die. What do so-called family ties, friendship, and brotherhood mean in front of this? Compared to this, everything else is just a fleeting cloud. No matter how beautiful and resplendent it is, it'll be fleeting and won't last long. Are you really willing to live a lowly life as an ant for the rest of your life, rather than fight for it? You should know that in this world, there's only the fist, only the strong are respected. Only strength is supreme. Are you going to give up such a great opportunity for some fleeting things? Such an opportunity will only come once. It won't come again. If you let your emotions affect your decisions now, you'll regret it in the future. Therefore, I advise you to think carefully. Don't throw away your great future in your hands. That's not worth it. Wait for the future. If you regret it, there's no medicine for regret. Opportunities have always been given to people with courage. Now, it's up to you whether or not you have this courage. The gatekeeper's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked at Qin, Xiao, and the others. His words were full of provocation and temptation. Under the huge temptation of ruin, facing such teasing words, it really made one's heart itch. What he said was indeed very tempting. However, Qin, Xiao, and the others' wills were very firm. They weren't tempted by the gatekeeper's words. However, the bearded man's situation wasn't too good. His expression was somewhat complicated. It was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. Don't be stupid, bearded man. Don't be fooled. Don't be bewitched, Mo Wangbei shouted, wanting to wake the bearded man up. However, once a person's heart was moved, it was very difficult to wake them up again. The bearded man's heart was already moved. The bearded man's gaze changed as well. He turned to Mo Wangbei and said, "Old Mo, don't make yourself sound so noble. I'm not you. I'm not you. I have my own ambitions and aspirations. I have big dreams. I want to be strong. I want to be a man above all men. I don't want to be mediocre for the rest of my life. I don't want to be an ant for the rest of my life. I want to seek immortality and seek the Tao. I want to become an Empyrean. I want to step into another world. I want to overlook this land. I want to find every opportunity to succeed. For this opportunity, I can disregard everything. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate. Family? Friendship? No matter how close you are to them, they will slowly die and leave you one by one. My parents, my grandparents, they're long gone. I don't have any brothers or sisters, just some clansmen, but they will slowly leave me. Brother? No matter how good the brothers were, they would slowly drift away and leave. In this world, there is no banquet that lasts forever, and no friendship that lasts forever. Humans are all selfish. If we don't look out for ourselves, the heavens and earth will destroy us. With such an opportunity, I don't want to give it up. I really don't want to give it up. If I give up this opportunity, I will definitely be an ant for the rest of my life, enjoying the life of an era. What's the point of living like this? I know that my talent, potential, and strength are not enough. It is indeed very difficult for me to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of Fu Su Immortal Palace. But now I have a chance to fight. So, I don't want to give up this precious opportunity. I don't want to use my life's worth of friendship. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Hearing Huzi's words, everyone's expression darkened, especially Yiwu Gue, who stared at Huzi with an ugly expression. Huzi's intention was very obvious. For this opportunity, he could disregard their brotherhood and kill him. Just like Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow, they fought to the death and fought to the death. These words made Yiwu Gue's heart ache. It was as if he was stabbed by an extremely sharp awl. Huzi, are you crazy? Do you really want to do things your own way? Do you really not care about brotherhood? Are you really going to betray us? Mo Wangbei was also angered, and he snapped at him. Qin Zhao's gaze fell coldly on the bearded man. Qin Zhao had never liked the bearded man's character. There were some things that happened before that made Qin Zhao have some opinions about the bearded man. Hearing Huzi's words, he felt a chill in his heart. It was not wrong for people to be selfish. If people didn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth would destroy them. To a certain extent, this was also not wrong. However, to betray his brother and disregard their brotherhood for his own selfishness, he actually wanted to meet his brother on the battlefield. This was something that Qin Xiao could not forgive. Huzi shook his head and smiled coldly. I'm not crazy. I know very well what I'm doing and what I want. It's not about betrayal. I just feel that I should work hard for my goal in life. I should fight for it regardless of anything. I don't even care about the means. If you want to stand high, who doesn't need some means? It's true that we're brothers who roamed the world together, but we've only known each other for a few thousand years. A few thousand years of friendship in exchange for my life. I'm not willing. If a brother misses the opportunity, we can still be brothers. If an opportunity is missed, There won't be another one. Which one is more important? I know clearly in my heart. What you think is your business, but you can't interfere with my thoughts. Our friendship is now severed, and I have no more grudges with you. Let's go. Huzi's words made Mo Wangbei angry. His face turned green. Qin Xiao was also furious. His anger surged. He looked coldly at Huzi and said, "So you mean today you have to fight with Yiwu Gui? Do you have to fight to the death with him?" "Yes, I have no other choice. This is a game for me. I have to complete it. The battle between me and Yiwu Gui is naturally a life and death struggle. I'll use my life to fight for my opportunity," Huzi said with a determined face. He had completely gone astray. He wouldn't listen to anyone. There was no persuasion. His temperament was already twisted and fixed, so Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei knew that it would be useless to try to persuade him. They couldn't go back to how they were before. Although the two were a little pained, they couldn't do anything about it. "Huzi, it's your business if you don't want to give up. You want to fight with me, but I didn't say that I want to fight with you. If you don't want to give up, I can give up, right? I don't have the right to interfere with you, but I have the right to decide for myself. If you want to play, you can play alone." Yiwu Gui was furious. He didn't want to fight with Yiwu Gui. No matter who won or lost, he didn't want to have anything to do with Huzi. He would just treat it as if he was blind before. Since it had already come to this point, it didn't matter anymore. Yiwu Gui, it's not up to you. If you want to give up, it's your business. But if I want to kill you, I won't give up just because you gave up on me. The Guardian Senior is playing my game to kill you. As for whether you resist or not, that's your business. Huzi sneered. Yiwu Gui was furious. He pointed at Huzi and said, "You're being unreasonable, right? I can't even not fight with you? Do you really want to kill me? Today, I won't fight with you. Let's see what you can do." After saying that, Yiwu Gui retreated to Qin Xiao and Yiwu Gui's side. His meaning was obvious. He didn't want to fight with Huzi. It wasn't that Yiwu Gui's strength was weaker than Huzi. If they really fought, the two of them could go all out. It was hard to say who would win. Maybe Huzi would have an advantage, but it wouldn't be easy for Huzi to kill Yiwu Gui. Qin Xiao looked at Huzi impolitely and said, "The five of us have a common enemy. You can't do anything by yourself. So, I'll give you a warning. Enough is enough. If you want to fight with Yiwu Gui, don't even think about it. With us here, you won't have a chance. You won't. Unless, of course, you have the ability to walk past me. If that's the case, then consider yourself lucky." There was no doubt about Qin Xiao's strength. Huzi's face became cold. He stared at Qin Xiao and said, "Qin Xiao, I know you're strong. I know I'm not your opponent. But this is a game. The game has its rules. The rules are not something you can break or change. I advise you not to interfere in this matter. This is between Yiwu Gui and me. It has nothing to do with you." Qin Xiao said, "I'm here, so it has something to do with me. If you want to kill Yiwu Gui, you have to ask for my permission. We've all chosen to give up. It doesn't matter if there are rules. It's useless to us. So, don't talk about the rules. All five of us give up. If you want to play, play by yourself. We won't play with you. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. You can ignore our friendship, but we're not you. We won't be so heartless. So, as long as you know what's good for you, we'll just let it go. We won't argue with you. But if you don't know what's good for you, then you ask for it. Huzi, don't go too far. We have tempers too if you keep being so aggressive. What you want to do is your business. Don't force us. It's our business if we don't wallow in the mire with you," Xiao Dao said angrily. This matter had indeed caused everyone to be very angry. But Huzi didn't realize it. He looked at the gatekeeper and said, "Senior, someone ruined your game. How should we deal with this? I want to play this game, but I can't deal with the five of them alone. Senior, please come out and make a decision." The gatekeeper laughed and said, "Don't worry. Someone else is coming. It looks like this game will get more and more exciting." Someone else was coming? Hearing the gatekeeper's words, everyone realized that someone else was coming. The person who had come this time was none other than Prince Min. Prince Min walked over and looked at everyone. He obviously felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, so he couldn't help but frown. The bearded man's gaze landed on Prince Min. He didn't quite understand what the gatekeeper meant by that. Prince Min walked over and looked at the gatekeeper. Then he looked at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? It looks like a lot of things have happened. Can you tell me?" Chapter 1691. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Prince Min finally understood what was going on. Prince Min glanced at the beard a few times before he looked at the gatekeeper and asked, "Elder, may I know what I have to do to pass the test?" Seeing Prince Min's action, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Prince Min. Prince Min's action clearly made Qin Shao feel that something was different. It was a feeling that he did not like. "Are you sure you want to participate? Are you not going to give up?" The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min playfully and asked. Prince Min's face was filled with determination as he said, "Elder, since I asked this, I naturally will not give up. Otherwise, I would not have dared to ask you. With such an opportunity in front of me, I can't think of any reason to give it up. If I miss this opportunity, I might not be able to do it for the rest of my life. If I search for immortality and seek the Tao, I will only be mediocre for the rest of my life. I will waste my time doing nothing and eventually die. This is not what I want. My life should be to stand at the top of the clouds. Therefore, no matter what, I will not give up so easily. I will definitely try my best to pass this test. Elder, what kind of test do you want to give me? Please tell me clearly." "Interesting. This is really very interesting." The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min with interest and said, "Since you've said so, I'll give you a good test. Let the old man think about how to play the game to make it interesting. Since you are so interesting, the old man must think of a fun game for you to play." As he spoke, the gatekeeper had a pensive look on his face as he thought about it. Seeing this, everyone was curious as to what kind of fun game he was thinking of. After a long while, the gatekeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. The smile on his face deepened as he said, "I have an idea. How about you kill all three of them?" As he spoke, the gatekeeper pointed at the beard, thousand Buddha hands, and ghost shadow. The gatekeeper's words made Qin Shao and the others speechless. They thought that it would be a good game. After all, wasn't it the same? It was just that he had changed from killing one person to killing three people. But what was the difference in essence? Can't there be another game other than this one? If there was nothing else, why did he have to pretend to be in deep thought? Kill the three of them. Prince Min frowned as he scanned the three of them. At this moment, the thousand Buddha hands and ghost shadow were still fighting fiercely. They were in a stalemate, and it was difficult for them to separate. "What? Is there a problem?" the gatekeeper asked coldly. Prince Min immediately shook his head and said, "No problem. Since it is a test, it will naturally be a little difficult. It was normal for it to be a little difficult to obtain such a great opportunity. However, I'm not afraid of this difficulty." "That's good. You're interesting. You can start now. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result. Just let me see the result." The gatekeeper nodded with satisfaction and ignored Prince Min after that. Prince Min would have to deal with the rest himself. At this moment, the bearded man became anxious and hurriedly said, Senior, didn't you ask me to kill Yiwu Gue? Why are you asking Prince Min to kill me now? This isn't fair. It's too unfair. Senior, you can't go back on your words." "Go back on my words?" The gatekeeper laughed instead of getting angry. "What do you mean by going back on my words? Your test is still valid. As long as you kill him, you'll pass the test. My promise to you will still be valid, and you can enter the ruins. Both of you have tests on you. You won't conflict with each other." "Won't conflict with each other?" Hearing this, the bearded man almost vomited blood. What did he mean by won't conflict? Even if there was no conflict, this was too unfair. Wasn't this just asking for his death? No matter how confident the bearded man was, he knew that he was no match for Prince Min facing Prince Min. Wouldn't it be a dead end? Not to mention Prince Min. Even if he went to kill Yiwu Gue, he didn't have full confidence. It could only be considered a gamble. Moreover, Yiwu Gue was being protected by Qin Shao and the others. How could he have the ability to kill Yiwu Gue? However, the gatekeeper didn't seem to have any intention of helping him. This meant that his way of killing Yiwu Gue was completely cut off. Cutting off his way of killing Yiwu Gue meant that he had to face Prince Min's killing intent. How could the bearded man not cry? Wasn't this just toying with him? How was this a test? How could he have a chance? This was simply a dead end. He couldn't see any hope at all. Therefore, The bearded man was in despair. He felt like he was being toyed with. He wanted to resist, but the gatekeeper obviously didn't care about him anymore. How could he resist? Was he supposed to fight the gatekeeper? Wasn't that just asking for death? Damn it, damn it, damn it. After the bearded man cursed angrily in his heart, he immediately begged Prince Min for mercy. Prince Min, I didn't offend you in any way, did I? Why do you want to kill me? Can you let me go? I don't want to fight anymore. I give up. I quit. Don't kill me. Me. Go kill Ghost Shadow of the 1,000 Buddha Hands. They're fighting to the death now. You can just sit back and reap the benefits. The bearded man was really scared. He couldn't do anything about killing Yiwu Gue. He felt like he was a fish on a chopping board, waiting for Prince Min to slaughter him. Prince Min looked at the bearded man coldly. Do you think that's possible? If I don't kill you, how can I pass this test? Don't waste your breath. Just come up here and accept your death. There's no need to put up a futile struggle. Only death awaits you. No one can save you. Crack, crack. Prince Min walked towards the bearded man step by step. The bearded man also retreated step by step. He was scared. He was really scared. His face was full of fear, and he looked like he was begging for mercy. However, Prince Min didn't pay any attention to him. He was determined to kill him. Qin Shao, big brother Qin Shao, old Mo, hurry up and save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I was wrong just now. It was all my fault. On account of our brotherhood, please save me. I beg you. The bearded man turned to Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei for help. He had a completely different face. He was like a completely different person from before. This kind of begging made people feel pity and disgust. Brotherhood? Qin Shao sneered and said, I'm sorry. Our brotherhood was shattered by your own hands just now. So it's gone now. We're like strangers now. Your matter has nothing to do with us. So, there's no need to ask for help. It's useless. The bearded man looked at Mo Wangbei again. However, Mo Wangbei turned his head to the side. He didn't want to pay any attention to the bearded man. Yiwu Gue and the other two naturally didn't care either. Since their brotherhood was broken, then so be it. There was no need to care about it anymore. The bearded man's life or death had nothing to do with them anymore. The bearded man's actions just now had completely chilled everyone's hearts. Now, the bearded man's retribution had come. How can you be so heartless? Can you really just watch me die in the hands of Prince Min without doing anything? We were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Even if I did something wrong, you shouldn't leave me in the lurch. Brother Qin Shao, old Mo, I know you the best. Forgive me first and save me first. You can punish me however you want later. The bearded man said again. Oomph. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said rudely, Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for me to save you. You should give up on that thought. It doesn't matter if I forgive you or not. There's already some kind of brotherhood between us. Since you've completely shattered it, what else do we need to keep? I'll give you a word of advice. You can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Everything you're experiencing now is because you brought it upon yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You can't blame anyone else. You should be honest with others. Your heart is not right, your methods are not right, and your ruler is not right. You don't understand us at all. We won't associate with you. The bearded man wanted to cry, but had no tears. No matter how much regret he felt, it was useless. He couldn't change anything. It seemed that it was impossible to ask for help. The bearded man gritted his teeth and came up with a plan. He suddenly ran behind Qin Shao and hid behind Qin Shao, using him as a natural shield. Prince Min's gaze fell on Qin Shao. He said, Brother Qin Shao, you're not thinking of stopping me from killing me, are you? Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Prince Min either, especially at this moment when she felt some disgust for him. Qin Shao didn't really want to pay attention to Prince Min. He glanced at Prince Min indifferently and said, If you want to kill someone, that's your business. It has nothing to do with us. If it was before, I would naturally stop you. But now, it has nothing to do with us. Naturally, I won't stop you. If you want to kill me, then kill me. It's up to you. Prince Min laughed. That's good. After Qin Shao finished speaking, he stepped aside. Naturally, He didn't want to be used by the bearded man. When the bearded man saw that Qin Shao had stepped aside, he became even more anxious. But no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Prince Min had already charged over. This time, Prince Min clearly didn't give the bearded man a chance to catch his breath. He directly charged over. The bearded man was scared out of his wits. His face was pale as he hurriedly fled. But how could he escape from Prince Min? Soon, Prince Min caught up with the bearded man. He displayed his powerful techniques and bombarded the bearded man. How could the bearded man be a match for Prince Min? After begging for mercy failed, the bearded man could only give up. He could only resist with all his might. But his strength was not enough. No matter how much he resisted, it was useless. The bearded man was directly suppressed as soon as the battle began. He was completely suppressed. Sigh. Xiao Dao shook his head and sighed softly. He said, "One wrong step and then another wrong step. I thought that the bearded man was pretty good before, but now he has become like this. Thinking about it, I really can't bear to see him like this. After all, we've been getting along very well before. But now, it's as if he's a completely different person. He's changed so much that we don't even know him anymore. Brother Qin Shao, are we really not going to save the bearded man? No matter what, we've been together for thousands of years. Our friendship is still there." Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao and said sternly, "He's not worth saving, so there's no need to save him. It's meaningless. It's good that you have compassion, but you can't let it overflow. Let's leave this matter as it is. You don't have to worry about it." Chapter 1692. Qin Shao was not a cold-hearted person. Qin Shao was someone who valued relationships more than his own life. But this time, the beard's betrayal really made him sad. If the beard had only betrayed him, then perhaps Qin Shao would not have watched Prince Min kill him. But what Qin Shao could not tolerate was that the beard had not only betrayed him, but also wanted to kill Yi Wuguwei. This had touched Qin Zhao's bottom line. If the beard could extend his butcher's knife to his own brother, then there was no need to sympathize. The beard had completely lost his mind. He had been completely seduced. He had lost his mind. Not only had he lost his mind, but he had also revealed his true nature. This kind of person, even if he did not explode in the short term, would reveal his true nature after a long time. People who stabbed their own brother in the back were the most despicable. Qin Shao had always hated this kind of person. So, when the beard had insisted on killing Yi Wuguwei, Qin Shao had already cut off all ties with the beard in his heart. Qin Shao had experienced too many things. It had not been easy for him to get to where he was now. There were many things that he could see clearly. So, he did what he did and did not care about the beard's life or death. He did not do anything to the beard, which was already benevolent. As for the rest, Qin Shao did not care. He did not want to care too much about it. Whether he lived or died, it was all his own fault. If a person did something wrong, then he should be punished. This was something that no one could change. The beard had chosen the path himself, so he should bear all the risks on this path. The beard's strength was naturally not Prince Min's match. So, under Prince Min's madness, the beard quickly lost the ability to resist. "Old Mo, big brother Mo, for the sake of our previous friendship, please save me." At the last moment of despair, the beard still asked Mo Wangbei for help. But Mo Wangbei was also disheartened. He did not care about the beard's pleas. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You chose the path of betrayal, so you should not have any illusions. No, no, no. Why are you all so heartless? What **T brotherhood? It's all **T. I hate you, ah. Amidst the cries of despair, the bearded man died at the hands of Prince Min in the end. Everyone had already expected such an ending. After killing Huzi, Prince Min glanced coldly at Qin Shao and the others before he walked towards the Thousand Buddha Hands duo. In fact, Qin Shao had never been able to see through Prince Min's character. It was only when she was in the terrifying land of illusion that she had some bad impressions of Prince Min. Now, Prince Min had completely exposed his true nature. The human heart is really unpredictable. Mo Wangbei shook his head. Mo Wangbei and Prince Min couldn't be said to be very close, but at the very least, they weren't estranged. Therefore, Mo Wang-bei had a good impression of Prince Min. But now, he could see clearly that the human heart was unpredictable. Some people were usually very good, but when it came to big benefits, it was as if they were a completely different person. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right. The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. The human heart is really scary. It can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. The human heart is also the most difficult thing to pass the test of. On the path of life, we may encounter many betrayals and many changes. In fact, we may even be changed. Therefore, being able to stick to one's principles and bottom line is a very, very difficult thing. Not changing one's original heart. How many people can do it? Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Whether it's Prince Min or the bearded man, they have the right to choose their own path. But if there are any consequences, they will have to bear it themselves. It's hard for us to change the path of others. Therefore, we only need to control ourselves." Mo Wang-bei nodded and said, "That's right. We only need to control ourselves. Our greatest power is to decide how we want to walk our own path. Everything else is not something we should worry about. Even if we give up the opportunity because of this, there is nothing to feel sorry about. But it's not certain that if we lose this opportunity, we will not be able to grow and become stronger. Perhaps we will miss many things and opportunities because of the choice we made today. But if we have a clear conscience, then we will have no regrets in life. We may be a little foolish, but we will not be moved." Qin Shao smiled. That's right. If they had a clear conscience, then they would have no regrets in life. With this, it was enough. However, Qin Shao still had a thought in his heart. He really did not think that the Fusu Immortal Palace's test would be so ridiculous. It was just that Qin Shao did not express this thought. Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow were already fighting crazily. They had entered a frenzied state. Both sides were defeated and injured. Prince Min seized the opportunity to kill Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow at the same time. Including the beard, 3 people had died at Prince Min's hands. Prince Min was relatively close to Thousand Buddha Hands. They had even traveled together before. But he did not expect Thousand Buddha Hands to kill him. For this opportunity, Prince Min was willing to do anything, by hook or by crook. This kind of person was somewhat scary. He was extremely shrewd and had a deep mind. Qin Shao had never liked this kind of person. He was too calculative and would do anything. When necessary, he could throw away everything and betray everything. Just thinking about it made people feel a little scared. After killing the 3 people, Prince Min came to the gatekeeper and said, "Senior, I have completed the test you gave me." "Oh, you have completed it? Then you can go in and pick any 10 immortal treasures." The gatekeeper did not seem to care. He said this casually and waved his hand at Prince Min. Prince Min was wild with joy when he heard this. However, he still tried his best to hide the joy in his heart. After bowing to the gatekeeper, he quickly entered the ruins. Qin Shao frowned deeply. The others also looked at each other. Could it be that Prince Min had obtained 10 immortal treasures just like that? He had passed the Nether River's test? He had a chance to compete with the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace? More than 100 million people had entered the Juetian stream to participate in the selection. In the end, only Prince Min had passed the test. This was only the first round of elimination. Prince Min was the only one who had passed. 1 in 100 million. Just thinking about it was a little scary. Moreover, Prince Min had killed 3 people to pass the test. Just thinking about it was a little hard to accept. He could pass the test by killing people? What kind of logic was this? It gave people a very impactful feeling. Prince Min entered the ruins happily. His eyes could not help but light up. Looking at 100 or 200 immortal treasures in front of him, it was enough to dazzle him. Which one should he choose? 10 was quite a lot, but he was still picky. Therefore, Prince Min did not have to be too conflicted. The first thing he walked towards was the immortal elixir. This was what he had always dreamed of. Previously, in the land of illusion, Prince Min also coveted the immortal elixir. In order to get the immortal elixir, he did not care about anything else. Now, the first thing he wanted was the immortal peak. However, something unexpected happened all of a sudden. Just as Prince Min was about to get his hands on the immortal elixir, An invisible force suddenly came down from the sky and took the immortal elixir away. It disappeared into the 9 heavens in an instant. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be flabbergasted. What was going on? Prince Min's expression changed drastically. He looked at the void in shock, but he obviously could not see anything. Prince Min was a little anxious. He turned to look at the gatekeeper and said, "Senior, what's going on? Why was the immortal elixir taken away? Didn't you say that I could choose whatever I wanted? What I need the most is that immortal elixir." The gatekeeper casually glanced at Prince Min and casually replied, "Don't ask me. I don't know. I'm only the gatekeeper here. I don't care about anything else. Since the immortal elixir was taken away, it could be that you are not allowed to choose. You can choose something else." This, Prince Min almost choked on his words. He felt like he had been toyed with. He was not allowed to choose the immortal elixir? Why did he say that he could choose whatever he wanted? Was this not toying with him? However, no matter how unhappy he was, Prince Min did not dare to flare up at the gatekeeper. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He continued to choose other immortal treasures. Mo Wangbei frowned at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? Why do I feel like something is wrong? The gatekeeper's actions are very wrong." Qin Shao laughed, as if he had understood everything. He said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a good show to watch." Haha, interesting. Very interesting. The thing I was thinking about just now might really become a reality. As expected, things are not like that. This is not the style of an immortal palace at all. What do you mean? Mo Wangbei could tell that Qin Shao had guessed something. However, he did not know what the situation was, so he looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He wanted to hear Qin Zhao's explanation. Qin Shao smiled mysteriously at Mo Wangbei. He said, "It's just a guess. It's not accurate. We'll know when we see it. Soon." Qin Shao did not say anything, so Mo Wangbei did not continue to ask. He just watched. As expected, the same thing happened again. When Prince Min went to take the second immortal treasure, it was taken away by a force from the sky, just as he was about to take it, just like the immortal pill. Prince Min was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do. He continued to take the third immortal treasure. It was the same for the third immortal treasure. The fourth, the fifth. It was the same all the way until the 10th year. This was completely toying with him. There was no other explanation. Even if he did not want to believe it, he still had to believe it. Prince Min was finally flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth and said to the gatekeeper, "Senior, what is the meaning of this? Haven't I already passed your test? I did everything according to your wishes. Why can't I take a single immortal treasure?" "Oomph." The gatekeeper sneered. "If you can't take it, it means that you don't have the right to take it. It's such a simple logic. Can't you understand it? Don't have the right to take it?" This sentence almost made Prince Min vomit blood. How could he not have the right to take it? Didn't he pass the test? It's really a good show. Interesting. Looks like we're not completely out of hope. Mo Wangbei had a rough idea of what was going on and had a rough idea of what was going on. Xiao Dao and the others looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Not for anything else, but for the fact that Prince Min was being played so miserably. It was worth a good laugh. Chapter 1693. The gatekeeper waved his hand, and the other immortal treasures were all taken away by an invisible force from the 9 heavens. Soon, the ruins turned into ruins. All the immortal treasures were gone, and the ruins dimmed. Seeing that all the immortal treasures were gone, the last trace of hope in Prince Min's heart was completely shattered. How could Prince Min not know what was going on? He had been completely fooled. He had killed the beard, the 1,000 Buddha hands, and the ghost shadow without caring about anything else. However, he had never thought that he would be played so ruthlessly in the end. How ridiculous was this? He had thought of himself as a wise man all his life. However, this time it was so ridiculous. He had been too smart for his own good. He thought that if he followed the gatekeeper's instructions, he would succeed and obtain the opportunity. However, he had never thought that he would end up like this. Ridiculous and even more pathetic. At this moment, Prince Min felt like a fool. There was no moment more foolish than this. "Senior, I don't have to covet the immortal treasures. It is indeed wishful thinking for me to take 10 immortal treasures. I have calmed down now and stopped thinking about the immortal treasures. However, does this mean that I have passed this test? Prince Min tried his best to calm himself down. The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min with a cold smile and said, "Do you think that is possible?" What did he mean? Impossible? Hearing this, Prince Min's face turned completely pale. Why did he say that it was impossible? What did he mean? "You've already been eliminated," the gatekeeper said rudely, once again provoking Prince Min. He had been eliminated? Hearing such certainty, Prince Min was so shocked that he took a few steps back. His face became extremely ugly and pale, and he felt extremely cold. How could this be? What did he do wrong? Why was he eliminated? Didn't he follow the gatekeeper's instructions? Why did he have to be eliminated? Prince Min has actually been eliminated? Xiao Dao and the others had incomparably astonished expressions as they looked at each other in dismay. They really did not expect Prince Min to be eliminated. If Prince Min was eliminated, then why? I don't accept this. Why was I eliminated? Prince Min stared at the gatekeeper with his eyes wide open. If it were not for the fact that he was not strong enough, Prince Min would have wanted to kill the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper let out a burst of laughter. Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? Our Fumu Immortal Palace is an immortal sect, the ruling power of the Fumu mountain range, a supreme sacred ground. As a member of the Immortal Palace, do you really think that we will tolerate someone with your character? Is there really room for someone like you who would do anything to achieve your goals? For the sake of an opportunity, you can actually kill a friend who came with you. Don't you think your character is very bad? For a person like you, as long as you are tempted enough, there's nothing you won't do. Today, you can disregard your friendship. Tomorrow, you can disregard your relationship with your sect. You can betray our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace and kill your fellow disciples. With your character, how can you become an unnamed disciple of our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace? This trial is meant to test your character. If you are tempted enough, it will depend on whether you can resist it or not. The few of you are all people who would do anything to obtain this opportunity. Therefore, with your character, it is naturally impossible for you to pass the trial. From the moment you wanted to get that opportunity, you were already eliminated. This was simply a hidden test. He was eliminated from the very beginning? How sad was that? Prince Min's face was as white as snow. He sat on the ground powerlessly. He finally understood why he was eliminated. It turned out that the game the gatekeeper gave him was not the real trial. The real trial was hidden within. But what could he do? Question whether the trial was unfair? But there was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. All the rules were set by the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Fu-Tu Immortal Palace could play as they pleased. What power did he have to change anything? He had failed. He had worked so hard for so long, but he still failed. He had tried his best, but he still failed. And he had failed so miserably, so laughably. But who could he blame? He could not blame anyone. He could only blame himself. He blamed himself for being too eager to succeed. That was why he had been so reckless and scrupulous and willing to give up everything. But in the end, it was all for naught. It was like a pipe dream. How sad. Ha ha sad. I am so sad. Prince Min laughed out loud. His laughter was so sad and sad. But everything could not be salvaged. He had lost his chance. The gatekeeper looked at Qin Xiao and the other four. There was a slight smile on his face. He looked somewhat friendly. Seeing such an expression, Qin Xiao and the others couldn't help but relax a little, and they had a good idea. Even Xiao Dao and the others were a little excited. In fact, they had some guesses in their hearts. If that was the case, it would be great. It would be a blessing from heaven. Now, they were also looking forward to the gatekeeper's next words. They all looked at the gatekeeper eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Qin Xiao also looked at the gatekeeper with a serious face. Although he was 80 to 90% sure of his guess, he was not 100% sure. So, he could not be happy too early. The gatekeeper smiled and said, "Congratulations to the 5 of you. You have passed this test. It is also the last test. You can leave the sticks now. Please." After saying that, the gatekeeper made a gesture of invitation. As he waved his hand, a path appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Xiao Dao and the others immediately danced with joy and excitement. This was simply a great surprise that fell from heaven. They did not expect that they would be the ones to pass the test in the end. Just now, they all thought that they had been eliminated. They had also made all the preparations. But now, it turned out that the situation had taken a turn. It was really too surprising. Qin Shao also smiled. It seemed that his guess was right. It was indeed like this. It was only at this moment that the stone in his heart was completely lifted. "Senior, did we really pass the test?" Xiao Dao asked as if he still couldn't believe it. The gatekeeper also changed his attitude and became a little amiable. He nodded at Xiao Dao and said with a smile, "Yes, you all passed the test. In this batch of more than 100 million participants, only the 5 of you passed the test. Don't doubt anything. Although your strength is indeed a little weak, your character has already withstood the test. I don't need to care how you came to me. I don't need to care about how strong you are. I only need to take care of the test of my level. The test of my level is one of character. Only those with good character will be able to pass it. And the 5 of you have all withstood the test, so you are naturally qualified to pass this test. All right, you all should leave quickly." Ha ha ha. After hearing the gatekeeper's words, a man couldn't help but laugh loudly. This was a happy laugh, a happy laugh. Qin Shao cupped his fists and bowed to the gatekeeper. He said, "Senior, thank you. Let's go." The gatekeeper nodded slightly to Qin Shao. He seemed to be quite approving of Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He waved to everyone, and then the 5 of them set off on their journey. On the other side of the ruins, Prince Min seemed to have completely gone crazy. He sat paralyzed in the ruins, and there was no expression on his face at all. The winner and the loser were like the judgment of heaven and hell. Qin Shao and the others quickly left the Nether River. They finally walked out of the gloomy Nether River. After leaving the Nether River, everyone's mood became more relaxed. There was less pressure. Haha, we finally left the Nether River. This damn place is really too scary. It's a good thing that we all survived. It wasn't easy. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it wasn't easy. Yiwu Gui let out a long sigh of relief and laughed heartily. A man nodded and said, "Yes, it really wasn't easy. I don't know how many times I thought I was going to die. But in the end, we all survived without any danger. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it's a bit too miraculous. But out of our team of 30, only 5 of us are left. I don't know if the others are still alive, but I think that the possibility isn't too high. In the Nether River, 29 of us entered, but now only 5 of us are left. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it's a very scary thing." A man's words immediately evoked everyone's sadness. Xiao Dao was a very easily sad person. After hearing a man's words, Xiao Dao also said, "That's right. They might really be dead. Although we don't want to admit it, we have to admit it. The test is really very scary. Fortunately, we're all still alive. But there's nothing we can do about it. We can't change anything. We can't stop anything." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about these sad things anymore. Since we're still alive, we should work even harder. Only if we can achieve greater success will it be the greatest consolation for our dead brothers. These things aren't something we can control, so we can only remember them in our hearts. The dead should be remembered, but those who are alive should work even harder. We should walk our future path even more. This also makes us even more aware that living is really a very lucky thing. So since we're still alive, we should cherish the time we have now and work hard to pursue the dreams in our hearts. Even if we feel that we can't reach the goal, we should work hard to pursue it. What if we succeed? Let's go. The opposite side of the Juetian stream should be in front of us. We'll reach the end soon." Everyone nodded. Qin Shao was right. It was enough to keep it in their hearts. No matter how much they thought about it, it was useless. The group continued forward towards the shore of victory. High in the sky, from the clouds, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wu Lu. Thank you for letting me win. I've won. Hurry up and take out the bet." Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed happily. His hand was already in front of Exalted Immortal Wu Lu. Exalted Immortal Wu Lu glared at Exalted Immortal Yun Ku and said, "What bet? What do you mean you've won? I did say there wouldn't be more than 3 people, but you said there would be at least 5. If there were more, there might be around 10 people. There are only 5 people now. It's not the same as what you said. At best, it's just a small fight. It's just a scratch. So it doesn't count. We didn't win or lose. Exalted immortal Wooloo, can you be any more shameless? What's shamelessness? I've long forgotten. Chapter 1694. As expected, the rest of the journey was smooth and unobstructed. Soon, they left Jueshian Stream and reached the other side. From afar, Qin Shao saw a familiar figure standing there. Qin Shao and the others naturally recognized this figure. It was the envoy from Fuku Immortal Palace who had received them earlier. Greetings, exalted immortal. The envoy from Fuku Immortal Palace was none other than exalted immortal Yanku. However, Qin Shao and the others did not recognize him. When they saw exalted immortal Yanku, they immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Exalted immortal Yanku had a slight smile on his face. He showed some friendliness towards Qin Shao and the others. He nodded slightly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully passing the first round of elimination. Only the 5 of you passed. And the most interesting thing is that the 5 of you are in a team. The other teams had all been completely wiped out. You only have a team of 30 people, but 5 of you passed the test. I have to say it's very impressive." Qin Shao and the others were very happy to receive such praise from exalted immortal Yanku. This was definitely a rare thing. Exalted immortal, may I ask a question? Apart from the 5 of us and Prince Min, are the others all dead? Yi Wugui suddenly asked. Although everyone thought that the others were all dead, they still had some hope in their hearts. What if they were lucky enough to survive? Exalted immortal Yanku glanced at Yi Wugui and said, "You are basically right. Those who did not pass the test are basically all dead. Of course, there are a few survivors who are still alive. Once the 10,000-year time limit is up, they will be brought out. As long as they can last until the 10,000-year time limit, they will be able to survive. You want to ask about the others in your team? I can tell you that they are all dead." All dead? Although they had expected this, hearing it personally from exalted immortal Yanku still made Qin Shao and the others feel uncomfortable. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. The nameless pain was indescribable. However, all of this was already set in stone. They could only feel sad for a while. "All right, let's go. I will bring you to Linfu City to prepare for the final test," exalted immortal Yanku said. Fu City was named after the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. It was considered a link between the Fu Yu Immortal Palace and the entire Fu Yu mountain range. Many things started from Fuqing City and then spread to the entire Fujin mountain range, so one could imagine the status of Fuqing City. In the beginning, Linfu City was built by the descendants of some immortals from Futu Immortal Palace. After countless years of development, it became the enormous city it was today. Linfu City could be said to be the biggest city in the entire Fujin mountain range. After all, there were many powerful forces gathered in Linfu City, and most of them had a close relationship with the Fujin Immortal Palace. No one dared to provoke them. Because of this, there was a popular saying in Fujin mountain range. Entering Fujin City was equivalent to entering half of Fujin Immortal Palace. Fuyu Immortal Palace was a supreme sacred ground, a supreme immortal sect. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the territory of Fuyu Immortal Palace except for its disciples. However, there weren't many restrictions in Linfu City. Therefore, many people who wanted to experience the supreme immortal aura of Fuyu Immortal Palace would pay a high price to enter Linfu City. Linfu City had always been bustling with noise and excitement, but now it was even livelier because the city was welcoming some outstanding participants. These were the geniuses of the various clans and tribes. Now, all of them were gathering in Linfu City. Naturally, it added to the festive atmosphere of Linfu City. Among these people, there would be many in-name disciples. Even if they were in-name disciples, they were still members of Fuyu Immortal Palace and were qualified to cultivate in the Fuyu Immortal Palace. Therefore, one could imagine their status. It was enough for many forces in Lin Fu City to curry favor with them. Of course, most of the forces in Lin Fu City had the backing of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Outside the majestic city gate, there was a wide avenue that extended to an extremely far distance. Even though it was such a spacious avenue, it was still filled with a bustling crowd at this time. They formed a long line and moved forward in an orderly manner. They didn't dare to make the slightest bit of rash or even make a loud noise. Outside the city gate, more than 100 soldiers in bright armor stood guard. Each of them released an extremely powerful aura that was enough to deter immortals. These guards at the city gate all exuded an aura that was comparable to immortals. Their realm should be at most half-step celestial masters, but their aura was so powerful and terrifying. With such power guarding this place, who would dare to act rashly here? A man in a golden brocade robe rode a fierce demon beast. He held his head high and his chest puffed out as he walked toward the city gate. His nostrils were in the air, and he had an unruly aura. He looked very arrogant. The demon beast he was riding also had a barbaric aura. People around it didn't dare to get too close and consciously stayed away. The man in the brocade robe clearly enjoyed the feeling of being revered by others. The smile on his face was full of arrogance. He frowned and looked at the sky with disdain. Look, is that a lion kite? Yes, it's a lion kite. It's a very powerful demon beast. It's said that an adult lion kite can become an immortal. This lion kite shouldn't be fully grown yet, but once it reaches adulthood, it will become an immortal. Having an immortal demon beast as a mount, it's too beautiful. I'm so envious. Isn't that so? I'm so envious. What's the background of this young master? Since he dares to ride a lion kite into Fu City so openly, he must have a strong background. Could he be someone from a big power in Fu City? Maybe. Fu City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many people with strong backgrounds, so we have to be careful. We can't provoke them. Otherwise, we might die without knowing how. Sigh, comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. We paid a huge price to come here. Look at him. TSK, TSK. It's really the difference between heaven and earth. If you don't come out to see, you won't know how big this world is. Pa! The sound of a whip lashing the ground suddenly rang out, shocking many passers-by and causing many gazes to look over. Come down quickly. Don't you know the rules of the city? You can't ride a mount into the city. Get down and walk in. Mounts and people have to pay the entrance fee. Immediately after, a stern shout was heard. The one who spoke was obviously a city guard, and the target of this shout was the young master in embroidered clothes who was riding a lion kite. After being shouted at like this, many passers-by started to watch a good show. Just now, many people were paying attention to this young master in embroidered clothes. There were also many people who were envious of him being able to ride a lion kite into the city. They wondered if he had a background. However, he was suddenly reprimanded by the city gate guards. This made everyone ponder over the situation. The young man in embroidered clothes on the lion kite was instantly displeased. He glared at the city gate guard with a cold face and said, "Don't you have eyes? Don't you know who I am? Wherever I go, I ride on my mount. You actually let me walk in? Are you kidding me? How can this young master walk into the city like this? Isn't it just origin stones? This young master has things. Not to mention, too, even if it's 10, this young master won't blink an eye. If you want more origin stones, just say it. There's no need to play tricks with this young master. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't spoil this young master's mood. If you offend this young master, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear this crime." Impudent. The words of the young master in embroidered clothes made the city gate guard furious. After shouting angrily, he swung his long whip directly at the young master in embroidered clothes. "How dare you? How dare you?" When a young master in embroidered clothes saw that the city gate guard actually dared to attack, he was immediately shocked. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly wanted to dodge. However, the strength of the city gate guard was really too strong. The moment he attacked, it was like a thunderbolt. How could the young master in embroidered clothes dodge? The black whip was like a dragon that swung down on the young master in embroidered clothes. It carried the might of the immortal Tao and the power of the law. Time and space seemed to be frozen by this whip, making the young master in embroidered clothes unable to dodge at all. Huh! The whip struck the young master in embroidered clothes with great precision. Under this heavy blow, the young master in embroidered clothes was sent flying and rolled to the ground. He was battered and exhausted. Moreover, the power of the whip didn't just injure the young master in embroidered clothes' divine body. It also injured his soul, so the young master in embroidered clothes was in great pain. He rolled on the ground and cried out loudly. It was a miserable sight. This scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. Roar! When the young master in embroidered clothes was beaten down, his mount, the lion kite, wanted to loyally protect its master. It roared angrily at the city gate guard. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The city gate guard snorted coldly and lashed out with a whip in his hand again. Roar! The lion kite was not to be outdone. It pounced forward to attack the city gate guard, but the guard's whip quickly fell on the lion kite's body. Pa pa pa! After a few heavy whips, the lion kite fell to the ground and cried out loudly like the young master in embroidered clothes. It was in great pain. The master and servant were both taught a lesson by the city gate guard with the whip. They couldn't resist at all. It was a cruel beating. Such a scene shocked everyone who saw it, and the reverence in their hearts grew even stronger. It was really unwise to cause trouble here. The other city gate guards seemed to be used to such situations, so they were all watching the show with interest. "Spare me, my lord. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." The young master in embroidered clothes quickly lowered his head and begged for mercy. The city gate guard put away the whip this time, glanced coldly at the young master in embroidered clothes, and said, "I don't care where you come from or what identity you have. Since you're here, you must understand the rules of Linfu City. Everyone has to abide by the rules, or you'll end up like this. Get lost. Linfu City does not welcome you." The supreme majesty was enough to intimidate everything, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Boom! Suddenly, an immortal boat flew over from the sky and headed straight for Linfu City. An unparalleled immortal pressure descended, causing everyone's gaze to gather over. It ignored everything and flew directly into Linfu City, making everyone envious. It's the immortal boat of Fuyu Immortal Palace. The geniuses who participated in the selection have arrived. I'm so envious. This treatment is so good. Yes, they don't have to go through the city gate. They can fly directly into Linfu City. This is the true power of Fuyu Immortal Palace. Unfortunately, we don't have a chance. Chapter 1695. So, this is the legendary Linfu City. TSK, it's so big, so majestic. As expected of an immortal city, it's so beautiful and stunning. I never thought that a city could be so majestic. Yi Wugu Wei and the others had never left their clans. Not to mention a huge city like Linfu City, they had never even seen a small city like this. So when they saw Linfu City, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Even Mo Wang Bei was no exception. So at this moment, the four of them had exaggerated expressions. They stared at Linfu City below them. Their expressions were as interesting as they could be. The shock in their hearts seemed to be expressed through their expressions. This was the first time they saw a city, and such a majestic one at that. It opened the door to a whole new world for them. Haha, did you see when we came in from the sky above the city gate? The road outside the gate was filled with people entering the city. It was so densely packed. There are so many people entering the city. They have to line up obediently to enter the city, but we can directly fly into the city. This feeling is too great. Too great. Yi Wuguwei laughed proudly. One had to admit that this feeling was really great. Only when there was a comparison would there be a huge contrast. Mo Wangbei's face was also full of smiles. He was clearly very excited, unable to suppress his excitement. This was the legendary Linfu City, and he had finally witnessed its unparalleled magnificence. It was as if a supreme glory had fallen on them, allowing them to be baptized in the joy of immortal light. This feeling was naturally difficult to describe with words. It was too wonderful. Brother Qin Xiao, why are you so calm? Aren't you shocked or excited at all? Yi Wugui suddenly asked. Everyone noticed that Qin Xiao's expression was very calm and indifferent. There was not the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Qin Xiao's calm expression naturally surprised everyone. How could he be so calm? Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to be excited about. You guys haven't seen much, but I've seen a lot. Although it might not be as powerful as this place, in terms of magnificence, it's actually comparable. After all, the buildings themselves are nothing special. No matter how big the city was, it was just that. Big Brother Qin Xiao, does your universe have such a magnificent city?" Yi Wugui asked curiously. Although everyone knew that Qin Xiao ascended from the universe, in their opinion, the universe should be a very small place, a very barren land, a small and weak place. What kind of magnificent city could there be in that kind of place? Thinking about it, he felt that it was quite impossible. After all, they had never been to the universe and did not know what the universe was like. They were completely ignorant about the universe. Therefore, he didn't know what the cities in the universe were like. He just felt that they weren't that great. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, and quite a lot of them. So, I don't think there's anything wrong. Of course, I'm only talking about the size of the city and the architecture of the city." What Qin Xiao said was true. If one were to talk about the size of city, then Linfu City wasn't that big. There were quite a few huge cities in the universe. There was nothing much to say about the architecture. It could be very magnificent. So it's like that. Then my view of the universe has changed greatly. I didn't expect the universe to be like this. I really didn't expect it. Yi Wugui was very surprised. Mo Wang Bei and the other two were also surprised. They really didn't expect this situation. Yi Wugui suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Haha, even I want to go to the universe to take a look. I just don't know if I'll have the chance. However, it seems like it's very difficult to enter the universe, right?" Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed not easy to enter a universe. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Actually, there's nothing much to see. Let's not talk about this. We should think about the next test." Yi Wugui nodded his head and didn't say anything else. The immortal boat quickly stopped, and an invisible force suddenly surged over, directly sweeping Qin Xiao and the other four away. Qin Xiao and the others didn't resist, allowing the force to sweep them away, directly leaving the immortal boat. The immortal boat was put away by immortal Yun Ku, and Qin Xiao and the others appeared on a huge square. On this huge square, there were many stone pillars, several tens of feet wide and hundreds of feet tall. They weren't too tall, but they were like giant trees standing tall in the square. The stone pillars were surrounded by people, and it was unclear what they were doing there. These stone pillars looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. "All right, I'll bring you here. I'll give you 1,000 years to rest and reorganize. After 1,000 years, you'll still gather here. In this 1,000 years, you can move freely in Linfu City, and there won't be any restrictions on your freedom. The only thing is that after 1,000 years, you must gather here. Otherwise, you'll automatically thank the opportunity to participate in the selection. You must remember this point." Immortal Yin Ku said to Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao and the others immediately perked up, nodding solemnly to show that they understood. Immortal Yin Ku waved his hand, and instantly, a ray of light shone over, imprinting on the foreheads of Qin Xiao and the others, forming a strange symbol. Those who recognized it would know that this symbol was the symbol of Fuda Immortal Palace. Generally speaking, only people from Fuda Immortal Palace were qualified to have this symbol. This symbol was a symbol of one's status. To be able to have this symbol was definitely something to be proud of. With this symbol, it was equivalent to being recognized by Fuda Immortal Palace, at least for a short period of time. In this way, it was obviously a great convenience for them. Immortal Yin Ku said, "The symbol on your foreheads is a temporary symbol of status for you, and it's to make it easier for you to do things in Linfu City. Otherwise, you'll be in a very dangerous situation in Linfu City. With this symbol, at least as long as you don't deliberately cause trouble, If you go and provoke others, no one will do anything to you. Of course, this symbol isn't omnipotent, and it's not a death exemption. It can't be an umbrella that protects you from doing whatever you want. It can only be said that under the condition that you don't provoke others, it can protect you. But the strength of the protection won't be that strong. I believe that I don't need to tell you that the waters in Linfu City are very deep, and there are countless experts. So, if you act recklessly, then you'll be in trouble. It's very likely that you'll provoke people you can't afford to offend. As long as you keep a low profile, there won't be any problems. 1,000 years isn't a long time, but it's up to you to make good use of this time. Linfu City should be full of opportunities for you, and there will be free opportunities waiting for you everywhere. But whether you can make good use of them will depend on your own luck. Qin Shao and the others remembered Immortal Yun Ku's words. They had thought that with this symbol, no one would dare to provoke them. But now, it seemed that they had thought too much. There were many important people in Linfu City, and many of them were people they couldn't afford to offend. So, it was best to keep a low profile here. Otherwise, if they provoked people they couldn't afford to offend, they would be in deep trouble. Qin Shao and the others knew this even without Immortal Yun Ku's reminder. Now that he had reminded them, they were even more aware of the dangers involved. So, they would be more careful in the future. Moreover, Immortal Yun Ku had said that there would be many opportunities, and that was something worth looking forward to. Immortal Yun Ku paused for a moment, then said, "For you, Linfu City should be full of opportunities. Many of them were left here by the Fuda Immortal Palace, and are free for everyone to obtain. How much you can obtain from these free opportunities will depend on you. You'll have to rely on your own abilities. Other than these free opportunities, there are also some opportunities that come with a price. These will depend on your own efforts. 1,000 years is a very precious time for you. It's time for you to improve and grow. It's also for you to have more opportunities in the future selection." I've said so much. You should understand what I mean, right? Qin Shao understood Immortal Yun Ku's intentions. He nodded immediately and said, "Yes, we understand. Thank you for your guidance, Immortal Yun Ku. The 5 of us can't thank you enough. The 5 of us will definitely do our best to live up to your kindness. If the 5 of us are lucky enough to pass the selection and become an unnamed disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, we will definitely be grateful for your guidance." Immortal Yun Ku smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's fine. I'm not giving you guidance. I'm just giving you a reminder. To me, it's just something I said casually. But to the 5 of you, it might mean a lot." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Of course. It means a lot to us. That's why we have to thank you, Immortal Yun Ku. When you need it the most, a drop of kindness is more important than a favor." Immortal Yun Ku smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He prepared to leave. "All right, you can do whatever you want. Gather here again after 1,000 years. I'll take my leave now. The rest will depend on your own efforts. I also hope that the 5 of you can pass the selection and become unnamed disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I have high hopes for you. If you can all pass the selection, it'll be something to be proud of. After all, I'm the one who brought you here. So, I'll look forward to it. We definitely will. We'll do our best." Qin Shao nodded and said solemnly, even if Immortal Yun Ku didn't say anything, he would do his best. Immortal Yun Ku was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said, "All right, there's one more thing I need to remind you. In Fuda City, don't provoke others easily, especially those who are very arrogant. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will bring you a great disaster. Remember. With that, Immortal Yun Ku left. This last reminder caused Qin Shao to frown deeply when he heard it. It seemed like Fuda City was extremely dangerous. It wasn't like what he had imagined. However, no matter how dangerous it was, there was no other way. They could only try. Chapter 1696. After sending Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku off, Qin Shao and the others started to look around curiously. They were always curious about new things. Although Qin Zhao's curiosity wasn't strong, he still carefully looked around at this time. After arriving at a new environment, Qin Shao was used to understanding the situation around him. Many people could be seen standing in other parts of the plaza, looking around curiously. Clearly, they were also the participants who had just been sent over. Furthermore, more immortal boats could be seen descending one after another. New young geniuses were being sent over. The number of people in each batch was at least 1 or 2, while the number of people in each batch was at most 5 or 6. There were at most 1 or 8 people. It was already very impressive for 8 people to be selected in a batch. A man walked over with a fawning smile on his face. He had a fawning expression on his face, and he quickly arrived in front of Qin Shao and the others. The gazes of Qin Shao and the rest also landed on this uninvited guest. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. This smiling person with a fawning smile in front of them made it difficult for others to feel any enmity towards him. This visitor had probably come with good intentions, so Qin Shao and the others wanted to know, what was the purpose of this visitor? Haha, greetings, sirs. My name is Wind. Greetings. The moment the man came over, he actually bowed politely and humbly. This was the attitude of a servant. This action startled Qin Shao and the others. They had only just arrived in Fu City, yet they had already received such treatment. Thus, they couldn't react in time. Qin Shao sized up this person called Wind and discovered that he was actually a universe grade. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, it was still higher than Qin Shao and the others. The 5 of them were only 4th-step rulers. Mo Wang Bei and the others clearly sensed Wind's cultivation level and were even more astonished. A universe grade had actually come over and addressed them as sirs. This was an extremely humble attitude. A universe grade 1 step wasn't considered weak, but this, your phone, right? You're too polite. May I know why you're looking for us? Qin Shao said after sizing them up. Ah Feng hurriedly said, Don't be so courteous. I can't take it. It's like this, sir. This humble one is a waiter of the Kulai Immortal Inn. I've been ordered by the innkeeper to wait here for you and sincerely invite you to stay at our Kulai Immortal Inn. Would you be willing to do me the honor? Our Kulai Immortal Inn is over there, right next to the square. It's very close and very convenient. Waiter? Soliciting? Qin Shao was suddenly relieved. No wonder he was so polite and humble. It turned out that he was a waiter. He came here to solicit customers. He was quite enthusiastic. However, Linfu City was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even an inn's waiter was a universe grade. This was just an ordinary waiter with an extremely low status, yet he was actually a universe grade, 1st-step universe grade. This kind of wealth was enough to shock people. It was only when they remembered that this was Linfu City that they felt a little relieved. Thank you, waiter, but we don't need it for the time being. Qin Shao rejected him directly. Ah Feng laughed and slapped his head. Sorry, sir. Look at how stupid I am. I forgot to tell you. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is completely free of charge for the 5 of you. All the expenses will be borne by us. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. We won't let you spend even a single origin stone. As long as the 5 of you are willing to stay at our Kulai Immortal Inn, it will be our honor. If the 5 of you have any other requests, please let us know. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is also available. We will do our best to satisfy the 5 of you. What? Completely free? Lavish hospitality? Upon hearing Ah Feng's words, Qin Shao and the others looked at each other in shock. Wasn't this treatment a little too good? They were just participants in the selection. They hadn't even passed the selection to become in-name disciples of the Fu De Immortal Palace. Why were they being treated so well? However, after giving it some thought, Qin Shao quickly understood what the immortal Kulai Inn's intentions were. Big brother Qin Shao, why does this sound a little strange? I feel a little uneasy, Yu Wuguwei said through voice transmission. Qin Shao smiled and replied, It's quite normal. This logic is very simple. Even if the possibility of us becoming in-name disciples of the Fu De Immortal Palace is not very high, there's still a chance. The Kulai Immortal Inn doesn't know who might pass the selection, so they can only cast their net everywhere. If they cast their net too much, they will definitely bump into a few, right? As long as they can get a few in-name disciples, it will be a huge profit for them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think they will fight for it. This benefit is invisible, but it may also bring a huge return. For this return, they are willing to do this. Even if there is no big return, getting a few in-name disciples is not a bad thing, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's explanation, everyone was completely relieved. It was indeed the case. They were casting a net. However, this was not a big deal for Qin Zhao and the others. It was a good thing for them. Sounds good. We can consider it. Qin Zhao nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything too definite. He just expressed his intentions. Qin Zhao didn't know much about the Kulai Immortal Inn, so he naturally wanted to know more before making a final decision. Moreover, Qin Zhao also needed to check if there were any other factors. If there were any problems, Qin Zhao would definitely not stay in the Kulai Immortal Inn. Hearing Qin Zhao's opinion, the smile on Feng's face became wider. He quickly said, "Hee, they are indeed very good officials. Since the 5 officials had come all the way here, they must be very tired from the journey. So, you can come to our Immortal Inn and have a good rest. Let me prepare some wine for you. Wouldn't it be great to welcome the 5 officials with wine and wash off the dust? Furthermore, this lowly one is very familiar with this place, so I can answer any ordinary questions for the 5 of you. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask this humble one directly. This humble one will serve you from now on and listen to your orders at any time. Of course, our Kulai Immortal and can do far more than this. In addition, we have many opportunities for the 5 of you, and we're barely opening them to you. So, as long as you are willing to stay in our Kulai Immortal Inn, I can guarantee that you will have a very big harvest." Listening to the waiter's enraptured expression, it was quite tempting. The temptation was not small at all. Even if the waiter was exaggerating, most of it should be true. Most of it was very good and was indeed worth considering. After all, they were now in Linfu City. They didn't know anything about the city. Now, they really wanted someone to guide them and let them know the basic situation of Linfu City quickly. Only in this way could they better integrate into Linfu City. In the city, 1,000 years was a very short period of time. How to improve oneself in 1,000 years was a very important matter. Therefore, Qin Zhao and the others were also very eager to have some shortcuts. At this moment, it seemed that there was a shortcut in front of them. "Haha, it's very good. Brother Qin Zhao, I think it's good. Why don't we stay? It's free anyway. It's a waste not to stay. Right now, we really need it." Yi Wugui laughed brightly. Xiao Dao and Man nodded as well. Clearly, they agreed with this idea. Mo Wangbei also nodded to Qin Zhao, indicating that he also agreed. Since everyone agreed, Qin Zhao naturally didn't have any objections. After thinking about it, there was indeed no reason to refuse. 1,000 years, they couldn't always be outside, right? They really did need to stay in the inn. "Oh, isn't this our phone? You're quite enthusiastic. How many batches have you pulled? The previous ones all failed, and now you want to trick the new ones? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't you know shame? These are all our Fujin Mountain Range geniuses, but the future of our Fujin Mountain Range is even more important. Fujin Immortal Palace's in-name disciples will be born. You really have guts." Just as Qin Zhao was about to agree, a light voice sounded. A gray-robed man quickly walked over, speaking to Ah Feng as he walked. Hearing the gray-robed man's words, Qin Zhao and the others were stunned, looking at each other in dismay. What was going on? This Ah Feng was a swindler? It couldn't be, right? He shouldn't have such guts. Daring to trick them? They were geniuses chosen from hundreds of millions, and they all had the Fujin Immortal Palace's symbol between their eyebrows. Ordinary people shouldn't dare to provoke them. Was there really someone who wanted to trick them? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? As he spoke, the gray-robed man walked in front of Ah Feng. "Nonsense. He was trying to frame me." Wind glared at the gray-robed man in exasperation. "What? Are you angry from embarrassment? I exposed your ugly side, and you're starting to go crazy? But aren't I speaking the truth?" The gray-robed man chuckled, looking like he had Ah Feng in his grasp. Ah Feng angrily said, "What truth? I just contacted a group of officials, and I was indeed rejected, but it was also because someone else took it away. I didn't trick them. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is a 5-star inn, and it's quite famous in Linfu City. Don't you dare tarnish our reputation." "Ha! You're talking as if we're not a 5-star inn. Isn't it just a 5-star inn? We have countless of them in Linfu City. Even if there aren't 1,000, there are at least 800. What's so special about a 5-star inn? Really? The gray-robed man sneered. After speaking, the gray-robed man smiled at Qin Shao and the others, saying, "5 officials, please don't believe this waiter. He's very cunning. Their Kulai immortal and is very ordinary, and there's nothing worth going to. If you want to go, then you should choose our Hongyu immortal inn. Just from a name alone, it's much more impressive." Chapter 1697. Don't go too far. We're all competing fairly. Is there a need to smear our reputation like this? I didn't say anything bad about your Hongyu immortal inn. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say such things about our Kulai immortal inn? A Feng angrily retorted. The waiter didn't let it go. I'm clearly speaking the truth. How is this smearing? If you really want to smear, then my words aren't like this. It's true that we're competing fairly, but can't we speak the truth? Our Hongyu immortal inn is better than your Kulai immortal inn. What can we do if you don't admit it? A Feng was speechless. His face turned green. He angrily said, "You're unreasonable." The gray-clothed waiter no longer paid any attention to Feng. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a fawning smile and said, "Sirs, please come to our Grand Universe Immortal Inn. I will definitely serve you well. Please give me a chance to perform." A Feng opened his mouth to say something, but gave up. He didn't try to argue. The waiter had a victorious smile on his face. He seemed to think he'd won. However, Qin Zhao's words made his expression turn ugly. "I don't like people like you who use unscrupulous methods to fight for opportunities. No matter how good your Hongyu Immortal Inn is, we don't need it." Qin Zhao's blunt words made the waiter's expression turn ugly. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Qin Shao paid no further attention to the attendant, and she walked over to a Feng and said, "Second brother, thank you for your trouble." He originally thought that he would definitely be eliminated this time. But when he heard Qin Zhao's words, he was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower as he hurriedly said, "Sir, you're exaggerating. This is something that this little one should do, and it is this little one's honor." "Thank you. Sirs, please come to our Kulai Immortal Inn. Perhaps our Kulai Immortal Inn isn't the best, but this one will do his best to serve you. If I have done anything wrong, please feel free to reprimand me." Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved her hand. "Feng, you don't have to be so humble. We are all born poor and don't put on airs. Just be casual. We're not picky about where we live. We don't even need a place to stay. Most importantly, I hope that someone can help us understand the situation in Linfu City. Right now, we're in the dark and don't know anything. I'll have to trouble you with this." Qin Zhao's politeness made Wind feel flattered. He was just a lowly waiter. Why had he ever received such treatment? This made Ah Feng want to serve Qin Shao and the others even more sincerely. Ah Feng said, "Sir, I'll take you back to the Immortal Inn to rest first. I'll prepare some good wine and dishes to welcome you back." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "No hurry." Qin Shao glanced at the stone pillars in the square and said to Wind, "What's special about those stone pillars?" I saw that there were many people surrounding the stone pillars and observing them. There were even some people sitting cross-legged under the stone pillars. They should be cultivating. Many of the participants were also there. Those stone pillars should be there. There must be something special about those stone pillars. Wind immediately nodded and said, Yes, there are 108 stone pillars. They're immortal pillars of inheritance. Each pillar has an inheritance left behind by an ancestor. It said that when Linfu City was first built, the 108 immortals of the Fushi Immortal Palace built them on a whim. The ones that were left behind have been passed down until now. Those immortal pillars are free for anyone who comes to Linfu City to comprehend. So no matter what time it is, there will be many people there. It could even be said that many people paid a huge price to come to Linfu City just for the immortal pillars. Over the years, there have been many people who obtained the inheritance from the immortal pillars. Many became immortals because of it. It is precisely because there are so many successful examples that these 108 immortal pillars are all the more attractive. After listening to Wind's explanation, Qin Shao had some understanding of these immortal pillars. He couldn't help but ask curiously, a lot of people really became immortals because of the inheritance of these 108 immortal pillars. Looks like these immortal pillars are really not bad. They'll give a lot of opportunities to many people. No wonder they can attract so many people to come and comprehend. TSK, it's amazing. As expected of Linfu City, there are opportunities everywhere. Let's go take a look. Who knows, we might get an opportunity too. Yi Wugui clicked his tongue. Xiao Dao was still a little doubtful. He thought for a while and said, is it really that amazing? But it doesn't feel like there are many people here. Wind shook his head. Then he smiled and said, if this were to spread, then it would certainly be very dangerous. It would make the story even more mystical. But how should I put it? It's not that amazing. After all, there are very, very few people who succeed. So, people in Linfu City basically don't go to the immortal pillars to comprehend anymore. Because after going there a few times, we know that it's still not easy to obtain the immortal pillar's inheritance. It's often very difficult. At most, there's some enlightenment, but it's not enough for many people to have a big breakthrough. If you just go with the mentality of a tourist, it's still not bad. Of course, small gains are also easy to obtain. But if it's a big gain, it'll depend on your luck. Karma Guewu's excitement was immediately dampened. He smacked his lips and said, it seems that it's not as good as I thought. But it's still an opportunity. Maybe we won't get a big harvest. Anyway, it's free. Let's go take a look first. Win nodded. Since we're here, we naturally have to take a look. It'll be a pity if we don't comprehend the immortal pillars after entering Linfu City. Well, there's still some gains. I've had some small gains before. Although it's not big, it's still good. It's worth tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Qin Shao nodded. Let's go. Wind immediately led the way. Soon, the group arrived in front of an immortal pillar. This immortal pillar was surrounded by thousands of people. Therefore, Qin Shao and the rest could only stay 100 feet away from the immortal pillar, unable to get close to it. The closer they were to the immortal pillar, the better the effect. But unless they waited here, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to the immortal pillar. Qin Shao noticed that most of the people in front of the immortal pillar were geniuses from all over the world who came to participate in the selection. They all had a symbol on their foreheads, so they could recognize it at a glance. Qin Zhao's gaze was quickly attracted by a line of words on the immortal pillar. The strokes were powerful, and the words were written in one breath. There was a supreme sword aura in the words. Just a glance would make people feel that the words were very sharp. I hold my sword and ask the heavens, where can I be an immortal alone? Ask the peak of the mountain, I am the peak. Good wine, sword, isn't that great? This paragraph was very short. There were only a few words, but it fully displayed a heroic and domineering aura. It was enough to make people's blood boil. This word was even more majestic. It felt as if there was a dense, immortal aura gushing out from the words, as if it could reach the heavens. Good words, really good words. Qin Shao could not help but praise it. He was not only looking at the words, but also at the immortal Tao firmament that exuded from the words, as well as the powerful strokes. There was sword aura, immortal aura, and a supreme domineering aura. It was the magnificence of a sword descending to the 9 heavens. This majestic aura deeply affected Qin Shao and touched Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Shao liked this kind of heroic spirit. He liked this kind of majestic aura, and he liked this kind of singing with a sword. These words are really domineering. What kind of experienced immortal would be able to leave behind such powerful words? Mo Wangbei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after seeing this. Alfeng nodded and said, yes, it is indeed very domineering. The words of the firmament are powerful. It is said that this immortal was a heroic sword immortal. There are many legends about him. However, they are mostly just legends. No one can confirm whether they are true or not. Haha, there are even rumors that this sword immortal is actually still alive. However, he has become an ancient existence in Futu Immortal Palace. No one dares to guess which ancient existence this sword immortal is. There are many theories, but no one has a clear answer. Therefore, Most of them are just legends. Qin Shao didn't care about the legends. This matter had been passed on for God knows how many epochs, and no one knew whether it was true or not. Moreover, many things naturally changed as they were passed on. Qin Zhao's heart was completely immersed in the sword aura of the words. His mind quickly entered the world of sword aura. Qin Shao was immersed in the world of sword aura. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place. After seeing this, Feng wanted to touch Qin Shao, but he was stopped by Mo Wangbei in time. Don't touch him. He has already entered a state of cultivation. Don't disturb his cultivation. Wind was taken aback when he heard Mo Wangbei's words. How did he enter the state of cultivation so quickly? Isn't this too amazing? Entering a state of cultivation with one's whole body and mind was something very difficult to do. Therefore, Feng was extremely shocked. He was secretly impressed by Qin Shao, as expected of a monstrous genius. To be able to do this, it was truly heaven-defying. Everyone, take this opportunity to cultivate. Learn as much as you can. There must be some gains. Mo Wangbei said to Yi Wuguwei and the others. Yi Wuguwei and the others nodded. They couldn't miss such an opportunity. Chapter 1698. Forget it. It's too profound, too domineering. There's no way to comprehend it. If we forcefully comprehend it, we'll only get hurt. Yi Wuguwei was the first to shake his head and give up. He tried to comprehend the immortal pillar's inheritance, but he couldn't comprehend the overly domineering immortal Dao laws. Very quickly, a man also shook her head and gave up. The overly domineering immortal Dao wasn't suitable for them. Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao were still there to try to gain insights. Qin Shao had been immersed in that selfless state of cultivation. Just from this state, one could tell that Qin Shao would gain a lot. But towards Qin Zhao's situation, everyone was quite at ease. No one would be surprised if Qin Shao gained anything. Sirs, why did you give up? Feng asked. Yi Wuguwei shook his head helplessly. Yes, we gave up. We can only give up. It's too domineering. There's no way to comprehend any immortal Dao. If we forcefully comprehend it, we'll hurt ourselves. There's an opportunity, but we can't grasp it, so we can only give up. Feng nodded understandingly. Sirs, don't be discouraged. This is very normal. This immortal pillar is considered one of the more difficult ones to comprehend. It contains an extremely domineering immortal Dao. Ordinary people can't comprehend any immortal Dao. This is only the first immortal pillar. There's still 107 immortal pillars waiting for sirs to comprehend. I believe there'll be one suitable for sirs. It'll bring you some benefits. When I came here, it was the same. I couldn't comprehend most of the immortal pillars. In the end, only a few immortal pillars were able to comprehend some immortal Dao. Hearing Feng's words, Yi Wuguwei and Man finally understood. So it was like this. If that was the case, then they really didn't have anything to be sad about. That's right. There were still 107 immortal pillars to comprehend. 108 immortal pillars. The inheritances should be different from each other. There should be all kinds of inheritances. Therefore, if he couldn't comprehend this mechanical pillar, he could go and comprehend other immortal pillars. Man said, but I feel that if we can comprehend something from this immortal pillar, our gains will be enormous. Feng nodded and said, yes, you're right. That is indeed the case. Either you won't be able to comprehend anything from this immortal pillar, or you will be able to reap great benefits. According to what I know, many people have gained a lot from this immortal pillar. Most importantly, they can even create 1 or 2 sword moves based on their understanding of the immortal Dao. I've heard of a rumor, but I don't know if it's true or not. It was said that the immortal pillar already had the inheritance of a sword art, immortal art. If there are heaven-defying geniuses here, they would be able to comprehend the immortal sword art on the pillar. There were indeed people who comprehended 1 or 2 sword moves while comprehending this immortal pillar. However, the most they comprehended was 2 sword moves. This is only recorded in legends. There hasn't been anyone who comprehended 3 sword moves yet. And the one who comprehended two sword moves seems to be a half-step celestial venerable, someone with half a foot in the immortal realm. If you can comprehend one sword move from this immortal pillar, you'll definitely be a peerless genius. Becoming an in-name disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace shouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, it might even cause quite a stir in Linfu City. Yi Wuguwei and a man were also very excited to hear these legends from a phone. These were all new things to them. Yi Wuguwei asked, "Stir up Linfu City? Is it that exaggerated?" A phone said, "Sir, you may not know, but I'm definitely not exaggerating. It's indeed that exaggerated. Perhaps you don't know the significance of comprehending one sword move from this immortal pillar, so you think it's a bit exaggerated. Those who can do it are definitely peerless geniuses. Just this talent alone is enough to be roped in by various factions and nurtured. There are many factions in Linfu City. I'm sure you're aware of this situation. No matter where geniuses go, they'll be fought over by various factions. Just like now, our immortal is fighting over you. We're fighting over you, but isn't that fighting over geniuses? Even if you're eliminated in the end, at least you're chosen from the countless clans and tribes of Fuma Mountain Range. With such a low probability of being chosen, I'm afraid no one would believe that you're not geniuses. So, even if you can't become an in-name disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace, the factions behind the immortal can still take you in. So, isn't this why we're befriending you now?" Yi Wuguwei and a man were stunned. They looked at a phone. So there's actually such a deep meaning behind this. They wouldn't have known if he hadn't said it. Now that he said it, they understood that things weren't as simple as they thought. Geniuses should be able to shine wherever they go. To be able to comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar, it's hard to find even one in an era. So, you too should understand that I wasn't exaggerating when I said that it would cause a sensation in the entire Linfu City, right? What? Hearing this, Yi Wuguwei and a man were really shocked. Hard to find even one in an era. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Although an era wasn't very long, it was still a total of 84 billion years. This wasn't a short period of time. Linfu City was so big, but it was hard to find even one genius in an era who could comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar. This was enough to show how difficult it was to comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar. It was no wonder that Wind would say this. Judging from this situation, Wind's words were not exaggerated at all. It was indeed so. "Oh man, do you think Big Brother Qin Xiao can comprehend a sword move?" Yi Wuguwei suddenly thought of a question. A man looked at Qin Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think it's still possible. After all, Big Brother Qin Xiao has always been a peerless genius in my heart. I won't be surprised at all about what he can gain. Also, I feel that there's nothing that Big Brother Qin Xiao can't do. No matter how difficult the problem is, it won't be a problem for Big Brother Qin Xiao." Yi Wuguwei nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think so too. So, after a Feng said this, my first thought was, can Big Brother Qin Xiao do this? Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. If Big Brother Qin Xiao can do this, it'll be really, really great." "Yes, I'm also looking forward to it," a man also said. Listening to their conversation, a Feng was secretly surprised. It seemed that they weren't boasting. This made a Feng think that Sir Qin Xiao really had such a monstrous talent. If he could really do this, then he wouldn't be an ordinary genius. He would almost be directly accepted as an official disciple of Futu Immortal Palace. At least, there shouldn't be any problem for him to become an unofficial disciple. Kulai Immortal would do its best to befriend such a genius. If that was really the case, then he had really dug up a treasure and was about to make a great contribution. While they were discussing here, Qin Xiao, who was immersed in the world of sword qi, really gained a lot. What is an immortal? One breath can become an immortal. A tree lives with a layer of skin. A person lives with a breath. Qi is the qi of heaven and earth. It's the qi of origin. It's the qi of immortal Tao. It's a mighty spirit. The sword is just a carrier. The sword itself isn't frightening, nor is it sharp. It's sharp because of the immortal qi within it, immortal might, and the power of the immortal Tao. Through the sword, It transforms everything into unparalleled sharpness and a fierce Tao. When a sword goes to the extreme, it's sharp. When it deviates, it's sharp. When it's thrown to the ground, it's the strength of the firmament. One sword props up the horizon. One sword inspires song. One sword questions the firmament. One sword seeks the immortal Tao. This sword is a heroic sword. It's a sword that stirs the heart. It's a sword that sweeps away all obstacles. It's a sword that returns everything to Qi. Whether it was the sword of the great Tao, the sword of the sword cultivator, or the immortal Tao, the sword itself wouldn't change. Although they were fundamentally different, the sword itself wouldn't change. The sword itself was a carrier. It was just that different Taos, different essences, and different power systems drove it in different ways. But no matter how many changes there was a feeling that the sword itself would not change. The carrier was fixed. These three cultivation systems all used the sword as a carrier. Therefore, for Qin Shao, comprehending the sword would be much easier than the others. After all, the sword as a carrier had always been Qin Zhao's forte. At this time, the sword of the immortal Tao was the same. The origin was different, the cultivation system was different, but the carrier was the same. More or less, there would be something similar inside. Therefore, it was naturally much easier for Qin Shao to comprehend. Coupled with Qin Zhao's own realm, it was much easier for him to comprehend. He had a natural advantage over others. Strictly speaking, Qin Shao was suspected of cheating. But fortunately, he was allowed to participate in the selection. He could be considered lucky. Hum. Suddenly, a sword hum sounded. That crisp sound suddenly rang out, and it immediately alarmed everyone around the immortal pillar. They looked around but didn't find anything. They didn't see anyone using a sword. Everyone was looking around. You look at me, I look at you. Obviously, they had all heard it. But at this time, they didn't find anything. Naturally, they were very puzzled. Yi Wu Gui, a man, and a foam had sensed it earlier, so their gazes landed on Qin Shao. They were by Qin Zhao's side, so they naturally heard it clearly. The sound of the sword humming seemed to have come from Qin Zhao's body. Although they weren't 100% sure, the situation shouldn't be wrong. So the three of them looked at Qin Shao, wanting to see if it was true. There was a sword hum. Did that mean that Qin Shao had really comprehended a move or two? If he could really do that, it would definitely cause a big stir in Linfu City. Chapter 1699. Clang. This was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. It was a sound that shocked the nine heavens. Everyone involuntarily looked over, wanting to see where the sound came from. Hum. Immediately after, another sword hum burst forth. It was like the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. It let out a chime that sounded like the great bell of the great Tao. It was like the sound of heavenly music. Soon, a sword light soared into the sky. At this time, everyone could see clearly who the sword light came from. Once the sword was out, it shocked the nine heavens. It caused the roar of a dragon and the color of the sky. It was domineering. This sword bloomed with supreme power and a supreme domineering aura. It was enough to shock the heaven and earth. Not only were the people under this immortal pillar alarmed, but even the people under the other immortal pillars were alarmed. They all looked over in shock, wanting to see who it was. What happened? The one who triggered the domineering sword Qi was none other than Qin Shao. Oh my God! Is he trying to comprehend a sword move? What is the background of this brother? Does anyone know? He came in the same batch as us to participate in the selection. I wonder where he came from. He's actually trying to comprehend a sword move. Isn't he too monstrous? He's too monstrous. I seem to have noticed a few of them just now. They haven't been under the immortal pillar for long. It's only been a few years. It can't be. He can actually comprehend a sword move in just a few years. How monstrous is this? It's too hard to believe, isn't it? But it's about the same. After all, he's a participant in the selection. The first batch was sent here less than 10 years ago. It's true that it's only been a few years. It's unbelievable. It's too monstrous. It seems that a monstrous genius is going to be born in this batch of participants. Isn't it just comprehending a sword move? What's so great about it? Humph, we're all geniuses. At most, he's just a little luckier. There are 108 immortal pillars here, and he just happens to be suitable for that one. What's there to talk about? Seeing Qin Zhao's shocking actions, Feng was really shocked. He was stunned for a while before he recovered slightly. His expression was incomparably excited. TSK, 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 TSK. He was actually able to comprehend a sword technique in just a few years. If it succeeds, it will be a legend that will be recorded in the history of Linfu City, right? According to what I know, there is no precedent of someone being able to comprehend a sword move in a few years. Amazing, truly amazing. Looks like I have really hit the jackpot this time. I never thought that I would be able to serve such a monstrous genius. If this official has a meteoric rise in the future, then even if he can't benefit me, I'm sure the shopkeeper will put me in an important position. Who knows? He might even be able to get an official position. That would be considered outstanding. Qin Zhao's behavior attracted countless onlookers. Everyone was pointing and whispering to each other. Whoosh! The sword suddenly fell, and the power of the sword Qi was like an immortal punishment falling from the sky. Danger! Everyone get out of the way! What a domineering and terrifying sword technique. Hurry up and back away. Under the domineering sword, many people screamed and retreated. They hid far away, afraid that they would be hurt by the sword Qi. However, this sword Qi was actually very well controlled. It would not accidentally injure others at all. It was just that this sword Qi was so powerful that it caused people to involuntarily feel a little fearful. The sword Qi was withdrawn, and everything returned to calm. However, the people's hearts had not completely calmed down. At this time, the square was obviously much quieter. Many pairs of eyes were wide open, and they looked at Qin Zhao with a dumbfounded expression. This move, it's a success. Qin Zhao's face also showed a slight smile. He had been immersed in the world of sword principle of the immortal pillar for the past few years, comprehending the sword principle inheritance left on the immortal pillar. Qin Zhao was deeply affected by the domineering aura and the supreme heroism of challenging the heavens with the sword. In addition, Qin Zhao himself had a very deep understanding of the sword, so his comprehension and cultivation were far from ordinary people. It could be described as incredible. There should be 3 moves left in the inheritance of this immortal pillar. I have comprehended the first move, but I have also added a lot of my own understanding. These 3 styles were not fixed moves. They were merely the inheritance of the sword style's intent. I still need to comprehend the specific moves by myself. Come out. The last 2 moves are more profound. Moreover, with my current realm, they are indeed a little too weak. It is still difficult to comprehend the second move. I'm afraid it will take too much time to comprehend it. After 1,000 years, we will have to gather here. I'm afraid it will be too late. I'm not in a hurry to comprehend the second move now. If there's a chance in the future, I can try again. There are other immortal pillars, and I can try. After pondering for a while, Qin Zhao came to a decision. This move is meant to challenge the heavens with the sword and to dominate the heavens with its domineering aura. Let's name this move Firmament Move. My sword is meant to challenge the heavens with the sword and to display a heroic and domineering aura. This sword strike had to be filled with heroic spirit. It had to be able to shock the 9 heavens with a single strike. The power of this move must achieve such a domineering effect. The first move, Firmament Move, was complete. This move was enough to become Qin Zhao's ultimate move. Qin Zhao did not know how powerful this move was, but it was definitely much stronger than his other moves. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao looked at Mo Wangbei and the others. They were still in shock, but their faces were filled with joy. Aha! Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. In just a few years, you've managed to comprehend a sword move. You're truly a peerless genius. Feng was the first to react, and he quickly came forward to congratulate Qin Zhao. Looking at everyone's reaction and hearing Feng's words, Qin Zhao was slightly taken aback, and he said, "You're flattering me. It's nothing, right? Nothing?" His words deeply stimulated many people. After Feng explained to Qin Zhao realized how difficult it was to comprehend a sword move. In a huge Linfu city, it was difficult for one person to comprehend a sword move in an era. Qin Shao, on the other hand, managed to comprehend a sword move in just a few years. This was simply heaven-defying. In fact, Qin Shao wanted to say that it was not that difficult, right? However, Qin Shao did not say this out loud. If he did, he would attract too much hatred, and many people would want to kill him. Qin Shao was indeed very indifferent about this. There was nothing to be happy about. Brother, how should I address you? I'm Yin Jingchun from the Mo He Yin clan. My friend, you've been through a lot. I admire you, and I also admire you a little. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a few drinks? Brother, you're too polite. My family runs a manor over there, and we have a small business. I like to make friends with you. I wonder if you'd do me the honor of staying there for a while. What a genius. This time, you'll definitely pass the selection easily. You'll definitely be a registered disciple. I'm so envious of you. Brother Genius, please take me as your follower. Many people came forward to make friends with Qin Shao. Some were sincere, some were deliberately flattering, and some were even winking at him. Qin Shao did not put on any airs and politely responded to them one by one. Even if they were deliberately flattering him, Qin Shao was no exception. One would not slap a smiling face. At most, he would just politely decline them. This kind of friendliness made people want to make friends with Qin Shao. After all, such a genius without any airs was rare. Many geniuses were very unruly and unruly. They kept people thousands of miles away, and their aura was very strong. They did not allow others to get close to them. However, Qin Shao was different. He did not put on any airs. He was very gentle and kind. Anyone could easily get close to him. He imperceptibly exuded a unique charm of a man. Such charm also attracted people to want to take a step closer to him. Many women threw some ambiguous looks at Qin Shao, but Qin Shao just ignored them. The news that Qin Shao had comprehended a sword move in just a few years spread quickly in Linfu City as if it had grown wings. This news was bound to cause a big stir in Linfu City. Let's go and have a look at the other immortal pillars. Qin Shao said to the crowd. Ah Feng immediately led the way. Qin Shao and the others walked to the other immortal pillars. At this time, Qin Shao was completely the focus of the crowd. Therefore, as soon as he moved, he also brought a large group of people with him. They all wanted to see if this peerless genius would still have a monstrous performance. There were also some people who were bored to begin with. If there was something interesting to watch, they would naturally be very happy to watch. Kalai Immortal Inn. Innkeeper, innkeeper. From afar, a waiter hurriedly shouted and ran over. A round-faced man with a long beard was looking at the account book. Hearing this voice, the innkeeper slightly raised his head and glanced at him, then lowered his head again and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The waiter quickly arrived in front of the innkeeper and said with a face full of smiles, "Innkeeper, it's good news, great news. Ah Feng really hit the jackpot this time. We received 5 officials, and one of them comprehended a sword move in just a few years from the Immortal Pillar. He comprehended a sword move. This time, our Kalai Immortal and has dug up a treasure. This is definitely a monstrous genius. Moreover, this official is very amiable and doesn't have a trace of arrogance. It can be seen that he is a person who values relationships and knows how to be grateful. Oh, there's such a good news. When the innkeeper heard this, he hurriedly put down the work in his hand, and a deep smile appeared on his face. Then it seems that our Kalai Immortal and has really hit the jackpot this time. We actually picked up such a good opportunity. To be able to comprehend a sword move from the Immortal Pillar in just a few years, he's definitely a monstrous genius. Not to mention an in-name disciple, it's very likely that he'll quickly become an official disciple. He doesn't put on any airs and knows how to be grateful. That's why I have to make friends with him. Our Kulai Immortal and doesn't have any background in Linfu City. Recently, it's been difficult for us to survive. If we can latch onto a big thigh, then the future of our Kulai Immortal and will definitely be much better. Chapter 1700. Starmoon Pavilion, Inner Room. A slender, handsome, and long-haired man was cultivating there. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, making him seem dazzling. It was as if all the stars in the heavens were shining under his immortal pressure. It was as if an immortal was unleashing his unparalleled immortal might here. The sun, moon, and stars, the birth of strange phenomena. This was a terrifying immortal pressure. Clearly, this was a powerful immortal technique. If cultivated to the extreme, its power would definitely be terrifying, enough to slay immortals and gods. A man in silver armor suddenly walked in quickly and arrived in front of the handsome young man. He bowed slightly and said, "Young master, there's a piece of news that you might be interested in." Hearing the man in silver armor, the handsome young man stopped cultivating. He raised his head and glanced at the man in silver armor. He said, "What good news do you have, Hu Shifu?" The man in silver armor said, "Young master, I just received news that a participant called Qin Shao only used 6 years to comprehend a sword move from the immortal pillar." "It's that immortal pillar?" Hearing the silver-armored man's words, the handsome youth asked with some surprise. Hu Shifu nodded. "Yes, that's the immortal pillar. Young master, you also comprehended it before." The handsome youth nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this young master remembers now. Previously, I indeed went to comprehend it. I had some comprehension, but I didn't really comprehend half a move. There were 3 sword moves on the immortal pillar. Together, they can be considered a powerful immortal technique. I didn't comprehend half a move either. In our Linfu city, it's rare for someone to comprehend half a move in an epic. This Qin Shao was actually able to comprehend a sword move in a short 6 years. It seems like he's really a talented person. That's right, but it's normal. After all, the selection this time has gathered the young geniuses of countless clans and tribes in the Fujian mountain range. There's bound to be some outstanding ones. It's nothing strange. If there aren't a few people like this, then wouldn't the Fusu Immortal Palace become a joke by holding such a grand selection? I understand. You can leave now. During this time, I'll cultivate well. If I don't make a sound, I'll make a sound. I've waited for this opportunity for a long time. Now that the opportunity has come, I can't let it go. If I don't make a sound now, when will I make a sound? I'll let everyone in the world know that no one can stop my sharpness." The man in silver armor said, "Young master, you're really courageous. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to shine this time. But young master, are you really not going to take a look?" "He's just a genius." The handsome young man shook his head. He didn't take it to heart. The silver-armored man continued, "But young master, as far as I know, Nangong Ling and Dao Huffing both went." What?" Hearing this, the handsome young master's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He suddenly stood up and said, "The 2 of them actually went? No, I have to go too. Wherever Nangong Ling is, I'll be there. Humph, I can't let Dao Huffing steal the limelight. Dao Huffing doesn't have the ability to steal Nangong Ling from me. There's no time to lose. Xian Fu, take me there quickly." Fu nodded. He was also prepared for this. The 2 of them quickly left the room. In the square, Qin Zhao's group arrived before an immortal pillar. Qin Zhao's fame was now widespread. The moment he arrived before the immortal pillar, there were people who took the initiative to open a path for him, allowing him to easily approach the immortal pillar. However, Qin Zhao found a problem. This immortal pillar was different from the others. There was no one within 100 feet of this immortal pillar. The onlookers were 100 feet away. There were some people within 100 feet, but they seemed to be struggling as they slowly moved forward. Moreover, the area within 100 feet of this immortal pillar was shrouded in immortal pressure. Hazy immortal chi lingered around it. It was unusual and different. Esteemed official Qin, this immortal pillar is the most famous immortal pillar in this place. There's an immortal technique called 3-step kill on it. It's an inheritance left behind by an extremely powerful immortal. It's said that as long as you can walk to the front of the immortal pillar, you'll be able to he inherited the 3-step kill immortal technique. Once you can cultivate the 3-step kill immortal art, your strength will skyrocket. So this immortal pillar gradually became the most famous immortal pillar. Countless cultivators came because of its fame just to see if they could get the inheritance of the three-step kill. Seeing Qin Zhao's confusion, Feng immediately explained. Yi Wugui asked curiously, "There seems to be a terrifying power within 100 feet. It should be very difficult to get close to this immortal pillar, right? I saw that none of those people were able to get within 500 feet of it. Looking at the immortal pillar from here, I can't see anything. It's as if it's blocked by layers of power." Feng nodded. "Yes, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's much more difficult than comprehending a move or two from the immortal pillar. It's extremely difficult to even get within 100 feet of this immortal pillar, let alone get close to it. It's hard to find one in 100 epochs who can get within 100 feet of it. It's hard to find one in 10,000 epochs who can get close to it. Furthermore, most of them are fourth-step universe grades or even half-step heavenly venerates. I've never heard of a ruler realm cultivator. It might have appeared in the long river of history, but I don't know how many epochs ago it was. If that's the case, then this immortal pillar is too difficult. If you can't get close, then you won't be able to get the inheritance. Basically, no one can obtain the inheritance. Then why is this immortal pillar still so popular?" Yi Wugui asked with a puzzled expression. This was indeed a question that everyone was puzzled by. "Ha. Feng laughed. "Sirs, there's something you don't know. It's true that almost no one can get the inheritance from this immortal pillar. However, it's precisely because of this that people are scrambling for it, making this immortal pillar more and more famous. Eventually, it became the undisputed number one. Perhaps it's because people who can't get it will let others get it, because once they get it, the rewards will be the greatest. Naturally, people will be willing to take a huge risk when there's a huge reward. Furthermore, many people want to compete with others. Coming to this immortal pillar has already become a trend. The closer you get, the harder it is. Therefore, the closer you are, the more dangerous it is. For example, if you can get within 200 feet of it, that's a huge honor. If you can get within 100 feet of it, then it will cause a sensation in Linfu City. Thus, a lot of people have come to challenge this immortal pillar for the sake of their reputation. They all want to get closer to it so that they can display their strength." After hearing this explanation, everyone finally understood. So there was such a way to play. Thinking about it, it was very understandable. Qin Xiao understood even more. In fact, he had already guessed this. "Official Qin, you were in high spirits just now when you comprehended a sword move. I reckon that the other immortal pillars won't mean much to you. However, I think Sire Qin can give this immortal pillar a try. Even if you can't get the inheritance, if you can create another glorious achievement within 100 feet of it, then you can definitely cause a sensation in Linfu City. If that's the case, then Sire Qin's reputation will soar, and all the major factions will try their best to curry favor and rope you in. When the time comes, Sir Qin will surely rise to the top of the clouds and soar into the 9 heavens," Wind added. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. "If I make it so high profile and famous, then aren't you afraid that other factions will snatch me away and I won't go to Kalai Immortal Inn?" Wind laughed heartily and said, "Ha, to be honest, this little one is indeed a little worried. But worry is one thing. You can't stop Sire Qin from shining and showing off your talent because of my worry and selfishness, right? This is a very good opportunity for Sire Qin to show off. The more brilliant you are, the more you will attract the attention of the major factions. This is an extremely meaningful thing for Qin officials' life. It is also very necessary to establish good relations with the major factions. Even if Sire Qin can definitely pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of Fu Da Immortal Palace. However, I'm afraid that you will need the help of the major factions in many areas on your future cultivation path. If Sire Qin can establish good relations in this area, then it will definitely make Sire Qin's cultivation path much easier in the future." Qin Xiao nodded. This was true. Although Qin Xiao wasn't very keen on these things, if he could establish good relations with them, then there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Qin Xiao understood this principle. Moreover, Qin Xiao had other thoughts. If he could establish good relations with some major factions, he would definitely be very willing. Once he had the resources in this area, then he could use them to find Jing Yang and the others. He had been in the immortal domain for some time, but he hadn't found any news about Jing Yang and the others. He didn't know how they were doing now. The immortal domain was really too big. Not to mention the immortal domain, even the Fuda Mountain range was too big. He couldn't find any news about Jing Yang and the others with his own ability. Therefore, if he could rely on the power of some major factions, then it would naturally be the best thing to do. And this was also a bit of Qin Zhao's selfishness. Therefore, Qin Zhao also wanted to show off as much as possible. Originally, he preferred to keep a low profile. This time, he would make an exception for Jing Yang and the others. So what if he showed off once? It was a waste of youth if he didn't go crazy. Qin Zhao still thought of himself as a youth. Haha, interesting. Big brother Qin Zhao, create another miracle. I think you should be able to easily get within 100 feet. Yi Wuguei laughed loudly. He was very optimistic about Qin Zhao. A man also said, of course, within 100 feet. Once Big Brother Qin Zhao makes a move, he will definitely be able to get close and obtain the inheritance. Chapter 1701. Qin Zhao shook his head helplessly and said, don't flatter me. It's rare for one to appear in 10,000 epics. It's not that easy. No matter what, with my current cultivation, it's very normal for me to be less than 30 meters away from her. Don't flatter me to the point where I can't back down. Wouldn't it be awkward if I really am less than 30 meters away from her? Yi Wuguei and Man scratched their heads and chuckled. Although they really did trust Qin Zhao, they really couldn't decide such a thing. Right at this moment, a wave of commotion swept over. As soon as it did, it spread like a waterfall. Look who's here. Who is it? She's so beautiful. She's really too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. TSK. She really is like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. Isn't her aura a little too powerful? She's clearly only a ruler of the 4th step, but why does it feel like her aura is comparable to an immortal's? It's Nangong Ling. It's actually Nangong Ling Heavens. Why has the princess come here? She shouldn't be interested in a lord like this, right? Huh? So she's Nangong Ling. I've often heard legends about her. I never thought I'd see her in person. TSK. She really is as the legends say. She's really too beautiful. She's not just beautiful. It's said that she's extremely likely to be on par with her sister, Nangong Qianzi. She'll probably become the holy maiden of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Isn't that true? It's really a blessing from the heavens for the Nangong clan to give birth to 2 peerless geniuses in this generation. It's said that the number of men who've pursued Nangong Ling in Linfu City is enough to line up a few times around the city. She really is breathtakingly beautiful. She really is the type of woman that men would fall in love with a single glance. I've even noticed that I've started to like Nangong Ling. Let's stop daydreaming. Nangong Ling isn't someone we can hope to reach. Just her aura alone is enough to make us lose the courage to approach her. Let's just stop worrying and look at her from afar. The restless voice quickly spread throughout the square. Nangong Ling was originally the focus of attention, but all of a sudden, all eyes were turned to Nangong Ling. It could be seen how great Nangong Ling's influence was. She was definitely not comparable to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also looked over in surprise. She wanted to see what kind of fairy Nangong Ling could cause such a big commotion. At first glance, Qin Zhao was indeed a little stunned. She was indeed beautiful, enough to make any man mesmerized at a glance. At the very least, at first glance, Qin Zhao was stunned. It was a feeling that shook his soul. A woman's beauty did not lie in her looks, but more importantly, her temperament. A woman's charm was something that was naturally emitted. It was something that came from her bones. Nangong Ling was dressed in a light purple dress with a phoenix crown on her head. Her long robes trailed on the ground, untainted by the mortal world. His 10 fingers were like jade, crystal clear. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and she had the face of a beautiful fox, especially her eyes, which were like a pair of immortal bells, flashing with immortal light. They also seemed to be able to speak. They could even play a song of immortal music. Her whole body was enveloped by a rainbow-colored immortal light. So when she appeared, she shone brightly and supported her powerful aura. Nangong Ling walked over leisurely. Wherever she passed, the crowd automatically made a path for her. Some people were bold and wanted to get to know Nangong Ling. However, when Nangong Ling glanced at them, they were frightened and obediently retreated to the side. However, there were always some who were bold. A young man in embroidered clothes, holding a jade fan, walked out elegantly and stood in front of Nangong Ling looking at the symbol between his eyebrows. One could tell that he was a one-in-a-billion genius who participated in the selection. There was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. It could be seen that this person was somewhat arrogant. The young man in embroidered clothes opened the jade fan in his hand and gently waved it. He said to Nangong Ling, "Princess Nangong Ling, I have admired you for a long time, but I have never been able to meet you. Today, I am very fortunate to be able to see Princess Nangong Ling's true appearance. I shamelessly came forward to get to know you, Princess Nangong Ling." However, before the young man in embroidered clothes could finish speaking, Nangong Ling coldly glanced at him and said rudely, "I don't want to know who you are. I want to ask you, have you peed before?" Peed before? What kind of question was that? The young man in embroidered clothes looked at Nangong Ling in confusion. He was stunned by the question. Shouldn't pee be something that ordinary mortals would do? They didn't need to do such a thing, so how could they pee? Therefore, the young man in embroidered clothes was very puzzled as to why Nangong Ling would ask such a question. It sounded very strange. The young man in embroidered clothes didn't react, but the bystanders did. Haha, you are really stupid. Princess Nangong Ling means that you should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Our Princess Nangong Ling is not someone you can covet. Do you really think that you are amazing just because you have reached here? You are really a peerless genius. What kind of genius is this? She is asking you to take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You can't even understand this. I am really worried about your Shangji. I'm laughing. Another idiot. How stupid must he be to not understand human language? The young man's face flushed red, as if he had been ruthlessly slapped by some of the onlookers. Only then did he react. So this was what Nangong Ling meant. He really didn't react for a moment. What was this? Wasn't this a naked humiliation? Wasn't this a slap to his face? But what could he do? Did he dare to act up? Under Nangong Ling's aura, he couldn't muster up the courage at all. Even if he could muster up the courage, there were so many people present. They were all supporting Nangong Ling. What else did he dare to say? If he did anything, the bystanders would probably cripple him in minutes. Therefore, the young man in embroidered clothes also retreated to the side with an ugly expression, becoming a big joke for the crowd. Nangong Ling didn't pay much attention to the man and continued to walk over. Seeing Nangong Ling walking over, many people were guessing, why did Nangong Ling come here? Did she want to try to get within 100 feet of that immortal pillar? Or did she want to try to obtain the 3 steps kill immortal technique? But it didn't make any sense. Nangong Ling had never come to the square before and didn't go to any of the immortal pillars to comprehend. After all, with Nangong Ling's status, she really didn't care about these things. After all, if she needed an immortal technique, wouldn't it be just a matter of words? It was just a matter of a sentence, and it would definitely be much more powerful than the inheritance here. Therefore, Nangong Ling didn't need to do that at all. No matter how good the 3 steps kill immortal technique was, it shouldn't be much in Nangong Ling's eyes. Unless Nangong Ling suddenly wanted to try to get close to the immortal pillar. It was still possible that she came just for this. Just as everyone was guessing Nangong Ling's intention, Nangong Ling stopped in front of Qin Shao, and her eyes fell on Qin Shao. Obviously, Nangong Ling came here for Qin Shao. This action immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Qin Shao again. They didn't expect Qin Shao to have such great charm that he could even summon Nangong Ling. This was also something that made people very curious. Seeing Nangong Ling stop in front of him and sizing him up, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, he didn't really like Nangong Ling's gaze. It was an indescribable gaze. It seemed to be a bit too much to say that it was high and mighty. It didn't seem to be very sharp either. It didn't seem to be very aggressive either. In short, it was a gaze that was difficult to express what it meant, but it made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like he was being scrutinized. Everyone quieted down and stared at the two people with wide eyes. One was the peerless genius Qin Shao, who had just caused a sensation in Linfu City, and the other was the world-famous princess Nangong Ling, the peerless genius of the Nangong clan. Everyone in Linfu City knew that the Nangong clan was a very powerful clan. It was no exaggeration to say that the Nangong clan's strength could definitely be ranked in the top few in Linfu City. There were countless people from the Nangong clan in the Fumu Immortal Palace, and there were also extremely ancient and powerful existences. Therefore, the Nangong clan was a symbol of strength. In terms of status, an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace might not be comparable to Nangong Ling. Moreover, with Nangong Ling's status and talent, she could be directly accepted into the Fumu Immortal Palace and become an official disciple. There was no need for her to go through any tests or selection. No matter how brilliant Qin Shao was, he was instantly overshadowed when standing in front of Nangong Ling. However, Qin Shao wasn't overwhelmed by Nangong Ling's aura. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, looking at Nangong Ling calmly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Everyone held their breaths, wanted to see why Nangong Ling was looking for Qin Shao. It always gave people the feeling that there was something unusual going on here. The two of them looked at each other like this, and neither of them spoke. It was as if they were secretly competing in terms of aura. Qin Shao was very calm, but the five people standing beside Qin Shao were breaking out in cold sweat. Even Mo Wang Bei felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to stay away from Qin Shao. Finally, Nangong Ling was the first to speak. "You're Qin Shao." "Yes, I'm Qin Shao." Qin Shao nodded in response. This opening was very simple, but also very weak. "I just heard that you've comprehended a sword form under the Immortal Pillar in a short 6 years. Even though I didn't go under the Immortal Pillar to study it, I know who the owner of the Immortal Pillar was. I also know how difficult it is to comprehend a sword form. It's said that on average, there isn't a single person in Linfu City who can comprehend half a form in an entire era. You were able to comprehend a sword move in a short 6 years, which can be considered a heaven-defying feat. Therefore, I was a little curious and came to see who had the ability to do this." Chapter 17:02. "Miss, you flatter me. It's nothing. I believe that if you are willing, you can do it too." In front of Nangong Ling, Qin Shao was more modest, but what he said was also the truth. Although Qin Shao didn't know much about Nangong Ling's background, he could feel that she was definitely a peerless genius. Therefore, if Nangong Ling was willing, she should be able to do it too. It wasn't a heaven-defying thing. At least, Qin Shao really didn't think much of it. Along the way, he had done a lot of heaven-defying things, and his heart had long been as calm as water. No matter how big the harvest was, it was nothing to him, and he could treat it calmly. "Miss." Nangong Ling's crescent moon-like eyebrows frowned slightly, and she seemed to be a little surprised. There was nothing wrong with the word miss itself, but she, Nangong Ling, had always been high and mighty, and had always been respected by others. They all called her princess, but no one dared to call her Mississippi. For Miss, the meaning was relatively flat, and even a little disrespectful. So when Nangong Ling heard Qin Shao call her Miss, she also felt a little strange. Indeed, she had never heard anyone call her that before, so it sounded strange. Nangong Ling quickly said again, "Yes, if I am willing, then I am indeed confident that I can comprehend a sword move. However, I don't dare to be interested in this. Today, I'm just a little bored. But you are a little special, unlike the others. You are different. Not like the others." Qin Shao looked at Nangong Ling with a little puzzlement. Everyone was different, and it was normal for him to be special. However, Qin Shao wanted to know what Nangong Ling meant by him being different from the others. Nangong Ling didn't have much of a smile on her face, but there wasn't much coldness either. Although she still gave people the feeling of being high and mighty, like a queen, people didn't dare to approach her. However, in front of Qin Xiao, she didn't seem to be so sharp. Everyone else would flatter me and try to get on my good side. At the very least, they would be polite to me. But you are different. You don't mean to please me. And there is not much politeness in your eyes. This makes me feel no sense of superiority in front of you, said Nangongling. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I've never been one to curry favor with those in power. Your status and background are of no benefit to me. I also don't feel that I'm inferior to others, so I have no reason to flatter you and deliberately curry favor with you. As for being polite, that's the most basic etiquette for a man. Nangongling looked at Qin Xiao with her watery eyes. She increasingly felt that this man was different, too different. Ever since she was young, she had been pursued by too many people. No matter who saw her, they all had a fawning attitude. She had grown tired of this kind of attitude. Sometimes, people just needed to find a sense of novelty. Oh, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why is Princess Nangongling in such a refined mood to actually come here? At this moment, a clear voice rang out. A golden-robed young man walked over under the accompaniment of an old man. The old man's clothes were relatively ordinary. He was the kind of person who wouldn't take a second look at just based on his attire. He didn't smile, but his body emitted a terrifying aura that wasn't dense, but made people feel a little fearful. Especially those deep eyes. They were as powerful as the sky. Looking into them would immediately make people feel like they were thrown into the abyss of hell. Wherever the two of them went, the onlookers consciously retreated far away, not daring to approach. It was very obvious that this old man must be an extremely powerful existence. Qin Xiao also sized up the old man. With Qin Xiao's eyesight, he could see the situation. What surprised Qin Xiao was that this old man was actually a heavenly venerate. To be able to make a first step heavenly venerate follow behind him, what kind of background did this golden-robed young man have? Needless to say, this person's background was definitely not small. One had to know that this was a heavenly venerate, an existence that had entered the ranks of immortals. This was an existence that surpassed the level of ants and mortals, an existence that could live forever. For such a person to be willing to follow behind this golden-robed young man and escort him, it was enough to see how powerful this golden-robed young man's background was. Some of the people in the square who recognized this golden-robed young man also hid far away, whispering in private. Sir Qin, this person's name is Daohufeng. As his name suggests, his best weapon is the saber. It's said that he has an immortal saber hidden in his body. Once it's used, it can even threaten immortals. Of course, that's just a rumor. No one knows if it's true or not. After all, he's only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. He's only a fourth-step ruler. If he can really threaten immortals, that's quite a frightening thought. His background isn't particularly powerful. It's just that two of his clan's ancestors were from the Fumu Immortal Palace and have lived for an extremely long time. He doesn't seem to be particularly powerful, but he still has some status. In Linfu City, he has developed and expanded for so many years, so he still has some foundation. It's said that the elder by his side is an immortal who's always been in charge of protecting him. That's enough to see how well he's treated in his clan. That's why no one in Linfu City dares to provoke him, Wind explained to Qin Xiao and the others. Two of his clan's ancestors were from the Fumu Immortal Palace, so his background wasn't small. However, Qin Xiao didn't care much about this. He wouldn't easily provoke anyone anyway. Even if they didn't, as long as they didn't provoke him, Qin Xiao wouldn't easily provoke them. This was Qin Xiao's principle. Nangongling glanced at Daohufeng and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you where I go? Are you going to stick your nose into my business?" Her tone was very unfriendly. Daohufeng seemed to be used to Nangongling's tone and didn't get angry. He still had an elegant smile on his face and said, "Haha, of course it has nothing to do with me. How would I dare to stick my nose into your business? I just happened to pass by and saw Princess Nangongling, so I came to greet you, so that those who are curious can come up and say hello. I have no other intentions." Nangongling obviously wouldn't be able to fool her. She didn't hold back and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't see you here when I came." Of course, she was implying that Daohufeng followed her here. But that was indeed the case. Dao Huffeng felt a little awkward after being exposed on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice was heard, breaking the awkward atmosphere. It's really lively today. Our Linfu City's two famous people are here. How can I miss out on the fun? The one who spoke was a handsome young man in embroidered robes. Behind him was a man in silver armor. The two of them walked over with large strides. Their brilliance was extraordinary. It was as if two young kings had arrived. They had an imposing appearance. One look, and one could tell that they weren't ordinary people. Qin Shao could tell that the man in silver armor behind him was also a first-step celestial venerable. What's going on today? Why are there so many people with great backgrounds here? First, it was Nangong Ling, then Dao Hufeng, and now this young man in embroidered robes. They all had great backgrounds. What's going on today? Even Zhang Yin is here? Feng was shocked and said with a face full of surprise. Qin Shao glanced at Feng. Feng swallowed his saliva and explained, Official Qin, Zhang Yan's background is much greater than Dao Hufeng's. Zhang Yan is from Xingyue Pavilion. The current pavilion master is Zhang Yan's father. Xingyue Pavilion, as far as I know, has 5 immortals from Fuda Immortal Palace. It's said that Xingyue Pavilion has more than that. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. I only know that Xingyue Pavilion is very powerful. Although it's not as powerful as the Nangong clan in Linfu City, it's probably in the top 100. Qin Shao nodded casually. He didn't think much of it. So what if he had a big background? It had nothing to do with him anyway. The arrival of Nangong Ling, Dao Hufeng, and Zhang Yin ignited the atmosphere in the square. Zhang Yin, your nose is really sharp. We just arrived and you're right behind us. Dao Hufeng said with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Yin chuckled and said, Dao Hufeng's nose isn't sharp? Princess Nangong Ling just arrived and you followed her here. You even lied and said that you were just passing by. You're quite interesting. Same here. Same here. You don't have to talk about me. We all know why you're here. Dao Hufeng retorted. These two people's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone could hear that these two people were obviously at loggerheads with each other. They were love rivals. Both of them were obviously pursuing Nangong Ling. However, Nangong Ling didn't have a good impression of either of them. The relationship between the three of them was a little interesting. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to watch the show. He was about to break through the immortal pillar. Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yin soon knew why Nangong Ling was here. She just wanted to see who Qin Shao was. Such a situation naturally stimulated them. What was there to see about a village boy? Was it worth it for Nangong Ling to come here personally? Seeing that Qin Shao was about to break through the immortal pillar, Dao Hufeng quickly walked over and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. You're Qin Shao, right? Qin Shao, who was about to step forward, heard this voice and couldn't help but stop. He frowned and looked at Dao Hufeng, who was walking towards him. Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Dao Hufeng. When he saw him walking towards him, he naturally understood that Dao Hufeng didn't come with good intentions. He probably wanted to cause trouble. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He replied coldly, Yes, what do you want? Dao Hufeng chuckled and said, I don't dare to say that. I heard that you used only 6 years to comprehend a sword move under the immortal pillar. Princess Nangong Ling is a little interested in you. So I'm a little interested in you too. What I love the most is dealing with geniuses. It seems that you're a genius, right? Such a sarcastic tone was obviously mocking Qin Shao and provoking Qin Shao. Chapter 17:03. Want what you lack. What was that supposed to mean? Wasn't he saying that Dao Hufeng wasn't a genius? On a deeper level, wasn't he saying that Dao Hufeng was a flying dance? The moment Qin Zhao's words came out, an uproar broke out. The person he was scolding was Dao Hufeng. This was no ordinary person. Dao Hufeng had quite the background. Although Dao Hifeng's family wasn't very strong in Linfu City, they were still known as geniuses. Moreover, to the average person, Dao He Peak was already a towering peak that could not be reached. Plus, he had an immortal as his escort. Who would dare to look down on him? Qin Zhao's words were like a slap to Dao Hufeng's face in front of everyone, making it hard for Dao Hufeng to get out of the situation. Qin Zhao's words made Dao Huffing's expression turn ugly. He glared at Qin Zhao with a hint of anger. What do you mean? Dao Huffing wasn't someone who would take a loss. Thus, he would naturally not submit to humiliation. In such a public place, and before Nangong Ling on top of that, how could he not be furious after being humiliated and mocked like this? How could he not fight back? Qin Zhao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. That's what it means. Whatever you think it means is what it means. As long as you have a brain, you should know what I meant. Why bother asking? You. Dao Huffing's face turned green. How dare you? How dare you? It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in front of me. You really have guts. Do you really think that just because this young master is being polite to you, you have the right to be arrogant? What else can I do? Qin Zhao smirked. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think too highly of yourself. I know you have some background. You brought an immortal with you to protect you. Are you trying to show off your family background? Or are you trying to show off your incompetence? What about you? Don't you think it's funny that you need someone to protect you in Linfu City? I don't know you. Nor do I need to know you. Nor do I need to curry favor with you. So, you mocked me the moment you came up. Do I still need to be polite to you? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a disciple of the Fudo Immortal Palace? Do you think everyone has to respect you? If you want to show off your might, then I'm sorry, but you found the wrong person. Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort made Dao Huffing even more flustered. His face alternated between green and white, and even looked quite ugly. He couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's sharp tongue. Every word he said was sharp and piercing. Qin Zhao's bold action shocked many people, causing their jaws to drop as they looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. Even Afeng was dumbfounded as he stared at Qin Zhao. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He was truly deeply shocked by Qin Zhao's shocking actions. Moreover, he was actually a little worried in his heart. After all, Kalai Immortal Hotel didn't dare to provoke Dao Huffing with its strength. Because of this, Wind couldn't help but worry. If Qin Guan really offended Dao Hifeng, then it wouldn't be a good thing. If Kalai Immortal Hotel treated Qin Zhao well, wouldn't Dao Huffing be unhappy? Would he take revenge on Kalai Immortal Hotel? What about coming up? These were all questions that Feng was considering. The smell of gunpowder was also completely stirred up by Qin Zhao, permeating the air. Many people were so nervous that they broke out in cold sweat. Nangong Ling's eyes flashed with a strange light. She looked at Qin Zhao and Dao Huffing with interest. Especially Qin Zhao's actions, she found it very interesting. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a fight, Zhang Yin walked over and acted as a mediator. Daoist Qin Zhao, Dao Huffeng, I think it's better if you two don't talk too much. You have to pay attention to your image in front of so many people. Don't make it too embarrassing. Zhang Yin, you're the one being humiliated. Why don't you try? Dao Huffeng clenched his teeth. He didn't think Zhang Yin would be so kind to help him. Although he and Zhang Yang were not sworn enemies, at least they were rivals in love. They had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. Zhang Yin shook his head. Dao Huffeng, don't be so ungrateful. I'm here to stop the fight. I'm not like you, so there's no need for me to try. If you don't like it, you can just do it. But do you think it's appropriate to fight? We didn't come here to fight. That would be too childish. Fellow Daoist Qin Zhao didn't offend you in any way, so there's no reason for you to fight him, right? Therefore, wouldn't it be better to settle it quietly if there's a problem? Dao Huffing coldly snorted, although he was still very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, it wasn't appropriate for him to fight. It didn't matter if he was in the right or not. If he fought, then the situation would be different. After calming down, Dao Huffing came up with a plan. He looked at Qin Zhao coldly. You're going to challenge the immortal pillar, right? So what? Qin Zhao knew that Dao Huffing had something in mind. He didn't have to care, but since he decided to be high profile this time, he might as well go all the way. Dao Huffing smiled. It's nothing. I just think you're bored. I'm also bored and have nothing to do. That's why I wanted to accompany you and see what's going on. I've never broken through this immortal pillar before, but it said that I can get close to it. It's hard to get the immortal pillar's inheritance. So I want to try and see if it's really as hard as you say. The harder it is, the more I like it. After all, no matter how difficult it is, there's nothing that can stop me. Qin Shao already guessed Dao Huffing's intention. If you want to challenge it, that's your own business. Why are you telling me this? It's not like only one person can enter this place. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to tell me specifically. If you want to compete with me, then I'm sorry. In my eyes, you're not qualified. What? Not qualified? Dao Huffing, was being called not qualified? Hearing this, Dao Huffing almost spat out blood. How could there be such an arrogant person? This could be considered crazy to his grandmother's home, right? Dao Huffing wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many of the spectators felt the same way. Even Wind felt the same way. He was so shocked that his palms were sweating. Even Mo Wang Bei and the others couldn't help but worry for Qin Shao. After all, this was Dao Huffing, a big power in Linfu City. If he really offended Dao Huffing, it wouldn't be a good thing. After saying that, Qin Shao really did not care about Dao Huffing anymore. Instead, he entered the area within 100 feet of the immortal pillar and entered the test area. As for Dao Huffing, he was directly ignored by Qin Shao. Just like what he said before, Dao Huffing didn't have the qualifications to compete with Qin Shao. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Dao Huffing clenched his teeth and cursed in his heart. Then he stepped forward and followed in. You don't want to compete with me? I want to compete with you. You have no choice. I want the result, not the process. As long as the result is out, everything will be clear. This young master doesn't believe that you have much ability. Haha, this is interesting. Since it's so lively today and I have nothing to do, I'll play with you guys. Zhang Yang said with a smile and followed in. Dao Huffing and Zhang Yin actually entered the area and wanted to challenge the Immortal Pillar's test. They wanted to see if they could get close to the Immortal Pillar and obtain the Immortal Pillar's inheritance. This was definitely going to be a good show, a rare good show. Obviously, Zhang Yang and Dao Huffing came for Nangongling. Because of Nangongling's attitude towards Qin Shao, they vented their anger on Qin Shao, causing the two of them to attack Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao not see through this? However, he didn't care and let them play. The liveliness here had attracted almost everyone in the square. The people who were previously in the square also consciously came out and gave up their space, completely leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao and the other two. This was a battle between three peerless geniuses. Two of them were famous geniuses in Linfu City, while the other was a new peerless genius. Since the three of them were clashing, there must be something interesting to watch. Nangongling didn't want to participate. She waved her hand and a jade chair appeared. She sat on it and looked over with interest. For her, this was a good show for her to sit down and watch. The surroundings instantly became extremely lively. This is too interesting. He actually let Dao Huffing and Zhang Yin join forces to deal with that guy called Qin Shao. Previously, I thought that Qin Shao was a very low-key and amiable person who didn't put on airs. Why was he so arrogant just now? Going head-to-head with Dao Huffing, he doesn't look like he's doing anything. Everyone has a temper. But then again, Dao Huffing was really too overbearing just now. He used that kind of tone right from start. Qin Shao definitely couldn't take it. That's right. Qin Shao is a peerless genius. He has just comprehended his sword move. He must be full of pride. Therefore, it is normal for Qin Shao to retaliate when Dao Huffing ridiculed him. Anyway, there's a good show to watch. I don't know if Qin Shao is lucky or unlucky. It's good luck to be appreciated by Princess Nangongling. But it's not good to provoke Dao Huffing and Zhang Yang. Hey, who do you think will win? This time, it's not just a battle between Dao Huffing, Zhang Yang, and Qin Shao. I'm afraid that Dao Huffing and Zhang Yang are also secretly competing. That's for sure. The three of them are competing with each other. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Look, Princess Nangongling is already sitting down to watch the show. Looks like Princess Nangongling is still interested. Otherwise, Dao Huffing and Zhang Yang wouldn't be so desperate. Let's see who will win. I have a feeling that their talents should be about the same. Chapter 1704. As soon as Qin Shao entered that area, he felt as if he had entered a vast world. There was a ray of light at the end of the vast world. He could vaguely see an immortal pillar standing there. Obviously, that was where the immortal pillar was located. If he wanted to get close to the immortal pillar, he had to go to that end. From here, he could see that the end was very far away. It was not as short as he had seen before. This area is a world of its own. This world is full of powerful obstructive forces. It seems that it is not easy to get close to the immortal pillar. As soon as Qin Shao entered, he felt that this vast space was full of terrifying forces, which prevented Qin Shao from moving forward. He could not tell what kind of force it was, but it was very powerful and terrifying. All kinds of strange forces filled the entire space. Being in this place, Qin Shao felt as if he was surrounded by endless power. Qin Shao looked around and saw that Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang had also followed him in. Their eyes fell on Qin Shao. The difference was that one was angry, while the other was calm, but also secretly competitive. These two obviously wanted to compete with Qin Shao. They wanted to find some sense of existence from Qin Shao. Perhaps only in this way could Nangong Ling see him in a new light. Qin Shao did not pay attention to the two. If they wanted to compete with him, that was their business. Qin Shao only cared about moving forward. The huge waves of power were like a cage. When Qin Shao moved forward, Qin Shao was pushed back again and again. It was like rowing a boat against the current. One needed a lot of strength to move the boat forward. If one's strength was not enough, the boat would be pushed back by the current. It would be pushed back. If one did not move forward, it would be pushed back. At this time, Qin Shao also had this feeling. Moreover, he clearly felt that the more he moved forward, the stronger the obstructive force. The more he could not move forward, the more he could not move forward. Furthermore, this power was not only capable of attacking one's body, but also one's soul and willpower. As long as you have a weak point, you will be attacked, and it will be difficult for you to move forward. Suddenly, a group of immortal soldiers clad in silver armor charged out. Each of them held a silver sword in their hand. They looked cold and murderous as they charged toward Qin Shao. Appearances are born from the heart, and illusions are born from thoughts. Qin Zhao's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that the silver-armored immortal soldiers in front of him were not real. They were just illusions in his mind. However, even if he knew that it was an illusion, he would still be injured if he couldn't get rid of the illusion. Qin Zhao's mental strength was strong, and he was fearless as he met the attack head-on. Those silver-armored immortal soldiers were born from one's mind. As long as the power of one's mind was strong enough, it would be sufficient to defeat those silver-armored immortal soldiers with the power of one's mind. Qin Shao did not need to move at all. The power of his mind had already transformed into an invisible sharp blade, and it whistled toward those silver-armored immortal soldiers. However, more and more silver-armored immortal soldiers appeared. They were like insects blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The more silver-armored immortal soldiers there were, the more one would need to maintain a strong mental strength in order to deal with them. No matter how strong one's mental strength was, it would be very painful and difficult to keep exerting force continuously. It would be very difficult to hold on. Qin Shao and the other two were moving forward with difficulty, while the onlookers outside were discussing animatedly. The three of them are moving forward almost at the same time. Their speed is really fast. TSK, a peerless genius is indeed a peerless genius. They are really extraordinary. Such speed is truly stupefying. It's too frightening. Their speed is too terrifying. In such a short time, they have already moved forward more than 200 feet. How long has it been? I spent 100 years before, but I didn't even move forward 10 feet. Compared with them, it's not just a star or half a day. It's like heaven and earth. There's no need to compare with these three peerless geniuses. But I really admire this person called Qin Shao. According to the information I gathered, he is from a small clan called Xianhua clan. I don't know where he came from. He is very poor and weak and extremely humble. His background is so poor, but he can enough to shine with supreme brilliance. Yes, I also heard about it. He is really heaven-defying. In this selection, Qin Shao will definitely be one of the most dazzling people. He will escape together with Zhang Yang Dao and Yifeng. I'm more interested to know who will win. Everyone, tell me. You can't see it now, right? The three of them are moving forward together. Their speed is unbelievably fast. No one is at a disadvantage. If you want to see it, you have to wait a little longer. I guess after 500 feet, it will slowly protrude out. Let's not talk about the outcome first. I feel that the three of them are very likely to get close to the immortal pillar. TSK, TSK, the three of them reaching the immortal pillar together. This will be a good story, right? It's still too early to say that. It's not so easy for the three of them to reach the immortal pillar. After all, it's rare to see one in 10,000 eras in our Linfu city. Although the three of them are monsters, they may not be monsters to this extent. Yes, that's true. Rare geniuses in 10,000 eras. These three may not be able to reach that level. After all, 10,000 eras is still too slow for us. Yes, I think so too. It's already very difficult for one of them to reach the immortal pillar. Let's wait and see. It's still too early to discuss this. Time passed second by second, and this place became more and more lively, because the participants of the selection were constantly sent over. There were also some geniuses who were proud and arrogant. Some even snorted at Qin Shao and didn't think that Qin Shao was that much of a genius. Since they were bored, they might as well make a bet to add a little atmosphere. Soon, the three of them were within 500 feet. After 500 feet, the three of them were still moving forward at the same pace. No one showed an advantage first, and they were almost all in the same line. 600 feet, 700 feet. The three of them actually reached the height of 700 feet very quickly. Seeing this, many onlookers couldn't help but be astonished. Amazing, they've already reached 700 feet so quickly. They easily entered 300 feet, worthy of being the three supreme geniuses. That's right. Being able to enter within 300 feet is already very impressive. It's enough to be called a rare genius. To be able to enter 300 feet, there shouldn't be any problems passing this selection, right? Yes, there shouldn't be any problems within 300 feet. Don't make it sound so difficult. It's just 300 feet. What's so special about it? Don't comment if you haven't been there before. If you don't believe me, you can go in and try. The three of them continued to move forward. Soon, they were within 200 feet of each other. They had traveled 800 feet. Being able to enter 200 feet was already a rare occurrence in an epic. Now, all three of them were within 200 feet at once. It was simply a spectacle, and when they entered within 200 feet, the three people who had been advancing side by side had already begun to show some advantages and disadvantages. Qin Shao was in the lead, and Zhang Yin was right behind him. The two of them didn't have a clear gap, but Qin Shao was 2 or 3 steps ahead of Zhang Yin. The weakest one was Dao Hefeng, about 5 steps behind. Haha, who said that Qin Shao would be the first to lose? Didn't you say that the first place would be between Zhang Yin and Dao Hefeng? Now you've slapped your face. Qin Shao, on the other hand, got first place. Who said that Dao Hefeng would be in the lead? Haha, who said that he wanted to bet with me? Come on, let's bet. Interesting, Qin Shao is in the first place. But it's too early to be happy. It's not the time to show off. The one who can last until the end will be the winner. Yeah, what's the rush? Perhaps Dao Hefeng and Zhang Yang are just stalling. Qin Zhao's lead naturally caused a lot of commotion and a lot of heated discussions. It's really too heaven-defying. Seeing Qin Zhao's performance, the waiter, Wind, was very excited. He had found a big treasure. Although he was somewhat worried that he would offend Zhang Yin and Dao Hefeng, if Qin Shao was monstrous enough, it would be fine. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Feng saw him and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Shopkeeper, why are you here?" The shopkeeper nodded and smiled at Feng, showing great praise. "I heard the news and came here." "Feng, you did very well this time. I'll remember this great merit." Feng was wild with joy when he heard the shopkeeper's praise. He smiled and quickly said, "Thank you, shopkeeper. This is what I should do." "But, shopkeeper, there's a situation here." Feng didn't say it directly, but the shopkeeper understood what Feng wanted to say. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I've already known the situation." Zhang Yin and Dao Huffing can't represent the forces behind them. Although their backgrounds are not small, the forces behind them are not small either. They won't vent their anger on such a small matter. It's just a fight between young people. It's normal. Don't worry too much. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the stone in Feng's heart was finally lifted. If the shopkeeper said it was okay, then it must be okay. This time, he could be considered to have hit the jackpot. To be able to meet such a genius was simply like meeting a benefactor in life. Look, Qin Xiao is the first to enter within 10 feet of the pillar. He's really going against the natural order. Don't tell me he's really able to inherit the immortal art 3 steps kill? Nothing is impossible. It's been less than 10 years since he entered, right? In such a short time, he's already within 10 feet of the pillar. It's not surprising that he's already in front of the pillar. Now it seems very likely. Yes, it's too scary. Dao Huffeng and Zhang Yin were about the same as Qin Xiao before, but now the disadvantage is obvious. They're already 3 to 5 feet away from Qin Xiao. I feel like the gap will only grow bigger. It's not easy to get close to the pillar and get the inheritance of the 3 steps kill. This Qin Xiao is really scary. It's very likely that he'll become the most dazzling dark horse in this election. Sigh. It's really sad to participate in the selection with such a monster. It doesn't matter if my talent is average, but those self-proclaimed geniuses will suffer a blow. Chapter 17:05. 7 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet. Closer, closer. Pairs of eyes widened as they stared at Qin Xiao. Seeing Qin Xiao take a step forward, they felt extremely excited, as if it was related to them. Geniuses who could get close to this immortal pillar were rarely seen, even in 10,000 epics. Therefore, they were naturally excited to see someone who could get close to the immortal pillar with their own eyes. They were looking forward to seeing if they could get close to the immortal pillar in the end. This matter seemed to have suddenly become a major event here, moving everyone's hearts. At this moment, the focus of attention was on Qin Xiao. No one was even paying attention to Zhang Yin and Dao Huffeng, although the two of them had already entered within 10 feet of the immortal pillar with great difficulty. However, they were still pacing back and forth at the edge of the immortal pillar. It was extremely difficult for them to move forward. Looking at them, everyone felt that the two of them had almost reached their limit, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. However, Qin Xiao was able to make people see hope. His steps were still very firm, and he didn't give people the feeling that he was swaying. Big brother Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao and the others became extremely excited. They were naturally happy for Qin Xiao to be so monstrous and heaven-defying. For Qin Xiao. The heavens are on our Kulai immortal inside. This time, we actually picked up such a rare treasure. The smile on the manager's face grew wider. Naturally, Win's smile grew wider as well. 1 foot. Arrived. As expected, Qin Xiao didn't disappoint. He really got close to the immortal pillar and completed this magnificent feat. As soon as this magnificent feat was completed, the square was also filled with jubilation. Witnessing this moment, it was like witnessing a miracle. The outside was bustling, but the inside was incomparably calm. As soon as Qin Xiao got close to the immortal pillar, he felt a ray of light bloom from the immortal pillar and fall on his body. Lines of ancient immortal characters appeared on the immortal pillar. Clearly, it was the inheritance of the 3 steps kill immortal technique. In addition to the mantra of this immortal technique, the voice of an immortal swan also came into Qin Xiao's ears from the immortal pillar. It was like the whisper of the Grand Tao, using the voice of an immortal swan to pass on the immortal technique and spread the immortal Tao. In that case, it would be easier for others to comprehend this immortal art. Within the immortal light, one could vaguely see a figure practicing this immortal technique. With the 3-pronged inheritance, it was enough to make it easier for one to comprehend this immortal art. Those who were able to walk to the front of the immortal pillar were all monstrous geniuses. If such geniuses were to give them a good inheritance, the chances of them comprehending it would be extremely high. Therefore, basically, anyone who could inherit the 3-step kill would be able to comprehend and cultivate this immortal art. At the moment, Qin Shao was immersed in the inheritance of this immortal art. He was calmly comprehending this immortal art. This is really an extremely fierce and domineering immortal art. The 3 steps kill. Within 3 steps, no one can defeat it. How domineering. The sword-like technique I just comprehended is indeed a level lower than the 3-step kill immortal technique. However, this immortal art is extremely difficult to cultivate. Generally speaking, it should only be suitable for universe grades to cultivate. This is a truly powerful immortal art. Even heavenly venerates would scramble for it. It could definitely be cultivated into an ultimate technique. If I were to comprehend this immortal art now, I would at most be able to cultivate the 1st step kill. Although the power would be much weaker, I reckon that I would be able to easily kill a weaker universe grade with the 1st step. However, the 1st step kill is also very difficult to cultivate. However, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter how difficult it is to cultivate, I will definitely succeed. No matter how difficult the challenge is, it won't stump me. After comprehending this immortal art, it will be one of my trump cards for a long time to come. If I could master it in 3 steps, it wouldn't be surprising if I could kill a weaker immortal instantly. After all, this immortal art was passed down by the immortals of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This is what I should do. I have to make good use of this opportunity. As he said that, Qin Shao inadvertently glanced at Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yang, who were still trying their best to advance. The 2 of them were still within 5 feet of him, but it was already difficult for them to advance any further. The 2 of them had already reached their limits. However, Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to the 2 of them, as he didn't view them as opponents. Therefore, he didn't think much of it when he saw the 2 of them still standing there. Qin Shao retracted his gaze and immersed himself in comprehending this immortal art. With such an inheritance, comprehending this immortal art became much easier. Comprehension had always been Qin Zhao's strength. In addition, Qin Shao had some advantages. Therefore, when he comprehended it this time, it was naturally like a fish in water. He didn't feel that there were many obstacles. Seeing that Qin Shao had already accepted the inheritance, Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Especially Dao Hufeng. His face was extremely ugly. His face was ashen. Just now, he mocked Qin Shao, and then he was hit by Qin Shao a few times. Now he was slapped in the face by reality. Naturally, Dao Hufeng felt embarrassed. He originally wanted to use practical actions to win back this round, but he didn't expect such an outcome. It was really hard for him to accept, and he was unwilling to accept it. His arrogance was also hit hard at this moment. What he and Zhang Yang couldn't do was actually done by Qin Shao. Isn't this a joke? Sai, we were so arrogant, but we lost today. What a joke. Zhang Yang shook his head. His face was full of helplessness. This time, they could only admit defeat. There was nothing they could do about it. They had already lost. Dao Hufeng was still unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Zhang Yang, are you really willing to accept this? Of course not. Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who would be willing to accept this kind of thing? But we've already lost. The fact is already set. If we continue to fight, we'll only become a joke. If we stop now, we'll just lose some face. It won't be a big deal. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as losing some face. Forget it. Let's just stop here. Dao Hufeng said fiercely, we've lost this round, but there's still a long way to go. This time, he's lucky. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Zhang Yang, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although we used to fight each other, now we have a strong competitor. So, I think we can forget about the past and work together to find a way to kill him. Once you and I join forces, who would have the qualifications to compete with us? As long as we get rid of this guy, we'll rely on our own abilities in the future. What do you think? We don't need to talk about our thoughts, you, and I know it very well. Everything we've done is for Nangong Lang. One less contender means one more hope, isn't it? Dao Hufeng, do you think I'm the same as you? Zhang Yang said seriously. Dao Hufeng's face became even colder. He looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang continued, if you want to be a despicable person, I won't accompany you. If I want to fight, then I'll fight openly, fair and square. Using despicable means that you're not confident. You've already lost before the battle. I don't dare to compliment you on your thoughts, so I won't join you in this. If I want to beat him, I'll do it fair and square. If you want to play, then go ahead, don't drag me into it. We're on different paths. We can't work together. You. Dao Huffing was furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You think you're so noble and virtuous? Don't think I don't know what kind of person you are. Stop pretending. Damn it. Humph. Zhang Yang. Even if you don't work with me, I can still kill him. Qin Xiao, let's wait and see. There's still a long way to go. Zhang Yin and Dao Huffing retreated one after another. If they were given some time, they might be able to get close to the immortal pillar. However, there was no need for that anymore. The purpose of them going in was to compete with Qin Xiao. Now that the result was out, it didn't matter if they didn't get the immortal art inheritance. Their departure didn't cause too much of an uproar, as if they'd been forgotten and were no longer important. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, no one paid attention to this. Compared to this, everyone was more concerned about whether Qin Xiao could comprehend this immortal technique. Because of these two heaven-defying actions, Qin Xiao's name had already spread throughout the entire Linfu city. Those participating in the selection also knew that there was such a monstrous character like Qin Xiao, and they were all envious. Some factions in Linfu were also secretly observing Qin Xiao. Some were even planning to befriend Qin Xiao. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't care about any of this. He was completely immersed in his comprehension. What is despair? A hopeless situation is despair. A hopeless situation is despair. And despair is despair. There are many kinds of despair, but all of them have the same meaning. Despair is a kind of will that has reached the limit. One-step kill is a kind of despair. It's a kind of despair that's fast to the extreme, sharp to the extreme, and bursting with immortal power to the extreme. Many things fuse together to form a move. With one step, it can kill the opponent directly. In an instant, one's life will be taken. It's so fast that the opponent can't react. This is to push speed, strength, reaction, immortal power, sword technique, and many other things to the extreme at the same time. Everything must be completely integrated into this move, so that it can explode and achieve the power it should have. Just fusing all of this together is already harder than ascending to the heavens. It's really difficult to comprehend this move. If it were an ordinary person, even if they were given the chance, they wouldn't be able to comprehend this move. For Qin Xiao, it was a great challenge. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was steady and sure. He analyzed step by step, going from small to small, painstakingly and slowly comprehending it. Many little drops make an ocean. Finally, he broke through in one fell swoop. Qin Xiao had rich experience, so when he comprehended cultivation, he knew the best and fastest way to start, and how to slowly erode the whole iceberg from the tip of the iceberg. Time was also passing rapidly. It had been 30 years since Qin Xiao had entered that area. 30 years was actually not a long time. It could even be said to be very short. Chapter 1706. 50 years, 60 years, 100 years. Qin Xiao took 100 years to comprehend. Everyone in the plaza was very patient and kept watching. After 100 years, all the selected participants had already arrived. Most of them were gathered in the plaza. At this moment, there were two people who attracted the most attention. One was Qin Xiao, who everyone was eagerly waiting for. The other was Nangong Ling, who was the center of attention. Both of them were shining brightly and were the center of attention. Finally, Qin Xiao walked out. Seeing Qin Xiao walk out like this, many people looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. They didn't know if he comprehended the immortal technique, three-step kill, or not. However, looking at Qin Xiao's relaxed and indifferent expression with a slight smile on his face, he should have gained a lot. There were too many people here, so Mo Wangbei and company couldn't ask anything. So they held back and just looked at Qin Xiao. Don't look at me like that. Wouldn't I be too useless if I didn't gain anything after spending 100 years? Qin Xiao saw through everyone's thoughts, so he transmitted his voice to Mo Wangbei and the others. Hearing Qin Zhao's transmission, Mo Wangbei and company breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, they also felt that Qin Zhao wouldn't have any problems. He had already walked in front of the immortal pillar, so there was no reason why he couldn't comprehend three-step kill. To have such a harvest was the most normal thing. This should be the performance that Qin Zhao should have. Heroes come from the young. The younger generation will surpass us in time. A loud voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was none other than the shopkeeper of Kulai Immortal Inn. Seeing the shopkeeper speak, Feng immediately introduced to Qin Zhao. Official Qin, let me introduce you. This is our shopkeeper. My name is Ganhe. Young hero Qin can just call me Ganhe. The shopkeeper added. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the shopkeeper. From the aura he emitted, Qin Zhao could feel that this person was definitely not just a first-step heavenly venerable. He should be at least an underground heavenly venerable cultivator. His strength was definitely not weak. To be able to become the shopkeeper of a 5-star immortal inn in Linfu City, one could see that he was indeed someone with some power. Without a certain level of ability, it was impossible to control such a big place. Therefore, it was obvious that shopkeeper gone, he was a capable person. In front of such a person, even if Qin Zhao wouldn't deliberately respect him, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't reject him. Shopkeeper gone, he is too polite. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Zhao cupped his fist towards shopkeeper gone, and gave him a polite greeting. For the shopkeeper to personally come out to greet him, it was already giving Qin Zhao enough face. Shopkeeper gone, his smile deepened. Previously, he had heard from a Feng about Qin Zhao's situation. He knew that this person was relatively humble and didn't have much arrogance. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. This kind of young genius was really rare. This kind of person must be someone who valued friendship and would definitely know how to be grateful. Therefore, it would definitely be a great thing if he could befriend him. Even if he needed to invest some money, it would be worth it. This kind of person needed to be on good terms with. All the investment in him would be worth it. This made shopkeeper gone, he even more determined to treat Qin Zhao well. This time, he could increase the number of times he wanted. As long as he could make the decision, he would do it. Qin Zhao glanced at Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng. Both of them had yet to leave. Zhang Yin looked pretty calm. However, he was not as calm as an ancient well. Instead, some undercurrents were surging. Dao Hufeng's face had been very ugly since the beginning. Now, it was as if his parents had died. Qin Zhao looked over. Dao Hufeng didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding Qin Zhao's gaze. He directly looked at Qin Zhao in the eyes. Furthermore, his eyes flickered with undisguised hatred and anger. Obviously, Dao Hufeng already hated Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had seen many people who held grudges so easily. Therefore, he wasn't curious about Dao Hufeng. It didn't matter. If he wanted to hold grudges, then let him. There was nothing at all. He couldn't threaten Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Nan Gongling. In fact, Qin Zhao didn't want to look at such a woman. Actually, he didn't dare to look at her. After all, Nan Gongling was indeed like a flawless treasure. She was enough to make anyone want to take good care of her. She was precious. However, she was high up in the clouds. Ordinary people couldn't covet her. In front of Nan Gongling, many people couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Seeing Qin Zhao, Nan Gongling's jade eyes flashed with a few bright lights. She looked at Qin Zhao. After looking at her for a while, Qin Zhao withdrew his gaze. This was probably the first woman who could make Qin Zhao withdraw his gaze. Fellow Taoist Qin Zhao, congratulations. You've created another miracle. I just said that Qin Zhao will definitely get the immortal skill inheritance. I was right, wasn't I? Humph, you only know how to speak in hindsight. You didn't say that just now. Didn't you say that if Qin Zhao could get the immortal skill inheritance, you would eat shit? Shouldn't you be eating shit now? Qin Zhao, do you still need followers? I'm willing to follow you. Please take me in. Shameless. I don't know who was the one who scolded Qin Zhao for being stupid. He provoked Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan. Now the wind has changed. The square became lively again. Many people congratulated Qin Zhao. Whether it was intentional or not, Qin Zhao responded one by one. In 100 years, Qin Zhao comprehended the one-step kill. Such a harvest was indeed huge. It was much stronger than the sword-move firmament that he comprehended before. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to everyone's congratulations and flattery. He just casually responded to them. He stayed in the square for 100 years. There were only 900 years left before the gathering time. With these two great gains, Qin Shao didn't need to comprehend the other immortal pillars. These 2 times were enough. Young hero Qin Shao, I don't think you'll be comprehending the other immortal pillars in the square now, right? I've already asked people to prepare food and wine. I don't know if it's convenient for you to go now. Let me welcome you and your group with a feast. I see that you're new to our Linfu city and you're from a remote place. Therefore, he probably doesn't know much about Linfu city and probably doesn't know much about Fuyu Immortal Palace. I know a lot about this. So let's drink while I explain the situation to you. What do you think, young hero Qin Shao? Manager Ganhe said. Obviously, he was deliberately trying to curry favor with Qin Shao in these words. Qin Shao didn't think too much about it and was about to nod her head in agreement. She didn't think too much about it since she had already agreed to Feng's request. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Ganhe, you're really a Ganhe. How can you be so dishonest? A pot-bellied man walked over. He had a long mustache, a big face, and fat ears. He looked like a big rubber ball. It was another immortal who emitted the aura of a heavenly venerate. And the most important thing was that he wasn't a first-step heavenly venerate, but someone even more powerful. Manager Ganhe was naturally a little unhappy about being interrupted, but it wasn't good for him to flare up now, so he didn't show it on his face. Damn fatty, you're so fat. Don't go out. It's better for you to stay at home. You don't want to hurt the innocent. That wouldn't be good. Manager Ganhe kept a smile on his face, but his words weren't polite. However, he sounded like he was joking, so there wasn't much aggressiveness. It only made people feel like 2 close friends were teasing each other. The mustache man, who Ganhe called the death-courting fatty, glared at Ganhe and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Don't think you can eat it all by yourself. Everyone is here. It's not up to you to snatch it away. After saying that, the fatty looked at Qin Shao with a smile. His face was round and fat to begin with, so when he smiled, his eyes disappeared. It was a little funny. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of the Penglai Immortal Inn. Others like to call me Manager Fatty. If you don't mind, you can call me that too, fellow Taoist Qin Shao. Behind our Penglai Immortal Inn is the Penglai clan. Their strength should be considered among the top in Linfu City. They should be very powerful. At least, there shouldn't be a problem for them to rank in the top 200. That's why I came here especially to see fellow Taoist Qin Zhao's splendor. Now that I've seen your splendor, I just need to sit down and have a good chat with fellow Taoist Qin Shao. If I don't succeed, it'll be a great regret in my life. I've already asked people to prepare a sumptuous meal. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin Shao would be willing to come with us? Needless to say, Qin Shao had already guessed the other party's intentions. As expected, they were here to curry favor with him. Ganhe, fatty, you're one step ahead of us again. At that moment, a few more figures walked over. They all emitted the aura of immortals. In an instant, Qin Shao became a hot commodity. He was very popular. Seeing so many people come, Ganhe and the fatty's expressions couldn't help but become a little strange. They were here to snatch the food. But weren't there a little too many people coming to snatch the food this time? One by one, men in gorgeous clothes and emitting the aura of immortals walked over. Just a trace of their aura was enough to make the onlookers in the square retreat far away in fear. Seeing so many people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this wasn't a bad thing, it probably wasn't a good thing either. At least, Qin Shao didn't like such a scene. But thinking about it carefully, if he wanted to make friends with some forces, then such a scene was very necessary for him. If he wanted to find Jingyang, Desolate Land, and the others, he was afraid that he would need to mobilize those big forces. With this in mind, Qin Shao felt that it was necessary for him to make friends with those big forces. But there were so many forces, and he was only one person. He couldn't be in 2 places at once. Chapter 17:07. Everyone in the square was surprised to see so many big shots appear all of a sudden. Their hearts were filled with envy and admiration. Sure enough, geniuses were in high demand. It was a great honor to be courted by so many big shots. This was a great thing. Of course, such things couldn't be envied. They had to be fought for with talent and strength. Geniuses were naturally worthy of such treatment and glory. Everyone longed to become a peerless genius and shine brightly in the immortal realm. However, talent wasn't something that could be obtained just because you wanted it, nor was it something that could be obtained through hard work. There were some things that couldn't be explained clearly and involved many factors. Therefore, most of the time, one could only envy and sigh inwardly. Young friend Qin Xiao, I'm the manager of the Dragon Gate Immortal Inn. We are one of the largest immortal inns in Linfu City. We are willing to invite young friend Qin Xiao to stay here. We have also prepared a sumptuous gift for young friend Qin Xiao. You can choose a few celestial weapons and immortal arts, but I wonder if young friend Qin Xiao would be willing to accept. Do us the honor. Brother Qin Xiao, I am the manager of the Wangju Pavilion. I am here on the orders of our pavilion master to sincerely invite Brother Qin Xiao to our Wangju Pavilion. Our Wangju Pavilion isn't an immortal inn, so the environment is better and there are no other miscellaneous people. Our pavilion master has prepared a large garden for Brother Qin Xiao. It's a very large garden, and I've also prepared some generous gifts. Brother Qin Xiao, please do me the honor. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, our Purple Light Palace would also like to invite you. One after another, big shots extended invitations to Qin Xiao with great enthusiasm and friendliness. Moreover, they all offered generous conditions that involved not only the Immortal Inn, but also other forces. For example, the Purple Light Palace was a place in Linfu City that specialized in selling immortal treasures. Therefore, it was very rich and overbearing. It even said that as long as Qin Xiao was willing to come, Qin Xiao could choose any immortal art or treasure he wanted. The Wangju Pavilion was home to many extraordinary people. For example, the Everlasting Tower was a place where immortals could seek pleasure. A large number of immortals would visit, and everyone could exchange pointers and exchange pointers. Take the Purple Mountain Prefecture, for example. The Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master was extremely famous. Furthermore, the Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master liked to guide others. Being able to receive guidance from the Purple Mountain Prefecture's mansion master was a fortunate thing. There were dozens of forces that had sent invitations to Qin Xiao. These people had personally come to invite Qin Xiao, showing their sincerity in wanting to befriend Qin Xiao. Moreover, these forces weren't small forces. At least in Linfu City, they were still considered to be in the top tier. Although they weren't considered big forces, they still had some ability. It would be good if he could befriend even one of these forces. Now that so many of them had come knocking on his door, Qin Xiao was indeed overwhelmed by the favor. It seemed that this time, his 2 consecutive astonishing and heaven-defying performances had indeed allowed him to be high profile. Shopkeeper Ganhe's expression became a little awkward when he saw the people behind him offering such good conditions. This was because he didn't offer any good conditions. Now that other people were offering better conditions than him, he felt that his conditions were too low. However, if he wanted to change his mind now, it would be even more embarrassing. This made Shopkeeper Ganhe feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have offered better conditions from the beginning. However, he couldn't make the decision by himself. He had to report it to his superiors. It was a little too late now. This made Shopkeeper Ganhe have a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that he was going to miss this opportunity this time? Amazing. This is really amazing. Everyone is fighting to invite him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Hey, which one do you think Qin Xiao will choose? Of course, the highest bidder will get it. The strength of these forces is not too different. Each has their own advantages. So, he will definitely be the one with the best conditions. Yes, such a good opportunity. If he doesn't take the opportunity to ask for a good price, it will be too much of a loss. Sigh, how good would it be if this was given to me? If I could have such treatment, I would be overjoyed. Don't daydream. It's more practical to think about how to pass the selection. If you can't pass the selection, then everything will be in vain. Sigh, it's too difficult to pass the selection. I don't think I have much hope. This time, I came out purely to broaden my horizons. This trip is not in vain. According to Qin Zhao's character, I think he will most likely choose Kualai Immortal Inn. After all, he agreed from the beginning. Moreover, he previously rejected an inn for Kualai Immortal Inn. That's hard to say. Times have changed. The current conditions can't be compared to the previous conditions. Hey look, Princess Nangong Ling is coming over. A voice suddenly attracted the attention of countless people, and they all fell on Nangong Ling. They saw Nangong Ling leisurely walking over to Qin Shao. Her pace was not fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. Even those big shots couldn't help but look at Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling's aura made them feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Nangong Ling coming over, everyone consciously made a path for her. They knew that Nangong Ling was coming for Qin Shao. Seeing Nangong Ling coming over to him again, Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He didn't know what this princess meant. Those big shots who sent invitations to Qin Shao also looked at Nangong Ling. They wanted to know what Nangong Ling wanted to do. Would she snatch him from them? If Nangong Ling made a move, then they would really feel terrible pressure. After all, they didn't dare to offend Nangong Ling. So if Nangong Ling wanted to make a move, then they really had to think carefully about whether they should continue to compete. Everyone looked at Nangong Ling with a curious look. They all wanted to know what Nangong Ling was going to do. After a while, Nangong Ling said, "How about I treat you to a drink?" Nangong Ling's words were very simple. She didn't express much, but everyone could tell that Nangong Ling intended to invite Qin Shao to her place. Hearing that Nangong Ling was really inviting Qin Shao, many people suddenly felt blood rushing to their heads. They felt like they were going crazy. This was Nangong Ling, who had always been high above the clouds. She was the princess of an overlord force in Linfu City. She was a sister of a saintess from Fumu Immortal Palace. She was a peerless genius who had been chosen by Fumu Immortal Palace for a long time. Becoming an official disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace was a certainty. It was a done deal. Such an existence was admired by thousands of people and pursued by countless men. At this time, she actually invited Qin Shao to her place of cultivation. Such treatment was simply a feeling that made people envious to death. Moreover, it made people's imagination run wild. They wondered what Princess Nangong Ling was going to do. Could it be that he really took a fancy to Qin Shao? Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan's expressions became a little strange. Both of them were a little dumbfounded. Princess Nangong Ling actually did this? This was the supreme Nangong Ling in their hearts. Any man who was invited by Nangong Ling would probably rush over like a flock of ducks. They wouldn't be able to refuse, right? So at this time, the onlookers at the scene felt like they were going crazy. Why didn't such a good thing fall into their hands? They were really envious of Qin Shao. Those who came to invite Qin Shao looked at each other at this time. Their faces were a little bitter. They didn't expect that Nangong Ling would actually make a move. How could they compete now? They were powerless to compete for anything. So they shook their heads helplessly. They had already given up in their hearts. This was because they knew that no man could refuse Nangong Ling. Even if Nangong Ling did not have to give any conditions, just being able to be alone with Nangong Ling was enough to make all men go crazy over her. If Nangong Ling gave any more benefits, wouldn't it be even crazier? Shopkeeper Gan He originally felt that he had no hope. Now that Nangong Ling made a move, he completely gave up. There was no hope at all. No one present had the qualifications or courage to compete with Nangong Ling. Even Yu Gui was so excited that he secretly pulled Qin Zhao's clothes. Obviously, he was hinting at Qin Shao to agree quickly. Nangong Ling's beauty had conquered almost everyone. In the face of Nangong Ling's invitation, Qin Shao felt that it would be very difficult to refuse. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao wouldn't compromise. So, Qin Shao didn't think too much. He looked at Nangong Ling with a serious face and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Nangong Ling. I'm really flattered, but I've already made a promise to Shopkeeper Gan He. I can't make a promise easily. So, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Nangongling. I don't have the fortune to enjoy your kindness. Please forgive me. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone present thought that they had heard wrongly. He actually rejected her? He rejected Princess Nangongling's invitation? He also rejected the invitations of so many forces and continued to choose Kulai Immortal Inn. His choice from the beginning didn't change his decision. It was right to not make a promise easily. But sometimes, when the temptation was too great, it didn't matter even if he changed his mind. It was fine if he rejected the invitations of other forces, but he actually rejected Nangongling's invitation. Nangongling was a goddess in Linfu City. She was the queen in the hearts of countless men. So at this time, many people had the idea of beating up Qin Shao. He really didn't know how lucky he was. This was something that everyone dreamed of, but Qin Shao got it easily, but he rejected it. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. At this time, there were probably a lot of people who wanted to kill Qin Shao. You mean, you're going to reject me? It was obviously Nangongling's first time being rejected, so she was slightly stunned and asked. Qin Shao said again, Yes, I can't not reject you. I'm sorry. Nangongling looked at Qin Shao, and her limpid eyes glowed brightly. You didn't reject me just because you made a promise first, right? Even if you didn't make a promise first, would you reject me? Nangongling asked again. Qin Shao was silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to say anything false. Miss Nangongling is right. Even if I didn't make a promise first, I wouldn't reject you. What? Was he stupid? Qin Zhao's words deeply provoked everyone again. Originally, many people had the impulse to beat up Qin Shao, but now this impulse was even stronger. Chapter 1708. Nangongling didn't say anything else. She just turned around and left. Although no one knew how Nangongling felt when she left, it was her first time being rejected by a man. She probably didn't feel good. Thus, when Nangongling left, many people felt that Qin Zhao's crime was unforgivable. He actually dared to reject Princess Nangongling in such a manner. Many people's admiration for Qin Shao turned into anger at this time. If it was possible, there would probably be people who couldn't help but make a move on Qin Shao. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was there, and there was no need to eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall to pick a fight with Qin Shao. Dao Huffing walked over again. He was originally full of hostility towards Qin Shao, but now his face was full of hatred. Boy, you really don't know what's good for you. Dao Huffing gritted his teeth at Qin Shao. Qin Shao wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly looked at Dao Huffing and said, Don't you think you should thank me? Thank you? Dao Huffing seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He sneered and said, Is there water in your brain? Do I need to thank you? He was severely humiliated by Qin Shao, and his face was stepped on. Why should he thank him? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, you should thank me. Think about it. If I really accepted Miss Nangongling's invitation, wouldn't you be even more unhappy and upset? You like Miss Nangongling so much, and you're so persistent in pursuing her, but she doesn't seem to like you much. Take a look. So, you really want me to accept Miss Nangongling's invitation? She invited me, not to say that she has feelings for me, but at least she thinks that I'm a decent man in her eyes. If I really go with her, aren't you afraid that I'll steal her heart? If that's the case, you won't have a chance at all. So, don't you think you should thank me for rejecting Nangongling? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Dao Huffing was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded on the spot. Now that he put it that way, it did seem to make sense. It wasn't only Dao Huffing, but many onlookers also felt that Qin Zhao's words made sense. Their hatred towards him couldn't help but be diluted a lot. Some things were like this. If you think about it from different angles, there would be different results. Sometimes, the results would be completely opposite. According to Qin Zhao's train of thought, everyone felt balanced. They all felt that Qin Shao rejecting Princess Nangongling's invitation was the right thing to do. Dao Huffing's words. Qin Shao ignored the others and said to Ganhe, Let's go. This way, he laughs. Originally, he thought that he was going to be eliminated this time, but he didn't expect that the final victory would fall to him. It was an indescribable feeling. Gani left with Qin Zhao's group. Many people followed. The staff of the Kulai Immortal and were a little busy. Many participants took the initiative to stay in the inn. Previously, they needed to get each one of them. Now, they took the initiative to send a large number of people to them. Shopkeeper Gan, he instructed the workers to get to work. He and Feng naturally accompanied Qin Xiao and the others throughout the entire process, serving them well. Everything else wasn't important. After Qin Zhao's group left, the square became lively again. He really has a personality? I'm convinced. I feel that he's going to shine in this election. Maybe he knows his place. Maybe he doesn't dare to offend Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhongyang. That's why he rejected Princess Nangongling. After all, his background is very low. He can't afford to offend Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhongyang. You can't say that. Dao Hufeng and young Master Zhongyang's background is not small. But Qin Xiao has a peerless genius. Look at how many forces are trying to curry favor with him. He's almost certain to become a nominal disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. With this identity, why should he be afraid of so many things? This is Qin Zhao's matter. We don't need to worry so much. Sai, those who came to participate in the selection at the same time as Qin Xiaoi are far too inferior. Many people who came out to invite Qin Xiao shook their heads and smiled bitterly. That Ganhi is really lucky this time. He didn't even have to pay any price, and he actually picked up such a big bargain. What a lucky bastard. What can he do? Who told him to be the first to invite? He's so lucky. Qin Xiao has some personality. He even rejected Nangong Ling. So it's not strange that he rejected us. Yeah, even Nangong Ling can reject him, let alone us. This kid must have a boundless future. It was even possible that he would be able to open up his own ancient road. We'd better think of a way to get on his good side. He won't accept it easily. I think he's quite cautious. He won't accept favors easily. That's why it's not easy to befriend him. If it's easy, then there's no point. It's because it's not easy that we should get on his good side. Haha, you guys continue chatting. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Goodbye, fellow Taoists. Old ghost, you run fast. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. You want to snatch the best food again? Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think of this courtyard? Our immortal inn's conditions are limited. This courtyard is the best I have. If Brother Qin Xiao isn't satisfied, I'll report it to the higher-ups and arrange another place for Brother Qin Xiao and the others to stay. Shopkeeper gone, he led Qin Xiao and the others to a courtyard. Although it wasn't very big, it still covered an area of about 10 mu. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Shopkeeper gone, he is too polite. We brothers aren't picky. It's fine as long as we have a place to stay. This place is already very good. Plus, we won't be staying here for long. We can't spend most of our time here. We'll still go out for a walk. We don't have much time to stay here. This place is enough. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing Qin Zhao's agreement, Shopkeeper gone, he secretly sighed in relief. He quickly said, That's good. Brother Qin Xiao, if you don't mind, you can stay here first. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll arrange everything properly. I've already carefully selected a group of servants. I'll send them over to serve Brother Qin Xiao and the others. I've already ordered the food and wine to be sent over. I'll be the host for Brother Qin Xiao and the others. I hope you don't mind. Shopkeeper gone, he was also a second-step celestial venerable. In Linfu City, he could be considered an expert. His strength could be considered quite good. Moreover, with this identity, his status was actually not low. At least for the current Qin Xiao, Shopkeeper gone, his status was still relatively high. Shopkeeper gone, he is too modest. It's our honor to have you personally accompany us. You're too polite. Actually, Shopkeeper gone, he doesn't need to be so polite. There's no need to arrange the servants. We don't need them, and we're not used to it. Just let Win stay here. We don't have many things to do. Win should be able to solve them for us. As for the others, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We all like simple things. Qin Xiao said. Shopkeeper gone, he froze for a moment before saying, Brother Qin Xiao, how is that? Wouldn't that be too neglectful? Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Really, Shopkeeper gone, I won't stand on ceremony with you. It's just that we really don't need them. If you really arrange for the servants to be too polite, it will make us feel uncomfortable. Therefore, just listen to me. This. Shopkeeper Gan, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right then. Brother Qin Shao will listen to you. If there's any neglect, please forgive me. While they were talking, a servant team consisting of 12 beautiful women leisurely walked over here. Each of them looked like outstanding beauties, and their looks were not ordinary. Most people would be mesmerized by them at first glance. These beautiful female servants were all at the universe grade. Furthermore, they all exuded a charming aura that fully showcased their beauty. Yi Wu-Gui and the others stared blankly at them. The 12 maids placed a large table full of sumptuous dishes and wine. They were like 12 fairies in disguise, beautiful and moving. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were a feast for the eyes. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei were still able to maintain their composure. However, Yi Wu-Gui, Man, and Xiao Dao couldn't keep their composure. Yi Wu-Gui, in particular, was glaring at the female servants as though he wanted to devour them. Shopkeeper Gan He, who wasn't surprised by this situation, stroked his beard and smiled. These 12 are the most outstanding beauties in our Kualai Immortal Inn. They specialize in accompanying guests to drink and have fun. They are all multi-talented and know how to play many musical instruments and dance. If the three of you are interested, I can also part with them. You can take the ones you like and they will serve you in the future. They have all been trained well and are very docile. They are also very loyal to their masters. They haven't acknowledged anyone as their master yet. If the three of you like them, I can let them become your masters. Hearing Manager Gan He's words, Yi Wu-Gui and the others immediately became excited. Especially Yi Wu-Gui. He didn't even think about it as he swallowed his saliva and said, Manager Gan, you're too polite. I am really moved by such a generous gift. It will be very difficult to choose one. However, I feel that each of them has their own merits and looks. They're all very good. Haha, it's fine. You can choose as many as you want. The 12 of them can be divided among the three of you. Shopkeeper Gan, he was very generous. With a wave of his hand, he was about to part with his 12 elite servants. Yi Wu-Gui was so excited that he was about to cry. However, just as he was about to speak, Qin Shao slapped him. Wake up. You are really going to choose when I tell you to. After being yelled at by Qin Shao, Yi Wu-Gui shuddered and woke up. Yi Wu-Gui looked at Qin Shao innocently. Brother Qin Shao, cough cough. I am really moved. It's just taking in a female servant. It's not a big deal, right? You want to lose your will to play around. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Yi Wu-Gui immediately said, forget it. I don't want it. Although he was a bit reluctant, it made sense. It was a bit too much. Chapter 1709. Manager Gan, he couldn't help but laugh. It's normal for young people to have such thoughts. Sex is the same as food. The matters between men and women are the most wonderful thing in the world. However, you're about to participate in the selection, so you can't indulge in women's charms. It's a bit of a waste of time. It's fine. I'll leave these girls for you. If you want them in the future, you can take them away at any time. No need, no need. Hearing Manager Gan He's words, Yi Wu-Gui and the others immediately shook their heads and waved their hands. Although they were a little tempted just now, they were all awakened by Qin Zhao's shout. Indulging in women's charms was indeed a waste of time. Therefore, they couldn't have such thoughts. Shopkeeper Gan, he didn't say anything else. He already made his intentions clear. Then he made an inviting gesture to the group of 5. The group sat down one by one. Win stood behind Shopkeeper Gan He, waiting for orders at any time. Brother Qin Shao, their singing and dancing are bad. Do you want to liven things up a bit? Manager Gan He knew that Qin Shao might not like these things. Therefore, he didn't directly let the maids perform. Instead, he asked first. Sure enough, Qin Shao shook his head and said, no need, we'll drink by ourselves. Tell them to withdraw. Manager Gan He nodded and waved his hand to the maids. The maids consciously withdrew. Win poured everyone a cup of wine. Win, don't stand there. There are still seats here. Sit down and drink with us. Qin Shao suddenly said to Wind. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wind was flattered. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. This little one can stand here. This little one isn't qualified to sit. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "There's no such thing as qualifications. We're very casual people. We don't have many rules. You're a good person. Let's sit together." No, no. Wen didn't dare to sit. He was just a lowly servant with a low status. Manager Gani said, "Ah Feng, since Brother Qin Shao asked you to sit, you should sit." Originally, Feng didn't dare to sit down. But since the shopkeeper had spoken, he didn't dare to refuse anymore. He could only say shamelessly, "Thank you, Officer Qin. Thank you, shopkeeper. Then this little one will sit down." Wen sat down slowly with a cautious look on his face. He was obviously very nervous and uneasy. Shopkeeper gone, he quickly livened up the atmosphere. Everyone began to drink. The table full of delicacies was indeed very appetizing. Good wine, really good wine. This wine actually contained such pure spiritual energy. With just a sip, he could feel that his strength had increased a little. TSK, this is really good stuff. If he drank a lot of this wine, it would be much easier to cultivate. It was like using origin stones to cultivate. Yi Wugue clicked his tongue and exclaimed in admiration. Actually, everyone had noticed this problem. It wasn't just the wine. It was the same for some of the dishes. However, the pure spiritual energy contained in the wine was slightly denser. Therefore, drinking this wine was simply a kind of beautiful enjoyment. It was a kind of beautiful enjoyment from the body to the soul. Furthermore, drinking this wine was beneficial for improving one's strength. If one drank a lot, they could break through to the universe grade directly. Therefore, it could be imagined that this wine must be very precious. Manager Gani chuckled. This wine is the treasure of our Kulai Immortal Inn. It's the most expensive wine. Brewing this wine requires more than 100 processes. Furthermore, it requires experienced winemakers to brew it. Many precious treasures and heaven and earth spirit have to be added into the wine. After refining it, it will become wine. The cost of brewing this wine is very high. Furthermore, it takes a lot of time. Therefore, we sell this wine for 1 origin stone per kilogram. If you drink a lot of this wine, you can break through to the universe grade directly. Haha. However, you can't break through to the universe grade. Otherwise, you will lose the opportunity to participate in the selection. Therefore, you can drink as much as you want. However, if you feel that you're about to break through, you have to stop. Then you must stop. Moreover, you must not cultivate and digest the spiritual energy in this wine. Manager Gon, he seemed to be in high spirits when he talked about this wine. He had taken out the treasure of his Kulai Immortal Inn to entertain his guests. This was a huge deal. What? 1 origin stone per kilogram? Qin Shao and the others were shocked when they heard Manager Ganhe's words. 1 origin stone per kilogram? Who could afford to drink such an expensive wine? For them, getting drunk wasn't a problem. They just enjoyed the taste of the wine. Therefore, it was normal for them to drink thousands or even millions of kilograms of wine. How could they afford to drink such expensive wine? If they drank 5,000 kilograms at a time, wouldn't that cost 10,000 origin stones? 1 kilogram of wine was only a few mouthfuls, so everyone would definitely drink a lot if they wanted to. This price was indeed frightening enough. Qin Shao was very poor now. He had only won a dozen origin stones from his previous gamble. This was all of Qin Zhao's assets. This amount of origin stones wasn't even enough for them to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Haha, 1 origin stone per kilogram isn't considered expensive in Linfu City. It is the most expensive wine in our Kulai Immortal Inn. However, there are many other wines in Linfu City that are more expensive than our wine. The most expensive type of wine I know costs 10,000 origin stones per kilogram. That is a true immortal brew. Manager Gon, he laughed heartily. What? 10,000 origin stones per kilogram of wine. This was really frightening. This was the first time they had been shocked. Yi Wugue smacked his lips. He was stunned for a long time before he spat out a few words. Poverty really has limited my imagination. This is too shocking. I only have a few origin stones on me, but there's wine that costs 10,000 origin stones per kilogram. How strong does one's heart have to be to drink this wine? Is that even possible? 1 mouthful is equivalent to 1 or 2,000 origin stones gone, right? Tis TSK. This is unimaginable. It's too unimaginable. I probably wouldn't even dare to drink this kind of wine if it was given to me. Eldergon, he said, there's nothing strange about it. All I can say is that you guys have too little experience. You could be considered frogs at the bottom of a well. Linfu City's grandeur isn't something that you guys can understand right now. But don't worry. You will slowly come to understand and assimilate into this new world. Your horizons will also rapidly increase along with your knowledge and experience. Many times, one's vision could decide everything. If you have enough horizons, you will have enough confidence, and your path of cultivation will be smoother. What I'm talking about isn't much at all. It's just a few trivial things. There are many exciting things in Linfu City that you guys haven't really come into contact with yet. Qin Xiao nodded. This was indeed the case. They had just arrived and had only seen a few people in the plaza. But compared to the entirety of Linfu City, what they had seen was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Linfu City was a whole new world to them. If they wanted to understand this new world, they would have to slowly assimilate into it. Qin Xiao also needed to understand Linfu City, and Eldergon, he was the one who had opened this door. Now that they were drinking wine, it was a good opportunity for them to chat. Shopkeeper Ganhe, I'll have to trouble you to lead us into the world of Linfu City, Qin Xiao said. Shopkeeper Ganhe laughed heartily and said, Haha, of course. I will definitely tell you everything I know. As long as it's something I know, you can ask. If I don't know, I'll find a way to find out. As long as it's something from Linfu City, I believe I can do it. I'll understand it. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Shopkeeper Ganhe, we really don't know what to ask. We don't know where to start. I'm sure you know more about this, so, Shopkeeper Ganhe, you can see where to start. You can explain it to us directly. All right. You guys really don't know much about the situation. How about this? I'll explain it to you guys. Shopkeeper Ganhe nodded. Thus, Shopkeeper Ganhe began to talk about some of the factions in Linfu City. Although Linfu City was an independent city, it was still under the control of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Although Linfu City didn't have a city lord, the Fumu Immortal Palace had handed over the control of Linfu City to the 10 factions. What was interesting was that these 10 great forces were not static. Over the countless years, there had been several changes. These 10 powerhouses had basically become the supreme overlords of Linfu City and became the representatives of the Fumu Immortal Palace in Linfu City. The stability of Linfu City was left to these 10 powerhouses to manage. Of course, if they didn't manage it well, the Fumu Immortal Palace might interfere. In the long history of Linfu City, there had indeed been a few major incidents. It was caused by the internal conflicts of the 10 powerhouses. The Fumu Immortal Palace had made a few moves and punished those powerhouses severely. After a few incidents, the current order in Linfu City was still very good. The 10 great powers would also coordinate very well and work together to treat Linfu City. These 10 powerhouses were Immortal Court, Shadow Pavilion, Purple Mountain House, Treasure Mirror Fairyland, Immemorial Fu Clan, Immemorial Qin Clan, Immemorial A Clan, Vastu Clan, Holy Sun Hall, and Tai Chi Cave. Of course, these were the 10 powerhouses in name. It was because as time passed, many powerhouses had accumulated and become extremely powerful. Therefore, besides these 10 powerhouses in name, there are also some powerhouses that were recognized as having the strength of the 10 powerhouses. In fact, these powerhouses were on par with the 10 powerhouses. Therefore, these powerhouses were also regarded as the 10 powerhouses. Now, the 10 powerhouses had become a general term. However, not many were qualified to be called the 10 powerhouses. Certainly, there would not be more than 20 of them. In the current Linfu City, there were only about 15 people who were qualified to be called one of the top 10 forces. For example, Nangong Ling's family, the Nangong clan, was one of the 10 powerhouses that had recently developed. Perhaps, the Nangong clan's foundation was not as strong as the 10 ancient powerhouses of the Immortal Court. However, in terms of strength, the Nangong clan was qualified to be on par with them. Those that could be called the 10 powerhouses were almost overlords in Linfu City. No one dared to provoke them. Chapter 17:10. Linfu City was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 90% of the major factions in the Fujian mountain range were gathered in Linfu City. The rest of the factions that weren't in Linfu City were secluded factions that didn't care about worldly affairs. They didn't even send their disciples to participate in the Fujian Immortal Palace's disciple selection. The Fujian mountain range was just one of the 10,000 mountain ranges in the southern wasteland. Besides, among the tens of thousands of mountains in the southern wasteland, the Fuji mountain range was just an insignificant and barren mountain range. The Fujian Immortal Palace and Linfu City had gathered all of the factions in the Fujian mountain range. Everything was centered around the Fujian Immortal Palace and Linfu City. It was precisely because of this that Linfu City appeared to be so prosperous. However, this kind of prosperity had gathered the power of the entire Fu Wei mountain range. It was a prosperity that gathered all the prosperity in one place. For Qin Shao and the others, there would naturally be many opportunities in a bustling place. After all, their cultivation levels were still a little too low. They were only fourth-step sovereigns. At such a cultivation level, many things would be good for them. Speaking of opportunities, Shopkeeper Gan, he introduced Qin Shao and the others to some of the strange places in Linfu City where they could obtain opportunities. However, most of these strange places were controlled by the 10 great factions. There were only a dozen or so of them that were more famous. Basically, the 10 great factions each had a strange place. Shopkeeper Gan, he didn't introduce the smaller strange places. Instead, he focused on the dozen or so strange places. Every one of them contained a considerable amount of opportunities. However, because they were controlled by the 10 great factions, it wasn't easy to enter these strange places. A certain price had to be paid. The 10 great factions also treated these strange places as money trees. If they wanted to enter these strange places, they just had to pay origin stones. There were only 3 places in the entire Linfu City that were free of charge, like the Immortal Inheritance Pillar in the plaza. The best was the Immortal Inheritance Pillar in the plaza. The other 2 weren't even as good as the one in the plaza, so Qin Shao definitely wasn't interested. Qin Zhao's focus was still on the dozen or so most famous strange places. In the remaining 900 years, he could consider picking out a few to take a look. Too many definitely wouldn't do. There was no rush. As for the others, he would take a look at them in the future. However, once he entered the Fujian Immortal Palace, he might not be interested in these strange places. For the current Qin Shao, these strange places were still very attractive. Speaking of strange places, Shopkeeper Gan, he focused on the Blissful Island. At the mention of the Blissful Island, Shopkeeper Gan, his face lit up. He said excitedly, "Brother Qin Shao, if you really want to go and take a look, then I think the Blissful Island is the best place to visit." Of st. SSSSS ants. Some of my old friends haven't left the Blissful Island for tens of thousands of universe epochs, and they've been enjoying the bliss of the mortal world. His clones risked their lives to earn origin stones, and he gave them all to the Blissful Island. In order to maintain his life on the Blissful Island, his doppelganger does all sorts of evil things. He even uses unscrupulous methods to earn origin stones. As long as he can earn origin stones, he will do it. He will do it. But all in all, the Blissful Island is a place that many people yearn for. I've been there once. It's indeed a place that makes people forget to leave. After hearing Shopkeeper Gan, his words, Qin Zhao's interest was piqued. She couldn't help but ask, what kind of charm does the Blissful Island have to make Shopkeeper Gan praise it so much? Why is it this most strange place worth visiting in Linfu City? According to your introduction, the Blissful Island's history isn't very long. It's less than 100,000 universe eras, right? Linfu City's history can be recorded in 100 million universe eras. Some strange places have existed since Linfu City was born. Their history can also be recorded in 100 million universe eras. Compared to other strange places, the Blissful Island's history is very short. But this rising star has become the most strange place worth visiting in Linfu City. That's very interesting. Shopkeeper Gan, he smiled and said, "That's right, Brother Qin Shao. Actually, I had the same question before, but I found out later on. Logically speaking, the Blissful Island's history is indeed less than 100,000 universe eras. Its history can't be compared to other strange places. Logically speaking, the Blissful Island shouldn't be the most popular strange place. But the Blissful Island's development speed is really shocking. Brother Qin Xiao, let me tell you a bit about the Blissful Island's background. Perhaps you'll understand why the Blissful Island is the most strange place worth visiting. Hearing shopkeeper Gan He's words, Qin Xiao became even more interested. Mo Wang Bei and the others were also very excited. Obviously, there must be something going on, and it might involve some big secret. This kind of secret was probably not something ordinary people could know. Brother Qin Xiao, do you know about the Fu De Immortal Palace's division of disciples? Shopkeeper Gan He asked again. Qin Xiao shook his head. He naturally didn't know about this. Mo Wang Bei, on the other hand, knew. According to what I know, there's an official disciple and a core disciple, right? Shopkeeper Gan He nodded and said, yes, you're right. There's indeed an official disciple and a core disciple. The so-called official disciples were actually just ordinary disciples. The outstanding ones can become core disciples. As for the core disciples, from the core disciples, it's obvious that the Fu De Immortal Palace heavily nurtures them. The core disciples. Now, there's an in-name disciple. Strictly speaking, an in-name disciple can't be considered a disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. An in-name disciple can be expelled at any time. And above the core disciples, there's another kind of disciple called the proud sons and saintesses. Proud sons and saintesses? Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of the proud sons. However, he had heard people talking about the saintesses when Nangong Ling appeared. It was said that Nangong Ling's sister, Nangong Qianzi, was the saintess of the Fu De Immortal Palace. Now, that shopkeeper Gan He mentioned the saintess, Qin Xiao finally understood the background of the saintess that everyone was talking about. So the saintesses of the Fu De Immortal Palace had such a big background. Core disciples were already the core of the Fu De Immortal Palace. Above them, the saintess's status was obvious. How high was that? She felt as if she was a princess of a country and had a very noble status. Shopkeeper Gan He continued, those who can enter the ranks of the proud sons and saintesses have a very high status in the Fu De Immortal Palace. They possess unparalleled immortal prestige and authority. They can do whatever they want in the entire Fu De mountain range. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that other than the top 10 factions, no other faction in Fu De City can afford to offend a proud son or saintess. For the Fu De Immortal Palace, there aren't many proud sons and saintesses. In total, there should only be about 100 of them. About 100? Cough. Shopkeeper Gan He, 100 isn't a small number, right? Yi Wugui couldn't help but ask. 100 didn't sound like a small number. Shopkeeper Gan He glanced at Yi Wugui speechlessly. You think it's a small number? You should know that the proud sons and saintesses are at least fourth step heavenly venerates. Their strength is infinitely close to that of an ancient saint. Heavenly venerates are immortal and indestructible existences. The history of the Fu De Immortal Palace is immeasurably long. There are only a few proud sons and saintesses accumulated over the countless epochs of a universe. Do you really think 100 is a lot? The Fu De mountain range is so vast and boundless. How many creatures have been born? There are countless disciples in the Fu De Immortal Palace. Over the countless epochs of a universe, there have only been a few hundred. Shouldn't that be a small number? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Wugui blushed with shame after hearing Manager Gan He's words. If that's the case, then it is indeed pitifully little. Shopkeeper Gan He nodded. Of course it's a small number. Only a few hundred. You should know that there are over 10,000 core disciples. Only 1 out of 100 core disciples can become a proud son or saintess. As for ordinary disciples, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there should be over 100 million. Ah, over 100 million? That many? Official disciples? Are you sure? Qin Xiao and the others were shocked when they heard that there were more than 100 million ordinary disciples in Fushu Immortal Palace. They didn't expect there to be so many ordinary disciples. It was beyond their imagination. It was hard to believe. There were over 100 million ordinary disciples. How large was this base number? In their eyes, the Fuda Immortal Palace was a sacred ground, an unparalleled existence. Moreover, the Fuda Immortal Palace didn't take in many disciples from the Fuda mountain range. Most of the disciples came from the Fuda mountain range. Many of them were descendants of Fuda Immortal Palace's immortals. However, they didn't expect there to be so many ordinary disciples. Although all the major clans and factions in the Fuda mountain range had sent their geniuses to participate in the selection, only a few 100,000 of them could make it to the Fuda mountain range. In the end, only a few thousand of them could pass the selection and become Fuda Immortal Palace's disciples. Forget it. At most, it would be in the tens of thousands. However, this number couldn't be compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary disciples. Shopkeeper Ganhi, are you sure you're not joking with us? How can there be so many ordinary disciples in the Fuda Immortal Palace? Yiwugue couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Ganhi couldn't help but laugh. I also hope that I'm joking with you. That way, you won't be agitated. But the truth is, I'm not joking with you. This is the truth. Perhaps you won't understand when you hear it, but listen to me and you'll understand. These are real numbers. I'm not lying to you. Chapter 17:11. After hearing Shopkeeper Ganhi's explanation, Qin Xiao and the others felt relieved. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. The number of people at the bottom was definitely the largest. This was because heavenly venerables were immortal, and had an unlimited lifespan. Moreover, heavenly venerables were allowed to cultivate clones. Therefore, once one became a disciple of Fu Yu Immortal Palace, one's original body would definitely stay in the palace. Even if one wanted to go out and experience the world, it would be a clone that went out. If his clone died outside, then so be it. If he could afford to pay the price, then he could just refine another clone. If one couldn't afford to pay the price, one would definitely be cautious and wouldn't leave the Fu Yu Immortal Palace easily for safety reasons. Therefore, as long as one stayed in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, one wouldn't die. After countless epochs of a universe, it was understandable that there were more than 100 million ordinary disciples. After all, most of them would stay at the level of ordinary disciples for their entire lives. It was too difficult to become a core disciple. It didn't mean that just raising one's cultivation realm was enough. The most important factor to become a core disciple was one's talent and potential. If one couldn't do that, it wouldn't matter if one's cultivation realm was higher. Unless one really reached the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerate or even a half-step ancient saint, then one's status would soar. Shopkeeper Ganhi, is the blissful island related to the saintess? Yiwugue couldn't help but ask. He added, but even if it is related to the saintess, it shouldn't be able to grow to such a level in such a short time, right? You should know that the other mystic lands are supported by the 10 great powers. To be able to be listed as a major power in Linfu City, one had to be terrifyingly strong, and one had to have a high position in Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Basically, they all have at least one ancient and powerful existence. Overseeing it, Shopkeeper Ganhi shook his head and said, of course it's not that simple. If it was that simple, the blissful island wouldn't be so strong. There's a big secret, a secret that few people know about. Ordinary people don't know about it, but I know a little about it. Big secret? Shopkeeper Ganhi seemed to be whetting the appetites of Qin Xiao and the others, but he didn't continue. Yiwugue impatiently urged, what big password? Hurry up and tell me. After Shopkeeper Ganhi whetted their appetites, he smiled mysteriously and said, do you know that there is an even higher title than Saintess? Qin Xiao and the others definitely didn't know, so they all looked at Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei's face was blank, indicating that he didn't know either. He didn't even know the titles of the proud sons and saintesses, let alone those beyond that. How would he know of such titles? Actually, there's another person known as the Heavens Chosen amongst the chosen, Shopkeeper Ganhi said. Favored by the heavens? Shopkeeper Ganhi nodded and said, actually, there was no such thing as the Heavens Chosen in the beginning. Chosen ones are chosen. Even if there's a difference in strength, they're still chosen ones. Everyone's status is the same. They're all peak existences among the disciples. However, two people changed the immortal rules of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace's endless epics. Hence, the titles of Heaven's Chosen and Saintess came into being. These two titles correspond to one person. Only the two of them are qualified to be called such. The other chosen sons and saintesses aren't qualified at all. This immortal rule was only created for them. The endless epochs of the universe were created for them. The splendor they emitted is enough to shock the past and the present. It's enough to shake the long river of history of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Their strength is enough to make all the other chosen sons and saintesses follow their lead, listen to their orders, and respect them. No matter which of the two of them stands out, they're enough to contend against any of the top 10 factions. In the entire Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, only the Supremes of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace can suppress their brilliance. Hearing shopkeeper Ganhe's words, Qin Xiao and the others couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This was too strong, wasn't it? They felt an invincible aura surging towards them. How strong were the top 10 factions of Fu-Tu City? Although Qin Xiao and the others didn't have a clear idea, they could imagine that they must be terrifyingly strong. It was an unimaginable level. However, the top 10 factions couldn't afford to offend either of the two. How strong were they? Could it be that he was an ancient sage? Could there be ancient saints among the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace? Wasn't this too frightening? It sounded like a very inconceivable thing. Ancient saints were existences that had stepped onto the ancient road. It will be difficult to find more than a few of them in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. You may know the Heaven Saintess, but she's relatively low-key, so very few people know that she has the supreme title of Heaven Saintess. You've seen Nangongling before, right? Maybe you've heard that she has an elder sister called Nangong Qianzi, who is a saintess. In fact, Nangong Qianzi isn't just a saintess, she's also a Heaven Saintess, the number one among the saintesses. I'm afraid that she's stronger than the other saintesses. She's truly invincible among the saintesses. She's even called the most powerful saintess in the history of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. That's why she's called Heaven Saintess. What? Nangong Qianzi? Qin Xiao and the others were shocked again. Of course, they had heard of Nangong Qianzi. When Nangong Ling appeared on the square, many people were talking about Nangong Qianzi. They said that Nangong Qianzi was a saintess, so no one dared to provoke Nangong Ling. Countless men in Fu-Tu City were passionately pursuing Nangong Ling. Some even said that with Nangong Ling's talent and potential, she could very likely chase after her elder sister's footsteps and become a saintess in the future. Before this, they didn't really understand the concept of a saintess. They only thought that it was a relatively high position among the disciples. Now, they understood that a saintess's position was so high. Nangong Qianzi was actually a Heaven Saintess, the head of the saintesses. She was indeed extraordinarily powerful. No wonder Nangong Ling was so favored. Now, it was somewhat understandable. However, Nangong Ling herself was also incomparably noble and lovable. Shopkeeper Gani nodded and continued. Yes, you must be very surprised. It's Nangong Qianzi. I've told you before that the Nangong clan is now one of the top 10 factions. Actually, the Nangong clan's foundation isn't very strong. They've always been unknown. Since the start of the clan, it's only been a few 100,000 universe epochs. It's considered a relatively young clan. However, the growth of the Nangong clan in Linfu City is absolutely stupefying. From an extremely small clan to one of the top 10 factions in just a few 100,000 universe epochs, it's a miracle. And this miracle was created by Nangong Qianzi. She used her brilliance to illuminate the entire Nangong clan. Now, no one dares to provoke the Nangong clan in Linfu City. However, the good thing is that the Nangong clan usually acts in a rather low-profile manner. They all get along well with the other factions. Qin Xiao couldn't help but praise in his heart. This Nangong Qianzi was indeed very experienced. Yi Wu Gui asked curiously, Shopkeeper Ganhe, is Nangong Chinzi really that powerful? Could it be that she's reached the ancient saint level? How old is she? Her younger sister Nangong Ling is so young. She shouldn't be very old, right? Shopkeeper Ganhe shook his head and said, I don't know if she's reached the ancient saint level or not. I'm afraid not many people know this secret. I've only heard some rumors saying that Nangong Chinzi's strength is indeed comparable to an ancient saint. There are even some vivid rumors saying that Nangong Chinzi fought an ancient saint-level expert. I once fought with an ancient sage, and I didn't suffer any losses. Of course, these are just rumors. I don't know if they're true. Just treat it as hearsay. She's able to become a heaven's pride. Naturally, she has her abilities. She shouldn't be that old. She definitely hasn't lived for a universe epic. As for how old she is, I don't know either. It's always been a secret that was purposely erased. She should still be relatively young. Wow, she's really very young. She's so young, but so powerful. No wonder she's able to become a heaven's pride. Yi Wugui was completely convinced. Qin Xiao was actually quite impressed too. This meant that she might really have reached the ancient saint level. Even if her cultivation level wasn't there, her strength should be there. This shouldn't be a problem. Strong. She's indeed strong. Qin Xiao knew how strong an ancient saint was. His master, Old Man Luha, was an ancient saint. To Qin Xiao, the ancient saint level was the level that he was working hard to reach. Yeah, I can't help but be impressed. Futu Immortal Palace has a history of over 100 million universe eras, and they only have 2 such monsters. You can imagine how terrifying they are. So, you guys better not have any ideas about Nangong Ling. If you really offend this nude model, you'll be in big trouble. Shopkeeper Gan, he added, but it seemed like he said it intentionally for Qin Xiao to hear. Mo Wang Bei and the others knew their limits. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to have any ideas about Nangong Ling. However, Nangong Ling seemed to be interested in Qin Xiao. Therefore, Shopkeeper Ganhe's words had a deeper meaning. Qin Xiao shook his head. Shopkeeper Ganhe, you're worrying too much. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not interested in her, and even less interested in the matters between men and women. I'm just saying. Shopkeeper Ganhe chuckled and said, now that we're done talking about Nangong Chinzi, let me tell you about this Heaven's Chosen. Although it's said that there's a Heaven's Chosen on the same level as her, that's actually not the case. Although the Heaven's Chosen is worthy of her name, the Heaven's Chosen is the truly terrifying one. What? The Heaven's Chosen is the truly terrifying one? This is the true hidden big shot? I'm not sure about the others, but I'm sure that this Heaven's Chosen is definitely an ancient saint. Moreover, he's not very old. He's about the same age as Nangong Chinzi. He's definitely not as old as a universe epic. He should be much younger. He's truly stunning. He's truly world-shaking. He's a true monstrous genius. He's even called the second strongest person in Futu Immortal Palace. Of course, this hasn't been publicly acknowledged or proven. It's only a rumor from the grapevine. However, with such a rumor, even if it's not true, it shouldn't be too far off. Chapter 17:12. He became a universe grade in 1,000 years, killed immortals in 10,000 years, became an immortal in 1,000,000 years, and killed a sage in an era. He can be considered a peerless legend. When Shopkeeper Ganhe said this, he couldn't help but have a solemn expression on his face. He admired Zhao Hai from the bottom of his heart, and even worshipped him. He didn't hide his respect for Zhao Hai. Hearing this shocking introduction, Qin Xiao and the others were shocked to the point where they could not be any more shocked. Becoming a universe grade in 1,000 years? How terrifying was that? Even though he was born in the immortal domain, becoming a universe grade in just 1,000 years was still shocking. One had to know that Mo Wang Bei and the others had lived for several million years, but they were still only at the 4th step of the sovereign realm. Furthermore, they were all geniuses of their respective clans, especially Mo Wang Bei, who was a rare genius. Even so, they had cultivated for millions of years and were still 4th step sovereigns. However, this genius had actually become a universe grade in 1,000 years. This was simply unbelievable. Even Qin Xiao was shocked. He hadn't even become a celestial in 1,000 years, right? Even though the two of them had different origins and different foundations, they couldn't be compared. However, some clues could be seen and a rough comparison could be made. One had to admit that Qin Shao had no choice but to admire this proud son of heaven. Becoming a universe grade in 1,000 years and killing immortals in 10,000 years was even more terrifying. In just 10,000 years, he had actually been able to kill heavenly venerates. Even though his cultivation base hadn't reached the heavenly venerate level, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. 10,000 years. It had only been 10,000 years. Becoming an immortal in 1,000,000 years. This speed was truly shocking. Mo Wang Bei and the others had lived for millions of years, but were still fourth-step sovereigns. However, this genius had already become an immortal. Actually, Qin Shao had also become an immortal in less than 3,000,000 years. Based on this speed, Qin Shao wasn't any slower than this genius. However, Qin Shao knew very well that this genius strength was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for a genius to become an immortal. His speed was also something he couldn't compare to. Most frightening of all was the fact that he could kill ancient sages in an era. Being able to kill an ancient sage meant that he was already an ancient sage. Being able to slay an ancient sage sounded like a fearsome feat. Ancient sages were supreme existences who had stepped onto the ancient road. They were incomparably powerful existences. To be able to slay ancient sages, just how powerful did the other party have to be? This sounded like an unbelievable legend. Mo Wang Bei and the others were stunned on the spot. They couldn't say a word and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Qin Shao was also quite shocked. He secretly admired this proud son of heaven. Sure enough, there are all kinds of geniuses in this vast world. This Futai mountain ridge was just a small corner of the immortal domain, an insignificant place. Such a small place could actually have such a thing. What a terrifying genius. If we were to look at the entire immortal realms and look at those prosperous immortal sects, then it would be even more unimaginable. If that's the case, Fuda Immortal Palace should have at least 2 prime saints. With a prime saint overseeing the palace, they would be able to dominate a region. I've heard Jing Yang mention it once. Master Liu He should also be from a faction. However, even though he's in prime saint, his status isn't too high. If that's the case, Master Sect should be much stronger than the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'm just in a small corner of the immortal domain. I can't be shocked by what's in front of me. Qin Shao thought to himself. Because he already had a good understanding of the Great Thousand Realms and the 8 Great Sacred Realms, he was able to see further and wouldn't be limited by the Fuda Immortal Palace in front of him. Speaking of which, the Fuda Immortal Palace was also a vast world for him. It was enough for them to sort freely. After a long while, Shopkeeper Gone, he said solemnly, he's a proud son of heaven. His name is Heaven's Pride. You must remember this name well. Once Heaven's Pride appears, his immortal aura will bring good fortune to thousands of miles of rivers and rivers. Everyone will have to bow down and worship him. Also, you must remember not to call him by his name when you're outside. If you call him by his name, you'll be in danger of courting death. Even if you participate in the selection now, you won't be able to protect yourself. Shopkeeper Gone, his words were very serious and didn't seem to be joking at all. Qin Shao and the others could feel the power in his words. It was obvious how much of a taboo the name of Heaven's Pride was in Fu City. Even calling him by his name was a capital offense. It was really overbearing. Only supreme strength could bring about supreme authority. It wasn't a big deal. Heaven's Pride, Qin Shao thought to himself. Heaven's Pride can kill a prime saint in an era. I've only lived for a few million years. Now that I'm in the immortal domain, even if we don't have the same foundation, we shouldn't be too far apart. In the same environment, I might be able to compete with you in glory. Fighting with the heavens and fighting with people was a great joy. Qin Shao was not the kind of person who was very competitive, but he liked to challenge some seemingly impossible challenges. At this moment, to Qin Shao, Heaven's Pride was like an insurmountable mountain. He wanted to use this mountain as his goal to challenge the immortal domain. He wanted to surpass this mountain. Setting a goal gave Qin Xiao the motivation to move forward in a direction to work towards. Heaven's pride, a supreme existence that we can never hope to reach. TSK, TSK, how great would it be if we could become heaven's pride one day? Yi Wugui was full of longing. However, Wald couldn't help but tease. Yi Wugui, stop dreaming. What heaven's pride? I think you should think about how to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple first. Right now, the biggest challenge for us is to become an in-name disciple first. I'm afraid we might not be able to pass this challenge. Above in-name disciples, there are ordinary disciples. Above ordinary disciples, there are core disciples. Above core disciples are heaven's pride. As for heaven's pride, there's still a long way to go before we can become heaven's pride. Each mountain is like a heavenly moat that lies in front of us, making it difficult for us to cross it. Therefore, we'd better be honest and take every step we can before we talk about it. Longing for heaven's pride? That's too unrealistic. Yi Wugui curled his lips. Haha, I'm just saying it casually. There are still people who have dreams. It's not like I said it had to be realized. If you can't even set your dreams as high as possible, how can that be? Even if you're bragging, you should brag a bit more. That way, you'll be able to give yourself more motivation. Let's brag a bit more. Only then will we have the determination and strength to pursue what we need. In the past, I didn't have much confidence in becoming an in-name disciple. But let me tell you now, I'm bursting with confidence. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper gone, he laughed heartily and nodded approvingly at Yi Wugui. Not bad, not bad. Young people need to have this kind of ferocity. It's good to have confidence. At least, you can give yourself a boost. Although it's difficult to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple, it's already very good that you've made it this far. You're dragons among men, 1 in a billion geniuses. You've already grown. Even if you're eliminated, it's still an honor. Moreover, since you've made it to Linfu City, even if you're eliminated, there will still be other forces willing to take you in and train you. So, your honor has already been decided. Even if you can make it this far, it's already decided. Come, let me give you another toast. I also wish you all the best in passing the selection and becoming in-name disciples of Fu Su Immortal Palace. You'll create a beautiful story. Ha. Yes, yes, yes. Let's create a beautiful story. We must create a beautiful story. Let's fight together. After drinking for a while, Yi Wugui asked again. All right, Shopkeeper Ganhi, you haven't told us about the Blissful Island. Shopkeeper Ganhi nodded and said, All right, I almost forgot. I haven't told you about the Blissful Island in detail. You already know about the Heaven's Chosen Child. Actually, you should also know that the Blissful Island was created by the Heaven's Chosen Child. Behind the Blissful Island is the Heaven's Chosen Child. With his call, the other Heaven's Chosen Children and many core disciples have joined the Heaven's Chosen Child. Because of this, the Blissful Island's strength has become extremely strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Blissful Island's strength in Fu Su Mountain Range is second only to Fu Su Immortal Palace. No matter how strong the 10 forces in Linfu City are, they can't compete with the Blissful Island. After all, the owner of the Blissful Island is the Heaven's Chosen Child. Who has the ability to compete with the Heaven's Chosen Child? Qin Xiao had already guessed this situation. When he heard Shopkeeper Ganhi's introduction of the Heaven's Chosen Child, he understood. This wasn't a surprise to him, and there was nothing to say. The reason why the Blissful Island is so popular is because the Blissful Island has everything you can think of and everything you can't think of. In layman's terms, the Blissful Island has everything that Linfu City has. The Blissful Island has everything that Linfu City doesn't have. The Blissful Island's name means that everyone who enters the Blissful Island will be able to obtain bliss. No matter what you need, the Blissful Island will be able to help you. For example, if you want immortal techniques, immortal treasures, or rare treasures, as long as you name it, the Blissful Island will be able to find it. For example, if you want to obtain any information, the Blissful Island will be able to find it, no matter who it is. For example, if you want to kill someone, you can go to the blissful island and ask for permission. It's said that even if you want to kill an ancient sage, the blissful island will be able to help you. Of course, if you want to kill an ancient sage, the price you have to pay is frightening. Not everyone has such a large amount of wealth. For example, if you want to earn some origin stones, you could go to the blissful island. All in all, the blissful island had everything, including everything. There's nothing you can't think of that the blissful island doesn't have. It's precisely because of this that the blissful island is so popular. Shopkeeper Ganhe's introduction caused Qin Xiao and the others to sigh in amazement. It's amazing. There's actually such a good place. It's truly amazing. No wonder it's called the blissful island. It really can give people bliss. It's really a good place. Even I want to go and experience it. It seems like the blissful island is really worth a visit. Forget about the other places. The blissful island is still the first place to go. Chapter 17:13. After drinking for 3 days, they were almost at their limit. If they continued drinking, Yi Wuguei and the others might really have a chance to break through. Breaking through is a good thing, but Yi Wuguei and the others didn't dare to break through. If they were disqualified, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After drinking enough wine and eating enough food, everyone was in a good mood. While drinking and chatting, Ganhe indeed told them everything he knew. He told them everything he knew about Fu City and Fu Yu Immortal Palace, which allowed Qin Xiao and the others to have a general understanding of Fu City and Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Even if they didn't know much, at least they didn't know nothing. Shopkeeper Ganhe, we're done drinking. Why don't you take us to Blissful Island? Yi Wuguei was very direct. Shopkeeper Ganhe nodded and smiled. Uh-huh. I was thinking the same thing. Our immortal and doesn't have any good places to visit. You guys only have 900 years, so it's a bit rushed. This time, you guys can go to Blissful Island first. When you have time in the future, you can go to other places. It's not bad to go there and take a look. However, some places do require time to understand. It's not suitable for you guys to go there now. Then let's go. I'll take you to Blissful Island. When it came to Blissful Island, everyone was naturally very excited. Yi Wuguei was the first to shout. He immediately got up and urged everyone to hurry up. Shopkeeper Ganhe waved his hand, and a carriage appeared in front of everyone. It was completely golden, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. It looked like a hole, and it was pulled by 9 golden dragons made of metal. A flying device. Yi Wuguei's eyes lit up when he saw the chariot, and he exclaimed. Qin Xiao's gaze also landed on the flight artifact. Judging from its aura, it should only be a low-grade flight artifact. Although it wasn't too precious, it was still very good to use as a means of transportation in Fu City. A low-grade flying heaven artifact was enough. Moreover, it was very small and could seat dozens of people. Under normal circumstances, it would be sufficient. Everyone, please board the chariot. It's just a low-grade sky flying artifact. It's not worth mentioning. Manager Ganhe, he made an inviting gesture. Even if it was a low-grade flying artifact, it was still a flying artifact. Since it was a heaven ascension artifact, it was naturally very precious. After everyone boarded the flying artifact, Shopkeeper Ganhe, he waved his hand. The flying artifact suddenly shined with immortal light. The 9 golden dragons seemed to have come back to life. They turned into lifelike golden dragons and roared as they flew towards the sky. Of course, these 9 golden dragons were not real. Instead, they were the manifestation of immortal might. With a flying heaven artifact, traveling was naturally very fast. In fact, there weren't many places that required the use of a flying heaven artifact. It was just that using a flying heaven artifact would be faster. Sitting in the carriage, one could see many sceneries of Linfu City. Previously, Qin Xiao and the others didn't have much time to appreciate some of the sceneries of Linfu City. Now, they could enjoy it properly. Yeah, Shopkeeper Ganhe, there's a region over there with immortal light soaring to the sky. From afar, I can feel a powerful immortal might shrouding that area. It's preventing people from approaching. What's that place? Yi Wuguei pointed at a region and asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ganhe glanced at it and said, that's the territory of a big faction. It's protected by an immortal formation. Naturally, it's protected by immortal might. It's preventing people from approaching. You should be able to see it if you look from above. The stronger the immortal formation, the more powerful the faction is and the more you can't provoke it. Therefore, when you see it, you should avoid it. Qin Shao also noticed that the domains protected by the immortal arrays that Shopkeeper Gon he had mentioned were everywhere. Some were strong, while some were weak. The difference in strength was obvious. Look over there. The blissful island is over there. Shopkeeper Gon he suddenly pointed to the front and said to everyone. Qin Shao quickly looked over as well. Sure enough, he could see a large clump of immortal energy enveloping a large piece of land in the distance. The immortal might shrouded that area with rainbow light, making it look like an illusion. It was very beautiful. Such a big territory is shrouded? That's the blissful island? Isn't it too powerful? Other places paled in comparison to this place. There's no way they can be compared, Yi Wugue said in shock. Shopkeeper Gani nodded and said, yes, that's the territory of the blissful island. It's very big. There's a very powerful immortal formation protecting that place. Ordinary people can't get close to it. It's said that even a fourth-step Empyrean can't get close to it. Therefore, it's not easy to enter the blissful island. You must enter through the proper way. Otherwise, if you dare to force your way in, only death awaits you. No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, once you come to the blissful island, you must respect the immortal laws of the blissful island. No matter who you are, if you dare to violate the rules, you'll be sentenced to death. Even if you're a core disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, a saint's son, or even an elder, you have an extremely high status. If you dare to violate the rules of the blissful island, you'll be killed. Overbearing. This is really overbearing. Shopkeeper Ganhe's words indeed made everyone feel a dense, overbearing aura spreading out. Being able to set up rules was enough to show how terrifying and powerful the blissful island was. Moreover, these rules could even ignore the immortal might of the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was obvious how terrifying the power of that heaven's chosen child was. Logically speaking, in the Hidden Dragon Ridge, the Fusu Immortal Palace was supreme, and no one dared to offend it. Not to mention people with high status. Even ordinary disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace weren't people that could be easily offended, let alone killed. Daring to kill the people of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Was he tired of living? How could the supreme immortal might of the Fuda Immortal Palace be challenged by others? However, the blissful island dared to do so, which was really admirable. Haha, there's something even more overbearing. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll be there soon. Shopkeeper Gani laughed loudly. Not long after, the carriage landed. After stepping down from the carriage, Qin Shao and the others realized that they were in front of a vast ocean. There was an island in the middle of this vast ocean. The island emitted an endless amount of immortal light, which was dazzling with 7 colors. Looking at it from afar, it gave people the impression that it was a huge treasure. The ocean in front of them wasn't blue. It was actually red, a bright red. Immortal light and immortal might filled the sky above the ocean. This aura was extremely invasive. It would make people feel very uncomfortable, and they would feel that there was a dangerous aura inside. From afar, they could feel how frightening it was. It was extremely frightening. If they entered it carelessly, their lives would be in danger. There was a huge dock in front of them, and a big black ship was anchored there. The ship was anchored there, but no one was on it. It was as if there was no one there. Why does this place feel so strange and frightening? If we want to go to the blissful island, do we have to go through this terrifying ocean? Yi Wugue, who was originally in high spirits, couldn't help but want to retreat when he saw the scene in front of him. Indeed, it was quite frightening. Qin Zhao's expression became slightly solemn. He also felt how frightening the aura here was. It seemed that going to the blissful island was really a troublesome thing. Just the aura here was enough to scare off many people. This situation puzzled Qin Zhao. Why did it have to be like this? Wasn't the blissful island supposed to open its doors to everyone and allow them to enter freely? However, judging from the situation in front of them, it seemed like the threshold was very high. Sure enough, Shopkeeper Ganhe's words confirmed Qin Zhao's guess. This place is really strange and frightening. It's not easy to go to the blissful island. If you don't have strength, status, and wealth, you won't have the qualifications to go to the blissful island. The blissful island's requirements aren't low. Actually, it's reasonable to say that ordinary sovereigns aren't qualified to enter the blissful island. What? Sovereigns aren't qualified to enter? However, this rule obviously didn't apply to them. Otherwise, shopkeeper gone, he wouldn't have brought them here. Qin Shao was surprised. Sovereigns weren't allowed to enter the blissful island. The requirements weren't low. Moreover, it was clear that these weren't the only requirements. There must be other requirements. The Red Sea you see is called the Sea of Resentment. It said that the Red Sea water is formed from endless blood and resentment. It's extremely frightening. Even immortals don't dare to enter the Sea of Resentment. The Sea of Resentment is here. Together with the protective immortal formation, it's enough to prevent most people from entering the blissful island. If you want to force your way in, it'll be very difficult to pass through the Sea of Resentment. Moreover, there are other great protective formations. That's why I said that even a fourth step heavenly venerate wouldn't dare to casually enter the blissful island. If you want to enter the blissful island, the only way is to board this immortal ship. It's the only way. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the immortal ship and said, "Shopkeeper Ganhe, it shouldn't be that easy to board this immortal ship, right? Do you need source stones?" Shopkeeper Ganhe nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. You definitely need to pay primal chaos source stones. Entering the blissful island isn't free. Not only do you have to pay primal chaos source stones, but you also have to show your strength. Those who are weak won't be allowed to enter. As I said earlier, sovereigns aren't allowed to enter the blissful island." That's right. Of course, you don't have to worry about this problem. After all, you're participating in the selection. They'll make an exception for you. Primal chaos source stones? This question made Qin Shao and the others frown. Yi Wuguwei looked at shopkeeper Ganhe in distress and said, "I only have 5 primal chaos source stones. Is that enough to enter the blissful island?" Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper Ganhe couldn't help but laugh and say, "It's not that expensive. 1 primal chaos source stone can allow you to stay on the blissful island for thousands of years. You have 5 primal chaos source stones, so you can stay there for 5,000 years." Yi Wuguwei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This meant that each of them only needed to pay 1 primal chaos source stone. After all, they could only stay there for 900 years at most. 1 primal chaos source stone was enough. The price of 1 primal chaos source stone was still acceptable. Chapter 17:14. I almost forgot. The higher-ups told me to prepare a few small gifts for you. I should have given them to you when we were drinking earlier. Manager gone, he suddenly slapped his head. With a wave of his hand, 5 exquisite cloth bags appeared in his hand. The pouches flew into the hands of Qin Shao and the others, 1 for each of them. This was clearly not a simple pouch. There must be something inside this pouch, and there must be something inside. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, but still checked the contents of the pouches. Qin Shao was slightly shocked. A heavenly weapon sword, 3 immortal arts, a low-grade heavenly flying weapon, and 2,000 chaos source stones. Normally, an ordinary heavenly weapon would be worth around 1,000 chaos source stones. The better ones could go up to 2,000 chaos source stones. As for immortal arts, the most common ones could be bought for 100 chaos source stones. The better ones could be bought for 1,000 chaos source stones at most. Heavenly weapon. A flying heaven artifact was slightly more expensive. A low-grade flying heaven artifact should cost around 3,000 chaos source stones. Therefore, the items in Qin Zhao's hands should be worth around 10,000 chaos source stones. 10,000 chaos source stones. Many immortals didn't even have that much wealth. Perhaps only the immortals of the Fusu Immortal Palace could have that much wealth. Even the Xianhua clan's entire wealth didn't have that much wealth. One had to admit that the Kulai Immortal was very generous to Qin Shao. Giving away 10,000 chaos source stones in one go was truly extraordinary. Of course, this was only for Qin Shao. Mo Wang Bei and the others didn't receive this kind of treatment. The total value of the items that the four of them had obtained was about 1,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, 1,000 Chaos Source Stones was still considered a lot. Normally speaking, an immortal's entire fortune would only add up to this amount. Therefore, the Kulai immortal was indeed very generous. So much. After Yi Wugui and the others checked it, they were also shocked. They looked at Qin Xiao with fear. Qin Xiao shook his head and returned the pouch to shopkeeper Ganhe. He said, "As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Forgive us for not being able to accept such a generous gift. I don't want to owe you such a big favor. Therefore, you should take this back. You're already being very polite by providing us with a place to stay. There's no need for anything else." Since Qin Xiao had returned the gifts, Mo Wang Bei and the others naturally did not want to accept them either. They also returned one by one. Seeing the 5 people retreat, shopkeeper Ganhe was stunned at first, but he immediately said, "Brother Qin Xiao, you can't do that. I'm just following orders. If you don't accept it, the higher-ups will probably think that I'm neglecting you. This is just a small token of appreciation from our Kulai Immortal Inn. I hope Brother Qin Xiao won't refuse. When you enter the Blissful Island, you will need to spend some money. It's better to have some Chaos Source Rocks on you." Qin Xiao also knew this, but he still said resolutely, "Shopkeeper Ganhe, you don't need to worry about this. We don't necessarily need to spend money. We're entering the Blissful Island mainly to walk around and broaden our horizons. If we really need something, we'll find a way to get it. Shopkeeper Ganhe, don't force us to do these things. We won't accept them." Seeing Qin Xiao's resolute attitude, shopkeeper Ganhe hesitated for a while with an awkward expression. He had no choice but to nod and say, all right. Since Brother Qin Xiao has said so, I won't force you. All right, I'll take them back. However, entering the Blissful Island, I'll pay for the expenses of the island. Brother Qin Xiao, you don't need to fight with me over such a small matter, right? 1 Chaos Source Rock per person. It was just a few Chaos Source Rocks. In any case, they already owed him a favor, so they could accept this little bit more. All right, thank you very much, Shopkeeper Ganhe. Qin Xiao nodded. Then let's go. Shopkeeper Ganhe smiled and led the group towards the immortal ship. As soon as they got close to the immortal ship, a powerful immortal aura suddenly descended. Everyone immediately felt the powerful immortal aura, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. However, the immortal aura only descended for a moment. It swept across everyone and then retracted. When the immortal aura swept over them, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. They felt as if there were no more secrets in their hearts. It was a very unpleasant feeling. It was as if they had been stripped naked in front of others. However, who could resist such an immortal aura? How terrifying. There's definitely an extremely powerful immortal overseeing this immortal ship. I reckon he's at least a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate. He might even be a 4th step Heavenly Venerate, as expected of the Blissful Island. Even the Overseer here is such a powerful existence. Qin Xiao was inwardly shocked. Throughout their journey, they had felt the power of the Blissful Island. They were astonished by the extravagance of the Blissful Island. And the creator of all of this was a proud son of the heavens, an unparalleled genius. Perhaps Qin Xiao had found a new definition of genius from the heavens chosen. As for him, he should also be a genius who had reached this newly defined level. A tall and sturdy man walked out. His cultivation level wasn't high. He was only a 1st step Heavenly Venerate. However, his face was filled with majesty and ferocity. His upper body was bare, and his bulging muscles were completely exposed. He seemed to be very powerful and explosive. His skin was light brown, and there were many strange runes on his body. Those runes looked as if they were alive and could move around. It was a terrifying sight. The man glanced at Qin Xiao and the others. He didn't show any courtesy. Instead, he snorted and said, "The 5 of you can enter after paying 10 Chaos Source Stones each." 10 Chaos Source Stones? Didn't you say that 1 Chaos Source Stone can last for 1,000 years? We only need to stay for 900 years. One chaos source stone is more than enough. Yi Wugui said doubtfully. Qin Shao frowned slightly. It seemed that the man in front of him wasn't friendly. The tall and sturdy man glanced at Yi Wugui and said, "According to the rules of the Blissful Island, sovereign realm cultivators aren't qualified to enter. I know that you're here to participate in the selection. You're not really food Immortal Palace's in-name disciples. We're already being lenient by letting you in. 10 Chaos Source Stones. Naturally, this Chaos Source Stone is targeted at you. If you want to enter, then enter. If you don't, then leave. Don't disturb me. I don't have time to waste with you." The tall and sturdy man's overbearing attitude left Qin Shao and the others speechless. Wasn't he just a gatekeeper of the Blissful Island? How could he be so overbearing? Had the Blissful Island always been this overbearing? 10 Chaos Source Stones per person. This price wasn't cheap at all. 5 people would have to pay 50 Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao and the others didn't have that many Chaos Source Stones on them. Although shopkeeper gone, he said that he would pay. They didn't mind if it was just 5 Chaos Source Stones. However, he was now asking for 50 Chaos Source Rocks at once. Hence, Qin Shao naturally hesitated. 10 Chaos Source Stones it is. We'll give you special treatment during special times. Shopkeeper gone, he said to appease the others. Just as he was about to pay, a rich and overbearing voice came from behind him. "Their Chaos Source Stones are mine. Brother Kai will pay for them." Qin Shao and the others turned around when they heard the voice. They saw more than one person walking towards them. There was actually a group of people. Moreover, these people had the symbol between their eyebrows. Obviously, they were all geniuses who came to participate in the selection. The one who spoke was a man in embroidered clothes. Not only did he speak in a rich and overbearing manner, but he was also very thick and fat. He was as fat as a ball. From afar, one would think that he was a meatball rolling towards them. However, it wasn't too bad when one looked closer. Although he was a little chubby, one could still distinguish his limbs. Moreover, his face was actually quite cute. Especially when he smiled, he looked like a child. It was just that his face didn't look as innocent as before. There were more than 10 men behind the man in embroidered clothes. They were all different in appearance, but they seemed to be following the lead of the man in embroidered clothes. "Ha, brother, you must be Qin Shao, right?" The brocade-robed man's gaze fell on Qin Zhao's body. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes bloomed with radiance. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. It gave off a somewhat comical feeling. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I am." Qin Zhao's name had already spread throughout the entire Linfu city, so he naturally wasn't surprised that the man in embroidered clothes knew Qin Shao. Now, in the entire Linfu city, there should be a lot of people who knew Qin Shao. Among those disciples who participated in the selection, there was probably no one who didn't know Qin Shao. A big dark horse like Qin Shao naturally needed to know about him. "Haha, it's really Brother Qin Shao. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I admire you very much. I've always admired you and want to get to know you. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky today to meet you here, Brother Qin Shao. It's really fate." The man in embroidered clothes was a little friendly. He walked in front of Qin Shao and spoke with spittle flying everywhere. Qin Shao wouldn't directly refuse this kind of person who was friendly to him. "You flatter me." Qin Shao just casually replied. You don't have to be so humble. Your glorious deeds have already spread throughout the entire Linfu city. You've created 2 miracles and completed a great feat now. You've become the hot topic of discussion in the streets of Linfu city. You didn't go out, otherwise you would know. You're so popular now." The fat man added. Qin Shao didn't reply. Qin Shao wasn't good at chatting with people he wasn't familiar with. The fat man seemed to realize that he was a little embarrassed. He immediately said to the burly man, "Put everyone's expenses on me. How many Chaos Source Stones are there in total?" The burly man glanced at the fat man and said indifferently, 180. The fat man was very generous. He waved his hand, and 180 Chaos Source Stones flew into the burly man's hand. He said casually, "You can count them. 180 Chaos Source Stones. Send us to the Blissful Island." He didn't need to count to know that there were 180 Chaos Source Stones. There wouldn't be one less. Chapter 17:15. Qin Shao wasn't someone who liked to accept small favors from others. Therefore, when he saw that Brother Kai was going to pay for the 5 of them, Qin Shao immediately stopped him. You don't have to pay for us. We can pay for ourselves. Brother Kai chuckled and said to Qin Shao, don't be so courteous with me. Brother Kai respects geniuses the most and admires capable people. It's just a small amount. Brother Kai is willing to pay for you. Don't think too much about it. It's not like you owe me a favor. It's really a small matter. Just take it that Brother Kai wants to make friends with you. Look at the dozen of them. They're all my friends. I love making friends. No matter where they are from, I'm willing to make friends with them. I'm not stingy when it comes to friends who are worth making. It didn't matter if the other party was willing or not. It was a matter of receiving favors from others. Qin Shao wasn't familiar with Brother Kai. Moreover, he had the aura of a local tycoon. Qin Shao didn't like this kind of person. Therefore, he didn't want to accept such a small favor. He was about to reject it again when the burly man put away Brother Kai's Chaos Source Rock and urged him to hurry. He urged in a cold voice, hurry up and get on the immortal ship after you've paid. Don't dawdle here. Since that was the case, Qin Shao didn't say anything else. Brother Kai also said, Brother Qin Shao, let's hurry up and get on the immortal ship. It won't be too late to talk after we get on. Ha! Qin Shao nodded. Let's go up first. I'll just take it as accepting this favor. Even if he didn't accept Brother Kai's gift, he would accept Shopkeeper Ganhe's gift. After all, the 5 of them didn't have 50 Chaos Source Rocks on them. So be it. Qin Shao wasn't a stubborn person. Brother Qin Shao, you guys can go on ahead. We won't keep you company, said Dry River Palm. Qin Shao said, it's fine. You guys can go back. We'll go on our own. After sending off Shopkeeper Ganhe and Shopkeeper Ganhe, Qin Zhao's group followed Brother Kai and boarded the immortal ship. The people who followed Brother Kai were also sizing up Qin Shao. There was no other reason. Qin Shao was indeed too dazzling. Naturally, many people wanted to get to know him. After all, such a peerless genius was famous throughout Linfu City when he first shone brightly. It was conceivable that Qin Zhao's future was limitless. In the future, becoming a core disciple would not be a problem. Such a genius was naturally worthy of others fawning over. Brother Kai, take those 50 Chaos Source Stones as a loan from us brothers. We'll return them to you next time, Qin Shao said to Brother Kai. Brother Kai waved his hand and said with a smile, Brother Qin Shao, you're being too polite. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite with me. You're making me feel embarrassed. It's only 50 Chaos Source Stones. It's really nothing to me. It's my honor to have the chance to spin some for you, Brother Qin Shao. I'm so happy that I can't even rush it. You don't have to feel bad about it. Qin Shao shook his head. That's your business. Kindness is kindness. You're already doing us a favor by lending us the stones. However, we can't accept this favor for nothing. Take these 50 Chaos Source Stones as a loan. That's settled. I'll return them to you next time. You. Brother Kai was also a little helpless. Seeing Qin Zhao's determined look, Brother Kai could only say, Okay. Then we'll go with Brother Zhao's opinion. However, there's no need to rush it. Wait until you're rich in the future. All right, you don't have to be so polite with me. Just call me Fatty Kai. Haha, I don't dare to be called Brother Kai. It's more intimate to call me Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai. Qin Shao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This nickname really suited him. However, who would like to be called Fatty? However, since Fatty Kai was willing to call him that, then so be it. The immortal ship set sail towards the blissful island. Fatty Kai pointed at the sea outside and said, This sea is called the Sea of Resentment. The scarlet seawater in this sea is made up of endless resentment and blood. It's very corrosive and has a baleful aura. Once it invades a person's body, it's very destructive. Ordinary immortals will definitely die from the baleful aura attacking their heart once they touch the aura of the Sea of Resentment. Moreover, this sea doesn't look very big, but it's actually very big. It's definitely not easy to cross this sea and reach the blissful island. It's not an exaggeration to say that if you don't take this immortal ship and rely on your own strength to cross the sea of resentment to reach the blissful island, you'll need to be a fourth-step heavenly venerable. In other words, only ascendant immortals can do it. Therefore, it's not an easy task to reach the blissful island. Moreover, the people of the blissful island were being monitored. If anyone dared to act recklessly in the blissful island, they would suffer a calamity. Even ancient sages were no exception. Therefore, no one dared to act recklessly in the blissful island. No one dares to cause trouble on the blissful island. It's because of this that the blissful island has become a true paradise. It's also because of this that many people are willing to hide on the blissful island. Many people hide their true bodies on the blissful island while their avatars roam the outside world to earn chaos source stones to maintain their true bodies on the blissful island. Moreover, there are many opportunities to earn chaos source stones on the blissful island. It's because of this that many people are willing to live on the blissful island for the rest of their lives. There are even some disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace who don't want to stay there. They'd rather stay on the blissful island. Shopkeeper Gan he had told them about this before, so Qin Xiao and the others didn't think much of it. The people who came with Fatty Kai were all very surprised when they heard this. Yes, I've heard about this as well. I remember the elders of my clan told me about a heaven immortal who was arrogant and unruly. He committed all kinds of evil, killed countless people, and made many enemies. In the end, he provoked an exalted immortal. That exalted immortal chased after that heaven immortal and killed his avatar. However, that heaven immortal's true body escaped to the blissful island. Later on, that exalted immortal was enraged and sent his avatar to the blissful island. However, the blissful island's immortal rules killed that heaven immortal. However, the exalted immortal was stopped by the blissful island's power. Not only did that exalted immortal fail to kill that heaven immortal, he even sacrificed his avatar. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed man. His story further proved how powerful and terrifying the blissful island was. No matter who you were, as long as you entered the blissful island and didn't violate the blissful island's immortal rules, no one could kill you. The blissful island's power was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Haha, I've also heard similar stories. That's why people in our clan often say that they should work hard to accumulate enough primal chaos ore stones and then go to the blissful island to live a carefree life. It's said that there really was an ancestor in our clan who did that. Later on, there was no news of him. I don't know what happened later on. Fatty Kai laughed and said, "Those are all very ordinary stories. The blissful island had a lot of interesting stories, too many to count." After hearing Fatty Kai's words, someone started to jeer, "Fatty Kai, you're very resourceful and you've been to the blissful island many times. Why don't you tell us some interesting stories?" Qin Xiao and the other four also looked over with interest. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well listen to these interesting stories. Haha, I'll tell you about an interesting story that happened recently. This happened not too long ago, probably around 10,000 years ago. Speaking of which, there was a young master who came from a powerful background. As for who he was, I won't go into detail. Anyway, he had a very powerful background. He was also a monstrous genius who became an immortal in 5 million years. That was heaven-defying. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was indeed a monstrous genius. It was said that geniuses could become an immortal in 1,000,000 years. However, in the long history of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, there were only a few who could do that. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was definitely a peerless genius. For ordinary people, becoming an immortal in 100 million years was considered very fast. Most cultivators couldn't become an immortal in their entire lives. In other words, they couldn't become an immortal in 184 million years. Becoming an immortal in 5 million years was considered a monstrous genius. Fatty Kai continued, because he shined so brightly, he was raised up high like a lone star holding up the moon. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant and unruly. He considered everything beneath his notice and was extremely arrogant. However, He had the right to be arrogant. He was a monstrous genius with a powerful background. The ancestor was an exalted immortal and doted on him deeply. When this young master came to the blissful island for the first time, he was enraged by his servant's negligence. He injured the servant and said that he was going to kill the servant. This action violated the blissful island's immortal rules. Therefore, that young master was directly captured and sentenced to death according to the blissful island's immortal rules. That young master was the Futu Immortal Palace's elder, an exalted immortal who was extremely powerful and revered. However, the blissful island didn't care about him at all and directly sentenced him to death. The ancestor who doted on him didn't dare to come out and save him from the beginning. Moreover, after that young master died, the blissful island took action. Therefore, they kept a low profile. Do you know what was the most interesting part? The blissful island's people even went to that young master's house and captured his true body. No one in his family dared to stop them. They could only watch as their clan's peerless genius was executed by the blissful island. And this was the blissful island's supreme, immortal might. This story left everyone speechless for a moment. The shock in their hearts was not light. It was really terrifying. The blissful island's power was deeply ingrained in their hearts once again. It was truly unimaginable. Therefore, when we enter the blissful island later, we must keep a low profile. We must not offend anyone, especially the people from the blissful island. No matter who it is, even if it's just a servant, we must not offend them. Otherwise, if we offend the blissful island, no one will be able to protect us. No one will be able to protect him. Fatty Kai said to everyone with a serious face. Obviously, this matter was not a joke. Everyone nodded their heads to show that they understood. As long as they weren't stupid, they knew that they couldn't act recklessly on the blissful island. Brother Qin Shao, why are you so quiet? You didn't even say a word along the way. Fatty Kai walked in front of Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We don't know anything about the blissful island, so we can't say anything. You could just talk, and we'll listen. It'll be good for us to understand." Fatty Kai said with a smile, "We can't just talk like that. Brother, when we enter the blissful island later, why don't you come with us? I've been to the blissful island quite a few times, so I know every place here. If you come with me, at least I'll be able to introduce you to each place, so you can have a general understanding." Chapter 17:16. Qin Shao didn't refuse Fatty Kai's kindness. After all, the five of them were unfamiliar with the blissful island. Although they had a general understanding of the situation, they didn't know the specifics. Fatty Kai said that he had entered the blissful island many times, so he should be very clear about the situation inside. He should be very familiar with the place. It was indeed a good thing to have Fatty Kai with them. It would save them a lot of trouble. As for Fatty Kai, although Qin Shao didn't really like him, he didn't dislike him. The blissful island was a huge island located in the middle of the Sea of Resentment. The island was covered with magnificent buildings. Numerous palaces were connected together, densely packed together. It looked like a crowded city. The tall buildings were like giant mountains standing on the blissful island. They were shrouded in immortal energy, blooming with immortal aura. It looked very magnificent. The blissful island was surrounded by towering cliffs. It was impossible to climb up with the protection of the cliffs. If they tried to force their way in, they would be attacked by the protection of the blissful island. It was impossible to succeed. In front of Qin Shao and the others was a huge stone bridge. On the stone bridge, there was a long flight of steps that led to a magnificent door. That door was obviously the entrance to the blissful island. The immortal ship quickly docked at the stone bridge. Fatty Kai immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. We've arrived at the blissful island. Welcome to the paradise of bliss. This place will definitely be unforgettable for you." Fatty Kai familiarly led the way in front, and the group quickly reached the stone bridge. They walked up the steps of the stone bridge, step by step. What a powerful suppressive force. As soon as they stepped on the stone bridge, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He felt a very powerful suppressive force coming at him. It was an invisible force that came from space. Obviously, The entire blissful island was shrouded by this invisible force. This force had a very strong suppressive force. Qin Shao felt that ordinary immortals wouldn't be able to fly here. This place is really uncomfortable. The blue-clothed man frowned and said, "Yeah, the suppressive power is very strong. However, there doesn't seem to be any suppression on our strength. It just feels like there are many restrictions set up in this space." Another voice echoed. Fatty Kai said with a smile, "Yeah, the whole blissful island is covered by a powerful restrictive force. Flying was forbidden on the blissful island. Basically, only exalted immortals at the fourth step of the exalted immortal realm can fly. Exalted immortals are lofty existences. It's normal for them to be able to fly. Ordinary minor immortals, human immortals, and heaven immortals are unable to fly. They can only walk in the blissful island. Lesser immortal, human immortal, heavenly immortal, and exalted immortal were just honorifics that corresponded to the first to fourth steps of the exalted celestial realm. Fourth step heavenly venerables were called exalted immortals. The celestial venerable realm was to become an immortal, to seek the Tao, to be respected as an immortal. For example, Shopkeeper Gon, he was a second step celestial venerable. He could be considered a human immortal, an exalted immortal, a fourth step heavenly venerable. Even in the vast celestial realm, that was enough to dominate a region. Reaching such a realm meant that one was standing at a relatively high level. Exalted immortals were respected no matter where they went. Haha, don't be surprised. This is the blissful island after all. The rules here are quite strict. It's said that the blissful island's rules are much stricter than the Fu-Tu immortal palaces, Fatty Kai said. Soon, they arrived at the gate. From here, they entered the blissful island. The gate had no door, and there were no guards. It was empty. This made them feel a bit strange. The blue-clothed man asked in confusion, "No guards? We can't just go in like this, right? Why does it feel like something is wrong?" Fatty Kai said, "Yeah, of course we just go in like this. There's nothing wrong with it. Haha, it's my first time here too. But after thinking about it, it makes sense. There are so many barriers in front of us. There shouldn't be any problems if we're sent here. Therefore, there's no need to set up any barriers. We can directly enter the blissful island. Let's go. Welcome to the blissful island. I believe you'll fall in love with this place. However, this is a paradise for rich people. Without strong financial resources, you won't be able to find much fun on the blissful island. Basically, you'll have to spend chaos source stones to find fun. Haha, but don't worry. My brother Kai is here. I'll pay for all the expenses. As long as everyone has fun, it's fine." Fatty Kai's wealth was revealed once again. The people who came with Fatty Kai were used to Fatty Kai's wealth, so they didn't say anything. After passing through the Grand Gate, the group entered the blissful island. Many roads appeared in front of them, and each road led to a different place. Not far away, there were many palaces and buildings. Voices could be heard from afar. Yes, people. Obviously, there were people gathering there. Fatty Kai began to explain again. The blissful island has 10,000 sceneries, divided into 10,000 areas. Each area is a different scenery. Each scenery is different. It's like a myriad of flowers. Look, there are 6 sceneries in front of you, 6 areas. These 6 areas are the most frequent. That's why they're placed at the entrance to make it easier for people to go there. These 6 sceneries have areas to trade immortal treasures and immortal techniques. There are also areas to buy information and areas to accept missions. In the areas, there are places to drink and have fun. There are also areas to exchange pointers and teach people the immortal Tao. There's also an arena area. 10,000 sceneries and 10,000 areas. There are only things you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't find here. However, although there are many areas, there aren't many that are suitable for us to visit. Based on our time, if we want to have fun, it's best to stay in one area and not leave. 900 years is enough for us to have fun. If you want to visit more areas, it's best not to visit more than 10. On average, it'll take you around 100 years. If you visit more areas, it won't work. That's why I have 2 plans here. I don't know what you guys think. I don't care. I've been here many times. I've played all the games I can. This time, I'm here to play with you guys. The 12 people who came with Fatty Kai also started to discuss. Soon, they came to a conclusion. They all felt that it was better to listen to Fatty Kai's suggestion. It's best to stay in one area for 900 years. They should be able to have fun. Anyway, they'll have a chance to come again in the future. There's no need to rush. Now, it's better to find an area to have fun. Maybe there'll be some big gains. Brother Qin Shao, what about you guys? Fatty Kai asked Qin Shao and the others with a smile. Yi Wuguwei and the others looked at Qin Shao. Obviously, they'll let Qin Shao decide. Anyway, they'll just follow Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he said, Fatty Kai, let's talk about your suggestion first. I think, if you want to go to an area, you want to only recommend one area, right? Fatty Kai nodded and said, yes, if you only want to stay in one area, then I'll recommend 3. As for which one to choose, it'll depend on everyone's opinion. Let's hear it, Qin Shao said. The first area is the cultivation area. You should be able to understand it literally. It's a place for people to cultivate. In this cultivation area, there are many interesting things. Many people will cultivate there, and there are also many opportunities there. The second area is the Tao discussion area. Immortals will preach Tao there. There's nothing special in the Tao discussion area. You'll just listen to the immortals preach Tao. Of course, you'll need chaos source stones to listen to the immortals preach Tao. If you want to listen to the immortals preach Tao, you'll have to pay a lot of chaos source stones. It's a lot. However, the good thing is that the immortals who preach Tao will teach you wholeheartedly. Moreover, the immortals will constantly change to preach. Therefore, there are many benefits to be had. As for the specifics, it'll depend on whether you can gain something from the preaching. The third area is the special area of the blissful island, the blissful area. All the blissful things are in this area. The blissful area is the largest area on the blissful island. It's the most special, the most fun, and the most blissful area. It'll definitely be the most popular area. The 3 regions are all representative of what they are. For the current us, they're the 3 most suitable areas. If you have to choose one of the 3, you can choose. Qin Shao listened to Fatty Kai seriously. Among the 3 areas, Qin Shao was most interested in the cultivation area. To Qin Shao, the most important thing was cultivation. Other things were like floating clouds and were not that important. Yi Wuguwei was a bit playful. He asked curiously, Fatty Kai, then which area do you think is the best? The blissful area sounds good. The Tao discussion area is a bit worse. I feel that if we have to choose, the best would be the cultivation area and the blissful area, right? Fatty Kai laughed and said, you can't say that. Actually, the 3 areas have their own advantages. They're all very suitable for us. Take the Tao discussion area, for example. Being able to listen to those immortals discuss the Tao is actually very helpful for our cultivation. If we try to improve our strength as much as possible, then we'll have more confidence in the later selection. Of course, if we want to improve our strength in a short 900 years, it'll be very difficult. That's a rather difficult thing. If it's the blissful area, then we'll be able to enjoy bliss. Actually, I personally prefer to go to the blissful area. After all, our time is very limited this time. If we want to cultivate there, we might not be able to gain anything. If that's the case, then why don't we go to the blissful area to relax and enjoy bliss? Then we'll go all out to fight. Maybe the effect will be even better. Fatty Kai's words received the approval of most people. Even Yi Wuguwei was a bit moved. He looked at Qin Shao eagerly, waiting for Qin Shao to make the final decision. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, I'll go to the cultivation area first. If I have time, then I'll go to the blissful area. You don't have to look at me. Choose for yourself. Indeed, in a short 900 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate much. If you want to go to the blissful area, you can go there. Just look at me. Fatty Kai's suggestion is also good. You can consider it. Chapter 17:17. After discussing for a while, Xiao Dao decided to follow Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei to the cultivation area, while Yi Wuguwei and Aman would follow the others to the blissful area. As for Fatty Kai's group, the 13 of them all chose to go to the blissful area, including Yi Wuguwei and Aman. There were 15 of them going to the blissful area. Only Qin Zhao's group of 3 would go to the cultivation area. Ah, Brother Qin Zhao, I have a lot of people here, so I won't take you to the cultivation area. I'll accompany them first. If I have time, I'll go to the cultivation area to find you. The cultivation area is over there. If you follow this path, the second area will be the cultivation area. By the way, Brother Qin Zhao, there are many places in the cultivation area that require chaos source stones. If you don't have many chaos source stones, I can lend you some. Fatty Kai was very enthusiastic. As long as it was about chaos source stones, he would be very rich. Who knew how many chaos origin stones he had on him? However, Qin Zhao clearly didn't want to accept this favor. He directly refused. No need, Fatty Kai. We don't need many chaos source stones. I believe we can handle it. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. After being rejected by Qin Zhao again, Fatty Kai smiled awkwardly. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, "All right, let's split up here. We'll go this way. If we go this way, the third area will be the blissful area. Brother Qin Zhao, if you have time later, you can come to the blissful area to play. I'll take good care of Yi Wu Guwei and man brother, don't worry." Qin Zhao nodded. He said again, "Thank you. Then I'll leave everything to you." Haha, it's a small matter. Fatty Kai waved his hand. Qin Zhao, Mo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao's group left through that path. Fatty Kai and the others left through another path. Soon, Qin Zhao and the other 2 saw a boundary marker with the words cultivation area written on it, indicating that they had arrived at the cultivation area. After passing through the boundary stone, he immediately felt the bustling atmosphere of the cultivation area. There was a vigorous vitality coming from it, and the feeling immediately came up. This was the dense aura of cultivation. After entering the training area, it felt as if the air was filled with hot-blooded factors, causing one's blood to boil unconsciously. The atmosphere was often very important. A good atmosphere would allow one to enter a better state of cultivation. As for cultivation, one needed to be in a good state. It could be said that being in a good state was half the battle. Qin Zhao and the others saw many marvelous scenes in the cultivation area. Qin Zhao and the other 2 kept moving forward, following the direction of the sound. They would eventually find other people. Now that he had found the person, he would know where he could cultivate. Big Brother Qin Zhao, look over there. There are some people gathered there. It should be a cultivation area. Xiao Dao suddenly pointed in a direction. Qin Zhao and Mo Wangbei immediately looked over. At the foot of a strange peak not far away, there were dozens of people gathered there. A place with people would definitely be special. Thus, Qin Zhao immediately gestured for them to go over there and take a look. A man jumped out of the crowd before he could even get close to them. He had a reedy head and a scoundrel's eyes, so it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. That pair of bright eyes flickered with a strange light. It was very uncomfortable to be stared at by him. Qin Zhao looked at the other party warily. Based on the other party's aura, Qin Zhao felt that this person wasn't friendly. Thus, he naturally had to be more cautious. In terms of cultivation base, he was a 3rd step universe grade. However, even though he was only a 3rd step universe grade, compared to Qin Zhao and the others, who were 4th step rulers, he had a huge advantage. Hey, are the few of you here to participate in the selection of nominal disciples? The man asked as he sized up Qin Zhao and the other 2. Qin Zhao and the other 2 ignored him. The man continued, 4th step rulers. Under normal circumstances, people of your cultivation base wouldn't qualify to enter the blissful island. This is a special period, so you have a chance to enter the blissful island. Look at the 4 of you. You must have come from small clans, right? This is your first time on the blissful island, so you definitely don't know anything. Why don't I be your guide? I can bring you around the cultivation area. There are many places that you won't know if no one shows you around. The cultivation area is quite big, and there are many places that are very particular. If I bring you along, I can save you some time, and I can also explain the situation to you so that you can quickly understand the situation. What do you think? Was there really such a good thing? The man in front of them had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. He didn't look friendly at all. Could he be so kind? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I don't think such a good thing has happened to us, right? Ha ha. Look at what you're saying. Isn't this a good thing that has happened to you? The man said with a smile. However, he added, of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I could be your guide and show you around the cultivation area. You should also thank me appropriately. Think about it and give me some benefits. I don't think you have any primal chaos source stones on you, so I won't ask for much. How about you give me 2 primal chaos source stones each? 2. This wasn't a small amount. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, Then I understand the meaning behind your words. You want to take this opportunity to blackmail us? I'm sorry, but we don't need a guide. The cultivation area isn't small, but it isn't so complicated that we need a guide. We're just here to take a look around. We don't need you to show us around or explain anything. We can do it ourselves. That's why we can't accept you as our guide. 2 primal chaos source stones is the price. I think it's better for you to just rob us. After all, we're not idiots. Are you calling me an idiot? The man could tell that Qin Shao was implying something. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, I didn't say that. If you want to interpret it that way, that's your problem. With that, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He shot a look at Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao, and the 3 of them continued walking in that direction. However, Qin Zhao's words had clearly provoked the man. How could he let them go so easily? Stop right there. With a flash, the newcomer appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other 2. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Qin Shao and the others. You want to leave after calling me an idiot? Do you think it'll be that easy? The man glared at Qin Shao as though he wanted to eat him alive. He was a repulsive person, so he looked even scarier when he was angry. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao were naturally afraid of the anger of a third-step universe grade. They were naturally powerless in front of a third-step universe grade. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Despite the oppressive aura of the other party, Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he stared coldly at the other party and said, What? You're angry because you can't get the primal chaos source stones? Do you really want to put on a show of extortion and robbery? There are quite a few people over there. Are you really going to attack us here? I just need to shout, and there will be people over there who will notice this place. We don't have any primal chaos source stones on us, so I don't think it's worth it for you to disregard your reputation to rob us. Therefore, I think that if you really want to put on a show of robbery, why don't you pick a fatter target? I believe you'll reap more rewards. Qin Shao didn't want to provoke the other party easily, but he wasn't afraid of him either. So what if he was a third-step universe grade? If they really bullied him, then he couldn't care less. Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid even if a half-step heavenly venerate came, let alone a third-step universe grade. After all, this wasn't a testing ground. Therefore, it didn't matter if his strength was exposed. In terms of the Great Path realm, Qin Shao had already recovered to a 4th-step universe grade. Given his strength and experience, he could even put up a fight against a half-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't care about a mere 3rd-step universe grade. If he was really angered, he might even teach the other party a lesson. However, the other party obviously didn't listen to Qin Zhao's words. Instead, he got even angrier. Extortion and robbery? Do you think the 3 of you are worthy of me doing that? You're simply humiliating my reputation. The other party sneered and said, However, you dared to insult me. Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Go on, call for help. Let's see if anyone will come and help you. Qin Zhao's face darkened. It seemed like the other party was determined to deal with him. He was completely enraged. There was nothing one could do when encountering such a person. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao immediately tensed up and glared at the other party, preparing for a fight. Qin Shao was also prepared to go all out. He transmitted his voice to the 2 of them. Old Mo, Xiao Dao, don't make a move later. Step aside and leave this to me. Don't worry, a mere 3rd-step universe grade won't be able to do anything to me. You guys aren't strong enough, so don't force yourself. If you guys get injured, it will affect the selection later on. Don't treat it as child's play. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao glanced at Qin Shao. They also knew that, given their strength, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. They simply wouldn't have the ability to resist. After all, the difference in their cultivation bases was too great. Since Qin Xiao had said so, they could only respect Qin Zhao's words. Humph! The other party snorted coldly and was about to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. However, at that moment, a slightly imposing voice was heard. Lai Zitu, are you bullying the newcomers again? You're really shameless. Actually, it's fine if you're only a universe grade, but now you're even bullying a little ruler? Aren't you ashamed? You're a third-step universe grade, after all. Don't disgrace a third-step universe grade by bullying 3 little fellas who are only 4th-step rulers. The one who spoke was a man with stubble on his face. He looked depressed and weathered. He was holding a jug of wine in his hand and drinking as he walked. His long robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an unrestrained, chivalrous hero. He walked over as he spoke, clearly intending to help Qin Xiao and the other two. Lai Zitu's lips twitched when he saw the person who had come over. He cursed silently. He was really unlucky today. He had actually provoked this nosy fellow. Chapter 17:18. Is that really the case? Why does it seem wrong to me? The weathered man obviously didn't believe Lai Zitu's words. Lai Zitu seemed a little afraid of the newcomer, so he immediately winked at Qin Xiao and the other two and said with a smile, "How can that be, Sir Tsongko? You can ask them if you don't believe me." My 3 little brothers, was I just joking with you guys? Although the wink was meant to express goodwill to Qin Xiao and the other two, there was also a hint of threat in it. If they spouted nonsense, it was obvious that they would be dealt with later. However, Qin Xiao ignored Lai Zitu's threat. Instead, he said, "I don't know if it's a threat or not, but it's definitely a robbery." Qin Zhao's words were undoubtedly a resounding slap to Lai Zitu's face. Lai Zitu's expression suddenly became a little ugly. He glared fiercely at Qin Xiao and gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Qin Zhao's performance. Songke glanced coldly at Lai Zitu and said rudely, "Why aren't you getting lost?" Although Lai Zitu was very unhappy, he obviously didn't dare to act rashly in front of Songke. Thus, he could only leave dejectedly. "Thank you, Sir Songke." After sending Lai Zitu away, Qin Xiao and the other two cupped their fists and thanked Songke. Songke didn't care too much. He had already turned around and left. He waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. You guys be careful. That Lai Zitu might still find trouble with you." "This senior is quite carefree," Xiao Dao said. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "He has a melancholy look on his face, but he is also unrestrained and carefree. There's a righteous aura around him, so he's able to lend a helping hand to those who aren't related to him." However, Qin Xiao had a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt that this senior Tsongke wasn't that simple. However, based on his aura, he should be a 4th-step universe grade. At most, he should be a half-step heavenly venerate. He hadn't become an immortal yet. But why did he have such a feeling? Qin Xiao didn't know why. Perhaps it was just a kind of intuition. Perhaps it was because he gave off the feeling that he was a person who hid himself very well. However, this didn't mean that he was a scheming person, but rather that he might be able to hide his strength. Qin Xiao didn't want to think too much about this matter. Now that this small problem had been solved, he didn't have to do anything. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't reveal his strength too early. Qin Zhao's group of 3 walked over. When they got closer, they discovered that there was a sword formation there. And inside the sword formation, there were 2 people fighting very fiercely. Huge swords were inserted into the ground, forming a sword formation with a circumference of tens of thousands of feet in the rocks. The huge sword emitted a sharp light that enveloped the entire area of the sword formation, making people feel that the sword formation was unusual. Each of the swords exuded an obscene sword radiance. Sword light circulated, and even runes flickered. This sword formation was clearly a place where one could obtain opportunities to gain experience. One could cultivate some sword Dao here and comprehend the immortal Dao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the sword formation. He carefully studied it and felt that this sword formation was very powerful and magical. Entering this sword formation would definitely be of great benefit to one's swordsmanship. Previously, He had comprehended a sword move on the immortal pillar in the square. Later on, he had practiced the first move of the three-step skill. Cultivating immortal arts to comprehend the immortal Tao was often the most effective method. Therefore, entering this sword formation to cultivate would definitely be of great help in comprehending the immortal Tao. Looking at this sword formation, Qin Shao felt that it was a place of opportunity. If he could grasp it well, he would definitely gain a lot. Why are there people fighting in there? Shouldn't the sword formation be a place of cultivation and comprehension? Xiao Dao asked in confusion. Mo Wangbei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He was also puzzled about this matter. Logically speaking, a place of cultivation and comprehension shouldn't have become a battlefield. Even if there was a fight, it shouldn't have happened in this sword formation. Qin Shao, did you notice that when the two of them were fighting in the sword formation, they would activate those swords, causing the sword's sharpness and sword might to bloom, causing the entire sword formation area to become turbulent, filled with a storm of sword chi. If an outsider were to enter at this time, they would probably be injured. They would be injured by those sword chi, Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded. He had also noticed this problem a long time ago. At the moment, the two people fighting in the sword formation were fourth-step universe grades. Their strength was considered decent. At least, they weren't considered weak. The two of them had activated the light of the sword formation, causing the sword formation to become somewhat terrifying. It was as if the power of the sword formation itself had been activated. Furthermore, the two of them were fighting in the sword formation. No one else had entered the sword formation, which explained the problem even more. Big Brother Qin Shao, could it be that this sword formation needs to be activated in order to be activated? Only after activating this sword formation can one comprehend and cultivate? Xiao Dao voiced his conjecture. In fact, Qin Shao had also thought of this conjecture. Although there was a possibility, Qin Shao still felt that it shouldn't be like this. Without waiting for Qin Shao to speak, Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "The possibility isn't high. Look at the two people in the sword formation. It seems as if they have some great enmity. They are fighting with their lives on the line, as if they want to kill each other. If it was just a spar to activate the sword formation, there wouldn't be a need for this. Therefore, there should be something going on here." Qin Shao nodded. Qin Shao had also seen this situation. From this point of view, the possibility wasn't high. Xiao Dao shook his head with a puzzled expression. That's strange. Could it be that they really want to fight to the death in this sword formation? Is it even possible for people to fight to the death here? Yes, this was also what Qin Shao found strange. Weren't the Blissful Island's immortal rules very strict? Could a fight to the death be allowed in here? Could a person's life be lost here? This didn't sound very likely. After all, this was the Blissful Island that possessed supreme immortal power. Anyone who entered the Blissful Island should be very careful. There's a stone tablet over there. You guys can go and take a look at the sword formation's introduction. Why are you guessing blindly here? A lukewarm voice was suddenly heard. Qin Shao looked around and saw a stone tablet in the distance. The three of them walked over to the stone tablet. As expected, there was some introduction about the sword formation on it. After reading the introduction, Qin Shao felt relieved. So it's like this. The sword formation needs people to spar in order to activate the immortal power of the sword formation. During the spar, one can comprehend the immortal Tao. The stronger the power, the more powerful the immortal power. Many people can enter and spar in order to activate the sword formation. The immortal power of the sword formation will come out. If that's the case, the most fundamental reason is that the sword formation allows people to spar in it. Therefore, the sword formation gradually became a place for people to spar. The immortal rules won't restrict this sword formation. That's why people who have conflict with each other are allowed to enter and fight to the death, right? Yes, that's probably the case. If it's not restricted by the immortal rules, then this place is a blank space. That's indeed possible. Mo Wangbei nodded. After thinking about it carefully, this was the only possibility. Let's go and watch them spar first, Qin Shao said. The three of them returned to the other side and continued to watch the battle. There weren't many people watching, only a few dozen of them. Many people also started to talk about it. After listening to these discussions, Qin Shao slowly understood what was going on. It turned out that these two people already had a grudge against each other. The conflict between them had become more and more intense. In the end, someone had instigated them to fight to the death in the sword formation. Therefore, they had entered the sword formation and fought to the death. However, the strength of these two people was comparable, so it was difficult for anyone to gain an advantage over the other. Therefore, the battle was still in a stalemate. This side of the sword formation would often become the place where some people would duel to the death to determine who was better. Therefore, many times, this place would be occupied by people who wanted to spar. The battle between two fourth-step universe grades was also very enjoyable for Mo Wang Bei and the others. After all, this was the first time they had seen a battle of this level. If this continues, I'm afraid the outcome won't be decided in a short time, right? Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we go somewhere else? The cultivation area is very big. There should be many cultivation areas similar to this sword formation, Xiao Dao suggested. After all, they didn't have much time left. Therefore, they had to cherish it. Qin Shao thought about it for a moment and nodded. He was about to leave this place. However, the situation suddenly changed. The immortal light on the body of one of the men in the battle suddenly surged, and his sword aura suddenly became extremely sharp. He was about to break through. Ha ha ha. I've profited from a disaster this time. The heavens have treated me well. I can actually break through when I'm about to die. The man who was about to break through laughed loudly. Immortal power descended, and the heavenly Tao descended, illuminating him. The light shot straight to the 9 heavens, and his aura suddenly surged. He was actually about to break through and become an immortal, step into the immortal Tao, break away from the mortal world, and achieve immortality. This was a huge breakthrough. To have such a breakthrough in such a life-and-death battle was really a delightful harvest. The other man's expression changed drastically. He turned pale with fright, and fear appeared on his face. What? He actually broke through? How could this be? Damn it. I haven't even broken through. But he broke through and became an immortal first. Isn't today the day of my death? I want to kill him, but I didn't expect that it would be the day of my death. No. I don't want to. I'll fight. Before he completely becomes an immortal, I'll fight him to the death. With that thought, the man pounced over without any regard for his life. All of his power surged out without holding back. He used all of his means and trump cards. This was his final fight. You overestimate yourself. The man who broke through glanced at the other man disdainfully and snorted softly. With a casual wave of his hand, a sharp and domineering sword chi surged out and directly tore the man in half. There was no way to resist at all. Without any room for resistance, he was directly killed. With one move, his body and soul were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. The two of them had been in a stalemate for so long before, but now it was completely different. It was a one-sided slaughter. Ha. The man who broke through laughed proudly. Soon, he completed his breakthrough and left after becoming an immortal. This attracted many envious gazes. Most of the people here were 3rd or 4th-step universe-grade cultivators. Chapter 17:19. He broke through to immortal ascension directly. Xiao Dao exclaimed. Breaking through to immortal ascension in this sword array? Didn't this mean that the sword array had a great supporting effect? If that was the case, then the opportunity in this sword formation was really not small. Qin Shao said, perhaps he had already accumulated a certain amount of strength before. Coupled with this life-and-death battle, it would be normal for him to break through in such a desperate situation. However, the help of this sword array should be pretty great. Anyone who can cultivate in this place should be pretty good. Xiao Dao nodded and said, Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we enter the sword array while no one is around? As long as there are no life-and-death battles, there shouldn't be any problems with more people in the sword array. Just as Qin Shao and the other two were about to enter the sword array, an ear-piercing voice was heard. You 3 Dominator brats actually want to enter the sword array? Don't you have any self-awareness? Why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourselves? Do you think this sword array is something you can enter? Upon hearing this voice, many pairs of eyes looked over, and some people started teasing them. Oh, are you here to participate in the selection? You guys are really lucky to encounter the fuming Immortal Palace's selection of registered disciples. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a registered disciple selection back then. Otherwise, I would already be a registered disciple of the fuming Immortal Palace. Isn't that so? This generation of brats is really lucky. Suddenly, a registered disciple selection popped up. Even fourth-step dominator brats can participate. I really envy their good fortune. What's the use of being envious? Four-step universe grades like us can only work hard. We have no chance of entering the fuming Immortal Palace in this lifetime. These three brats are pretty gutsy. Mere fourth-step dominators want to enter the sword array? Aren't they afraid of being injured by the sword chi? The three of you should be more careful. This sword array isn't that safe. Once the sword array is activated, the sword chi that bursts out can injure people. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the person who had just spoken. A familiar figure was walking towards them with a cold and playful face. The person who came was none other than Lai Zidu, who wanted to teach Qin Zhao a lesson. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that he was not a good person. Lai Zidu's reputation here wasn't very good. When everyone saw that Lai Zidu had come, their eyes were filled with disdain. However, although there was a look of disdain, everyone did not pay much attention to Lai Zidu's actions. Only the man who had advised Qin Zhao and the other two to enter the sword formation cautiously said, Lai Zidu, you're playing more and more low-end games. There's no need to bully a few little guys, right? After all, they were only at the sovereign realm. You're a third-step universe grade, after all. Oomph. It's not your turn to meddle in my business. Why do you want to meddle in other people's business? Lai Zidu coldly snorted and angrily glared at the man. The man was also a third-step universe grade. After being rebuked by Lai Zidu, he waved his hand angrily and did not say anything else. Qin Zhao and the other two glared at Lai Zidu. If Senior Tsangke had not stepped forward, Lai Zidu would have already made a move. Now that Senior Tsangke was no longer around, Lai Zidu had made a comeback. Obviously, this time, he would not let this matter go easily. This battle was probably unavoidable. Qin Zhao signaled Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao with his eyes. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao, preventing them from interfering in this matter. Lai Zidu did not pay any attention to Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao. His target was Qin Zhao. He looked at Qin Zhao with a sinister and playful expression. Kid, you were lucky to have escaped a calamity just now. However, you won't be so lucky anymore. This time, I want to see who will save you. Who else will be able to save you? You're just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you behave so arrogantly in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I maintain my standing? However, I don't want to bully you too much. If you kneel down and kowed out to me 3 times and admit that you were wrong, I can consider letting you off. Qin Zhao sneered and looked at Lai Zidu calmly. If you're asking for a scolding, do you think I will let you off? If you want to rob me, do I have to give you all my wealth? Scolding you is already considered light. If I had the strength, it would not be as simple as scolding you. Do you think I will bow down to you? He. Lai Zidu sneered. You won't bow down? I like people like you who have a backbone. If you don't bow down, I will beat you until you bow down. Let's see if your bones are harder or if my fists are harder. Kid, don't be unconvinced. In this world, fists are the most important. Strength is the most important thing. If you don't have the strength, then just lie down. Don't do anything out of line. Don't try to challenge my dignity. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. I will let you know how to respect those who are stronger than you. After saying that, Lai Zidu was about to attack. Qin Zhao made a gesture to stop him. Wait. Lai Zidu looked at Qin Zhao with a mocking expression. What? Now you are afraid? But it's too late. Even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not let you off. Kid, you should obediently come here and accept the abuse. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. He was still so overbearing and arrogant. Lai Zida's strength was actually very ordinary in the blissful island. Basically, he was at the bottom of the list. However, this person was a typical opportunist. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he encountered someone he could bully, he would stomp on them. If he encountered someone strong, he would be like a grandson. That was why he had been so submissive in front of Song Ko. However, he was still extremely arrogant in front of Qin Shao. In the face of Lai Zidu's arrogant oppression, Qin Shao remained calm and indifferent. He wasn't frightened by Lai Zidu's ferocity. Qin Zhao's performance piqued the interest of the onlookers. This wasn't the performance of an ordinary fourth-step ruler. Even a fourth-step ruler would tremble in fear in front of a third-step universe grade, right? Unless he had a great background. However, Qin Shao didn't look like someone with a great background. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Zhao's courage was indeed not bad. Qin Shao shook his head. That's not what I meant. You're overestimating your ability. What I meant was that since we are in front of the sword array, why don't we enter the sword array and have a good fight? What do you think? What? Fight in the sword array? Was he crazy? Many onlookers looked at Qin Shao in astonishment when they heard Qin Zhao's words. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao were also worried for Qin Shao. However, when they thought about Qin Zhao's strength, they felt a little relieved. However, it made sense. Facing a third-step universe grade, Qin Shao would probably have no choice but to reveal his strength. Lai Zitu was stunned for a while before he reacted. The smile on his face deepened. Kid, you want to fight in the sword array with me? You should know the rules of the sword array, right? Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I know. The rules of the sword array are that regardless of life or death, the blissful island won't restrict you. Furthermore, I'm afraid that my identity as a participant of the selection won't be able to protect me anymore. Therefore, if you have the ability, you can kill me in the sword array. Don't you want to kill me? I'm giving you a chance to do so. Are you not willing? Qin Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with confidence. Ha ha ha. Lai Zidu didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed happily. You little brat, if you want to die, then how can I not help you? You asked for it. Don't blame me for bullying you. Then let's go. After saying that, Lai Zitu politely gestured for Qin Shao to enter. Since Qin Shao took the initiative to bring it up, he was naturally fearless. He directly strode into the sword array. Lai Zitu smiled playfully and spat out. What a reckless brat. This is the first time I've seen someone so impatient to court death. If he hadn't taken the initiative to die, I wouldn't have dared to kill him. Now that he has taken the initiative to die, he can't blame me. It's just killing a brat at the fourth step of the sovereign realm. To me, isn't it as easy as crushing a chicken? As he said that, Lai Zitu strode into the sword array. Haha, interesting. This is really interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. This brat was really courageous. He actually dared to provoke Lai Zitu. I wonder if he's really crazy or if he has some other tricks up his sleeve. Judging from this kid's calm expression, he shouldn't be crazy or stupid. She felt that there was a confident strength in his eyes. This kid might not be as simple as he seems. Even if he isn't simple, he can't possibly be a match for Lai Zitu, right? Although Lai Zitu's strength is very ordinary, he is still a third-step universe grade. How could a mere fourth-step sovereign be a match for someone of that level? That's why it's so strange. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that something interesting is about to happen. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard, but it seems that among this batch of participants, there's a person called Qin Shao who has been in the limelight recently. His name has shaken the entire Linfu city. Qin Shao. I've never heard of him. What's going on? How can his name shake the entire Linfu city? I heard that this kid called Qin Shao is a peerless genius. In just 6 years, he comprehended a sword technique. In just 100 years, he managed to cultivate the first step of the 3-step kill immortal technique. It could even be said that Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng, who were compared to him at the time, were suppressed by him. He managed to suppress 2 peerless geniuses at the same time. Are you saying that this kid is Qin Shao? There's such a possibility. If it's really Qin Shao, then he probably has some confidence there. I don't know. Who cares? Let's just watch. Qin Shao and Lai Zitu had already entered the sword array. The two of them stood facing each other as the sword wind blew. Chapter 17:20. Genius. Lai Zita looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression, like a poisonous snake eyeing its prey. He wasn't in a rush to make a move. After all, he had already entered the sword formation. The battle was set. He was going to eat Qin Shao, just a fourth-step dominator. No matter how strong he was still at his mercy. Lai Zitu's words were full of mockery. I hate geniuses the most. People like you who think you're infallible, look down on everything, and are extremely arrogant. I'm annoyed when I see them. You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you think you're so strong. What a joke. Facing Lai Zitu's mockery, Qin Shao retorted, you hate what you lack. This is a kind of mental illness. It's because you don't have talent that you're jealous of all geniuses. Who can you blame for that? Who told you to be a piece of trash? I don't think I'm that strong. It's just that I'm not so weak as to be bullied by a piece of trash like you. Trash? Huh. Qin Zhao's words were like a resounding slap to Lai Zita's face. Lai Zita's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Boundless anger was completely unleashed. To Lai Zita, this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. A fourth-step dominator brat dared to insult him like this. This brat's confidence isn't normal. How is this confidence? This is simply arrogance, looking down on everything. If it were me, I'd kill him too. Haha, he's indeed arrogant enough. It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant brat. Interesting, very interesting. Lai Zita isn't a good person either. His style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Who doesn't know about his trivial matters? This time, it's definitely Lai Zita's fault. Things have started. It's definitely Lai Zita's fault. But what can we do? After all, this world still speaks with strength. Yeah, who hasn't been bullied before? When we were weak, we were also bullied quite a bit. Haha, you're talking as if you're very strong now. Aren't you also often bullied now? Our little bit of strength is not enough in Linfu City. The blissful island is filled with immortals. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Can't you let me show off for a while? It's not good to be too headstrong. This brat is going to be unlucky. I reckon he's going to die in the hands of Lai Zi too. It's really not worth it to lose your life over a momentary dispute. Although some of the onlookers sympathized with Qin Shao, none of them wanted to help Qin Shao. After all, they had seen too many of such things. As long as they weren't kind-hearted people, they wouldn't care about such trivial matters. This was the law of survival in this world. It was the way of survival that everyone recognized. After seeing so much, one would become numb to it and would not find it strange anymore. Therefore, there were very few people who could be as enthusiastic as Tsang Ku to help strangers. Die. Lai Zidu let out an extremely angry roar, and his killing intent was overflowing. A third-step universe grade was still very powerful when he went all out. The moment he attacked, he activated the sword array, causing the entire sword array to be filled with sword chi. Rays of light surged and the sword edge whistled. Qin Shao was instantly enveloped and devoured by this powerful sword chi. He could feel the sword will of this sword chi and the immortal Tao within it. Furthermore, the surging sword chi also had a terrifying lethality. It was indeed quite a threat to people below the universe grade. Qin Shao also felt a little threatened when Lai Zi too made his move. Qin Zhao's gaze turned cold. He didn't dare be careless. I haven't had a chance to test the power of the sword move I created. Now, I finally have a chance to try it out. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved as he executed the firmament form. This sword move was comprehended by Qin Shao from the immortal pillar inheritance in the plaza. Qin Zhao's immortal Tao strength had already reached the level where he could defeat a first-step universe grade. Now that he executed the firmament form, Qin Zhao's strength naturally increased by another level. The moment the sword was unleashed, the sky darkened. It was as though the entire world had sunk under the might of this sword. A gray haze rushed towards Lai Zitu. Within this gray haze, there was a terrifying sword chi. On the other hand, Qin Zhao's sword was hidden within the terrifying strands of sword chi. It seemed as though it was accompanied by endless waves as it slashed towards Lai Zi too with an unparalleled sharpness. The firmament sword. This was an extremely domineering sword move that was enough to make one's blood boil. What a tyrannical sword! Asking the heavens with the sword. This should be a sword technique comprehended from the immortal pillar, right? Yes, I have an impression of such a domineering sword move. It's the inheritance of the immortal pillar. In that case, he must have comprehended a sword move from the immortal pillar. In that case, could this person really be Qin Shao, whose name shook the entire Linfu city? According to what I know, Qin Shao isn't the only one who has comprehended a sword move. I know of 3 others. Therefore, he might not be Qin Shao. Huh. How can an ordinary kid be so arrogant? Even if he was, he shouldn't be so confident. Now, it seems like this kid is really confident. Those who were able to comprehend the sword style of the immortal pillar were all rare and exceptional geniuses. Yes, such a genius is also very strong. However, no matter how strong he is, it will be difficult for him to defeat Lai Z2, right? After all, Lai Z2 is a 3rd-step universe grade. It's still possible for him to be a 2nd-step universe grade. Lai Z2 frowned deeply when Qin Shao made his move. This kid seems to be quite capable. His talent was not that of an ordinary genius. Humph, so what if he's a genius? Anyone who messed with me had to die. So what if he's a peerless genius? I'll kill him. The feeling of killing a peerless genius should be very good. Am I wrong? Humph, you're quite experienced to have comprehended a sword move. However, you're only a 4th-step ruler. Although Qin Zhao's firmament form was overbearing and powerful, his cultivation base was still there. The power that a 4th-step ruler could unleash was still enough to deal with a 2nd-step universe grade. However, it was still a little lacking to deal with a 3rd-step universe grade. Therefore, Qin Zhao's firmament style was easily blocked by Lai Z2. Lai Z2 waved the sword in his hand proudly and said sinisterly, "Kid, it seems like I've underestimated you. You do have some talent and strength. It's no wonder that you're so arrogant that you don't even care about me. Speaking of which, you do have the right to be arrogant. Given your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass this selection. Once you pass the selection, you'll be a registered disciple of the Fu2 Immortal Palace. You'll have 1 foot in the door of the Fu2 Immortal Palace. If he were to perform well later on, it would only be a matter of time before he became an official disciple of the Fu2 Immortal Palace. His future could be said to be boundless. However, arrogant people always have to pay the price. Today, you've offended me, so you're courting death and cutting off your own future. The more talented you are, the more I want you to die today. I want you to know that a huge gap is a mountain that you can't cross." Lai Z2 pointed his sword and attacked Qin Shao again. The sword was like a chain that chased after people's souls, making it impossible for people to escape. Qin Shao stared at Lai Z2. Although the firmament style wasn't a match for Lai Z2, Qin Shao had a rough idea of Lai Z2's strength. In fact, Qin Shao knew that the firmament style couldn't deal with Lai Z2. He just wanted to test the waters. Only then would he know if it was necessary to expose his true strength. It would be best if he didn't expose his true strength. If he could defeat Lai Z2 just by relying on the strength of the immortal Tao, then why not? Qin Shao didn't retreat and attacked Lai Z2. "Overconfident guy, die for me." Seeing that Qin Shao didn't hide but rushed towards him, Lai Z2 snorted. He naturally felt that this was Qin Zhao's way of courting death. Therefore, he naturally fulfilled Qin Zhao's wish. With a loud shout, he charged forward with all his might. But just when he was about to confront Qin Shao, Qin Zhao's body suddenly turned into an afterimage, and as fast as lightning, he rushed towards Lai Z2 to kill him. Such a speed really gave Lai Z2 a big fright. What? How can the speed be so fast? Not good, retreat. Lai Z2 was shocked. The speed of the explosion was too fast. Soon, Lai Z2 could smell a dangerous aura coming towards him. This aura let Lai Z2 know that the situation was not good, so he didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. But how could Qin Shao give him a chance to retreat? When he retreated, a cold blade had already arrived in front of Lai Z2. A cold force instantly passed through Lai Z2's body, and his divine body was instantly destroyed. Lai Zitu's soul shuddered the moment his divine body was destroyed. He could clearly feel his divine body crumbling rapidly, his soul dissipating, and his vitality disappearing rapidly. Under this cold power, everything was destroyed. Am I going to die? Lai Zita's whole body seemed to be frozen in the air. His eyes were wide open, and his face was stiff and pale. He already felt that death was coming to him. I'm really going to die. No, no, no. How is this possible? I'm a third-step universe grade. That kid is only a fourth-step ruler. How can he kill me? However, he couldn't stop the pace of death. He also couldn't stop the loss of his vitality. Soon, Lai Zitu fell to the ground. His divine body and soul were completely shattered and dissipated. He couldn't be more dead. This scene immediately shocked everyone, causing the onlookers to stare at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? A brat who was only a fourth-step ruler had actually killed a third-step universe grade in one move? Terrifying, really terrifying. The third-step and fourth-step universe grades who were watching felt a lingering fear. If they had tried to block this move, would they have been able to? One-step kill. To think that he would end up like this. How terrifying. Chapter 17:21. Lai Zita's death caused an uproar. No one had expected such an outcome. Originally, everyone had thought that Qin Shao would be unlucky and most likely die at the hands of Lai Zitu. However, they had not expected that Lai Zitu would die at the hands of Qin Shao. Furthermore, he had been killed in a single move. The shock it brought to everyone was still very strong. This kind of beheading technique was too fierce and overbearing. Moreover, it was able to fully display the strong side of it. Therefore, Qin Zhao's image in everyone's minds suddenly became higher. He was now on par with third-step and fourth-step universe grades. The onlookers no longer viewed Qin Shao as a fourth-step ruler. Instead, they viewed him as a fourth-step universe grade. Strength was the foundation that determined everything. With strength, one would have status and not be limited to one's cultivation realm. There were many people who could kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm. The more talented one was, the more likely they were to be able to kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm. However, situations like Qin Zhao's, where he could kill opponents of a higher cultivation realm, were very rare. He actually killed him in an instant. Not to mention the others, even Qin Shao himself was a little shocked. He was actually confident that he could defeat Lai Zitu with a single move, as Qin Shao had already figured out Lai Zita's background during the previous exchange. Lai Zitu was just an ordinary third-step universe grade. Even if he had any trump cards that he had not used, they would not be too strong. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate. While Lai Zitu was still very disdainful of him, before he could use all his means, he immediately dealt a heavy blow to Lai Zitu. This blow was obviously effective, as it killed Lai Zitu on the spot. Qin Shao was able to kill Lai Zitu so easily because of his one move. However, it was also related to Lai Zita's carelessness. Lai Zitu had not expected Qin Shao to use such a move. Therefore, he had been killed on the spot by Qin Shao. This was also considered retribution for evil. Miraculous and unexpected, it can indeed achieve miraculous results. Qin Shao curled his lips. This time, the matter was handled so perfectly that it was somewhat beyond his expectations. Lihai's immortal arts are indeed Lihai. However, it's not only because of the might of this immortal technique, but also because of my deep understanding of the immortal Tao. That's why I'm able to unleash those dangerous moves to an extremely powerful level. That's why they're so powerful. The immortal Tao is also divided into two levels: comprehension and application. Once he had comprehended it, he had to use it well. If you don't use it well, you won't be able to unleash much of the immortal technique's power. Although my cultivation level is not high, my comprehension of the immortal Tao is not bad. In terms of application, I can also achieve a very good level. That's why I was able to kill a third-step universe grade despite being a fourth-step ruler. It was indeed a very heaven-defying thing to do. Killing Lai Zitu gave Qin Shao more confidence. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao exchanged glances. They weren't worried about Qin Shao, but they had initially thought that Qin Shao was going to reveal his great Dao boundary strength to deal with Lai Zidu. They had never imagined that Qin Shao would actually kill Lai Zidu with just the strength of the immortal Dao. Lihai. Experience. This was no ordinary experience. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Lai Zida's corpse and looted the items on Lai Zida's body. Qin Shao had obtained some things from Lai Zida's internal world. However, Lai Zidu was really poor. Indeed, there wasn't anything valuable. See, in total, there were only 16 pieces of chaotic source stones. Qin Shao didn't recognize the other items. He felt that there wasn't anything valuable, so he didn't look at them too much. It's no wonder that Lai Zitu could disregard his status and engage in robbery. He's really poor. However, a mosquito's leg is still meat. I reckon that all these things added up would be worth 20 to 30 chaos source stones. It might be a little, but we'll just have to make do with it. It's better than throwing it away. No matter how worthless they were still spoils of war. Haha, little brother, are you called Qin Shao? A man asked as he walked into the sword array. The person who spoke was a man in blue. Qin Shao had some impression of this man, as he had said a few fair words previously. Although he didn't want to interfere, he was considered kinder than the others. It was already good enough that he had said a few fair words. That's me. Thank you for your help just now. How should I address you? Qin Shao nodded and asked politely. The man in blue waved his hand and said, It's too much to thank me. I didn't do anything just now. Speaking of which, I'm a little ashamed. I've seen too much of this kind of thing, so I really didn't think of getting involved. But fortunately, little brother Qin Shao is very experienced. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. My name is Su Yi, or you can call me Yi. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, So it's Senior Su Yi. Nice to meet you. Ha ha ha, Senior. You flatter me. I'm just at a higher realm than you, but I might not be able to suppress you in terms of strength. Calling me Senior is a little too much for me. Just call me Yi. Su Yi smiled and waved his hand. Qin Shao wasn't a delicate person. He was a first-step heavenly venerable and immortal. However, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, so his strength was at most at the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. It would take some time for him to recover to the strength of a first-step heavenly venerable. However, since the other party said so, Qin Shao could only nod. Yi, this sword formation needs power to activate, right? Why don't we have a spar? Qin Shao said, Have a spar. Yi was obviously taken aback when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, why? Is it inconvenient? Ha ha ha. Yi laughed and said, It's not that it's inconvenient. It's just that I feel like I'm bullying you too much, Qin Shao. Ha ha. But you can't use one-step kill. That move is very powerful. Maybe it can really threaten me. If you use one-step kill, then I won't spar with you. However, if you don't use your ultimate move, then wouldn't I be bullying you too much if I were to spar with you? Ha ha ha. Are you sure you still want to spar with me? Qin Shao smiled and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't want to compete with you. I just want to activate this sword formation. I want to comprehend this sword formation and see if I can gain anything. How could Sui not know Qin Zhao's thoughts? Haha, I was just joking with you. Of course I understand what you mean. Let's do it. Qin Shao nodded and made his move. Sui also made her move. However, the two of them were having a friendly spar, so Su Yi suppressed her strength. Mo Wang Bei and Xiao Dao also entered the sword array, and the two of them started to exchange pointers. The more power they had, the more the sword formation would be activated. Haha, there's no more duels. Let's go play in the sword formation. Don't be so secretive. I think you're just going to curry favor with Qin Shao, right? Ha ha ha. You guys already found out. Don't say it out loud. He's definitely a big thigh. Of course, we have to hug him. Ha ha ha. You're too shameless. But I support you. Let's do it together. You hug his left thigh. I'll hug his right thigh. Let's hug him together. After Qin Shao killed Lai Zitu, the attitude of the onlookers towards him had a 180-degree change. The people who mocked Qin Shao and even thought that Qin Shao was arrogant and deserved to die had completely changed their faces now. There was no lack of flattery in their words. After all, with the talent and potential that Qin Shao displayed, He was definitely a monstrous genius. With such a monstrous talent, as long as there were no accidents, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an official disciple of the Fuji Immortal Palace. An official disciple of the Fuji Immortal Palace had a very high status. He was a real big shot. It was totally worth it to hug his thigh. Many people entered the sword array and stimulated the sword array together. The sword array was stimulated to the limit, filling the entire sword array with sword chi. It was like a sea of sword chi. In this ocean of sword chi, one could comprehend the immortal might of the sword Dao and cultivate. Qin Shao had created a sword move before, so now he was trying to create a second one. The Immortal Pillar Inheritance also had 3 sword moves. If he could completely comprehend and create them, it would be very powerful. There was also the Immortal Art 3-step skill. He still needed to comprehend more and cultivate the next 2 steps. Comprehending the Immortal Dao was interlinked. The Dao was the same, but divine power needed to be accumulated. In this sword formation, it took 100 years to comprehend and cultivate. During this time, Qin Shao had some gains, but they weren't great. In general, there weren't any great gains, only some small improvements. Therefore, after 100 years of comprehending and cultivating in the sword formation, Qin Shao stopped and didn't continue cultivating. Since his gains were small, he might as well stop and go somewhere else to look. Time was precious. He couldn't waste it all here. Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao also shook their heads. Clearly, there weren't many gains here. It wasn't that this sword formation was ordinary. In fact, this sword formation was pretty good. It was just that it was a little too difficult to comprehend. Of course, the main reason was that their cultivation levels were too low. Generally speaking, it would be better for 3rd or 4th step universe grades to enter. If their cultivation levels were too low, they wouldn't be able to comprehend a lot of things. Qin Shao, your cultivation levels are still too low. It's not very realistic to expect to gain a lot in this sword formation in a short time, Su Yi said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I know. This situation is normal. It was already good enough to have some gains. It's definitely not very realistic to expect more gains. It's not that easy to improve one's strength. We have only been in this sword formation for a short 100 years. Oh, we don't have much time left on the blissful island. There are only 800 years left. Where do you think we should go to cultivate? Is there any place you can recommend? Su Yi said, if it's 800 years, then that time is indeed slightly short. If you want to recommend, I think it's best to go to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Perhaps you'll be able to reap some benefits there. Immortal Promotion Plateau? Qin Shao looked at Su Yi in confusion. He didn't know where that was. Su Yi nodded. Yes, the Immortal Promotion Plateau is said to allow one to become an immortal. As long as one can walk onto the Immortal Promotion Plateau, one can become an immortal directly. Chapter 1722. The Immortal Promotion Plateau meant that one would become an immortal upon reaching the Immortal Promotion Plateau. This sentence had been widely spread, and it could be said that everyone in Linfu City knew about it. Furthermore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau had indeed helped many people become immortals. Many 4th-step universe grades had become immortals on the Immortal Promotion Plateau, seeking immortality and seeking the Tao. Therefore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was considered one of the most famous places in the cultivation district. Everyone who entered the cultivation district would try the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Therefore, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was always bustling with noise and excitement. Today, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was exceptionally lively. Usually, only 3rd-step or 4th-step universe grades would come to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. However, there were many 4th-step rulers today. These people were obviously geniuses from various places who had come to participate in the selection. Coincidentally, many of them came to the Blissful Island, and many of them also came to the cultivation area. After entering the cultivation district, the Immortal Promotion Plateau was the most popular place. Qin Shao and the other 2 quickly arrived at the Immortal Promotion Plateau, with Su Yi leading the way. As soon as they arrived, they could feel how popular this place was. There were actually thousands of people gathered here. From afar, they could see the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was a little strange. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was not a high platform. Instead, it was a flight of stairs made up of floating stones. It extended all the way up to 90,000 feet, forming a towering Immortal Promotion Plateau that reached the 9 heavens. At the very top was a huge boulder that had a radius of 1,000 feet. The boulder was surrounded and guarded by statues of ancient mythical beasts. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and ancient taudai were all lifelike and exuded a supreme divine aura. It was as if they were gods that were stationed there. From the bottom to the top, there were countless floating stones that formed a flight of stairs. There were countless stairs and countless paths that led to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Immortal light enveloped the entire Immortal Promotion Plateau, blooming with a sacred radiance. The Immortal Promotion Plateau gave people the feeling that it was a sacred place that made people yearn for. From afar, one would be attracted to it and want to ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Could it be that one can really become an immortal after ascending the Immortal Promotion Plateau? Xiao Dao couldn't help but ask as he stared at the Immortal Promotion Plateau in a daze. Ascending to immortality as soon as one ascends to the immortal stage. This sounded like an inconceivable matter. Although becoming an immortal was nothing in the immortal domain, to Xiao Dao and the others, becoming an immortal was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Countless cultivators were unable to become immortals in their entire lives. Even if he was a rare genius of the Exinhua clan, it would still be extremely difficult for him to become an immortal. But how could the Immortal Promotion Plateau allow one to become immortal so easily? Ascending to immortality as soon as one ascends to the immortal stage, this sounded like an inconceivable matter. Was there such a huge amount of energy that could allow one to directly ascend to immortality? Just how much energy did this Immortal Promotion Plateau have to contain? Suyi laughed and said, "Brother Xiao Dao, to be honest, I've wondered the same thing in the past. But as time went on, I gradually understood that the Immortal Promotion Plateau was a huge test. To be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau was already an extremely difficult task. To be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau and then bestow a ray of saint light to allow one to break through amidst the immortal pressure is actually a matter of course. The Immortal Promotion Plateau doesn't have such a huge amount of energy to allow one to become an immortal as soon as one ascends to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. If I'm directly placed on the Immortal Promotion Plateau, then I definitely won't be able to become an immortal directly. To become an immortal, you have to walk up the Immortal Promotion Plateau step by step and ascend to the top of the Immortal Promotion Plateau. After passing many tests and being baptized by the Saint Light and immortal pressure, you can ascend to immortality in one go. This is understandable. The key question is whether you can ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. This is not an easy task. Those who can ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau are 1 in a million. Hearing Su Ye's words, Xiao Dao was completely relieved. So that was the case. There are no restrictions on the Immortal Promotion Plateau, right? Qin Xiao asked. Su Yi shook her head and said, "There are no restrictions. As long as you hand over the Chaos Source Rock, anyone can ascend." It was good that there were no restrictions. Qin Xiao and the others quickly arrived at the bottom of the Immortal Promotion Plateau. At this time, they saw many people attempting to ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau, jumping up step by step along the stones. The distance between every 2 stones was a little far, a little close, but not too far. None of them had the ability to fly, so they could only rely on their own strength to ascend. Logically speaking, such a distance shouldn't be too difficult. This Immortal Promotion Plateau looked simple, but Qin Xiao knew that it definitely wasn't that simple. There must be some secret hidden within. If it was really that simple, then anyone could ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal. There's a terrifying suppressive force on the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The higher you climb, the more terrifying the suppressive force is. It makes you feel like you're carrying a mountain. Other than the suppressive force, There are many strange and terrifying forces that attack you from time to time, making it impossible for you to defend yourself. Also, it's not easy to ascend those steps. When you jump, there will be a sudden, powerful force pulling you down. Once you step into the air, you will fall from the immortal promotion plateau. Once you fall, you'll fail. And the scary thing is that the stones move. Just when you think you're about to land on a stone, the stone will suddenly move and catch you off guard. You won't even have time to adjust yourself before you fall. There are all kinds of tests on the immortal promotion plateau. It's very scary. Sometimes there will even be heavenly punishment, sudden attacks from demonic beasts, and attacks from other forces. If you're not careful, you'll be knocked down. As Suyi spoke, one person was attacked by heavenly punishment. He didn't attack it and was knocked down. Another person stepped on a stone and fell down as well. Once he fell, it was the end. If you wanted to ascend to the immortal promotion plateau again, you'd have to pay again. Suyi added, Brother Qin Shao, as you can see, there are countless steps to ascend, so there are countless paths to choose from. Different choices would lead to different tests. There's also some luck involved. Some people choose the right path, so it'll be easier for them. Some people don't choose the right path, so each step is a test, and they'll quickly fail. In any case, there are many factors and influences to ascend to the immortal promotion plateau. However, it's also a good way to train a person. Therefore, even if you don't gain much from ascending the immortal promotion plateau, you can still gain experience and even comprehend more about the immortal Tao. It's because of this that the immortal promotion plateau has always been popular in the cultivation area. Qin Shao nodded, relieved. He finally understood some things about the immortal promotion plateau. Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. Qin Shao looked over and saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Dao Hufeng. He was the first person Qin Shao had offended after coming to Fu City. In addition to Dao Hufeng, Qin Shao also saw Zhang Yin not far away. Although Zhang Yin also saw Qin Shao as a love rival, he wasn't filled with hostility like Dao Hufeng. On the surface, Zhang Yin didn't seem to have strong enmity toward Qin Shao. Seeing Qin Shao, Zhang Yin nodded slightly to Qin Shao as a greeting. Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng are here too? Mo Wangbei frowned. He clearly didn't have a good impression of these two. This was especially true for Dao Hufeng, who wanted to kill Qin Shao before. Dao Hufeng and Qin Shao wanted to see each other. Their eyes were red, and everyone could feel Dao Hufeng's hatred for Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. Perhaps other people on Blissful Island didn't know Qin Shao, but those who came to participate in the selection all knew Qin Shao. Qin Shao, Zhang Yin, and Dao Hufeng. These three were absolute monsters. There was no doubt that they would pass the selection. The three of them were the brightest in this batch of geniuses. Look, isn't that Princess Nangong Ling? Why is she here too? Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded out, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Nangong Ling, that was a famous name. She represented a noble status. Among the young girls, there probably wasn't another one in Fu City who could be compared to Nangong Ling. She was an absolute monster. Her brilliance could even overshadow many of Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciples. Therefore, no matter where Nangong Ling appeared, she would attract everyone's attention. Seeing Nangong Ling coming, Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng were slightly stunned and a little surprised. Nangong Ling had always been high and mighty, standing proudly in the world with an incomparably noble attitude. She rarely showed her face in public. Therefore, many people only heard her voice but didn't see her. It was harder to see Nangong Ling than to reach the heavens. Nangong Ling wouldn't step into places with a lot of people. For example, Nangong Ling hadn't stepped into the square before. For example, Nangong Ling hadn't stepped into the Blissful Island. However, this time, Nangong Ling first stepped into the square and then came to the Blissful Island. How could people not find it strange? Wherever Nangong Ling went, she would take away a lot of attention. It was like peach blossoms were blooming and the holy light was like a rainbow. However, the supreme nobility she exuded still made people not dare to approach her. They had to respect her from afar. Getting close to her would make him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Nangong Ling actually walked towards Qin Shao. However, she didn't get too close to Qin Shao. Instead, she stopped near Qin Shao. However, her eyes, which were as vast as the stars, rested on Qin Shao for a while. However, Nangong Ling didn't take the initiative to greet Qin Shao or talk to him. She maintained her aloof attitude. Qin Shao didn't pay attention to her. He continued to look at the immortal promotion platform. Because of Nangong Ling's arrival, the atmosphere here became a little strange. Many people were whispering to each other. They were discussing why Nangong Ling would come here. Could it be because of Qin Shao? Impossible, right? Brother Qin Shao, Princess Nangong Ling, don't tell me she really likes you? Xiao Dao couldn't help but ask. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? It felt like she was doing it on purpose, although Nangong Ling didn't show much of it. However, it felt a little strange. Mo Wangbei pursed his lips and chuckled. Obviously, he had the same thought. Chapter 1723. In a small alley in Linfu City, there was a small restaurant that was quiet. Perhaps it was because the location was relatively remote, so only a few regular customers would patronize this place. Normally, it was extremely rare to see people here. Even the waiter was lazily sitting under a tree, taking a nap with his eyes closed. In a remote and quiet corner of the restaurant, an indifferent man was drinking alone. His body exuded a chilling aura that was as sharp as a knife. No one dared to approach him. At a glance, one could tell that this indifferent man was a very terrifying person. A figure hurriedly walked over and quickly entered the restaurant. If Qin Shao was here, he would definitely recognize that the man who hurried over was none other than Lai Zitu, who was killed by him. Lai Zitu's clone died in Qin Zhao's hands, so this was his real body. Seeing that someone had ruined his drinking mood, the indifferent man coldly glanced over. Immediately, people felt a threatening cold air surging over. It was so cold that it scared Lai Zitu from afar. His whole body couldn't help but shiver. Lord Yao Hong, please don't do anything. I have something to ask you. Lai Zitu quickly said. The indifferent man withdrew his cold aura and drank a mouthful of wine. You should know my rules. Don't talk nonsense and follow my rules. Lai Zitu quickly nodded. I know the rules. While speaking, Lai Zitu took out 2 chaos source stones and carefully placed them on the table. But the twitching of his mouth showed that he was in pain. Yao Hong's rule was that if you want to talk, you have to pay first. The bigger the matter, the more you have to pay. So Lai Zitu handed over 2 chaos source stones just to ask for a chance to talk to Lord Yao Hong. Naturally, it made Lai Zitu's heart ache. Yao Hong just glanced at it and waved his hand to keep the chaos source stones. Lai Zitu did not hesitate and immediately got down to business. Master Yao Hong, I would like to ask you to do something. This is that person's information. While saying that, Lai Zitu handed over a crystal containing information to Master Yao Hong. Lord Yao Hong glanced at him and said calmly, Qin Shao, a brat at the 4th step of the sovereign realm. What an exceptional genius. What? You were defeated by him? Lai Zitu's face turned red when he heard Yao Hong's question. This was a great humiliation for him. He was a 3rd step universe grade, yet he had actually been defeated by a 4th step ruler. This was an extremely humiliating matter. 100 chaos source stones, and I'll help you deal with it. Lord Yao Hong didn't ask any further. Instead, he quoted a price. 100. Hearing this price, Lai Zitu almost bit his tongue and choked on his own saliva. The flesh on his face twitched fiercely, and he said somewhat awkwardly, Lord Yao Hong, actually, I didn't want you to kill that brat. I just need Lord Yao Hong to kill that brat. You just need to take back what belongs to me. 100 chaos source stones is really too high a price. Lai Zitu's words clearly made Sir Yao Hong unhappy. He snorted lightly, and a cold aura surged out. To me, it's all the same. Since I've already made a move, this is the price. If you can't afford it, then scram. Don't spoil my mood. This, Lai Zitu was speechless. However, the price of 100 chaos source stones was really too high. After struggling internally for a while, Lai Zitu gritted his teeth and made a final decision. All right, Lord Yao Hong, please kill him then. 100 Chaos Source stones it is. However, I really don't have that many on hand right now. Lord Yao Hong, please give me a few hundred Chaos Source stones. I have a year to gather all these Chaos Source stones. There's no hurry. That brat is on the blissful island anyway. You still have 800 years to gather them. Go. Look for me when you've gathered them. Otherwise, don't come over. Lord Yao Hong waved his hand dismissively. Lai Zita didn't dare to say anything else. He got up and quickly left. After leaving the restaurant, Lai Zita's face was covered with frost. He gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back his anger. Damn it. Damn it. The price is really high. If that brat didn't have that item, I wouldn't even be able to get 20 Chaos Source stones, let alone 100 Chaos Source stones. I'll spend it. Damn it. But what can I do? If I don't get that thing back and something goes wrong, then I'll die without a burial place. No matter how high the price is, I have to pay it. Fortunately, that brat shouldn't be able to find that item. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that likable. Qin Xiao shook his head. He didn't think that Nangong Ling really liked him. Perhaps she was just a little curious about him. Or maybe it was a good impression of a genius. However, no matter what, it shouldn't have reached the point of liking him. Dao Hufeng suddenly walked over with a hint of provocation. Qin Xiao, I lost you last time. Since we meet again this time, why don't we compete again? Let's see who can go higher. Dao Hufeng was very direct. He didn't beat around the bush and directly issued a challenge. Last time, he lost to Qin Xiao. It seemed that Dao Hufeng was very angry. However, last time, Qin Xiao didn't agree to compete with Dao Hufeng. It was Dao Hufeng who insisted on it. Sorry. Qin Xiao looked at Dao Hufeng and said lightly, It's meaningless for me to not compete with someone who lost to me. Winning against you once is enough. Winning against you again has no practical meaning to me. Many people were shocked by this sentence. Many people looked over. They looked at Qin Xiao in surprise, and then at Dao Hufeng in surprise. It also made many people feel that Qin Xiao was young and frivolous. His words seemed ordinary, but they were arrogant to such an extent. Dao Hufeng wanted to strangle Qin Xiao to death. Did losing once mean that he would always lose? So what if he won or lost this time? Moreover, opportunities were not something that could be completely determined by one's strength. There were still many other factors involved. I think you don't have the guts. Last time, you won by luck. This time, you're afraid of losing? Dao Hufeng clenched his teeth. Qin Xiao ignored Dao Hufeng's provocation and said, You can think whatever you want. If you say I'm afraid, then I'm afraid. I don't need to fight with someone who lost to me. Being defeated once again, Dao Hufeng's heart was deeply stimulated. Dao Hufeng was really angry, but he also felt a little helpless. If Qin Xiao really didn't want to compete with him, he couldn't make a scene. Since he couldn't accept the challenge, Dao Hufeng could only leave angrily. Haha, brother Qin Xiao, you are really domineering. Even Dao Hufeng was ignored by Yi Shiwen. He was a genius with an impressive family background and a great reputation. His prestige was high. As long as nothing goes wrong, he will definitely become an official disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Therefore, not many people in Linfu City are willing to offend him based on his potential. Even fourth-step universe grades like us have to be polite when we see him. Look at Dao Hufeng. He always brings an immortal with him to protect him wherever he goes. He's really generous. Suyi admired Qin Zhao's actions so much that she prostrated herself on all fours. He knew that Qin Xiao was also an exceptional genius. Perhaps his talent and potential wouldn't be below Dao Hufeng's. A clash between two great geniuses would definitely create some sparks. However, Dao Hufeng's family background was obvious. Even if Qin Xiao was an exceptional genius, he didn't have a powerful family background. Therefore, people couldn't help but worry for him when he acted so arrogantly in front of Dao Hufeng. It doesn't matter. I don't like to mess around with people. So what if I've offended you? It's nothing. Qin Xiao didn't care and replied casually. Suyi knew that he had brought up an awkward topic, so he immediately changed the topic. Qin Xiao, are you guys going to ascend the Immortal Promotion platform? Qin Xiao nodded. Since we are here, we naturally have to ascend it. Clang! Suddenly, the cry of an immortal reverberated from the 9 heavens and poured down from the immortal promotion platform. The statues of the ancient mythical beasts on the immortal platform also shone brightly. Immortal light shone brightly, and their power was shocking. It was as if all of them were about to awaken and shake the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The boundless immortal aura was like a raging ocean, rolling up layers of immortal waves. It enveloped the entire immortal promotion plateau, making it look even more dazzling. What's going on? What's going on? Why is there celestial music? This sudden turn of events shocked many people, and they all looked over in astonishment. Qin Shao also looked at the immortal promotion platform in astonishment. He didn't understand what was going on. Ha ha ha. After being startled for a moment, Suyi began to laugh heartily. She laughed heartily. After laughing, Suyi said, Qin Shao, I really don't know what to say about you guys. You guys are just too lucky. This is even more bullshit than stepping on bullshit. It's really heaven-defying. What did he mean? Qin Shao looked at Suyi in confusion. Suyi smiled and said, Celestial music is playing on the immortal promotion platform. Ancient mythical beasts are dancing. Celestial light shines and immortal aura surges. The immortal promotion platform is about to begin. Haha, I've never encountered an immortal promotion platform before. I didn't expect to see one here today. You guys opened it as soon as you arrived. Your luck is really heaven-defying. Immortal promotion platform? Clearly, Qin Shao and the others didn't know what this meant. So he continued to explain, It's like this. Every once in a while, there will be an immortal ascension platform game. Once the game starts, there will be a lot of rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very generous. The lowest reward is an immortal technique. There are also heavenly weapons, which are immortal weapons, large amounts of chaos source rocks, rare treasures, and so on. In short, they're all valuable treasures. If you can get a good ranking, there will be even more generous rewards waiting for you. Therefore, once the immortal promotion platform opens, it will cause a huge commotion and attract many people to come and try their luck. Chapter 1724. There was such a good thing? When Qin Shao and the other two heard this, they were also astonished. This was really interesting. It was said that coming at the right time was better than coming at the right time. It was really like this. They came at such a coincidence. Their luck was really good. As the heavenly music rang out, a fairy in a long robe flew over. She flew towards the immortal dais, surrounded by colorful clouds. Her beauty was like the rainbow in the 9 heavens, like a clear spring in the desert, and like a red flower in the dry sea. With the heavenly music, she emitted a sacred immortal light. Being enveloped by the multicolored light, her soul-shaking beauty penetrated deep into everyone's heart. However, when compared to Nangong Ling, it felt a little inferior. Although this fairy's cultivation level was definitely higher than Nangong Ling's, she was still a fairy. At the very least, she was a first-step heavenly venerate. Moreover, from the powerful immortal aura she emitted, she was definitely not just a first-step heavenly venerate. The appearance of this fairy attracted the attention of many people. Finally, the fairy landed on the immortal dais. Standing at the top of the void, she looked down at the crowd below. Heavenly music filled the air. The news of the Immortal Ascension Contest's opening spread rapidly. The heavenly music resounded throughout the entire cultivation area, and a large number of cultivators rushed over. However, the heavenly music did not last for long. Once it stopped, the Immortal Ascension Contest would begin. Therefore, the number of people participating in each opening would not be too high. There were even more people who could not make it in time and could only watch as others went to the Immortal Ascension Contest. Haha, the Immortal Ascension Contest is opening. The last time the Immortal Ascension Contest opened, I rushed over with all my might, but in the end, I still missed it. This time, I just happened to bump into it. I won't miss it again. Ha ha ha. Luck is finally on my side. Did I step on dog shit today? The moment I came to the Immortal Ascension Plateau, I actually encountered the Immortal Ascension Contest. How interesting. Looks like this time, I'm destined to have a great opportunity. The Immortal Ascension Contest is something I've been waiting for a long time. Don't fight with me. The fairy is mine. Roar. Tisk. You wouldn't be able to take her away even if I gave her to you. You are just a puny fourth-step universe grade. How dare you covet her? Do you want to die? The opening of the Immortal Promotion Plateau caused many people to be extremely excited. This was a rare opportunity. No matter how difficult it was to obtain this opportunity, at least the opportunity had appeared. It was worth it for people to crazily pursue it. The fairy's voice, which was as pleasant as a silver bell, rang out and clearly entered everyone's ears. The Immortal Ascension competition is about to begin. Congratulations to everyone here for being lucky enough to be able to fight for this opportunity. The rewards for this year's Immortal Ascension contest will be more generous than before. 3 people will be chosen. Those who could get into the top 3 would all receive a huge gift. I won't tell you the details of this gift in advance. I can only say that the value of this gift will not be less than 100,000 yuan. Primal Chaos Origin Stone. What? No less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Wasn't this spending too terrifying? She actually gave out no less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones right off the bat. This was frightening. It was really frightening. 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? How frightening was this number? Even the entire wealth of an ordinary 4th-step Heavenly Venerate would probably be this amount. Generally speaking, only a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate, which was also the entire wealth of a Great Immortal, would be able to reach 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Furthermore, the fairy had said that it would not be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. This was something that needed further investigation. The 3rd place would at least be worth 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. The 1st place would be worth even more. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood boil. Therefore, many people went crazy when they heard this. They were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to go all out. If they could get into the top 3, it would be like unearthing a huge treasure. Who wouldn't risk their lives for the sake of this great opportunity? Who wouldn't go crazy? Who wouldn't risk their lives? Who wouldn't be hot-blooded cultivators? The fairy swept her gaze across the crowd with satisfaction before continuing. Other than the generous rewards for the top 3, there will be many more prizes waiting for you guys on the stone steps. With that, the fairy waved her hand. Rays of light shone down, and indeed, prizes landed on the stones one after another. Wow, there are Chaos Source Stones, Immortal Techniques, Immortal Weapons, Flying Celestial Weapons, and even some rare treasures. Crazy, crazy. Do they really want us to go crazy? There are so many prizes. This Immortal Ascension contest is indeed extraordinary. It is indeed much more lavish than the previous ones. Seeing so many prizes landing, many people's eyes turned red. They couldn't wait to pounce on them and snatch them up. The fairy's voice continued. These prizes are divided into 3 tiers. The 1st tier has 100, the 2nd tier has 30, and the 3rd tier has 10. If you can reach the Immortal Foundation directly, there will be additional prizes. If not, then the top 3 will be chosen. There are so many generous prizes waiting for you guys. Once the Immortal music stops, the Immortal Ascension contest will begin. There are no rules. Everything depends on your strength. There were no rules? Didn't that mean that they could snatch other people's prizes? That they could fight and kill? After the fairy finished speaking, she didn't say anything else. People came one after another, and the number of people kept increasing. Each and every one of them came with incomparable passion. Everyone was rubbing their palms, staring at the Immortal Ascension platform, and listening attentively to the Immortal music. They would rush up the Immortal Ascension platform as soon as the Immortal music stopped. The Immortal Ascension platform hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere was already very intense. It felt like it could explode at any moment. Once it did, it would be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Big Brother Qin Shao, isn't it a little unfair for us to compete with those universe grades? Most of the people here are probably 3rd or 4th-step universe grades. There might even be half-step Heavenly Venerate experts. If we compete with them with our strength, it feels like we were just looking for trouble. Little Knife couldn't help but say. Little Knife snorted. Mo Wangbei also shook his head and sighed. Yeah, Qin Shao. There's no way to compete. There's so many third or fourth step universe grades. Little knife, and I have no way of competing. Maybe you can still compete, but you won't have much of an advantage. It won't be easy to obtain this opportunity. Qin Shao naturally knew that it would be very difficult to obtain this opportunity. However, he had no other choice. Then we can only fight. What can we change? The most frightening thing was that there were no rules or restrictions. They could be snatched and killed as they pleased. This was the scary part. If there were restrictions in this aspect, then there wouldn't be much of an advantage in terms of strength. If that was the case, then the weaker ones wouldn't have a chance at all. After all, if the weaker ones obtained the prizes, the stronger ones would come over to snatch them. If they couldn't keep the prizes, then there was nothing they could do. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Don't be too disheartened. Just don't compete with those people. Therefore, don't covet the prizes later. Just choose a place with fewer people and walk in a deserted place. Follow the rules and avoid those things. Most importantly, it's still the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Ignore the snatching. Just treat it as a training experience on the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Mo Wangbei and Little Knife nodded. This was the only way they could think. They couldn't say that they wouldn't give it a try, right? More and more people gathered here. Soon, there were 100,000 people. This number was really not small. Among these 100,000 people, most of them were third step or fourth step universe grades. There were also quite a number of fourth step rulers. They were all geniuses who had come to participate in the selection. Many of them had gathered here. However, if there were no rules, then it would probably be a matter for fourth step universe grades. It would be very difficult for others to compete. A figure suddenly walked over to Qin Shao. It was Zhang Yan. Brother Qin Shao, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you could share it with me? Zhang Yan was rather polite. His tone wasn't unpleasant. Since the other party was being friendly, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't reject him. Instead, he said, "There's no harm in speaking. It's like this, Brother Qin Shao. You must have seen the situation before us. We don't have any advantage at all. There are so many fourth step universe grades present, which is a huge threat to us. Therefore, if we want to increase our chances of success, we have to have some tricks up our sleeves. I would like to form an alliance with you. Let's go to the Immortal Ascension Plateau together later. If we encounter any danger, we can lend each other a hand. I believe that our chances of success will be greater this way. Those prizes don't matter. We will take whatever we can get. There's no need to fight over them. Our goal is to get into the top 3 of the Immortal Ascension Plateau. Based on my understanding, getting into the top 3 isn't something that can be done by relying on strength alone. It won't be easy for those 4th step universe grades or even half-step heavenly half grades to get into the top 3. Therefore, we actually still have chance. We just have to avoid being targeted by those 4th step universe grades. The less trouble we have, the higher our chances of success will be. Split. I don't know if Brother Qin Shao is willing or not. We don't need too many people. I think that if the 2 of us form an alliance, it should be enough. We just need to take care of each other. It might not be good to have too many people. Qin Shao was still considering the feasibility of Zhang Yan's words. Indeed, one more person meant one more share of strength. It was indeed a good thing to be able to take care of each other at critical times. However, Qin Shao wasn't too willing to form an alliance with others. He preferred to go alone. If he formed an alliance with Zhang Yan, then he obviously wouldn't be able to bring Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao along. This was also why Qin Shao was hesitating. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any harm in forming an alliance with Zhang Yan. Mo Wangbei, who seemed to sense Qin Zhao's hesitation, said, "Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about Xiao Dao and me. We are clear about our own strength, and we know our limits. Given our strength, there is no way we can compete for anything. Therefore, we are just going to join in the fun and try our luck at the Immortal Ascension Plateau. We don't need to think too much about other things. You should form an alliance with Zhang Yan. If the 2 of you work together secretly, your chances will indeed be much higher. Yes, Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about us. You just have to worry about yourself," Xiao Dao chimed in. Chapter 1725. Big Brother Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, Qin Zhao's firm rejection of Zhang Yan caused Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao to grow anxious. Qin Xiao, however, didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "No need to say anything more. I've already made my decision. If I want to obtain a good fortune, I won't be able to rely on others." Zhang Yin was slightly taken aback by Qin Zhao's direct rejection, but he respected Qin Zhao's decision and didn't say anything more. But to be honest, this was indeed the case. Relying on other people's help was not enough. The competition for the Immortal Ascension platform wasn't just about strength. What was more important was one's talent and potential. There were many other aspects involved. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't force your way to the Immortal Ascension platform. The Immortal Ascension platform tested one's potential in many aspects. It wasn't just about strength. We finally made it. We missed the last Immortal Ascension platform, but we're lucky this time. Second brother and the others haven't arrived yet. If they don't, they'll miss it. They're still on their way to the blissful island. They'll probably miss it. Forget it. We can't wait for them. Let's hurry. We're not late. Not late. I'm going to encounter a great fortune this time. There was an endless stream of people rushing over. Those who arrived were all wild with joy. Everyone stared fixedly at the Immortal Ascension platform, rubbing their fists and palms together. They were all filled with energy, waiting for this moment to come. This was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the rewards this time were so generous. Naturally, they had to give it their all. As long as they could get into the top 3, the benefits would definitely be endless. They would even have a great chance of quickly becoming an immortal. Such a temptation was irresistible. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. At worst, they'd risk their lives. However, if they could obtain a great fortune, or even become an immortal, then everything would be worth it. If they couldn't become an immortal, they'd only live for an era. How short was that? The heavenly music suddenly stopped. The moment the heavenly music stopped, the entire space seemed to explode. Those impatient people rushed towards the immortal promotion plateau, each and every one of them looking like they had gone mad. Their eyes had long been blinded by the huge temptation of the opportunity. At this moment, they could only rush up to get the prize and fight for the final ranking. The power of faith made them strong. Charge! I'm the first one. No one can stop me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. That route is mine. How dare you snatch it from me? Do you want to die? You're courting death. How dare you attack? Oh no. As soon as the heavenly music stopped, a large group of people rushed towards the immortal promotion plateau like a swarm of insects. From the very beginning, the scene became extremely intense. Scenes of fighting broke out everywhere. Some people rushed onto the immortal promotion plateau, but were quickly beaten back down. Once it was struck down, that would be equivalent to being eliminated and losing the opportunity. Therefore, no one wanted to be struck down from the immortal promotion plateau. Once there was a battle, they would naturally fight to the death. They didn't want to be eliminated. Many people were completely crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they didn't care about their lives at all. An intense, bloody, savage, and frenzied atmosphere immediately enveloped the area. It was as if a bloody massacre was about to take place. Isn't this too crazy? They don't care about their lives anymore. Little Knife was scared out of his wits when he saw such an intense scene. He felt that if he rushed over, he would be struck down from the immortal promotion plateau in a matter of minutes. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel a little fearful. Mo Wang Beining frowned and shook her head. That's right, it's crazy enough to be frightening. Seeing this, no one dares to rush over and join the battle. Those 3rd and 4th step universe-grade cultivators are all crazy. Each of them is risking their lives to rush over and kill anything in their way. That's the ultimate way to kill anything in their way. Compared to Little Knife and Mo Wangbei, Qin Xiao was much calmer. It's very normal. Those who don't become heavenly venerates are ants. Those who don't become immortals are mortals. Even if he spent his entire life, he would only have a lifespan of one era. Some 3rd step and 4th step universe grades are already nearing the end of their lifespans. They don't have much lifespan left. Therefore, they naturally need to go crazy. If they don't go crazy, what awaits them is death. Such people are the most fearless and terrifying. They're the ones who are most willing to risk their lives. It's not easy to come across such an opportunity. It would be strange if they didn't risk their lives. Lil Knife and Mo Wongbei nodded. They were somewhat relieved. This was indeed the case. What could be crazier than a person who was about to die? If they didn't risk it, they would die very soon. If they took advantage of the situation now, they might still have a chance to break through and become immortals. They might even obtain immortality. Who didn't want immortality? Wasn't immortality the lifelong pursuit of a weak being? Many people didn't have the potential or talent to break through and become immortals. They had worked hard for their entire lives and still hadn't succeeded. Therefore, many people saw hope in this immortal ascension platform. Based on what the fairy had said, the rewards for the top 3 were very generous. It was very likely that they would have a chance to become immortals. The Blissful Island definitely had the means and ability to help a 3rd step or 4th step universe grade become immortals. There was no doubt about this. It would be much easier to become immortals with the help of a strong external force. Because of this, there's a group of people who seemed especially crazy. Old Mo, I don't think we should go up there. Let's not join the fun. It's too crazy. If we go up and accidentally get targeted by others, it would be troublesome. Little Knife had some thoughts of retreating. In just a few blinks of an eye, many people had been knocked off the Immortal Ascension platform. Furthermore, they were all 3rd step or 4th step universe grades. People with such strength were all knocked off the Immortal Ascension platform one by one. Some of them were even beaten back to heavy immortals. They were only 4th step rulers, so their strength couldn't be any weaker. If they encountered a fierce 4th step universe grade who attacked with all his strength, that move would be enough to kill them directly. It didn't even need a 4th step universe grade. Even a 3rd step universe grade wouldn't find it difficult to kill them. This was playing with one's life. It was indeed a little thrilling. Mo Wongbei sighed helplessly and also had some thoughts of retreating. Yes, I also think that it's better if we don't go up. We'll only be tortured if we go up. If there's an opportunity, we won't have it. Brother Qin Xiao, you can go up and fight. Why don't we just let it go? Qin Xiao had indeed seen the scene before him. It was much more intense than he had imagined. It was indeed very difficult to be this intense. Those people were simply taking the place of the fallen, and they were still rushing up crazily. After thinking about it, Qin Xiao said, "All right, it's up to you guys. However, I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to ascend to the immortal platform. Waiting a little longer won't make much of a difference. It won't be too late for me to go up when there are fewer people." Suyi patted Qin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, there's a time limit. Usually, there's only a quarter of a day. Once the time is up, you won't be able to participate anymore. Therefore, don't drag it out for too long. You must enter within a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, once the time is up, a barrier will envelop the entire Immortal Promotion Plateau, and the people outside won't be able to enter." Haha, if you're not in a hurry, then I'm a little anxious. I'll make a move first. Qin Xiao nodded and didn't say anything else. Suyi rushed up to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Suyi was also a 4th step universe grade. Although Qin Xiao hadn't seen him in action before, it seemed like he was still considered quite strong among 4th step universe grades. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of the confidence he exuded. Confidence usually came from one's strength. Therefore, people who were confident were generally quite strong. Everyone else was rushing up to the Immortal Promotion Plateau, but Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. There were also a few people who weren't in a hurry like Qin Xiao. Everyone had their own thoughts. Zhang Yin and Dao Huffing walked together. It seemed like they had already reached an agreement and were secretly helping each other. They weren't in a hurry to ascend the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Princess Nangong Ling wasn't in a hurry either. There were also some other participants who didn't make a move. However, the intense and bloody scene that had just occurred had probably shocked the other participants. Many of them were probably like Dagger Elder Mo and the others and had given up. A quarter of an hour wasn't long. It passed in the blink of an eye. However, in this 15 minutes, blood splattered everywhere as the battle raged on. Who knew how many people were knocked off the Immortal Promotion Plateau? Bloody incidents occurred frequently, and a few people were even directly killed. Just now, The fairy had said that there were no restrictions on the immortal promotion plateau. In other words, those who died would have died in vain and wouldn't be protected. However, even if there were deaths and bloody incidents, it still couldn't extinguish the crowd's excitement. Instead, it made them even crazier. In this quarter of an hour, the fastest person had already reached 3,000 feet. The immortal promotion plateau was 9,000 feet long. Once one stepped on the immortal promotion plateau, they would become immortals. 3,000 feet was actually quite a distance. After all, this was the immortal promotion plateau. It couldn't be compared to normal situations. At this moment, there were still close to 100,000 people who were desperately trying to ascend the immortal promotion plateau. This number wasn't small. It almost filled the entire bottom of the immortal promotion plateau. Battles were happening constantly. People were constantly being knocked off the plateau. Battle cries, angry shouts, curses, screams, they were all incessant. From time to time, they would stir up the atmosphere, creating a tense and exciting atmosphere. Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng finally moved. They rushed up the immortal promotion plateau together. It was getting closer and closer to the quarter of an hour. If they didn't enter the immortal promotion plateau now, they wouldn't be able to. Soon, a ray of light descended from the immortal promotion plateau. It was time to activate the barrier and close the immortal promotion plateau, preventing people from entering. Brother Qin Shao, it's about to close. Hurry up and enter the immortal promotion plateau. Dao Hufeng was even more anxious than Qin Shao himself. He couldn't help but urge him. Qin Shao nodded. Indeed, he couldn't delay any longer. He had to enter the immortal promotion plateau. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either. He walked towards the immortal promotion plateau. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Nangong Ling was also moving towards the immortal promotion plateau. The two of them entered the immortal promotion plateau at almost the same time. They jumped onto the lowest rock. After they stepped onto the immortal promotion plateau, a ray of light descended. The barrier formed, closing off the path to the immortal promotion plateau. When the barrier fell, there were still many people rushing towards it. However, in the end, they all crashed into the barrier and were blocked by it. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just like that, I missed my chance to ascend the immortal promotion plateau again. I want to die. Chapter 17:26. Many people were pounding their chests and stamping their feet in regret for not making it in time. Some people were just one step away, but that one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. What was done, and there was no way to change it. No one dared to question the rules of the blissful island. So those who didn't make it in time could only watch helplessly. Qin Shao and Nangong Ling entered the immortal promotion plateau at the same time. What made Qin Shao frown was that Nangong Ling wasn't far from her, as if she wanted to ascend the immortal promotion plateau with her. Not only were the two of them not far apart, but Nangong Ling had also glanced at Qin Shao a few times. This made Qin Shao overthink things. Nangong Ling had been paying special attention to her since the last time at the square. Although Qin Shao had been trying not to overthink things, some situations really made it hard not to overthink things. She didn't like him, but she probably did pay attention to him. Forget it. Let her be. Maybe she's just used to being flattered by others, and suddenly meeting someone like me who doesn't flatter her makes her feel a little unbalanced. Maybe that's why she's paying attention to me. She's a high and mighty princess, and I'm just a lowly cultivator. There's really nothing about me that's worth her liking. I won't care about this matter anymore. Qin Shao thought to herself. She only had Gu Lingwei in her heart. Even Yao Shiwilian couldn't tolerate her, let alone others. Because the two of them were the last to enter the immortal promotion plateau, there weren't many people blocking their way. Qin Shao had already calculated the route in her heart, so she chose a path with no one around. But if they continued to ascend, they would probably still meet someone. The immortal promotion plateau was shaped like an awl. The higher they went, the fewer steps there were. The lower they went, the bigger the foundation. At the bottom of the circle, there were no less than 10 million steps. But the higher they went, the faster the number of steps decreased. The moment Qin Shao stepped onto the immortal promotion plateau, she felt a strong pressure pressing down on her. His cultivation level and divine power are both suppressed. Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. His cultivation level and divine power were both suppressed. This situation was not simple. In that case, he would not be able to use much of his divine power, and his advantage in terms of cultivation level would be pulled apart. Therefore, it was more difficult to go from one step to another. It was no wonder that some people couldn't jump to the next step and fell off the immortal promotion plateau. If he had been any further away, he might have really been knocked off the immortal promotion plateau by this terrifying pressure. If that's the case, then the advantage of cultivation level will be infinitely reduced on the immortal promotion plateau. However, if your cultivation level is higher, then you will definitely have an advantage. It's just that the advantage won't be that great. Under such circumstances, it will be much easier for someone with a weaker cultivation to defeat someone with a stronger cultivation. This was a good thing for Qin Shao. After all, in terms of cultivation realm, he was indeed at a disadvantage. He was only at the 4th step of the sovereign realm. But now that his cultivation level and divine power were both suppressed, his disadvantage was greatly reduced. In fact, Qin Shao was not afraid of the disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. In the worst-case scenario, he would just reveal his own strength. If there was really such a great opportunity, then he was willing to give it a try. This was not a selection, so even if he revealed his own strength, there was no harm. But now, it seemed that there was no need for him to reveal his great Dao strength. He should be able to handle it with his immortal Dao strength alone. Since his advantage in cultivation level and divine power was infinitely reduced, what did Qin Shao have to be afraid of? No matter in which aspect, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. But there was no way to make up for the difference in cultivation level and divine power. Now that the immortal promotion plateau had smoothed this out, it could be considered as giving Qin Shao relative fairness. Qin Shao jumped up and landed on the rock that was only 10 feet away from him. It was relatively easy, and he reached it conveniently. Although he clearly felt a strong pulling force pulling Qin Shao down when he jumped, it was stopped by Qin Zhao's strength. The distance between two rocks on the immortal promotion plateau was at least 10 feet, and the longest was at least 90 feet. It sounded like 10 feet and 90 feet were relatively short, but there was not much difference. But here, the situation was completely different. Here, there were many restrictions. Perhaps it would be easier to jump over 10 feet. However, it was extremely difficult to jump over 90 feet. His realm and divine power would be completely suppressed. It would be extremely difficult for him to jump a distance of 90 feet in a single leap. Qin Shao chose the route and jumped over it step by step. It was very smooth. The main thing was that there were not many people below at this time, and those who were more experienced had rushed to the front. Qin Shao consciously avoided the area below where there was still a fierce battle. And when he saw that there were signs of people coming this way, Qin Shao would immediately adjust his route to avoid them. If he wanted to avoid them, he obviously had to take a detour. Once he took a detour, it would definitely take a lot of time. If he wanted to obtain a great opportunity, it was a race against time. After all, there were only 3 places for a great opportunity, so it was definitely first to obtain it. Because of this, those people in front of him were desperately trying to go up. If there were people who blocked their way, they would not be soft-hearted and would directly attack them. Qin Zhao's detour to avoid trouble and danger seemed to be a relatively stupid move. After all, it would be difficult to compete in this way. First of all, he would lose a lot of time to others. With such a big gap, it was obviously very difficult to catch up. But at this time, not many people paid attention to Qin Shao. Not to mention Qin Shao. Even Nangong Ling did not pay attention to her at this time. It was as if she had become an ordinary woman at this time. But obviously, this was not the case. It was because the others were crazily moving forward. So naturally, no one had the energy to care about Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling didn't take a detour like Qin Shao did. Nangong Ling took the fastest route. Nangong Ling's experience was that wherever she went, other people would consciously give way and not block her path. Even if they blocked her, they did not dare to fight with Nangong Ling. Instead, they consciously retreated. Therefore, Nangong Ling's way forward was very easy and smooth. Qin Xiao obtained relative ease by taking a detour, but since he was on the route, he naturally took a long time. Nangong Ling's way was domineering. She used her supreme deterrence to move forward easily. The styles of the two were completely different. However, Nangong Ling still followed Qin Xiao not far away. What was interesting was that Nangong Ling actually controlled her speed. She would not be much faster than Qin Xiao. She walked and stopped, as if she was waiting for Qin Xiao. But at this time, not many people paid attention to this situation. Even Qin Xiao himself did not have much energy to care about Nangong Ling. Qin Xiao did not care, but someone cared for him. Mo Wang Bei and Xiao Dao still did not enter the Immortal Promotion Plateau. The two of them had been watching. Their eyes naturally fell on Qin Xiao, constantly paying attention to Qin Xiao's every move. Old Mo, do you see any problems? Xiao Dao could not help but ask. Mo Wang Bei said, how can there be no problems? Xiao Dao, maybe you were right. This Princess Nangong Ling, I'm afraid, really likes Qin Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to follow Qin Xiao like this. With Princess Nangong Ling's strength, if she were to move forward at full speed, she would definitely be invincible. Not to say that she would leave everyone in the dust, but she wouldn't be far off. But Princess Nangong Ling did not do that. She is moving forward slowly, as if she is taking a leisurely stroll. But she is not taking a leisurely stroll. It is obvious that she is waiting for Qin Xiao. She does have very special feelings for Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Old Mo, I thought so a long time ago. Brother Qin Xiao's charm is really great. Even Princess Nangong Ling's heart has been captured by him. I really admire him. Mo Wang Bei shook his head and said, but that is not necessarily true. It is also possible that Princess Nangong Ling just thinks that he is a very special person, so she just wants to know more and get to know him. She might not really fall in love with him. Liking someone isn't an easy thing, especially for Princess Nangong Ling. She is already high and mighty. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to enter her eyes. Even if they can enter her eyes, she will not easily say that she likes them. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, forget it, I don't understand anyway. Let's not care about this. Anyway, it is not a bad thing. Brother Qin Xiao's romantic encounters are still very enviable. Envy is envy, but this is not a good thing. The more people are envious, the more trouble there will be. The more trouble there is, the more danger there will be. Mo Wang Bei shook his head. Xiao Dao nodded. That's right, it is indeed so. Hey, by the way, old Mo, why do you think Brother Qin Xiao keeps taking detours? In this way, isn't it very time-consuming? If he continues like this, it will be too difficult for Brother Qin Xiao to get a big opportunity. Right now, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Dao asked again. Mo Wang Bei shook his head and said, I don't really understand Brother Qin Xiao's thinking. Maybe he doesn't want to easily fight with others. But if he keeps taking detours like this, it does seem very time-consuming. And it is not as simple as just time-consuming. It will also consume a lot of energy. Once too much energy is consumed, the road ahead will be even more difficult to walk. If he wants to get a big opportunity, it will probably really be very, very difficult. I know Brother Qin Xiao's character. Although those rewards are not bad, he will definitely not be interested in them. What he is aiming for is definitely the top 3 big opportunities. But looking at the current situation, Brother Qin Xiao's situation is very bad. If it continues like this, it will be very difficult for him to compete. But Brother Qin Xiao has his own way. I believe he will not act recklessly. Since he has done so, he naturally has his reasons. We don't need to blindly worry about him. Let's just watch. Everything still depends on the results. Xiao Dao shook his head. Yes, let's not think about it. Chapter 17:27. The competition of the Great Tao was difficult. The fierceness of the Immortal Ascension platform was comparable to a chaotic battle, which was full of blood and slaughter. However, in this fierce battle, the speed of elimination was also very fast. From a team of 100,000 people, it was quickly reduced to a team of about 1,000 people. At this time, the one in the lead had already advanced to a height of 30,000 feet, and the first batch of prizes had all been snatched up. The one who lagged behind had only advanced to 50,000 feet, which was still a very big gap. Qin Zhao's speed was not fast, but fortunately, he did not have any conflict with others, so he did not encounter much resistance along the way. At most, he just took some detours. At this time, Qin Zhao had advanced more than 100,000 feet, and the most thought-provoking thing was that Nangong Ling had been near him all the time. Qin Zhao was not far away, and the distance between them was only about 300 feet. Nangong Ling had been moving forward slowly, almost side by side with Qin Zhao. Nangong Ling was also taking detours, and her speed was also slow. In fact, Nangong Ling's speed could be very fast. After all, no one dared to stop her. Occasionally, there were a few ignorant people who were directly knocked down from the immortal layer by Nangong Ling. Therefore, if Nangong Ling wanted to be fast, she should be at the front at this time, but she did not do so. Instead, she kept following Qin Zhao. Such a move caused a lot of speculation, slander, and even envy. After all, last time in the square, Nangong Ling also treated Qin Zhao very well. She even took the initiative to invite Qin Zhao to live in her cultivation place. No other man had received such treatment, and Qin Zhao was the first one. With the situation last time and the current situation, naturally, people could not help but imagine. What's the background of the one who has been leading all this time? You don't even know Erdun? Are you still on the Blissful Island? Erdun is very famous on the Blissful Island. What? He's Erdun? Ahem, of course. I have heard of Erdun for a long time, but I don't know the real person. This is the first time I've seen him. No wonder he is so powerful. It turns out that he is Erdun. With him here, it seems that no one can compete with him for the first place. Isn't that so? Erdun is rumored to have become a half-step celestial venerable. His current strength is probably unfathomable. He is not an immortal, but his strength is probably comparable to an immortal. It is indeed difficult to compete with him. It is said that Erdun can become an immortal at any time. It's just my own realm. Yes, I've heard that as well. Even some immortals are full of praise for Erdun. That might not be the case. Princess Nangong Ling is also here. Princess Nangong Ling's reputation is indeed terrifyingly great. However, Princess Nangong Ling is still only a fourth-step sovereign realm expert. This is the Immortal Promotion Plateau. We've all been there before. In the test of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, the advantage of one's realm is not that great. Princess Nangong Ling is not necessarily inferior to Erdun. Yes, I also think that Princess Nangong Ling can still compete, unless Erdun is strong enough to directly ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. In that case, Princess Nangong Ling should not be able to win against him. Princess Nangong Ling, forget it. Look at her. She is not in the mood to compete now. She has been following that person called Qin Zhao. Sigh, could it be that the goddess in my heart already has someone in her heart? That's right. What is with Princess Nangong Ling's eyes? I really don't understand. There are so many outstanding men in Linfu City. Why does she have a crush on that guy with no background? Baitsong and Luchong are also following closely behind Erdun. The three of them are leading all the way. I guess the final ranking will fall to them. Baitsong and Luchong are also fierce characters. They have always been famous. It is too early to say that. It is only 30,000 feet. The real excitement is coming. Qin Zhao went all the way up to 30,000 feet. The distance between him and the people in front of him was slowly closing. When he reached 30,000 feet, Erdun, who had been leading the way, had already reached 40,000 feet. There was still more than 10,000 feet between them. However, there were only about 500 or 600 people left in front of Qin Zhao. It was already a third of the way up to 30,000 feet. If the Immortal Promotion Plateau was divided into 3 stages, with 30,000 feet as the first stage, Qin Zhao had already entered the second stage. Basically, only those with good talent and potential and strength could enter the second stage. As for the third stage, those who could kill their way up were all extremely experienced people who had absolute confidence in becoming immortals. After entering the second stage, Qin Shao could clearly feel that the restrictive and suppressive forces had become even more strange and powerful. Spirit, willpower, divine sense, body, and even illusionary techniques would appear. Suddenly, there would be a force that would attack. Sometimes, it would really catch people unprepared. Sometimes, the force of the attack might not be very strong, but because it was unexpected, it could also achieve a miraculous effect. 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, all the way to 60,000 feet. Qin Shao went relatively smoothly because he was not in a hurry. He walked as far as he could. When there was trouble, he would rather take a step back and take a detour. For the time being, he would not compete for speed or care about the ranking. Towards the end, there were fewer and fewer people, so there weren't many battles. Everyone was moving forward with all their might. The test of the Immortal Promotion Plateau was very scary, so no one had the energy to fight with others. Moreover, those who could reach this point were all pretty strong. Once they fought, it was very likely that both sides would be defeated and injured. That would not be good for anyone. It was precisely because of this that there were fewer and fewer battles towards the end. When Qin Shao reached 60,000 feet, Erdan was still in the lead. He had already reached 70,000 feet. This result was already very good. However, it was clear that this was not Erdan's final result. Erdan was in the lead all the way, followed closely by Beizong and Luchang. The three of them were basically in the lead from the beginning. They had maintained this position all the way until now. No one could shake them. Beizong and Luchang were only 3,000 feet behind Erdan. The gap between the two of them was not big. They were basically moving forward at the same time. Occasionally, they would be surpassed by each other. After that, they were 3,000 feet behind the three of them. At this time, the number of people who had persisted to the third stage was even fewer. There were only about 100 people. There were only about 100 people left in the team of 100,000. It was 1 in 1,000. Qin Shao and Nangong Ling were able to reach the third stage as fourth-step sovereigns. This was already very heaven-defying. Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng had entered the Immortal Promotion Plateau before Qin Shao. However, they were now surpassed by Qin Shao. The two of them were following closely behind Qin Shao. They were about 100 feet behind him. Among all the sovereigns, only the four of them were still persisting. The rest had all been eliminated. The Immortal Promotion Plateau was originally a place that only third-step and fourth-step universe grades could explore. It was actually very difficult for sovereigns to enter. After all, ordinary sovereigns did not qualify to enter the Blissful Island. Universe grades who entered the Blissful Island were considered weaker existences. Many areas were actually prepared mainly for universe grades. Immortals generally did not want to come to such places. For example, the cultivation areas were actually only for universe grades. Immortals naturally would not come here because there were no benefits for them. Most of the scenery on the Blissful Island was actually open to immortals. The Blissful Island could actually be considered a gathering place for immortals. Because of this, universe grades actually had a very holy feeling towards the Blissful Island. Furthermore, many universe grades had broken through to become immortals on the Blissful Island. Therefore, in the eyes of many universe grades, the Blissful Island was like the Fumu Immortal Palace. It was a holy land for cultivation. Whoosh! The void above the 9 heavens was suddenly torn open by an immortal light. It was as though a huge door leading to a foreign realm had been opened. A large group of soldiers in silver armor rushed out of the huge door, each of them wielding silver swords as they descended from the sky. There were so many of them that it felt as though there were countless of them. A large number of them were pouring out of the huge door. It felt as though a calamity of locusts had arrived. It was very frightening to watch. Such a scene also shocked many people. Look, the first big test has arrived. TSK, TSK, it's really scary. Is this the intent of countless celestial soldiers descending? I have never heard of such a terrifying test before. Yeah, just looking at it is scary enough. How many silver-armored celestial soldiers are there? I can't even count them. They're like locusts. It feels as though they could eat people alive. Just looking at it is enough to make one's scalp go numb. Fortunately, I am not up there. TSK, you speak as if you have the ability to be up there. You have already been kicked off the immortal promotion plateau. Huh, the test is here? Endless celestial soldiers can't hurt me. Kill. I have already come this far. Why would I be afraid of your endless celestial soldiers? Come, let's fight. At this time, those who were still in the test were not afraid of anything. Instead, they were all in high spirits. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the endless celestial soldiers descending from the sky. At first glance, it was indeed enough to make one's scalp explode. But soon, Qin Zhao calmed down and prepared to fight with all his might. Qin Zhao felt a gaze on him. He looked over and saw Nangong Ling looking at him. But when Qin Zhao looked over, Nangong Ling looked away. Qin Zhao felt that Nangong Ling had something to say to him. But naturally, Qin Zhao would not take the initiative to provoke Nangong Ling, so he did not think too much about it. Those celestial soldiers had already rushed in front of Qin Zhao and surrounded Qin Zhao in an instant. Silver-armored celestial soldiers were coming from all directions. The most terrifying thing was that the aura emitted by these silver-armored celestial soldiers was not weak. They were not weak, and there were so many of them. How could Qin Zhao fight them? One of them could take on tens of thousands or even millions. How could Qin Zhao fight them? If there were too many ants, they could even eat an elephant. If there were too many silver-armored celestial soldiers, even if they were weak individually, they would be enough to wipe out everything. Furthermore, their aura was not weak. How could Qin Zhao fight them? This situation made Qin Zhao frown. He felt a headache coming on. Based on their aura, these silver-armored celestial soldiers should have the strength of a universe grade. Chapter 1728. However, when Qin Zhao thought about it, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. If they really had to rely on their strength to deal with these countless silver-armored soldiers, how many of them would be able to persevere? How many of them would be able to continue advancing in the face of such a crazy onslaught? Even though the silver-armored soldiers were only universe-grade, one-step celestial beings, there were simply too many of them. Furthermore, these silver-armored soldiers weren't living beings. They were illusions created by power. They were even puppet-like beings that had been created by someone. Therefore, these silver-armored soldiers definitely weren't afraid of death. They would definitely kill without any regard for life or death. This was the most terrifying thing. Because of this, even if Qin Zhao unleashed his full power, he wouldn't be 100% sure that he would be able to persevere. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that something wasn't right. The test of the Immortal Ascension platform shouldn't be like this. What was the Immortal Ascension platform? Ascending the Immortal Ascension platform would allow one to become an immortal. This was the origin of the Immortal Ascension platform's name. Therefore, the Immortal Ascension platform had always been a place where one could ascend to become an immortal. It was like a place where a fish could leap over the Dragon's Gate. The Immortal Ascension platform was like this. Ascending the Immortal Ascension platform was the same principle. In that case, it didn't make sense. The Immortal Ascension platform was a test of one's talent and potential. It was a test of one's ability to become an immortal. No matter how strong one was, if one didn't have the potential to become an immortal, they wouldn't be favored by the Immortal Ascension platform and would definitely be eliminated. For example, some half-step heavenly venerates who had lived for a long time might be infinitely close to becoming an immortal. However, those who didn't have the potential to become an immortal would never be able to ascend the Immortal Ascension platform. Indeed, many people who were nearing the end of their lifespans would attempt the Immortal Ascension platform. There is no lack of half-step heavenly venerates. However, very few people were lucky enough to ascend the Immortal Ascension platform, ascending to immortality the moment one ascended to the immortal stage. Although it seemed easy to become an immortal, it was actually an extremely difficult matter. Test. It's not simple. This test is definitely not something that can be passed with brute strength. There must be other tests. Heart? Soul? Willpower? Qin Zhao glanced at Nangong Ling and found that she was very calm and had no intention of dealing with the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Such calmness shouldn't be something as simple as confidence in his strength. No matter how strong Nan Gongling was, she was still only a fourth-step sovereign realm expert. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? At most, he would say that she had some powerful treasures on her, but it was impossible for her to use those treasures on the immortal promotion plateau. Therefore, in an instant, Qin Shao understood. The power of faith suddenly surged, making Qin Shao imperceptibly become much stronger. In the face of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers, Qin Shao did not flinch at all. Instead, he faced them head-on, supported by a fearless mental strength. This kind of feeling was like a person who had completely disregarded life and death and would become especially powerful. The power of belief could also make a person extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of strength was only relative. If the enemy was weak, one would appear strong. Under the power of this belief, Qin Shao was like an invincible god of war as he charged into the enemy camp. The sword in his hand was like the hand of the god of death, crazily taking the lives of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Miraculously, these seemingly aggressive, silver-armored heavenly soldiers could not withstand a single blow. Under Qin Zhao's sword, they were cut down one by one and turned into nothingness. These silver-armored heavenly soldiers were not living beings to begin with, so they turned into nothingness as soon as they were killed. Under the power of faith, Qin Zhao's strength overwhelmed the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Therefore, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers could not withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. Those who charged over were all cut down by Qin Zhao's sword. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers still swarmed over, but under Qin Zhao's powerful strength, they were all killed. They could not hurt Qin Shao at all. It's true. The stronger one's heart is, the stronger the power of faith. That will suppress the silver-armored heavenly soldiers and weaken their strength. In fact, it was not necessarily to weaken their strength. Rather, it was to suppress their aura, causing the strength they could display to become weaker. A lot. It's just like when a stronger person encounters a fugitive, his aura will weaken and he may be killed by the fugitive. It's the same principle, but the immortal promotion plateau has upgraded the test to a certain level. The strength of heart, will, and faith are all in this test. If you can't strengthen yourself in this aspect, you will definitely be knocked off the immortal promotion plateau by the silver-armored heavenly soldiers. It seems like a power that is not comparable, but in fact, there is a secret behind it. At this moment, Qin Shao completely understood. So that was how it was. However, the situation of the others was not so good. Many of them were quickly knocked off the immortal promotion plateau by the countless silver-armored heavenly soldiers. There were already very few people who had reached the third stage. There were only about 100 left. Now that they were being knocked off the immortal promotion plateau by the countless silver-armored heavenly soldiers, the number of people was rapidly decreasing. The spectators below began to discuss animatedly. Terrifying. This test is simply too terrifying. So many people have been knocked off the immortal promotion plateau. This wave will eliminate most of them. Yeah, it's too scary. My scalp is tingling. After this round, I wonder how many people will be able to survive. Those who are not knocked off the immortal promotion plateau are too strong, aren't they? Facing such a crazy attack, they can still hold on and kill so many silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Aren't they too strong? I feel that they are unbelievably strong. How can they be so strong? The most terrifying thing is look at those fourth-step sovereigns. They're actually able to persevere. Look at them. They can easily kill so many silver-armored heavenly soldiers. Are they all heaven-defying? How could their strength be so strong? Yeah, isn't this too unbelievable? They are only fourth-step sovereigns. How can they be so strong? It's fine if Princess Nan Gongling is strong, but how can the other three be so strong as well? Is there a need to be so heaven-defying? Sigh, comparisons are odious. We are third-step universe grades. I'm afraid our strength is nothing compared to theirs. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers' attack was still ongoing. An endless stream of silver-armored heavenly soldiers were still rushing out of the exotic gate. As long as the gate was not closed, silver-armored heavenly soldiers would continue to rush out. Therefore, some people held on for a while, but in the end, they were knocked off the immortal promotion plateau. As they were knocked off the immortal promotion plateau one by one, the number of people decreased rapidly. Soon, only a dozen or so people were left. Suddenly, the gate of the exotic gate closed. As soon as the gate closed, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers stopped pouring in. Soon, the silver-armored heavenly soldiers were completely annihilated. This indicated that the test was finally over. Many people heaved a sigh of relief when the test ended. No matter how terrifying it was finally over. However, this test was really too brutal. The original 100-plus people had been reduced to only 12 people. 9 out of 10 had been eliminated. Among these 12 people, there were actually 4 fourth-step sovereigns. Qin Xiao, Nangong Ling, Zhang Yin, and Dao Huffing had actually all passed the test. The 4 people's breathtaking appearance had indeed shocked many people, causing a wave of exclamations of surprise. Monster! He's really a monster. TSK, TSK. Such monsters can probably become official disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace, right? Becoming an in-name disciple is a sure thing. Yeah, they are too monstrous. These 4 are definitely peerless geniuses. However, I have long heard of Nangong Ling, Zhang Yin, and Dao Huffing's reputations. The 3 of them all have backgrounds in the Fumu Immortal Palace. It is said that they can be directly recruited by the Fumu Immortal Palace. However, now is the time. Fortunately, they are participating in the in-name disciple selection. Without it, they can still enter the Fumu Immortal Palace. Yes, that's right. This time, the 3 of them will definitely shine in the selection of nominal disciples. However, we have to add Qin Xiao to the list. It was said that he came from a very humble background, from an insignificant and barren land, from a small clan called the Exinhua clan. This kid is definitely the biggest dark horse in this time's nominal disciple selection. Isn't that right? He has no background, but he is so monstrous. It is really amazing. Do you guys think that the final ranking will also fall on the heads of the 4 of them? That can't be, right? After all, although they passed, the 4 of them were ranked last. There is still a big gap between them and the top 3, Erdun, and the others. It's almost impossible to surpass such a huge gap. Yeah, I also think it is impossible. Erdun is a recognized half-step heavenly venerate. Those who can become half-step heavenly venerates are definitely extremely powerful. Beizong and Luchong are also said to be half-step heavenly venerates. They are already half-step heavenly venerates. It is almost impossible for them to become immortals. It is just a matter of time. Compared to Erdun's group, Qin Xiao's group of 4 was the subject of much more discussion. After all, Qin Xiao and the others were only fourth-step sovereigns. However, they were able to compete with Erdun and the other half-step heavenly venerates. Moreover, they did not lose by much. Such a magnificent feat was naturally somewhat interesting. The Immortal Ascension battle continued. After the test, everyone continued to move forward. However, the team seemed to have withered a little. There were only 12 people left. Erdun took the lead. He had already walked more than 70,000 feet. He continued to move forward. It was still quite easy for him for the time being. Qin Xiao was now more than 60,000 feet. After going through this test, Qin Xiao seemed to have understood a lot. He also felt that he had become much stronger. Qin Xiao continued to move up another step. He felt much more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was because the power of his mind had become stronger, but it made Qin Xiao feel much more relaxed. Step by step, he seemed to be more relaxed. The higher he went, the more difficult it became. However, Qin Xiao seemed to have returned to a somewhat relaxed state. Moreover, he did not have to worry about other people blocking his path or causing conflict with others. Therefore, he did not have to deliberately take a detour. He could take the best path forward. It was because of this that Qin Xiao's speed was very fast. He felt as if he was flying. Chapter 1729. Look at that Qin Xiao. How did he suddenly become so fast? That's right. Previously, I saw that he was fighting steadily and cautiously, moving forward slowly and staying at the back. But now, How did he suddenly become so fast? His speed is at least twice as fast as before, right? What's going on? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? Did he just show it now? If that's the case, it's too scary. That's possible. This guy is really not simple. Didn't I hear that he was in the limelight in the square before? TSK. He's really a peerless monster. No wonder Princess Nangong Ling could look down on Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng, but she looked at Qin Shao differently. Now, I think there must be a reason. Don't say any more. If you continue, I'll be envious and jealous again. The onlookers below were in an uproar. Qin Zhao's behavior also attracted the attention of others. The one who had the biggest reaction was probably Dao Hufeng. He had been secretly competing with Qin Shao. He wanted to get back at him. But unfortunately, Qin Shao did not give him the chance to get back at her. Originally, he didn't care if Qin Shao didn't give it to him. He could get it back by himself. But Qin Zhao's performance was so monstrous. Previously, although he was behind Qin Shao, he wasn't too far behind. He had been following closely behind. Therefore, Dao Hufeng felt that there was still a chance for him to overtake and turn the tables. However, he did not expect Qin Shao to suddenly erupt and his speed to soar. Such speed was truly a little frightening. It was several times faster than him. How could he catch up with such a speed? This kind of feeling was like being brutally abused. Qin Shao is probably the most terrifying monster I've ever seen. He's definitely not inferior to Nangong Ling. And if you take his family background into consideration, he's even more terrifying than Nangong Ling. Zhang Yin helplessly shook his head and sighed. Actually, he still admired Qin Shao from the bottom of his heart. He had no choice but to admire Qin Shao. He was truly a monster. He had lost to Qin Shao once before, and this time, he was defeated again. So he had no choice but to admit defeat. Qin Zhao's speed became faster and faster, so when he reached 7,000 steps, he had already surpassed the others. He was only behind Erdan, Baitsong, and Lu Chong. Nangong Ling and Qin Shao were almost at the same pace. At this moment, Erdan had almost reached the 10,000-meter mark. Baitsong and Lu Chong chased closely behind him. At this moment, Baitsong was ranked second and Lu Chong was ranked third. Qin Shao was less than 2,000 feet away from Lu Chong. At this rate, there was still hope for him to surpass Lu Chong. On the other hand, the distance between Zhang Yang and Dao Hufeng had been somewhat widened. They were still the last two in the group. At this moment, the distance between them and Qin Shao was over 5,000 feet. Such a distance was still a little far. Dao Hufeng felt indignant more than once. He cursed, but what could he do if he couldn't catch up? So what if he wasn't convinced? Qin Shao and Nangong Ling's performance had indeed shocked many people. Could it be that the two of them were really going to create a miracle? If the two of them took the final position, it would indeed be a good story. After all, they were only fourth-step sovereigns. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even if Erdan beat them in the end, in terms of glory, he definitely couldn't be compared to the two of them. This glory was probably enough to illuminate the entire Fu Wei mountain range and be recorded in the annals of the immortal Ascension Plateau. To be able to reach this step was already very heaven-defying. However, it was clear that the two of them hadn't reached their limits yet. Therefore, their final result would only be more terrifying than this. Not far from the immortal Ascension Plateau, on top of a huge rock, no one noticed that three figures had unknowingly stood there. Those who could stand on top of the huge rock must be able to fly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach it. In the Blissful Island, apart from the people of the Blissful Island, only fourth-step heavenly venerables could fly. Of course, some extremely powerful third-step heavenly venerables could also do it. But no matter what, one had to be at least a heavenly venerable realm immortal to be able to do this. Therefore, the three of them were clearly immortals. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Their clothes were very immortal. Just the aura that the three of them exuded was enough to make the void bow down to their feet and tremble. It was obvious how powerful the three of them were. The 2 men were handsome and had an extraordinary aura. Their sword Qi was immortal and magnificent. As for the woman, she was dressed in a purple robe. Her beauty was also a little bewitching. She didn't need to deliberately release her charm to make people feel a wave of seduction coming from her body. Although this woman's beauty and temperament weren't as good as Nangong Ling's, she wasn't inferior to the woman on the immortal ascension plateau. In fact, she was superior. Her temperament was also very noble. She was like a goddess who stood above the 9 heavens, standing at the peak of the heavens. The 2 men accompanied the woman, one on the left and one on the right. From the looks of it, the 2 men seemed to have some ambiguous feelings for the woman. Ziquan, what's there to see? Why don't we go play in the blissful island? It's just a few brats fighting for the immortal ascension plateau. Back in the day, we also did it. It's too simple and boring, the man in blue said disdainfully. The one he called Ziquan was obviously the purple-robed woman. The purple-robed woman said, "Isn't it interesting? Tai Yulong, you're really thick-skinned. Weren't you already half-step heavenly venerables the last time you came here? It must be very easy for you. The 2 of them are 4th-step sovereigns. It's already very good for them to be able to reach this point. If you were a 4th-step sovereign, you might not be able to make it this far." Ziquan, are you looking down on me that much? Even if I were a 4th-step sovereign, the first place today would still be mine. The man in blue, Tai Yulong, was very confident. Ziquan glanced at Tai Yulong and didn't argue with him. On the other side, the man in white smiled and said, "Yulong, who do you think the first place will go to in the end? It seems that the first place guy is a descendant of your family, right?" Tai Yulong said casually, "I guess so. He's not a direct descendant. He should be a collateral descendant. I have some impression, but I don't know much. This little guy has some potential. If he's given time, it won't be a problem for him to become a great immortal. This time, he might be able to successfully become an immortal." Although he said it casually, Tai Yulong clearly thought highly of Erdun and praised him. The man in white smiled and said, "Yulong, you really think highly of him. It's not that easy to become an immortal. The Immortal Promotion Plateau. Once you reach the Immortal Promotion Plateau, you'll become an immortal. It's a place that countless people dream of. It's a holy land that can transcend the mortal world. However, the Immortal Promotion Plateau has been here for so long. How many people have actually reached the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal? This descendant of your family is too utilitarian. He's too eager for success. This isn't a good thing. Perhaps he'll be defeated." Tai Yulong glared at the man in white and said angrily, "Bai Shan, what do you mean? You don't want to see my descendant do well, right? If Erdun's potential was just a little stronger, he might have been taken in by the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Although he hasn't reached the level of being taken in by the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, his potential is still very good. Becoming an immortal won't be a problem for him. This time, Huani can use the Immortal Promotion Plateau to become an immortal. I think he has a good chance." Bai Shan shook his head. "I know he won't have any problems becoming an immortal. It's just a matter of time. Time is more than enough for him, so it won't be a problem. The problem is whether or not he can become an immortal this time. I think he won't be able to reach the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal. In fact, he might not even be able to get first place." "You're making fun of me?" Tai Yulong was even more annoyed. His expression darkened. "Haha, Yulong, why are you so agitated?" Bai Shan couldn't help but laugh. "We've known each other for more than 1 or 2 epochs. I have to make fun of you. It's just that you're not as good at reading people as I am. Don't deny it. Some things can't be judged on the surface. You have to look at your feelings. A man's intuition is very accurate. My intuition tells me that your descendant will have some problems this time. And I have a very strong intuition that he might not even be able to get first place." Tai Yulong chuckled. "Fan, oh Fan, I have to admit that I admire your eyesight, but that doesn't mean you're always right. If Erdun can't get first place, who else has the ability to do so? The second and third place are obviously a bit lacking. It definitely won't enter your eyes. You're not saying Nangong Ling will get first place, right? Or that Qin Xiao brat? Ha! If you're talking about Nangong Ling, then I'll let it go. Nangong Ling is indeed a peerless monster with a rarely seen appearance. Her sister, Nangong Qianzi, is the saintess. The Nangong family has done everything in their power to nurture her. So I'm afraid no one knows how terrifying her potential is. If you're talking about Nangong Ling, I still think highly of her. But if you're talking about that Qin Shao brat, then I'm very much against it. That kid was indeed monstrous, but not monstrous to this extent. His previous performance was not bad, but that doesn't mean he can be so monstrous. So, the first place is either Dun or Nangongling. But I think Dun is more likely because I think he's very likely to directly ascend to the immortal platform and become an immortal. Once he ascends to the immortal platform, he'll definitely get first place. Bai Shan smiled and shook her head. Yulong, you're right, and your analysis is also very correct. But there's a saying that goes, the world is unpredictable. I think all three of them have a chance to get first place. If I have to say, I think Dun has the least chance. Nangongling does have a great chance. However, that Qin Shao actually has a very high chance of winning. Tai Yulong couldn't help but frown when he heard Bai Shan's words to Qin Shao. Chapter 1730. Just because he came from the cosmos? Tai Yulong clearly didn't agree with Bai Shan's explanation. Bai Shan shook her head. That's not all. Anyone who can come from the cosmos is considered a rare genius. Of course, Qin Shao isn't just a rare genius. His talent can be described as heaven-defying. However, his talent lies in the fact that he was able to conceal his own strength and cultivate the immortal Tao from scratch. Furthermore, he was able to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. He is still using the power of the immortal Tao to walk the immortal promotion plateau. He hasn't used his own strength. Even so, his performance is still so heaven-defying. Don't tell me you think that his potential is terrifying? This kind of horror is something that even we didn't expect. This kind of terror is even more terrifying than Dun and Nangongling that we have seen. Once he unleashes his full potential, I'm afraid no one can say for sure what kind of level he will reach. However, Tai Yulong still wasn't convinced. Instead, he said disdainfully, "What you said is just a guess. It might not be true. No matter what, this kid is still suspected of cheating. He should be a first step heavenly venerate. However, it's strange that his aura is only at the fourth step universe grade. I feel that his Yuan Qi must have been severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. I really don't understand why our fuming puppet immortal palace would hold a selection of registered disciples this time. Furthermore, we would even allow a first step heavenly venerate to participate. This kind of suspected cheater shouldn't be allowed to stay, regardless of whether he came from the cosmos or not." Perhaps it was because of Bai Shan's words that Tai Yulong was a little unhappy with Qin Shao. His words contained some dissatisfaction with Qin Shao. Bai Shan shook her head. "Yes, actually, I don't understand either. However, this isn't something we can control. The higher-ups must have their own reasons for doing this. We can't do anything about this. We can only watch. Forget it. Let's not argue about this. There's no point." Zishang also smiled sweetly and said, "The two of you are really bored. You can argue for so long over such a small issue. I thought that you were trying to come up with some tricks and wanted to compete with me. Have a contest?" Hearing this, Tai Yulong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Zi Quan, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now that you've said it, I've come to my senses. You're right. Since we're fighting over this problem, we should use a better way to solve it. Bai Shan, didn't you say that you favor Qin Shao? How about this? I bet that Dun will take first place, and you bet that Qin Shao will take first place. How about we play a game? Let's do something to liven things up. It just so happens that there's a purple box here to be our witness. No one is allowed to go back on their word after losing. I didn't say that Qin Shao would definitely get first place." Tai Yulong didn't listen to Bai Shan. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Just tell me if you dare to play with me or not. Anyway, I don't want to bet too much. I've always liked your dusk immortal painting. You're so stingy, I've borrowed it from you a few times. You're willing to let me study it. This time, how about you let me study it for 1,000 years?" Bai Shan's mouth twitched when she heard Tai Yulong's words. She said, "Yulong, you're really greedy. You're eyeing my dusk immortal painting. That's my treasure. How can I give it to you so easily? You don't dare? Don't dare my ass. I'm not afraid of you. TSH, you're obviously afraid of me. Why are you still so stubborn? If you don't dare, then you don't have to hide it. If you're so scared, it means that you're guilty. It means that you know you'll lose. If you take out the Dusk Immortal painting, I'll take out something of equal value. The purple boxes are all here. Do you think I'll cheat you? No, don't try to trick me. If you're scared, then admit defeat. Men should be more straightforward. Bai Shan clenched her teeth and had no choice but to say, I'm scared of you. Fine, since you really want to play, then I'll risk my life and play with you. But let me make this clear, you bet on Erdan to be first. I bet on Qin Xiao to be first. So, if neither of us gets first place, then it'll be a tie. Okay, then it's settled. Z-Box, you have to be our witness. Don't let Bai Shan cheat. Tai Yulong nodded. Z-Box smiled sweetly and said, Of course, neither of you can cheat or I'll really despise you. On the other side, the Immortal Ascension stage was still going on. Although it wasn't as bloody and exciting as the beginning, it was still moving people's hearts. Erdan was the first to pass 80,000 feet. He was only 100,000 feet away from the Immortal Dais. 80,000 feet was a watershed for the Immortal Ascension stage. There was a rumor that if one could reach 80,000 feet, then it meant that one's talent and potential was very good. Becoming an immortal was almost guaranteed. Those who could reach 80,000 feet were definitely rare geniuses. 80,000 feet represented the pinnacle of talent and potential. It was said that those who could reach 80,000 feet could at least become a third-step Empyrean Great Immortal as long as they didn't change. If they had a bit of luck, then they could even reach the fourth-step Empyrean Great Immortal level. Those who could reach the fourth-step Empyrean Great Immortal level were definitely big shots. In Linfu City, a Great Immortal was an existence that could make the entire city tremble with a stomp of their feet. The name of a Great Immortal was enough to shake the world. Therefore, being able to reach 80,000 feet had always been called a watershed. It represented the pinnacle of one's talent and potential. Erdan reached 80,000 feet and couldn't be bothered with the countless admiring gazes. It was enough to see that Erdan's future was boundless. If he was given time to grow, he would sooner or later become a big shot who could shake the world. Seeing Erdan reach 80,000 feet first, Tai Yulong smiled a little happily. Although Qin Zhao's speed would gradually slow down, the rhythm of his advance was maintained well. Therefore, Qin Xiao quickly surpassed Lu Chong, who was in third place, and jumped to third place. After Lu Chong was overtaken by Qin Xiao, he was immediately overtaken by Nangong Ling and dropped to fifth place. From third place all the way to fifth place, Lu Chong couldn't accept such an outcome. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Qin Xiao angrily. His third place was directly overtaken just like that. If he continued to chase, he felt a little powerless. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up. The ranking that was about to be in his hands flew away just like that. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. Oh no, Lu Chong has been overtaken. Next, they'll overtake me. The distance is getting closer and closer. If they keep chasing me at this speed, they'll really catch up to me. Baitsong also felt a lot of pressure surging toward him after Lu Chong was overtaken. He was also a half-step Heavenly Venerate. His strength was infinitely close to an immortal's, and his talent and potential were also good. However, the situation in front of him made him feel a little flustered. If he was overtaken, he wouldn't be able to get a ranking. He had fought so hard for so long and had fought until now. Wasn't it all for the sake of that final ranking? He was competing as a half-step Heavenly Venerate. If two fourth-step Sovereign Realm brats snatched his ranking in the end, wouldn't it be a great humiliation for him? Most importantly, the rewards for the top three were too rich and too tempting. I have to go all out. I can't let them overtake me. Songbei's face was filled with determination. He went all out. However, reality was often cruel. When he was about to reach 80,000 feet, he lost his footing and fell off the Immortal Promotion Plateau because he wanted to go all out. Once he fell off the Immortal Promotion Plateau, he would be eliminated. Therefore, Songbei's final result was only 79,600 feet. Although he was 80,000 feet, he was only 4,000 feet away. However, this 4,000 feet was enough to block everything. This 4,000 feet would even limit his achievements in this lifetime. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. it didn't necessarily mean that this would be the case. Everyone's fate wasn't fixed. It could be changed. Baitsong's elimination made Lu Chong, who had wanted to go all out, lose some confidence. He thought that if he continued to fight like this, he would be the next one to fall off the immortal promotion plateau. However, if he didn't fight, he wouldn't be able to catch up to Qin Xiao and Nan Gongling. If he couldn't catch up, he wouldn't be able to get a ranking and obtain the generous rewards. People say that birds die for food and humans die for food. Sometimes this was the truth. Therefore, Lu Chong gave it his all. However, the result was obvious. Once he lost his confidence, it would be futile no matter how hard he worked. Therefore, Lu Chong quickly fell off the immortal promotion plateau and was eliminated. In this way, the team of 12 became a team of 10. When the others saw Lu Chong and Baitsong fall off the immortal promotion plateau, it was a huge blow to them. They wanted to fight for it. Obviously, they were not fated to be in the top 3, nor were they fated to be in the top 3. Since they had no chance, there was nothing worth fighting for. Basically, only Dun, Nan Gongling, and Qin Xiao were still fighting for it. The others didn't have the ability to fight anymore. The gap was too big. Therefore, some people gave up one after another. Soon, only Zhang Yin and Dao Hufeng were left. Dao Hufeng's expression was ugly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he had no way of catching up to Qin Xiao. Want to give up? But he didn't want to. He didn't want to give up. Zhang Yin shook his head. He also thought about giving up. However, after thinking about it, he decided to continue fighting. It was good to train himself. It didn't mean that he had to get a ranking. Dao Hufeng gritted his teeth. There was still a surge of energy in his heart. He didn't give up and continued to move forward. However, it was obvious that the two of them didn't have the strength to fight for it. Therefore, the final 3 rankings were decided in advance. It was just that there was no conclusion about who would be first and second. Qin Xiao, Nan Gongling, and Dun were going to fight for the final spot. However, based on the current situation, Dun had the highest chance of winning. His voice was the loudest. As for Qin Xiao and Nan Gongling, they were slightly weaker. Chapter 1731. Once you reach 80,000 feet, you will ascend to the heavens. This was a very popular saying that had been widely circulated. It meant that if one could reach 80,000 feet of the immortal promotion plateau, it would be like ascending to the heavens. There would be a magnificent transformation. Therefore, 80,000 feet was the dividing line between the immortal promotion plateau and the immortal promotion plateau. Now, they had entered the final battle. Qin Xiao was still the dark horse. Just like before in the square, he made people speechless. Nan Gongling's monstrous talent was acceptable. After all, Nan Gongling had always been known as a peerless genius. Therefore, no matter how monstrous she was still acceptable. There are only 3 more steps left. I will reach 80,000 feet. Qin Xiao looked ahead with a determined gaze. He was only 3 steps away from 80,000 feet. 80,000 feet was right in front of him. At this point, the test of the immortal promotion plateau was indeed powerful and terrifying. The slightest carelessness would consign him to eternal damnation. Qin Xiao leaped up 1 step. As soon as his body was in the air, a vast power surged toward him. It was like a monstrous wave, like the rolling power of the mortal world, like a gloomy, devouring power, like a spiritual attack. Waves of strange power came crashing down, wanting to annihilate Qin Xiao in this monstrous wave. What a powerful power! It is indeed terrifying, but don't think of stopping me. Qin Xiao's power also erupted. He was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea, carrying with him the power to roar through the 9 heavens. The power of the dragon's roar skyrocketed. Under the confrontation of power, Qin Xiao broke through one shackle after another. Finally, Qin Xiao landed safely on the next step. He was only 2 steps away from 80,000 feet. Again, he leaped forward again and jumped onto the next step. He was only 1 step away from 80,000 feet. The last step, it is said that 80,000 feet is the dividing line. Reaching 80,000 feet is like ascending to the heavens. Thinking about it, It is not so easy to reach 80,000 feet. This step should be a hurdle. Whether or not I can reach 80,000 zhang will depend on whether or not I can cross this hurdle. Wasn't the path of cultivation about constantly going to my can? Qin Xiao didn't stop. She continued to move forward, full of faith. If there was no fear in his heart, he would be invincible. At this moment, Qin Xiao felt invincible. Boom! As soon as he leaped into the air, a series of terrifying forces came crashing down and bombarded Qin Xiao. The might of the heavens and the power of the four seas landed on Qin Xiao's body. That was a power that could penetrate through every orifice. A cold energy directly penetrated Qin Xiao's soul and attacked Qin Xiao's soul consciousness. The scene in front of Qin Xiao's eyes changed dramatically. Many tragic scenes appeared in front of Qin Xiao. Ancient elephants, giants, divine beasts, birds of prey, and evil all came out one by one and roared at Qin Xiao. Although Qin Xiao knew that this was a vision realm, the feeling was very real and very terrifying. Under this crazy surge of power, the impact on Qin Xiao could be said to be incomparably huge. In an instant, Qin Xiao seemed to be trapped in a foreign space. It was not easy to get out of this space. If he couldn't get out, he would be trapped in this space and would soon be beaten down by this terrible and turbulent force. This was a hurdle, a great trial, a heavenly moat that stretched across this place, stopping countless people from advancing. However, Qin Xiao's steps were incomparably firm. No matter how great the hindrance was, it couldn't stop his steps. He moved forward firmly. The strength of his faith was unwavering. There was no power that could defeat him. If the heavens want to stop me, I will break through the heavens. If the earth wants to stop me, I will crush the earth. It is just a vision. How can it stop me? So what if it is the power of the heavens? As long as my heart is strong, I am invincible. Qin Xiao's body bloomed with immortal radiance, and his immortal energy shook the sky. Crash! After breaking through all the obstacles, Qin Xiao smoothly reached the next step. 80,000 feet. At the same time, Nangongling had also reached 80,000 feet. She and Qin Xiao's steps were completely in sync now, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Both of them had reached 80,000 feet, and Erdun had already reached 82,000 feet. The gap between the three was still 20,000 feet. After 80,000 zhang, not to mention 20 zhang, even 20 zhang was a big gap. 20,000 feet was indeed a big gap. It seemed that there was no way to catch up. The three of them had all reached 80,000 feet. This was a strange sight and an extremely rare situation in the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Erdun glanced back at Qin Xiao and Nangongling, but didn't take it to heart. There is still 20,000 feet. Let's see how you catch up. 20,000 feet is enough for me to stay in the lead. First place is mine. No one could take it from me. I've long wanted to come to the Immortal Promotion Plateau, and now I've finally gotten my wish. The Immortal Promotion Plateau is right in front of me. It's mine. It can't run away. This time, I, Erdun, will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I'll become an immortal as soon as I ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. When I do, my status in the clan will be completely different. My family will also be honored and live a better life because of me. They won't be as lowly and powerless as they are now. Becoming an immortal is only the first step. My goal is to become a great immortal or even an august immortal. Only then will my family be completely honored and won't have to give face to others. In fact, our branch can even become the direct line of descent because of me and enjoy better treatment. My glory is the glory of my branch. Therefore, I must do my best this time. I must ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau and become an immortal no matter what. I'm burdened with too many expectations. Erdun continued forward. Once he reached 80,000 feet, he felt very different. After traversing 80,000 feet, I've indeed gained a lot of enlightenment and gained a lot of insights. I haven't had the time to properly digest the many daos and inspirations I've gained. There's only 100,000 feet left. I naturally won't be able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. What awaits me are many trials along the way. At 80,000 feet, each step becomes more difficult. Without any major breakthroughs, the path forward will seem very slow. Since that's the case, I might as well stop and properly digest the many insights I've gained along the way and improve my strength in all aspects. If that's the case, it'll be much easier for me to continue my journey. With that thought, Qin Shao didn't continue forward. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Many people were stunned by this scene. What's he doing? He's not going to continue forward? Is he stopping to cultivate? I don't know what he's doing. Does he not want to continue? Has he admitted defeat? Is that why he's pretending? He's a little crazy, isn't he? He's clearly going well, but he's not going to continue forward. Instead, he's stopping to cultivate. What the hell is he doing? Anyway, there are only 3 of them left. At the very least, they can get 3rd place. I reckon that no matter how hard they try, they'll only get 3rd place. So, he might as well put on an act. That way, he'll look much better when he loses. Look, Princess Nangongling has also stopped. She's looking at Qin Shao. Is she also not going to continue? I really don't understand. What does Princess Nangongling see in him? We don't understand the world of the goddess. Qin Zhao's actions were indeed confusing and confusing. Nangongling stopped and stared at Qin Shao with her starry eyes. However, after watching for a while, Nangongling stopped and continued forward. Seeing Nangongling continue forward, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Nangongling had stayed to accompany Qin Shao, many people would probably be jealous of Qin Shao. Fortunately, Princess Nangongling didn't treat Qin Shao that way. Therefore, many people also found comfort in their hearts. They felt that Nangongling might just be a little curious about Qin Shao, but not to the point of being interested. It was very normal for geniuses to be attracted to each other. However, it definitely didn't reach the point of liking. If Nangongling really fell in love with Qin Shao, it would be simply unacceptable. Qin Shao stopped to cultivate, while Erdun and Nangongling continued to move forward. Erdun's speed gradually decreased as he reached the end. Nangongling's speed soared. It was so fast that it made people speechless. It seemed that at this time, Nangongling's strength was completely revealed. Everyone was shocked. She's actually so fast? Nangongling hasn't revealed her strength before? Erdun couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked at Nangongling with a dignified face. If that was the case, the situation was a little bad. It also made him feel a little pressured. No, if this continued, Nangongling might catch up with him. He thought that he would definitely win, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. You want to compete with me for the first place? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter what, you're just a 4th-step sovereign realm expert. And I, Erdun, have long been a half-step celestial master. This time, I'm aiming to ascend to the immortal layer. You think you can compete with me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter what, you can't ascend to the immortal layer, so I'll definitely be the first place. After comforting him, Erdun felt more at ease. No matter how monstrous Nangongling was, she couldn't directly become an immortal. It wasn't that Nangongling didn't have the ability to directly become an immortal. He still believed that as long as Nangongling wanted to, she could directly become an immortal. However, such a monstrous genius would definitely not do such a stupid thing for the sake of improving her realm. Besides, she still had to participate in the selection of nominal disciples. So, it was even more impossible for her to make a breakthrough. It was precisely because of this that Erdun wasn't worried about anything. As long as he could ascend to the immortal layer and become an immortal, he would definitely be the first place. Erdun kept moving forward, and Nangongling was also rapidly chasing after him, catching up with him at a very fast speed. Such a scene made many people feel a little shocked by Nangongling. Although they knew that Nangongling was monstrous, it was more intuitive to have a comparison. Erdun was extremely experienced, but Nangongling's monstrous talent seemed to have completely suppressed Erdun, which made people feel amazed. On the other hand, Qin Shao was still cultivating there, as if he had given up. On the other side, Zhang Yin and Dao Hefeng were still unable to reach 80,000 feet. Both of them were knocked down from the immortal layer, so they couldn't compete anymore. Chapter 1732. Who do you think will take first place in the end? Needless to say, it will definitely be your Dun. After all, he is a half-step heavenly venerate. No matter how monstrous Princess Nangong Ling is, she shouldn't be so heaven-defying, right? I don't think so. Although her Dun has a higher chance of winning, we can't underestimate Princess Nangong Ling. After all, she is a peerless genius that only appeared in the Nangong clan for countless years. Her sister, Nangong Qianzi, is a monstrous genius. Therefore, Princess Nangong Ling can. It is possible for her to do anything. That's true. After all, this immortal promotion plateau is not something that can be passed by relying on strength. Erdun is naturally strong, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he can play a decisive role. If strength was the deciding factor, then Baitsong and Luchong wouldn't have been eliminated. Haha, I don't care. I support Princess Nangong Ling anyway. Speaking of support, I will definitely support Princess Nangong Ling. I am her loyal admirer. Cough. Don't any of you think that Qin Shao might be a dark horse? Qin Shao? Forget it. Looking at him, that's not possible. He must have given up. Tisich, if Qin Shao can take first place, I will chop off my head and give it to him. Yeah, Qin Shao will definitely be third. Needless to say, it will be him. When he heard that someone was discussing Qin Shao, Dao Huffing's face darkened. He said angrily, "If Qin Shao could take first place, I will eat that rock." As he said that, Dao Huffing pointed at a huge rock not far away. It was about 30 meters tall and probably weighed a few million kilograms. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it. Dao Huffing was not far away from Xiao Dao and the others, so his voice was clearly heard by Xiao Dao and the others. Xiao Dao couldn't help but mutter when he heard Dao Huffing's words about Qin Shao. However, because he said it out of anger, he didn't try to suppress it. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Dao Huffing. Dao Huffing glared at Lin Fan coldly. His eyes were like two sharp swords that could stab anyone. You little prick. Don't talk too much, Dao Huffing said coldly. Xiao Dao was not a timid person. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Qin Shao is my older brother. Why can't I reply to what you said about him? You said that if Brother Qin Shao wins first place, you will eat that huge rock. Is that true?" Dao Huffeng had been looking for trouble with Qin Shao. He had been unwilling to let Qin Shao go. Xiao Dao and the others had been holding a grudge against Dao Huffeng for a long time, but they had never expressed it. Now, Xiao Dao really couldn't hold back anymore. Since Dao Hifeng had come looking for him, Xiao Dao was not afraid of anything and directly returned the favor. "It's not up to you to decide if I'm serious or not. That's my business," Dao Huffeng said coldly. He didn't care about Xiao Dao at all. The others also looked over with interest. With Dao Huffeng's background, not many people dared to talk back to him. One Qin Shao was fine, but now there was another. How could Dao Huffeng not be angry? If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to say anything in front of Dao Huffeng's anger. However, Xiao Dao wasn't someone who was afraid of authority. Since he had already offended Dao Hifeng, he didn't mind offending him a little more. "Since you dare to say such big words, I'm sure you're not just saying it casually, right? You, Dao Huffeng, are considered a reputable figure in Linfu City. You have an extraordinary background. Since you're so confident that Brother Qin Shao won't win first place, then remember what you just said. Everyone heard it. I believe that a reputable person like you wouldn't go back on your words, right?" Hearing Xiao Dao's words, many people secretly admired Xiao Dao. Qin Shao dared to talk back to Dao Huffeng, but at least Qin Shao had the ability to do so. Although Qin Shao didn't have an extraordinary background, his talent was there. This was something that people couldn't help but admire. Dao Huffeng had challenged Qin Shao twice and lost both times. Therefore, no matter how strong Dao Huffeng's background was, he had to admit defeat in front of Qin Shao. His strength and potential were inferior. What else could Dao Huffeng say? All that was left was his so-called background. But what the hell was Xiao Dao? He had no background, no potential, and no strength. What did he have to talk to Dao Huffeng like that? Although Dao Huffeng's words were a little arrogant, he still managed to get everyone's approval. Indeed, no one was optimistic about Qin Zhao's chances. Therefore, what Dao Huffing said wasn't a problem. No one objected. Humph, this young master's words naturally mean what I say. As long as Qin Zhao can get first place, forget first place. As long as Qin Zhao doesn't get third place, I'll eat that huge rock. If he gets first place, I'll eat that rock too. This young master is really going to say it here. Everyone heard it. Dao Huffing was just saying it out of anger. He didn't take it too seriously. He also didn't say it out loud. But after being provoked by Xiao Dao, Dao Huffing had to say it. If he couldn't even control a normal person, then where would he put his face? Therefore, for the sake of his face, Dao Huffing had to do it. What's more, the current situation should be a sure-win situation. Dao Huffing's words caused a heated discussion. Many people knew about the conflict between Dao Huffing and Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was indeed a dark horse, but he might not be able to defy the heavens every time. Therefore, no one thought highly of Qin Zhao this time. It wasn't that Qin Zhao wasn't monstrous enough. It was that Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling were too dazzling. On the Immortal Promotion Plateau, Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling were still chasing each other. Princess Nangong Ling's monstrous talent was fully revealed. She quickly caught up to Erdun. The distance between the two shrunk from 2,000 feet to 300 feet. Only then did Nangong Ling slow down. However, Nangong Ling was still within 10 feet of Erdun. Erdun only stopped when she was within 10 feet of Nangong Ling. He didn't get any closer at a visible speed. Erdun had been pressuring himself the entire time. If he was really overtaken by Nangong Ling, it would be a great loss of face for him. Nangong Ling's monstrous talent made him feel inferior. However, he was already a half-step heavenly venerate. His strength was comparable to an immortal's. Moreover, he had always thought of himself as a peerless genius. However, he was unlucky and couldn't be accepted by the Fumu Immortal Palace. He felt that if he took another step forward, he might be accepted by the Fumu Immortal Palace. Sometimes, he thought that if he was a direct descendant of the clan, and the clan's patriarch strongly recommended him, he would also have a high chance of being accepted by the Fumu Immortal Palace. Therefore, he attributed everything to his terrible fate. This immortal promotion plateau was an opportunity for him. Therefore, he had to make good use of this opportunity. If he could grasp it well, he would definitely make a beautiful comeback. He might even be able to change everything. This was too important to him. Therefore, he had to give it his all. He had to give it his all. Nangong Ling also gave him too much pressure. He had been bearing the pressure and pushing himself to the limit to advance. Fortunately, he finally withstood it. Nangong Ling's originally calm face also had a bit of a solemn expression. It was obvious that Nangong Ling was starting to feel strained. She wasn't as relaxed as she had been all the way here. If she could continue to be relaxed, then it would be too difficult to solve. Fortunately, Nangong Ling's momentum slowed down. Many people inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how monstrous a genius was, there should be a limit. Soon, Erdun and Nangong Ling had already advanced 890,000 feet. There was only 10,000 feet left. To be able to reach 890,000 feet was already an incredible result. It was enough to be a magnificent feat in the history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Those who had been able to reach this step could be counted on one hand. If they could reach this step, it meant that they weren't far from ascending to the Immortal Platform. Basically, those who could reach this step were bound to have great achievements. After all, they had gone through so many trials to reach this step. They had been tested in all aspects. This was enough to prove that their talent and potential were very good. As long as such a genius didn't die prematurely, he would definitely have a good future. Ha! Saber young master, there's actually someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who wants to compete with you. That Qin Zhao, humph, he was obviously afraid. He didn't want to lose badly, so he deliberately stopped to cultivate. If he didn't do this, he would definitely be third and would definitely fall behind. It would be very ugly. That's right, that's right. At such a young age, he's actually so scheming. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, it's useless to try and scheme. A loss is a loss. Finding a way out for yourself is just deceiving yourself. Erdun and Princess Nangongling are less than 10,000 feet away. That Qin Shao is still at 80,000 feet. The gap is already more than 90,000 feet. How can he catch up? Still chasing? Haha. Do you think he has the intention to chase? If he starts to chase now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Coward, he's really thick-skinned. He actually did this in order not to lose too badly. This kind of person can't be anything great at first glance. Saber young master, when Qin Shao loses, you can go and humiliate him. Hee hee. Haha. Then I must humiliate and ridicule him properly. I can't wait to see his embarrassed appearance. That kid is really too arrogant. I don't like this kind of arrogance. Xiao Dao was so angry that he wanted to argue with them, but he was stopped by Mo Wangbei. Su Yi was eliminated early. At this time, he also shook his head and said in a low voice, "It seems that Brother Qin Shao is really in a bad situation. If he loses, then what awaits him is a pile of saliva." "That won't happen. Big Brother Qin Shao definitely won't lose," Xiao Dao said. Hearing Xiao Dao's firm words, Su Yi looked at Xiao Dao with slight surprise. In his opinion, Qin Shao should have also given up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed at 80,000 feet to cultivate. With the current gap, there was no possibility of catching up. But at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. It was especially loud and clear. Chapter 1733. Hearing this voice, everyone quickly looked over and fixed their eyes on Qin Shao. Sure enough, Qin Shao stood up. He was no longer sitting cross-legged and continuing to cultivate. After standing up, Qin Zhao's eyes were especially clear and bright, flickering with a bright light. There was even a slight smile on his face. This slight indifference also allowed others to see the strong self-confidence emanating from Qin Zhao's body. This was a powerful force, a force that had confidence as its foundation. Therefore, when they saw Qin Zhao's expression, they couldn't help but think, is this guy really going to chase after Qin Shao? But the gap between them was so big now. Could he really catch up? The gap of more than 90,000 feet was not just a little bit. It was more than 90,000 feet in the last 10,000 feet. It was obvious how terrifying it would be. Before, everyone thought that Qin Shao was afraid of losing too badly, so he deliberately stopped and pretended to cultivate. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that this fellow wasn't faking it just now. He was really cultivating. Now that he had finished cultivating, his strength had improved a lot. So now he was going to start chasing. But at this point, what was the point of chasing? Wouldn't he lose anyway? If he kept pretending to cultivate, maybe he could give himself a way out. If he wanted to chase now, there was no way out. Xiao Dao and Mo Wangbei were so excited that they almost grabbed each other's hands. In fact, they always thought that Qin Shao shouldn't admit defeat. Under the bombardment of everyone's words, their beliefs were actually not shaken. They still firmly believed in Qin Shao. They believed that Qin Shao wouldn't give up so easily. Even if he lost, Qin Shao would definitely try his best. The word give up should not appear on Qin Shao at all. Sure enough, Qin Shao finally got up and was going to continue. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shao really continued to move forward to catch up with Erdun and Princess Nangongling. Seeing that Qin Shao had really taken a step forward, many people were puzzled and very surprised. This guy, what is he trying to do? Why are you becoming more and more incomprehensible? That's right. I thought it was because he was afraid that he would deliberately decorate and practice. Now it seems that we have misunderstood him. That's right. If it's a misunderstanding, then I respect him as a man. Not bad, not bad. At least his courage was commendable. Even if he loses in the end, he is still worthy of respect. I think he's just pretending. It doesn't matter. In any case, the outcome is the same. None of us can escape the word defeat. Why do I suddenly feel like there might be a good show to watch? Qin Zhao's advance once more also attracted quite a bit of heated discussion. Dao Huffing's expression became complicated as he stared at Qin Shao, gritting his teeth. I thought you would continue to play dead. It seems that you're not stupid. You know that if you keep playing dead, you will only be deceiving yourself and others. You will only be humiliated by me. Now that you're trying to catch up, at least your courage is praised. But this world is fair. A loss is a loss. You can't escape the outcome of losing. Therefore, you can't escape the fate of being humiliated by me. Just you wait, Qin Shao. I will not let you have an easy time. I was just mocking you, but your people forced you to come up. You can't blame me. Dao Huffing naturally didn't believe that Qin Shao had the ability to catch up. After all, the gap between them was too big. Seeing that Qin Shao continued to move forward, Erdun also looked back. However, he just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him. For him, Qin Shao had never posed a real threat to him. He could completely ignore Qin Shao. But now, Princess Nangongling had been biting him so hard that he couldn't relax in the slightest. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall into Princess Nangongling's hands. This was something that he absolutely couldn't allow to happen. When Princess Nangongling saw that Qin Shao had finally moved forward, her slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. A surprise was not something that anyone could create. Those who could create a surprise were all extraordinary people. Some people seemed to be born with the ability to create surprises. They could continuously create surprises for themselves. Qin Shao obviously belonged to this kind of person. He could always create a surprise and create an uproar. Qin Shao either didn't move or moved as fiercely as a tiger and a dragon. As soon as he took a step, Qin Shao moved forward as if he was flying. His speed was even faster than Nangongling's burst of speed. This speed made everyone dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. Many people were directly dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This speed was indeed a little too frightening. Am I seeing this right? His speed, how could it be so fast? Yeah, isn't this too frightening? It's simply shocking. It's actually much faster than his fastest speed before. It's also much faster than Princess Nangongling's fastest speed. Why does it feel like he's walking on flat ground? Could it be that, after 80,000 feet, the test isn't difficult anymore? That's impossible. The Immortal Promotion Plateau has existed for countless months. It's been acknowledged by the world that it's impossible for such a situation to occur. The higher you go, the more difficult it will be. That's strange. He just cultivated for a while. Could it be that he really had a big breakthrough? How long has it been? Isn't this too frightening? Yeah. No matter what the situation is, it's heaven-defying enough. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Could it be that he really can catch up with Erdun and Princess Nangongling? That's impossible, right? After all, the gap between them is really too big. How can he catch up with such a big gap? It does seem like the possibility is extremely small. However, after seeing Qin Zhao's momentum, I can't help but feel a little shaken. Seeing this, Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao inwardly sighed in relief. As expected of Qin Shao, he didn't disappoint them. As expected, after a moment of silence, there was an explosion. It seemed that the cultivation just now had allowed Qin Shao to improve a lot. That was why he had such a shocking performance. This was a good thing. Brother Qin Shao, this, Su Yi was flabbergasted. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Actually, he didn't have high hopes for Qin Shao just now. However, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Qin Shao actually returned so powerfully, and his whole body was blooming with brilliance. It really made him prostrate himself in admiration. A peerless monster, definitely a peerless monster. What? How is this possible? Wasn't he faking it? How is it possible for it to continue moving forward at such a fast speed? At this moment, the one who suffered the heaviest blow was probably Dao Hufeng. He had previously boasted that if Qin Shao could really reverse the situation and seize first place, wouldn't his face be slapped swollen? Therefore, Dao Hufeng was most concerned about whether Qin Shao could suddenly emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. He wanted to continue being a dark horse and create a legend of his own. Dao Hufeng was really shocked when he saw Qin Zhao's current speed. It was a huge blow to his soul. He couldn't accept such a situation. He also closed the Immortal Promotion Plateau and reached 70,000 feet. To him, his biggest regret was that he couldn't reach 80,000 feet. However, for a fourth-step ruler like him, reaching 80,000 feet was already a heaven-defying performance. Yes, he knew how difficult the immortal promotion plateau was. He knew that the further one went, the more difficult it would be. He had always comforted himself with the fact that his cultivation base was too low. He felt that if he was a fourth-step universe grade, he would definitely be able to ascend the immortal promotion plateau easily. However, Qin Shao had used his astonishing speed to viciously agitate Dao Huffing. This showed Dao Huffing that a fourth-step ruler could also be so monstrous. However, what else could Dao Huffing do other than cry out in his heart? He could only wait for the final result. However, it was clear that Qin Zhao's performance had given him a bad premonition. Originally, he had been full of confidence. He had thought that Qin Shao would definitely lose and that he would definitely be able to turn the tables this time. However, he was starting to lose confidence now. In theory, with such a huge gap, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Shao to catch up. However, for some reason, Dao Huffing had a bad premonition. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of losing the previous 2 times that a shadow had appeared in his heart. Huh, another Nangong Ling? His speed is even faster than Nangong Ling's. When Erdun heard the commotion behind him, he couldn't help but turn around to take a look. His brows immediately furrowed. But fortunately, we've already dragged on for so long. With a gap of over 90,000 feet, what can we do no matter how fast we are? As long as I advance at a normal speed, he will be able to catch up. I will have already reached the immortal promotion plateau. Once I reach the immortal promotion plateau, I will become an immortal. First place will be mine. He won't be able to snatch it away from me. Neither Nangong Ling nor Qin Shao will be able to snatch it from me. No matter how hard you fight, you won't be able to beat me. You definitely won't be able to beat me. The final victory will definitely belong to me, Erdun. I will take first place, ascend the immortal promotion plateau, and become an immortal. If I am lucky, I might even be able to be recruited by the Blissful Island. If the Blissful Island can promise me some good conditions, I will be more than happy to join them. It is still too difficult to enter the Fu Su Immortal Palace. Thinking about the Blissful Island, it is more practical. This time, it is time for me, Erdun, to truly soar and change my fate. Therefore, I must seize this opportunity. I must. No matter who it is, don't even think about standing in my way. This opportunity was enough for Erdun to risk his life. Therefore, even though Nangong Ling was biting him so hard, he still managed to hold on. Nangong Ling also looked back at Qin Shao, but she didn't look surprised. It was as if everything was within her expectations, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Qin Zhao's speed was indeed unbelievably fast. It was almost as if he didn't encounter any resistance. It was as if he was jumping ordinary stairs. It was very smooth. He moved forward step by step without any resistance. He was much faster than others at the beginning. On the way forward, there were actually many tests that came. However, these tests were not difficult for Qin Shao. They were all easily solved by Qin Shao, and he easily stepped through them. Therefore, Qin Zhao's stunning performance naturally caused an uproar. Many people couldn't help but admire Qin Shao. Many people who had previously mocked Qin Shao obediently shut their mouths. Chapter 1734. Qin Zhao's speed was like a hurricane all the way, as if there were no obstacles at all. Even at the end, his speed did not slow down. He was simply a freak. Under such circumstances, his speed did not show any signs of slowing down. Everyone who saw this was stunned. There was no way for them to understand this. This move seemed to have broken the norm. Not only the people present, but even a fairy on the immortal platform could not help but look at Qin Shao. Obviously, she had never seen such a shocking move before. This person is extremely extraordinary. But the fairy withdrew her gaze from Qin Shao and thought to herself, after all, he ascended from the universe and is a cultivator of the great path. His cultivation level is also one step in the heavenly venerable realm. Although he did not use his own strength to break through the immortal platform, but completely used the power of the immortal Tao. After all, he has the advantage in other aspects. If I really want to say something, then there's indeed some suspicion of cheating. It's just that the higher-ups did not say anything, so I don't care. All in all, he is still very monstrous. Perhaps he will really achieve great things in the future. In fact, he might really be able to dazzle the heavens and earth like Nangong Ling. There was praise, and there was also a little envy. Talent and potential often had to be resigned to fate. It was not something that could be achieved by hard work alone. Sometimes it was also hard to explain. This cultivation had greatly improved Qin Shao. He had completely mastered and absorbed many of the insights for his own use. He now knew how to resist the power of this test. As a result, Qin Zhao's speed was naturally very fast. In fact, there were many techniques involved in the test. If you could comprehend this technique, then it would be easy. If you could not understand it, it would be difficult. Qin Shao stopped to cultivate in order to clear his thoughts. Firstly, he wanted to digest and understand. Secondly, he wanted to figure out the way of this test and find the right skills to deal with it. If the way was clear, then naturally it would be smooth. Under the smooth and unobstructed conditions, his steps were light and he walked as if he was flying. This is really heaven-defying. Princess Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling are now struggling with every step. Look at Qin Shao. Is he still human? Why is it so easy for him? If I didn't know the fairness of the blissful island, I would have suspected that something was wrong. To be able to maintain such a speed for so long, it's too terrifying. Even in the long history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, such a thing would be hard to find, right? I'm afraid only the actions of the god's favored son back then could suppress him, right? Bah, how can he be compared to the heavens chosen? The difference was too great. Back then, how heaven-shaking were the heavens chosen? They shook the ancient and dazzled the modern. The Immortal Ascension Plateau was as easy as stepping on flat ground. How can he be compared to the heavens chosen? That's true. Compared to the heavens chosen, he is still far from comparable. But he's still better than the others. He's only able to defy the heavens for a while. His speed will slow down soon. He can't continue to defy the heavens like this. Many heated discussions rang out again. However, to everyone's disappointment, Qin Shao didn't slow down at all. His speed increased all the way. Soon, Qin Shao advanced 50,000 feet and crossed 85,000 feet. When Qin Shao crossed the 50,000 feet mark, Erdun and Nangong Ling had only crossed a little more than 4,000 feet. There was still a little more than 5,000 feet left before they reached the Immortal Promotion Plateau. At this time, Qin Shao was only 50,000 feet away from the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Qin Zhao's speed was 10 times faster than Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling's. 10 times the speed. How shocking was this? Chasing after him at 10 times the speed, one could imagine how great the possibility of catching up to him was. The most frightening thing was that even after traveling 50,000 feet, Qin Zhao's speed still didn't slow down in the slightest. He was still as powerful as before. Such a situation had already shocked many people's hearts time and time again. Everyone thought that Qin Shao was going to slow down again and again, but they were surprised to find that not only was Qin Zhao's speed not slowed down, but he was also becoming fiercer and fiercer. How could such a situation not shock people? Even those who claimed to be geniuses felt ashamed when they saw this situation. In front of Qin Zhao's monstrous performance, who dared to call themselves geniuses? It could be said that Qin Shao had refreshed people's understanding of geniuses. Is he even human? He must be the reincarnation of a monstrous genius. How can his speed not slow down? How can he do something that Erdun and Princess Nangong Ling couldn't do? Yes, it's too unbelievable. I really wonder if he's the reincarnation of a great evil. Otherwise, how can he be so heaven-defying? It's also possible that he has some special physique. Special physique? Well, that's also possible. For example, the supreme immortal physique, the primordial immortal physique, the chaotic immortal physique, and so on are all peerless and heaven-defying. It's just that such an immortal physique is extremely rare. Among the disciples of Fuku Immortal Palace, there are only less than 10 known immortal physiques, right? If it's really a special physique, it should have been discovered by Fuku Immortal Palace long ago. How can it still be preserved until now? If he has an immortal physique, he'll definitely be accepted as a core disciple. It's said that Princess Nangongling has an immortal physique, but I don't know if this rumor is true or not. Yes, I've also heard of this rumor. With Princess Nangongling's monstrous talent, it's possible that she has an immortal physique. After all, her sister Nangong, Qinzi, also has an immortal physique. They're sisters. Her sister is so monstrous and heaven-defying, so her sister must be the same. Where's she going? Do you guys think that this Qin Shao might really be able to defy the heavens? It can't be that he might really take first place, right? That's not very likely, right? I have a feeling that Erdan will directly ascend to the immortal plateau this time. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao is, can he ascend to the immortal plateau? At the very least, even if he really does manage to ascend to the immortal plateau, he'll probably give up. After all, once he becomes an immortal, he'll lose the qualification to participate in the selection. Sigh. Compared to the position of a nominal disciple, ascending to the immortal plateau should be secondary. Yes, that's right. He'll have plenty of chances to ascend to the immortal plateau again. But if he misses the selection this time, he won't necessarily get another chance. Even if he does, who knows how long it'll take. Unless something happens to Erdan and he can't ascend to the immortal plateau, Qin Shao has no chance of winning. You can't say that. How can it be so easy to ascend to the immortal plateau? Although Erdan has been through a lot, he still might not be able to ascend to the immortal plateau. 80,000 feet. He's really catching up. Tis TSK at this speed, he really might catch up. Erdan has only reached 99,600 feet. He's only 1,600 feet away. Yes, it's too scary, too scary. His speed hasn't decreased at all. If he keeps up like this, he'll definitely be able to catch up. Qin Zhao's continuous heaven-defying actions caused an uproar time and time again. Time and time again, people were shocked and filled with admiration. Dao Huffing's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that even if Qin Shao continued to advance, he wouldn't be able to go far and would be defeated quickly. But he never thought that Qin Shao would be so heaven-defying. He was so monstrous that his speed surpassed Nangongling's. At this rate, Qin Shao would soon surpass Nangongling and Erdan to become number one. If Qin Shao really did become number one, then he would have to fulfill his promise. How humiliating would that be? Thinking of this, Dao Huffing had the urge to run away. But if he really did run away, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire Lin Fu City? How could he raise his head in Lin Fu City in the future? But if he didn't leave, once Qin Shao became number one, he would also lose face and become the laughingstock of others. Therefore, Dao Huffing was caught between a rock and a hard place. He comforted himself that Qin Shao might not be able to become number one. Qin Zhao's chances of losing were still quite high. But this kind of comfort was shocked by Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance again and again. Soon, Qin Shao reached 90,000 feet. At this time, Erdan was only 700 feet. Nangongling was 6 feet behind him. The distance between them was shortened again. Although the distance was very small, it was still a step closer. However, to Erdan, Qin Shao gave him more pressure. After all, Qin Zhao's speed was too monstrous. Even though he was 700 feet away, he still felt that he would be caught up very quickly. After all, he was still 300 feet away from the immortal platform. Although it wasn't far, it wouldn't be easy for him to cross that distance. Damn it. How can there be such a monstrous genius? No, I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. Yes, no matter what, he wouldn't dare to ascend to the immortal platform. He and Nangongling would at most reach the last step, but I can directly ascend to the immortal platform. Therefore, the final victory will be mine. It can only be mine. Erdan clenched his teeth. After comforting himself, he encouraged himself and continued to move forward. The heaven-defying feats would continue to happen. Miracles were being created time and time again. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet. Qin Zhao's speed was still writing a legend. A new legend had been written since the Heavens Chosen had broken through to the immortal platform. Back then, the Heavens Chosen had appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. He had shone brightly in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and shocked the universe. Today, Qin Shao might not be as brilliant as the Heaven Chosen, but he had already displayed his supreme brilliance and shocked everyone. When Erdan had crossed 800 feet, Qin Shao had actually caught up to within 10 feet of him. Erdan was 800 feet away, Nangong Ling was 794 meters away, and Qin Shao was 799 meters away. He was only 10 meters away from Erdan and 4 meters away from Nangong Ling. It could be said that he was very close. He's crazy. He actually caught up at 800 feet. I thought that he would have to be at least 900 feet to catch up. This speed, tsk. I have no words to describe it. Yeah, it's crazy. He's about to catch up with Nangong Ling and surpass Erdan to take first place. Catching up at 800 feet is indeed unimaginable. Haha, who said that Qin Shao couldn't possibly take first place? Now it seems like it's very likely. Yeah, I said that Erdan might not really be able to ascend to the immortal platform. At this speed, I don't think Erdan has any hope. Chapter 1735. 10 feet. There's only 10 feet left. Such a distance was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. It was truly heaven-defying and terrifying. He had closed the distance of 90,000 feet in such a short time. It was incredible. Even in the long history of the Immortal Promotion Plateau, something like this had never happened before. Qin Shao had written a new legend in his own way. Seeing this, the voices of doubt disappeared. Almost everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. Soon, the exciting moment finally arrived. Qin Shao overtook Nangong Ling and was only 5 feet away from Erdan. Nangong Ling's starry eyes flashed. Her gaze paused on Qin Shao for a while before she continued to move forward. When Qin Shao passed by Nangong Ling, he nodded slightly to her as a gesture of goodwill. Although Qin Shao didn't have that kind of interest in Nangong Ling, she had been with him for so long, so Qin Shao greeted her out of courtesy. Now that he had overtaken Nangong Ling, he felt a little embarrassed. After overtaking Nangong Ling, Qin Shao's gaze fell on Erdan, who was right in front of him. He had completed his first goal, so it was time for the next. For feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. Soon, Qin Shao was within 1 foot of Erdan. He would soon complete a beautiful counterattack and overtake him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even the fairy on the immortal platform looked at Qin Shao with interest, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She smiled, but no one knew what it meant. Erdan looked back at Qin Shao coldly. The coldness in his eyes was especially threatening. It was also filled with extreme anger. Obviously, Erdan couldn't accept the fact that Qin Shao was about to overtake him. He wanted to shake off Qin Shao, but he couldn't. He had already tried his best. Couldn't shake him off? Qin Shao took another step and caught up with Erdan. He continued to take another step and passed Erdan. The moment Qin Shao overtook Erdan, the entire crowd erupted into an uproar. Everyone could not help but burst into an uproar. Although everyone had expected this result, when they saw it happen, the shock was still very strong. Qin Shao had miraculously completed a beautiful counterattack. She had directly chased up to first place from a 90,000 feet behind. What kind of amazing feat was this? What kind of peerless monster was this? Qin Shao really did it. After the shock, many people looked at Dao Hufeng. Dao Hufeng was struggling, but before he could leave, Qin Shao had completed this feat and surpassed Erdan, taking first place. Therefore, Dao Hufeng's expression was extremely ugly, as if his parents had died. He couldn't accept this fact. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Qin Shao would actually surpass Erdan and become number 1. The big words he had said were still vivid in his mind, and every word was crystal clear. Moreover, being stared at by so many people made Dao Hufeng feel even more ashamed. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl into it. His peerless arrogance had also been completely defeated. "You've surpassed me." Erdan's heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, almost causing him to vomit blood. His eyes were slightly red as he stared at Qin Shao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you surpass me, you can't take first place." "Absolutely not. The first place is mine. You can't take it away. Once I ascend to immortality, It'll be useless, even if you're faster than me. Qin Shao looked back at her dun and said carelessly, "Let's talk about it after you ascend to immortality." "I won't ascend to immortality. So if you can ascend to immortality, the first place will be yours. No one can take it away from you." "I'm not trying to take first place with you. I'm just challenging my own limits." The competition for rankings wasn't particularly important to Qin Shao. At least, he wasn't trying to compete for rankings. He was already in the top 3, so the big prize was already in his hand in advance. As for whether he could get first place or not, he wouldn't deliberately pursue it. After all, Erdun still had a high chance of ascending to immortality and becoming an immortal. So if he wanted to compete with Erdun, it would depend on whether Erdun could ascend to immortality or not. If Erdun could ascend to immortality, then Qin Shao definitely wouldn't compete with him for first place. If Erdun couldn't ascend to immortality, then he could still give it a try. However, this was only based on the situation. Qin Shao wouldn't deliberately do it. Qin Shao really didn't care about winning or losing on the immortality promotion plateau. After saying this, Qin Shao ignored Erdun and continued to move forward. It was as if he was a lonely expert. He was the only one moving forward. Such a graceful bearing was truly admirable. Even Erdun did not take him seriously. This was Erdun, a famous half-step celestial venerable. It was even said that Erdun had a glorious record of defeating a small immortal. Although this record might have been obtained by relying on treasures. If this rumor was true, it was enough to prove how powerful Erdun was. However, no matter how powerful he was, Erdun was still surpassed by Qin Shao. The first place that had been maintained for a long time was snatched away by Qin Shao. Under the watchful eyes of the public, a good show was put on. After Qin Shao surpassed Erdun, he continued to move forward quickly, widening the gap. So it seemed that the surprise was still going on. Qin Zhao's first-place advantage was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was the most powerful counterattack to Erdun's words just now. However, Qin Zhao's surpassing was just the beginning. Immediately, a new situation occurred, and there was an uproar again. "Look, Princess Nangongling is also speeding up. Oh my God, it's true. Princess Nangongling is also catching up with Erdun. No, she has already surpassed him. She has surpassed him again. Princess Nangongling has also surpassed Erdun. Ha ha ha. This is really interesting. I didn't expect that 2 fourth-step rulers would shine so brilliantly in this immortal ascension battle. So many third-step and fourth-step universe grades, and even half-step heavenly venerates would be trampled underfoot. Princess Nangongling is indeed heaven-defying. She actually surpassed Erdun. For a long time, Erdun had been suppressing Princess Nangongling. It seems like Princess Nangongling was still holding back. She didn't erupt with her full strength. I knew that Princess Nangongling wasn't that simple. She was indeed hiding her strength. I even feel that this isn't Princess Nangongling's limit yet. Therefore, I always felt that Princess Nangongling was the most powerful candidate. It just depended on whether she was willing to accept it or not. Ha ha. Now this is awkward. She has always been in first place and left others in the dust. I didn't expect that she would lose at the final juncture. If I were Erdun, I would feel like dying. Isn't that so? Erdun has really encountered a ghost this time. How could something like this happen? That can't be helped. Who asked Erdun to be so unlucky as to encounter 2 exceptional geniuses? This final battle is really worth looking forward to. It seems like Princess Nangongling is going to have a good fight with Qin Shao. The 2 of them don't know who the final victor will be. However, judging from the current situation, Qin Zhao's momentum was clearly better than Princess Nangongling's. Of course, Nangongling had a reputation and was the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Therefore, many people hoped that Nangongling would win, or rather, they thought that Nangongling would win. There would always be people who felt that Nangongling hadn't shown her true strength and had merely concealed a lot of it. After all, Nangongling had indeed been doing this all along. Her 2 outbursts were enough to prove the problem. Therefore, many people still had such fantasies about Nangongling. Nangongling's speed was indeed fast. Soon, she was almost at the same level as Qin Shao. Moreover, She was rapidly approaching Qin Xiao. Soon, she was only one step behind Qin Xiao. It was only 10 feet. Nangong Ling's explosive speed was indeed shocking. Under this outburst, she was even faster than Qin Xiao. Nangong Ling was indeed worthy of being a rare genius with an immortal body. Nangong Ling's powerful momentum was indeed difficult to erase in people's hearts. However, after chasing for 10 feet, Nangong Ling's speed was somewhat strange. She actually slowed down a little, maintaining the momentum of moving forward together with Qin Xiao. The two of them had returned to their original state. Such a situation was indeed very thought-provoking, and it was not the first time it had happened. Was Nangong Ling really unable to catch up? Or was she doing it deliberately? If she really could not catch up, then how could Nangong Ling's explosive speed be so fast just now? Although Erdun was also trying his best to catch up, he wanted to save some face. However, as the saying goes, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. No matter how he chased, the distance between them was still rapidly widening. He had no way of catching up. The more he wanted to chase, the more he could not catch up. The more he could not catch up, the more frustrated, frantic, and anxious he became. When his heart was in chaos, many things would be shaken. He fell into a vicious cycle, causing Erdun to fall into a bad situation. However, he brought all of this upon himself. If he could not get out of this situation, the situation would be very bad. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Nangong Ling did not encounter any resistance. They kept moving forward and soon reached the last 10 feet. Only 10 feet more, and the two of them would be able to ascend to the immortal platform. On the other hand, Erdun was still 670 feet away from the immortal platform. He was more than 50 feet away from the two of them. In the last 10 feet, Qin Xiao was in front, and Nangong Ling was behind. The two of them moved forward step by step. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them moved forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the immortal platform. 8 feet, 6 feet, 4 feet. In the end, Qin Xiao actually stepped onto the last step, only one step away from the immortal platform. The last step, Nangong Ling also stopped a step behind Qin Xiao. She was only 2 steps away from the immortal foundation. However, Nangong Ling did not continue to move forward. Qin Xiao did not continue to move forward either. Although Erdun was within 500 feet, his mind was already in a mess, so it was difficult for him to move forward. Within 500 feet, it was almost impossible to move forward. It was basically the limit. Looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that the outcome was clear. On a huge rock in the distance, Bai Ishan laughed mockingly and said, "Haha, brother Yulong, this time you lost. Didn't I tell you not to jump to conclusions too early? Although the boy in your family is not bad, he is still lacking something. Look, now he has completely exposed it." Chapter 1736. The corner of Tai Yulong's mouth twitched. He'd never expected this outcome. He knew of Erdun's potential. He'd never doubted that Erdun could ascend to immortal foundation and become an immortal from the very beginning. However, the current situation didn't look good at all. It'd be troublesome if Erdun's confidence crumbled. Becoming an immortal wasn't an easy task. Erdun's heart was in a state of chaos. Once his heart was in chaos, there was no hope for him to become an immortal. How could Tai Yulong not know this? However, he didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Bai Shan, don't celebrate too early. It's too early to talk about winning or losing. Ha! Bai Shan shook her head with a smile. Yulong, oh Yulong, don't be such a sore loser. Don't hold on to any illusions about the future. I've already said that Erdun's Dao heart isn't strong enough. He might fail. This is a huge hurdle for him. Only by crossing it can he ascend to immortality. If he can't cross it, he'll be stuck there. I'm also betting on him not being able to cross it. However, becoming an immortal shouldn't be a problem for him. At most, it'll be a matter of time. His future can still be foreseen. If he works hard and has a bit of fortune, becoming a great immortal won't be a problem. If he wants to become an august immortal, he'll have to rely on unparalleled fortune and opportunity. Even if he doesn't, becoming a human immortal won't be a problem. Tai Yulong shook his head. What use is a mere human immortal to my clan? If he doesn't become a great immortal, he won't be able to enter the ranks of my clan's ministers. A worldly immortal could only manage a small area. My expectations for him are far greater than that. Baishan nodded. That's right. A human immortal isn't much to your clan. He won't be able to become a mainstay. However, this isn't something that can be forced. Let nature take its course. Qin Shao stood at the 90,000-meter mark. Just one more step, and he would reach the immortal foundation. That celestial maiden stood on the immortal foundation. Her clear and spirited eyes stared at Qin Shao as a faint smile appeared on her face. She was so beautiful, so enchanting, so pure and holy. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't attract Qin Shao. Qin Shao's heart was calm and unperturbed. Even in the face of Nangongling, Qin Shao was as calm as still water. Therefore, in the face of the gaze of the fairy in front of her, Qin Shao was unmoved and calm. This calmness made the fairy even more curious. As a celestial immortal with the strength of a human immortal, she believed that she was still very attractive. But this guy in front of her didn't even look at her, which made her feel a little frustrated. This made her want to attract Qin Zhao's attention even more. She wanted to see how strong this man's heart was. Erdun was still struggling to catch up. Qin Shao stopped. If he really wanted to take the final step, there wouldn't be any problem. He had the ability to challenge the final step. However, if he wanted to take the final step, he would directly become an immortal. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't do that. Therefore, he wouldn't take the final step. As for the ranking, it didn't matter. However, what made Qin Shao frown was that Nangongling didn't take another step behind him. Miss Nangongling, why didn't you take another step? With your ability, you can definitely take the final step and even directly ascend to the immortal foundation. Qin Shao asked. Nangongling said faintly, It doesn't matter whether I take another step or not. Even if I take another step, I won't be able to compete with you for first place. Even if both of us take the final step at the same time, the first place will still be yours. Her words made Qin Shao frown deeper. Although he didn't quite understand what Nangongling meant, he knew that Nangongling was deliberately giving in to him. To be honest, it didn't feel good to be given in. After all, Qin Shao was also a somewhat arrogant person. If he wanted to compete with others, he would do it fair and square. Qin Shao didn't care much about whether he could take the first place or not. However, Nangongling's actions did make Qin Shao feel very strange. From the beginning, Nangongling deliberately slowed down to wait for him. If Nangongling had sped up from the beginning, perhaps she would have already reached the final step and surpassed him. However, Nangongling didn't do that. Instead, she kept slowing down. Even so, she still advanced with him. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire Nangongling's evilness. Why do you keep giving in to me? Do you think I need you to give in to me? Or do you think I really want to take the first place? Qin Shao asked again. Nangongling glanced at Qin Shao and said, It's not about giving in or not. I have no interest in the immortal promotion plateau in the first place. It doesn't matter to me whether I get the reward or not. The Nangong clan can give me far more than this reward. So, I saw that you were having fun, so I came up to play. Since I'm just having fun, why should I compete with you so seriously? I didn't want to compete with you in the first place, so why do you have to be so concerned? Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Nangongling's words. However, when he thought about it, with Nangongling's family background, she really wouldn't care about rewards. Nangongling was indifferent and wouldn't compete with others for anything. However, when he heard Nangongling say that she came up to play because of him, Qin Shao felt a little helpless. He didn't know what Nangongling's words meant. Could it be that Miss Nangongling was really interested in him? Nangongling didn't say anything else and looked to the side. Qin Shao had no choice but to keep quiet. On the other side, after Erdun worked hard to advance 10 feet, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He knelt on the steps with a pained expression. Obviously, he couldn't advance any further and had given up. The Immortal Ascension battle was finally over. Yulong, can you give up now? It's over. Hurry up and give it to me. Ha ha ha. Baishan laughed heartily and reached out her hand to Tai Yulong. Tai Yulong gritted his teeth. Although he was a little unwilling, he still said, "What's the rush? I'll give it to you later. Are you afraid that I'll cheat you?" Haha, don't worry, don't worry. With the purple box, you won't be able to cheat me. Bai Shan laughed. On the Immortal platform, the fairy presiding over the Immortal Promotion Plateau finally spoke again. Her heavenly voice rang out. "Everyone, this round of the Immortal Promotion Plateau is over. The final result is out. I believe there's no need for me to say more. Everyone can see it. For those who have gained something, I'd like to congratulate you. For those who didn't gain anything, there's no need to be unhappy. Our blissful island has plenty of opportunities waiting for you. Go and explore." After the fairy finished speaking, her gaze fell on Qin Xiao and the other two. She said, "Qin Xiao, Nangong Ling, done. Congratulations to the three of you for obtaining the top 3 positions. According to the rules, the 3 of you will receive a generous reward. Its value won't be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. The 3 of you follow me. I'll take you to receive your rewards." After speaking, the fairy waved her hand. A large immortal cloud floated down and landed in the middle of Qin Xiao and the other two. Clearly, she was indicating for the 3 of them to go up. She was going to take them away. Princess Nangong Ling waved her hand and said lightly, "There's no need for my share. I'm not interested. If you want to give it, then give it to Qin Xiao. Let him keep it." After speaking, Princess Nangong Ling didn't wait for the fairy to reply. She directly jumped down from the Immortal Promotion Plateau. Her action shocked everyone. This supreme domineering aura really shocked people speechless. Even the female immortal was shocked, but she didn't dare to say anything. How could she not know Nangong Ling's background? Even though she was a human immortal, she didn't dare to provoke this princess. Therefore, she didn't dare to stop Nangong Ling from leaving. She could only let Nangong Ling leave. After Nangong Ling jumped down from the Immortal Promotion Plateau, she really left. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she swaggered off. The reward was more than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Princess Nangong Ling actually willfully refused it. Such wealth was enough to make anyone present crazy. Generally speaking, the total wealth of a great immortal was only 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, Princess Nangong Ling was actually so disdainful. Although Princess Nangong Ling had the confidence to be disdainful, this was the reward she had already received. She was just short of receiving it, and she wasn't even willing to go. He was convinced. He was truly convinced. Nangong Ling's flinging of her hand and leaving made the atmosphere a little awkward. What a personality. Qin Xiao shook his head in amusement and jumped onto the cloud. Dun clenched his teeth and also jumped onto the cloud. He had no choice. He couldn't ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau and had to admit defeat. Once on the cloud and near Qin Xiao, Dun stared fixedly at Qin Xiao as if he was looking at his father's murderer. His eyes were filled with cold hatred, anger, and even a bit of murderous intent. Clearly, he blamed his failure on Qin Xiao. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao, he would have been first. He would have been able to ascend to the Immortal Promotion Plateau. All of this was Qin Xiao's fault. It was Qin Xiao who had ruined his great future. Therefore, he hated Qin Xiao. He wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Xiao. He was a dignified half-step celestial venerate. How could he lose to a 4th-step sovereign, a nameless brat? He couldn't accept it. He hated it. The more he hated it, the more he felt like he was possessed by the devil. He entered an extremely evil world of thoughts. Once he fell deeply into it, it was very difficult to pull himself out. But no matter how much he hated it, he could only endure and hide it. "Let's go." The fairy jumped onto the cloud. With a wave of her hand, the cloud flew into the distance and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as the 3 of them left, the crowd exploded into an uproar. Qin Zhao's name was bound to shake the entire Linfu city, and even the entire Blissful Island. Xiao Dao and Mo Wangbei hugged each other in joy. Beside them, Suyi was also incomparably excited. She felt like she'd hit the jackpot this time. If she could befriend Qin Xiao, it would definitely be a blessing. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance was enough to prove just how terrifying Qin Zhao's talent and potential were. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Qin Zhao's future would definitely be limitless. In the future, he would definitely shock an entire region and stand at the peak of the immortal region. To be able to befriend such a peerless monster with such potential was naturally a great fortune. Dao Hufeng, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and eat those 2 boulders? Xiao Dao looked at Dao Hufeng. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who's down. Qin Zhao's rise naturally caused everyone to side with Qin Xiao. As soon as Xiao Dao spoke, the surrounding people immediately began to speak to Dao Hufeng. Ha! Dao Hufeng, hurry up and eat those 2 boulders. We're all watching. Don't try to act shamelessly. Dao Hufeng, you deserve to humiliate Qin Xiao. Hurry up and show us how to eat those boulders. I'm sure it'll be very interesting. Ha ha. Chapter 1737. Today, Linfu City was especially lively. Many strange things were spreading out. There was Qin Zhao's heaven-defying miracle of obtaining first place in the Immortal Ascension competition. There is also Princess Nan Gongling's willful act of giving up on the second-place reward. There is also Dao Hufeng's shameful act of accepting his loss and eating 2 huge rocks. This time, the Immortal Ascension competition had caused quite a stir in the city. The main reason was that this time was indeed different from the past. There were a few miracles this time, so naturally, people were talking about them enthusiastically. Qin Zhao's name once again swept through the entire Linfu city, becoming the focus of everyone's discussion. In this time's in-name disciple selection, Qin Xiao and Nan Gongling had almost become the 2 most dazzling peerless geniuses. They were also the 2 most popular contestants for the time being. Under the 2's brilliance, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng both looked dim and dull. It was as if the brilliance of their geniuses had faded away. However, compared to Qin Xiao and Nan Gongling, Zhang Yan and Dao Hufeng were indeed much inferior. Some things needed to be compared in order to see the difference. Only when there was a comparison would there be harm. This was indeed the case. Because of Qin Xiao, Mo Wangbei, and Xiao Dao had also become people that everyone tried to befriend. They were praised highly by everyone. On the other side, Qin Xiao and Dun were brought to a palace by the fairy. There was no one else in the empty palace. The fairy said, "You 2 wait here for a while. A great immortal will be here soon." Great immortal? That meant a 3rd-step Empyrean would come. It seemed that the blissful island attached great importance to this reward. They would send a great immortal here in person. Great immortals were existences that stood at the peak of the mountain in the entire Fushi region. They could shake a region with a stomp of their feet. They would be respected wherever they went. Other than the Fushi Immortal Palace, no matter which faction they went to, they would definitely be honored and receive very high treatment. Great immortals, no matter which faction they went to, would be the backbone of the faction. Therefore, a great immortal status was very high. At the very least, great immortals were rarely seen outside of Fuda Immortal Palace. Qin Xiao, come here for a moment, the fairy suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Hearing the fairy's words, Qin Xiao was also slightly taken aback. She glanced at the fairy and felt that her gaze was a little strange. However, Qin Xiao still followed the fairy to the side. Seeing their actions, Dun looked at them with a strange gaze, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although he didn't know what the 2 of them were doing, it seemed that the fairy treated Qin Xiao differently. Could it be that because of Qin Zhao's peerless talent, she wanted to befriend him in advance? What can I do for you, fairy? Qin Xiao took the initiative to ask. Puchi. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhao's words made the fairy laugh out loud. The fairy's laughter was charming and charming. It was really captivating. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's mental fortitude was not bad. In addition, he was a 1st-step celestial venerable, so in the face of such seductive charm, he was still able to maintain some calmness. He looked to the side. Subconsciously, Qin Xiao also put some distance between himself and the fairy, as if he was a little vigilant. The fairy held Qin Zhao's hand coquettishly and blew a breath of fairy air. Her breath was like orchids, and it was really intoxicating. Even Qin Xiao felt a strong force attacking him, as if it wanted to make his heart flutter. There seemed to be a hint of ambiguity in this action. Handsome Qin Xiao, why are you so reserved? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? This fairy doesn't have such a hobby, huh? The fairy looked at Qin Xiao with a smile, and as she spoke, she playfully winked at Qin Xiao. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, bright eyes and white teeth, looking especially fresh and radiant. Admittedly, this fairy was indeed very beautiful in terms of appearance, and her temperament was also very good. Although she was not as good as Nan Gongling, she was still not bad. Such a beauty could indeed easily capture a man's heart. However, Qin Xiao was not tempted. So at this time, Qin Xiao was also a little embarrassed by the fairy. He said, No, you misunderstood. It's just that I don't dare to offend you, fairy. What do you mean offend? You're talking as if I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? As the fairy spoke, she also closed the distance between her and Qin Xiao. Fortunately, the fairy didn't do anything that crossed the line. She just smiled and said, You're quite fun to play with. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I just want to get to know someone like you. You're just a peerless genius. Hug a thigh in advance. This way, when you achieve great things in the future, don't forget about me. Is that so? Then Qin Xiao could still accept it. However, seeing that the fairy did not do anything else, Qin Xiao was relieved. He was really a little worried that the fairy would do something to him. However, thinking about it, he also felt that he was quite funny. There was no need to think of people like this. Fairy, you must be joking. I don't know how long it will take for me to catch up with you. Whether or not I'm a genius is another matter. Whether or not I can grow up is the most important thing, Qin Xiao said modestly. The fairy smiled and said, You don't have to be so modest. You're a very confident person. I believe that you'll definitely become a saint. After you become the saint, don't forget about me. All right, don't call me fairy in the future. My name is Yunru. Just call me Sister Yunru in the future. That's enough. Sister Yunru, this form of address was really a little strange. There was a hint of flirtation in it. Qin Xiao was a little embarrassed. He really could not bring himself to call her that. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not say anything, Fairy Yunru waved her hand in front of Qin Xiao and said, Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Oh, I hear. Qin Xiao nodded awkwardly. How could he say that he did not hear her? Fairy Yunru smiled and looked at Qin Xiao. She said, Then call me Sister Yunru. Cough. Qin Xiao's face turned red. He felt like he was being teased. Qin Xiao had always been very shy when it came to matters between men and women. Although Yao Shiwilian used to be quite proactive and would tease him from time to time. However, compared to Fairy Yunru, Yao Shiwilian seemed to be a little lacking. Faced with such an attack, Qin Xiao did indeed look a little helpless. Qin Xiao really could not bring himself to call her Sister Yunru in such a flirty manner. Seeing that Qin Xiao still refused to call her Sister Yunru, Fairy Yunru pouted and said, You're really a blockhead. My cultivation level is higher than yours. It's not like I'm taking advantage of you to be Sister Yunru. Moreover, Sister Yunru is so beautiful and moving. I took the initiative to befriend you. You actually rejected Sister Yunru. How sad. Hearing Fairy Yunru's words, Qin Xiao felt even more embarrassed. Actually, he could feel that Fairy Yunru was a good woman. He did not have any bad feelings towards Fairy Yunru. If they were on good terms with each other, it would be fine. However, Qin Xiao really could not bring himself to say those flirty words. Moreover, from the beginning, Fairy Yunru seemed to be on the offensive. Therefore, Qin Xiao had a sense of vigilance in his heart. It's Qin Xiao's fortune that Fairy Yunru thinks highly of me. Qin Xiao, it's true that I'm taking advantage of you by calling you Sister Yunru. However, I'm not used to taking advantage of Fairy Yunru. I feel strange taking advantage of Fairy Yunru when we've just met. Therefore, I hope Fairy Yunru can forgive me. Qin Xiao thought for a while. He said, Puffed. Fairy Yunru laughed lightly and said, All right. I'm just teasing you. If you don't want to call me Sister Yunru, then don't. Don't think too much. Sister Yunru is not interested in you. I just think that you're very interesting. Moreover, you're a little different from others. Therefore, Sister Yunru thinks that you're someone I can make friends with. I just want to get to know you. It's okay if you don't recognize Sister Yunru when you're at a high position in the future. Qin Xiao smiled and did not explain further. At this moment, a majestic aura suddenly descended. It immediately made people want to kneel down and worship it. Qin Xiao and the other two were instantly filled with respect. They looked over and saw a middle-aged, exalted immortal walking over. His face was a little dignified, but there was also a slight smile on his face. However, this smile seemed to be forced out. It was purposely showing that he did not have a dignified aura. It was as if he only had a majestic aura, which was why it was a little strange. Fairy Yunru immediately gestured to Qin Xiao and Erdan. The three of them bowed at the same time and said, "Greetings, exalted immortal." The exalted immortal walked over, and his gaze fell on Qin Xiao and Erdan. Fairy Yunru retreated to one side. Why is there one person missing? According to the news I received, the second place should be that little girl from the Nangang clan, right? Why isn't she here? The exalted immortal looked at Fairy Yunru and asked. Fairy Yunru truthfully recounted the situation. After listening, the exalted immortal only nodded slightly to indicate that he understood and did not say anything else. The exalted immortal's gaze fell on Qin Xiao. There was a look of approval on his face as he said, "Not bad, not bad. You can be considered a peerless genius. However, you also have your own advantages. You came from the universe, and your cultivation base should be at the first step heavenly venerate level. However, your vitality has been greatly damaged, and you have not fully recovered yet. I have observed you. You did not use your own strength on the immortal promotion plateau. You only used the power of the immortal Tao. However, even so, you are still suspected of cheating. In other aspects, you are at the first step heavenly venerate standard." Qin Xiao was not surprised that the exalted immortal had seen through his secret. He had already expected this, so there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Qin Xiao nodded his head generously and admitted, "Yes, exalted immortal. I encountered an accident on my way to the immortal realm that caused my vitality to be greatly damaged. My strength has only recovered to the fourth step universe grade. However, I only used the power of the immortal Tao to participate in the selection in the immortal promotion plateau. Of course, I do not deny that I am indeed suspected of cheating. However, the immortal promotion plateau does not seem to have such restrictions, right? What? A first step heavenly venerate came from the universe?" Erdan's eyes lit up when he heard the exalted immortal's words, as if he had caught onto something. He immediately said, "Exalted immortal, since this person is a first step heavenly venerate, he is not qualified to participate in the immortal promotion plateau. This is clearly cheating. Therefore, his results should be invalid. The blissful island has always been fair and just. If the exalted immortal gives the first place to this cheater, I'm afraid it will damage the blissful island's reputation." Chapter 1738. Erdan was a little frightened by the exalted immortal's cold stare. However, he still tried to cheer him up. "Did I say anything wrong, exalted immortal?" The exalted immortal said coldly, "It's not up to you to decide whether or not he cheated. He only used the power of the immortal Tao and did not use his own strength. Even if his own strength is included, his strength is only at the fourth step universe grade after his Yuan Qi was greatly damaged. He can't even compare to a half-step heavenly venerate like you. You, a half-step heavenly venerate, lost to a fourth-step ruler. Do you think you suffered a loss in terms of advantages?" Erdan looked a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. The exalted immortal ignored Erdan. Instead, he continued speaking to Qin Xiao. "Qin Xiao, the blissful island has 2 rewards for you. I will give you the first one first." After saying that, the exalted immortal waved his hand and a storage bag appeared in Qin Xiao's hands. Qin Xiao's consciousness scanned the storage bag and found an immortal technique inside. Although Qin Xiao didn't study this immortal technique, he felt that it wasn't inferior to the 3-step kill. Such an immortal technique could definitely be considered a precious item. There was also an immortal weapon that was absolutely exquisite. It was much more powerful than the immortal weapon that Qin Shao had obtained from Jing Yang. Just a trace of immortal power was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart palpitate. If he used it well, this immortal-grade weapon would definitely be of great use. With an immortal weapon in hand, one could probably slay an immortal easily. Such an exquisite immortal weapon would definitely be worth no less than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. There's also a flying heaven-grade immortal ship. It was a lower-grade immortal ship and was worth at least 20,000 Chaos Source Stones. There are also 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. The total value of these items should be worth about 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, this was only the first part of the reward. The second part should be the highlight. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately put away the storage bag and looked at the exalted immortal calmly, waiting for the second part of the reward. The exalted immortal glanced at Qin Shao and said, "The second part of the reward is not these more tangible items. It is something intangible. However, it is difficult to measure its value in terms of Chaos Source Stones. Previously, we promised that the top 3 rewards would not be less than 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. We will still honor this promise. The second part of the reward is to join the Blissful Pavilion and Pavilion as a member. Our Blissful Island will do our best to satisfy all of your requirements. All the resources will also be given to you. This reward is not something that can be bought with 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Blissful Pavilion? Blissful to blissful great not. Blissful. Blissful blissful to join a join. Blissful not to not blissful bliss to. 2. However, after hearing the exalted immortal's words, Qin Shao could vaguely guess what kind of existence the Blissful Pavilion was. It must be a place where the Blissful Island nurtured their disciples. The Blissful Island's strength was unquestionable. Aside from the Fuda Immortal Palace, even the combined strength of the top 10 factions in Fu City was no match for the Blissful Island. Therefore, the Blissful Pavilion must be a place that was second only to the Fuda Immortal Palace in nurturing their disciples. If that was the case, the Blissful Pavilion was indeed a place that geniuses dreamed of joining. If the Fuda Immortal Palace couldn't recruit them, then the Blissful Pavilion would be the best place to go. However, such a place obviously had very strict requirements. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't be able to join. The Blissful Pavilion is also a place that countless geniuses dream of joining. If you're willing to join us, we will definitely give you the best treatment and give you all the resources we have. Of course, you don't have to worry about anything. Joining the Blissful Pavilion won't affect your participation in the selection. If you want to join the Fuda Immortal Palace, it's still up to you. There won't be any restrictions, but while you are a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, don't forget about the Blissful Island. The exalted immortal continued to explain and pointed out the worrisome thing. Qin Shao understood the exalted immortal's meaning. Actually, what the Blissful Island needed was for him to join the Blissful Island. Joining the Fuda Immortal Palace wouldn't conflict with joining the Blissful Island. After all, the Blissful Island was under the rule of the Fuda Immortal Palace. What they needed now was Qin Zhao's attitude. This kind of thing sounded like it would only bring him benefits and no harm. It was definitely a good thing. However, after thinking for a while, Qin Shao shook his head and flatly refused. To me, joining the Blissful Pavilion doesn't mean much. I will definitely become a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, and I will definitely be heavily nurtured. Whatever you have, the Fuda Immortal Palace should also have. Moreover, the most important thing in cultivation is one's hard work, talent, and potential. Although external resources can be helpful, it isn't the deciding factor. I have a decisive factor in me. Everything else isn't that important. As for cultivation resources, I believe the Fuda Immortal Palace will provide me with everything I need. As such, I don't need to join the Blissful Pavilion just to get more cultivation resources. He directly refused? He didn't even ask a question? The exalted immortal was slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's straightforward refusal. He actually thought that Qin Shao would refuse, but he didn't think that it would be so quick and straightforward. It was extremely difficult to rope in such a peerless genius to the blissful island. The exalted immortal continued. Qin Shao, if you join the blissful pavilion, it won't affect your position in the Fuda immortal palace at all. The benefits of joining the blissful pavilion aren't just what you see and think. The benefits of joining the blissful pavilion are endless and will be of great help to your future cultivation. If you need anything, you can mention it. If it's within our means, we'll definitely do our best to satisfy you. With the resources that the blissful island has, it will definitely be of great help to your cultivation. Moreover, if you join the blissful island, no one will dare to bully you in the future. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also ask the blissful island for help. I believe I don't need to say more about the benefits of joining. However, Qin Shao was still unmoved and said, Exalted Immortal, thank you for your kindness, and thank the blissful island for inviting me. However, for now, I don't have such an idea. If I do in the future, if I join the blissful island again, I believe your doors will be open to me. Of course. For now, I don't have such an idea, so no matter how generous the conditions are, I won't be moved. All my interest is in the Fuda Immortal Palace, and nothing else is important to me. Qin Shao also knew that joining the blissful pavilion would bring him great benefits, but it was also relative. With great benefits came great responsibilities. Responsibilities were like this. If you didn't need to do anything, then you wouldn't have to do anything, but if you did, then you might even have to give up your life. Therefore, this was the reason why Qin Shao didn't want to join the blissful pavilion for now. No matter how many benefits there were, he wouldn't be attracted. The more benefits there were, the more he would have to pay back in the future. Moreover, Qin Shao didn't feel that there was an urgent need to join the blissful pavilion, and the Fuda Immortal Palace was enough. Even if there was a need, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, he was still weak and didn't have any bargaining chips. However, if he became a core disciple, or even a saint, then things would be completely different. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally gave up on the idea of joining the blissful pavilion. Little friend Qin Shao, have you thought it through? The exalted immortal didn't seem to want to give up, and even addressed him as little friend Qin Shao, and his tone was somewhat friendly. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I've thought it through, and I won't change it anymore. Thank you. Since Qin Shao had already decided on something, he wouldn't easily change it. This was his principle. Seeing that Qin Shao had made up his mind, the exalted immortal could only helplessly shake his head. Such a peerless genius was indeed not easy to recruit. All right, since that's the case, then the old man won't force you. However, the blissful island's door will always be open for you. No matter when, if you're willing to join the blissful island, you can come and find us. After saying this, the exalted immortal waved his hand, and an ancient medallion appeared in his hand. He handed it to Qin Shao and said, This is the blissful island's medallion. With this medallion, you can freely enter the blissful island. I'll give this medallion to you. In the future, if you want to come to the blissful island, you can come and go without any obstructions. You can go anywhere you want. With this medallion, you can also find me directly. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, but he still took the medallion. With this medallion, it would indeed be very convenient for him to enter the blissful island in the future. Of course, this was just a small favor, and Qin Shao didn't really care about it. In the future, he wouldn't have many chances to come to the blissful island. Then I'll have to thank you, exalted immortal. Qin Shao thanked him. The exalted immortal nodded slightly and said to Fairy Yunru, You can send Qin Shao out. Fairy Yunru nodded, then walked toward Qin Shao and gestured to Qin Shao to leave. Qin Shao nodded, and just as he was about to leave, the exalted immortal suddenly called out to Qin Shao, By the way, little friend Qin Shao, there's something I need your help with. The second place winner is Nangong Ling. Although she said that she didn't want the reward, our blissful island will still give it to her. Since she didn't come, we can only trouble you to give it to her. She went. As for whether she accepted it or not, that's her problem. However, if we don't give it to her, then it's our problem. Therefore, we'll have to ask little friend Qin Shao for this favor. Okay, then give it to me first. I'll find a chance to give it to Miss Nangong Ling. Qin Shao thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although this matter was indeed somewhat difficult for him, he still felt a little embarrassed. After receiving the storage pouch, Qin Shao left with Fairy Yunru. After leaving the palace, Fairy Yunru smiled like a spring breeze as she looked at Qin Shao and said, "You really have a personality. You rejected the blissful pavilion so straightforwardly." "Haha, I'm afraid you're the first person to reject us so straightforwardly." Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't explain anything. A rejection was a rejection. Fairy Yunru continued, "Qin Shao, I'm thinking, after you go out, will you immediately forget about me?" Such a question really made Qin Shao feel a little awkward, but he still said, "I won't. I'm not that forgetful, right? Hee hee, you really won't forget about me. Then, when you come to the blissful island in the future, will you still look for me?" Yunru laughed. "Probably. Tisich, you're so hesitant. I can tell at a glance that you're not sincere. Forget it. I'll give you this jade slip. You can directly contact me. If you miss me, just contact me." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.